Hey, you're a young man. It's so funny. That song is written by a total gay guy.
Queen.
We're not live, are we?
We might be live.
Okay.
Freddie Mercury is the champion of champions. Okay, he is like the paradigm of masculinity.
All the best songs about winning are written by a gay guy. How do you guys feel about that?
Freddie Mercury is the man. Okay.
Say hey now already. We got to start the show.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here on the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Queen enthusiast, Adam Friendly.
I heard she was dynamite with a laser beam, guaranteed to blow your mind.
I've actually had the song Killer Queen stuck in my head for the last 48 hours straight. But not the Queen version.
Didn't we look up? We looked up the lyrics in one of our live streams. Yeah,
we did. What are we going to be doing today, Adam? I don't know. What are we doing?
We're watching
today?
2 insane videos.
Two videos.
I know. I can't believe it. The stream's going to be 24 hours.
I know. I was like, Adam, we have 2 videos here. Which one should we watch? And he said both of them. And I said, are you out of your mind?
Both of them.
It takes us like 8 hours to watch a 5-minute per-review video. How are we going to do 2 videos?
We're constantly being accused of not critiquing the right. So and we've been talking about critiquing this video, this insane, oh my God, it's totally insane video by the agent of academia.
Who is in the chat? Hey, academic agent. Don't worry. I will keep Adam on track.
Insanity.
I won't let Adam weasel out. I know Adam's spirit animal is the weasel, so he's slippery.
I covered part of this video, part of the Agent of Academia video on my Thursday stream, and everybody said that I called the image that he used pornographic, which is clearly not pornographic. I said that this is basically the male pornographic fantasy to be dominated by this domineering woman. I said that act is kind of a male pornographic fantasy, obviously for some people, right? Not for everyone.
Sure.
And they were like, you called this image pornography. And I'm like, no, I didn't. I was referring to a very specific thing as the male pornographic fantasy, okay? I did not say that the image was pornography, okay? You understand the difference, right?
I understand the difference.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that difference more when we watch that video. Because first, before we watch that video, we're going to watch a different video.
Yes. The insanity on the left.
Both of these videos, when we asked for recommendations, were sent to us in overwhelming force.
Yes.
So that's what happened. That's why we're doing 2.
Yes.
Anyways, this is our favorite insane socialist who, for some reason, no one ever talks about. I think it's because he doesn't show his face. He has no personality. So he just kind of like slides on the radar, even though his channel is massive and he gets hundreds of thousands of views.
I know. This video is
Second thought. And he might be one of the dumbest, one of the craziest, one of the most dishonest breadtubers around. And that's saying a lot because breadtube's pretty low bar for integrity.
Yeah.
For integrity.
They should
so anyway.
Second thought, is that like THOT or is that what I think it's hilarious. This was completely unintended, but I noticed that the 2 Sitches left over from last Sunday's show, we have the total degenerate Sitch can, which is fitting for the, and then we have the Tradcon Sitch in his little sweater and tie. What's going on here?
It's like we knew the future somehow. The simulation has smiled upon us.
I know. I almost took them down, and I thought, well, wait a second here. These are perfect.
Exactly.
I'll just leave them up. Okay.
Anyway, how the United States ended up with 2 right-wing parties. Let's get into the video.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Yeah.
Believe it or
not. Well, he does say in the end that he hangs out in the Discord, and I contemplated doing the $1 a month thing just to like zip on into that Discord. I'm so curious. Sitch, I'm so curious.
Wait. You're saying like like to pay some tier of payment in order to participate in the Discord that you were in? Is that what you're saying?
His Discord, the Second Thought Discord.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know. Okay, there's this thing. Is it philosophy or is it material conditions? Like that's the big question.
You want to pay him to join his Discord?
Yeah, to join his Discord, and hang out with the Second Thought fans.
I thought you meant you wanted to set up a situation where people will pay you.
No. Okay. He said that this video, and we've made fun of Second Thought before for having a bunch of sponsors. In the end of this video, he basically says, "All my sponsors left me," and I was like, "Yes, thank goodness."
I mean, it's not surprising because he says like some of the craziest fucking shit around.
Yes.
And he had for a while, he had like really big normal sponsors like Audible and stuff. And I think it's just because these corporations are very slow to react to change.
Mm-hmm.
And his channel for a long time was just like normal, I think it was just like science videos or something. They were not political videos.
Yes.
So it took him a while to realize, wait a minute, this guy's gone insane.
Yeah, he's a full commie now. What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
The Republicans are not the only major right-wing political party in America. Of course, there are smaller conservative groups like the Libertarian Party, but for all intents and purposes, contrary to what you've probably heard your whole... I
gotta back it up.
All right.
This is what happens when you take the crown. I don't know why. I don't know why you do. I don't know why you do that. Just let me have the crown. It'll be so much better.
Okay. You guys want to know what happened? You guys want to know the truth about the crown today?
Let me refresh.
Okay.
Adam was so excited.
Adam was so excited that he got the crown in the watch together. He was so excited.
A party that blocked.
And in his excitement, this is like a Aesop's fable. In his excitement, he forgot to send me the link for like 10 minutes.
No, it wasn't. It was so like 5 seconds.
Dancing around, cheering his crown. I sent him the link. I stole the crown right off of his head.
He raced right in and stole the crown. We're arguing about who gets to be the crowned person in the watch together.
Which no one else even sees.
Nobody sees. Yeah.
I think you should add a crown to Sitch.
There you guys go. Right here. You can see the crown right there. I pulled it down a little bit. You can see Sitch has the crown. You can see my disgrace.
Look at the disgrace. Anyways.
Movement to the left passively accepts movement.
I gotta back it up a little. Here, let me.
Okay.
I'm the DJ here.
To what you political party in America, access to every video. Consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/.
Shut up.
Believe it or not, the Republicans are not the only major right-wing political party in America. Of course, there are smaller conservative groups like the Libertarian Party and the Constitution Party, but for all intents and purposes,
which I just fucking have a major problem with.
The Constitution Party?
No, that they call libertarians left. Libertarians always voted on...
I mean, right.
Or yeah, that they call libertarians. Libertarians, when I was growing up, always voted on the left because it was the right that wanted to limit your liberty. And they were constantly thought of as on the left. And then all of a sudden, the progressives come in, and now they're the ones that want to start limiting your liberty, You have to... speech prohibitions, hate speech, all this stuff. And now, so the libertarians were like, well, fuck that. We're not in favor of that. And now they're conceptualized as on the right. No. All the libertarians care about is liberty. That's all they care about is liberty. All they care about.
I don't believe this. I'm going to need to see some backup data on this.
Yeah, you're right. The libertarians were on the right fighting for a constitutional amendment to make flag burning illegal.
I'm just saying
the libertarians wanted a constitutional amendment making gay marriage illegal. They were the ones fighting.
So wait a minute. So I have the Libertarian Party platform open, or not platform, but the history of presidential candidates. Okay. So this is the first time they ran someone was in 1972. I'm not familiar with these people, but in 1980, the vice president for the Libertarian ticket was David Koch.
Yes. And
famed Republican right-wing neocon financial backer of the Koch brothers.
They're all libertarians.
The Koch brothers are not libertarian at all. That's just bullshit. That's such entirely bullshit.
I don't think the Koch brothers count in this in this assessment here.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe in 1972 they were left wing, but 1980 I don't think they were left. I don't know. Is anyone in the chat know? I am unfamiliar.
You weren't born yet. You have to take my word for it. Just shut up.
I was not born yet. That's true. I was not born yet. I was just a gleam.
Just shut up and take my word for it.
Papa Sitch's eyes. So,
son, just take my word for it. Sit down.
Okay. Thank you. Understate for 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. Even though if you're Canadian, you should be the overstate. But hey, boys, as an addendum to your chat with Joel, did you see that Blair did a short for the Daily Wire? Top-notch persuasion. She's moving the needle. Impressed Shapiro and co. And was throwing some weight behind her. No, but that's
we'll have to check it out. Yeah,
I'll check it out.
Totally interested.
Diogenes.
Sorry. Go. Well, I brought up the moral foundations. Just I was gonna show that I was going to show the libertarian moral matrix next to the progressive moral matrix, just to show how similar they were. But go ahead, continue.
Diogenes for $20 says, Adam, quote, domineering females is the male fantasy, end quote. I don't know, bro. I might have to join S-Class with that take. But seriously, thank you all for entertaining a working man on a Sunday. A-Team supports enforced monogamy. There you go. There you go.
Yeah. I mean, it's not for everyone, but definitely for some guys, they like to be, I don't know, beat.
Some guys like the snoo. Okay, we've all seen that Futurama episode.
Some guys do like to be knocked around a bit.
Now you're adding like abuse to the situation. I think.
What do you think a dominatrix is? Are you telling me a dominatrix is not about a sexual?
Well, dominatrix, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But people can like what's the word? Take charge women that aren't like being physically abusive. Like, come on. Well, there's a scale here. There's a spectrum here. Okay.
Would that be like the male pornographic fantasy for some guys?
What?
Of course.
Having a domineering woman or having like
a
an
dominatrix,
abusive woman. I'm sure
an actual dominatrix.
Some people get off on being
Google dominatrix right now.
I don't get it. I'm not into
click on
hurt.
over to images and tell me what you see.
I guess Adam is the masochist. Adam's, used to getting smacked around by the ladies, but not me.
You guys should try pain a little bit. You should give it a shot. You never know. You might like it.
We can see who the degenerate is in this conversation.
That's degenerate? I think a high tolerance for pain is high T. What are you talking about?
There you go. Actually, don't women generally have higher pain tolerance than men?
If you're just sissing around and you're not working up to your pain tolerance, probably so. Probably for you.
I see.
Contrary to what you've probably heard your whole life, the Democratic Party might as well join them on that list.
The Democratic Party is really a right-wing conservative party. Guys, I know that some of you are worried that the Democrats are going to be the Socialist Party of America, but don't worry, because they're really the right-wing party. They're really a conservative party, just like the Republicans. There's no difference.
Yeah. Wow.
It's the same. Wow.
Weird take.
Very strange.
How else could you categorize a party that blocks movement to the left?
Okay, so we're gonna have to take. This guy does this thing where he like never backs up any of his claims. He just says nonsense.
Yeah, movement to the left.
Something on the screen. Okay?
Right, and he's using left and right. What are we talking about here? What does
we all know
who's fighting for a $15 minimum wage and a universal health care? I mean, they're doing a piss poor job of fighting for that stuff. I won't argue with that, but.
So he said, well, before we even get into that, because he said the Democrats are preventing movement to the left. Okay. And he has this picture of everyone's favorite Christian cinema downvoting the $15 minimum wage thing, which, first of all, this is like, think about what is the logic of his point. He's saying they're blocking movement to the left, and he puts out this extreme position. $15 minimum wage is a pretty extreme position. Have a federally mandated $15 minimum wage in every state in America. Okay, which I think is a bad idea because every state has very different living conditions, and even in every city, the living conditions are very different. $15 in out in LA,
Alabama, you're going to be rich. LA, you're going to be poor.
You could be that could be a huge windfall for you, $15 minimum wage. So much so that most companies maybe couldn't afford it, but in LA, that's like chump change.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy, isn't it? I mean, I don't think you can. I don't understand the thinking behind this. Well, there is no thinking. It's basically just We
No.
want to give this to our voters. Vote for us. $15 minimum wage.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But no, but the way the logic of what he's saying is that, if any Democrat ever goes against any directional shift to the quote left, that means that they're not a left-wing party. That's the moronic logic that Second Thought is putting out there.
It is moronic. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Yes.
He sounds like a moron.
Passive movement to the right.
Passively accepts movement to the right. And what does he show for us? He just shows us something that says Biden's approval plunges. We don't know why it plunged. We don't know what's happening.
Because of his passive movement to the right.
No, I can basically guarantee you that this is because of the bad Afghanistan pullout is what this is from. What does that have to do with moving to the right? Does he think that Joe Biden should have stayed in Afghanistan? Is that the left-wing position? Like, what is this even? What is he trying to say here?
I would not be surprised if that was the left-wing position now, to be honest.
The socialist position.
Well,
is
they
to
don't
stay
seem
in
to have any
Afghanistan.
principles whatsoever. It's just whatever.
No.
Whatever, is whatever, they're like what's the dog that always yells for squirrel? I'm so destroying this.
The dog that says squirrel.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're like, I listened to PBS NewsHour during the Afghanistan pullout just because it was so fascinating. Now all of a sudden they're worried about women's rights in Afghanistan. Like the whole thing is about women's rights in Afghanistan and how this pullout is terrible for women in Afghanistan.
I don't think that's the socialists, though.
Oh.
I think that's maybe the progressives and the liberals.
It's definitely the progressives, yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think the socialists are interested in that stuff?
No, because we listened to Jimmy Dore. The socialists were like,
America is going around the world stomping out socialist governments. Afghanistan was a socialist utopia until the American nation attacked.
You can't. The socialists believe all kinds of different things, and it kind of goes with my up analogy. They're just whatever's in front of them, that's what they believe.
No, Adam, look, listen. When we're talking about people we don't like politically, we can assign whatever political beliefs that we want to them with a broad brush. Okay, that's the rule. We can do whatever we want here.
I hope you're being facetious.
No, this is not a comedy show. I would never be facetious about anything.
Brian says Adam's stoned as fuck right now.
Adam is always stoned as fuck.
Not true. It's so not true. I would never get stoned on a live stream. It's just not me. But I am kind of. I don't know. I've been running around all day, so.
Thousands of men die in Afghanistan, women most affected. True.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God. We have a celebrity in the chat, everybody. Vosh's anal beads for $20. Oh my God. Says, I have come to accept my fate and found peace. Last Thursday, it was hard to get through the day. So much lube, but I survived.
Oh my God. That's awful.
Wow. But I'm glad that they finally have found acceptance in their horrible, horrible fate. They went through like all 5 stages in a couple of weeks. John Savoy for $20 says, regarding the libertarian argument, the libertarian ideas have flip-flopped against authoritarians. The party is an oxymoron because it's people who want to run the government while wanting to be left alone, so it can be infiltrated by liars. Interesting.
Was that V?
That was John Savoy.
John Savoy. Libertarian argument that libertarian ideas have flip-flopped against authoritarians. What does that mean? The party is an oxymoron because it's people who want to run the government while wanting to be left alone. Oh, so libertarians taking control of the government seems like an oxymoron to him. So he's a bit more in the ANCAP variety.
I mean, I understand the point that is somewhat oxymoronic, but I mean, if you want to enact government policies, you don't really have a choice, right?
What do you think
I don't know what you're supposed to do.
The Republicans, their strategy for the last 20 years was to gain power, and then you sit on your hands. You appoint a bunch of people who are not going to do anything.
That's true.
You appoint a bunch of people and say, go on vacation. The government's closed. Right? That is a legitimate strategy. I don't understand. It's like, yeah.
That's
where do you
fair.
think tax cuts come from? They come from the government. If you want zero taxes, you got to get in power.
And sometimes even embraces conservatism outright.
Okay.
Biden administration increases border
deportations. Okay, so second thoughts example of the Democrats embracing conservatism. Conservatism is them not having open borders.
Yeah.
So because the Democrats don't have open borders, then they must be conservative. Wow.
Why do I feel like if we don't disband the entire police department, we're going to be labeled right wing?
I know, this is insane. No, I was glad though. I was having a conversation with my politically normie family, and they were all on its face. They, when how there's that controversy with the border people, and they were like, they were whipping the Haitian immigrants on their horses. And then when you watch the video, you're like, they're not whipping them. They're whipping their horses with the reins. And they're like, people are rushing the horses. And they're kind of like, it's a chaotic situation. They're not whipping any people. And even my politically normie family was like, yeah, that's some fake news. That's some BS.
Oh,
like,
really?
The
they use the word fake news?
I don't know if they used the word fake news, but they said it was not true. And they were chastising. Fake news. They didn't say fake news. And they were chastising Biden for... Because Biden made this whole thing about how he was going to criticize the border patrol and hold them accountable and blah, 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 and all that stuff. And they were like, what do these people want? They want us to have open borders? I don't understand. Like, the border patrol has to do what the border patrol does. And I was like, true.
Yes.
Good job, family.
It's called law enforcement.
Yes.
The word force is literally in the enforcement part. I'm just curious, when can we sit down and watch some of our old streams with your political normie family? I think that would be fun. I think everyone would get a huge kick out of that. Oh my God,
that'd be awful.
Can you imagine?
What I should do if I was
so
smart.
Entertaining. Okay. Oh God, that'd be so entertaining.
If I was smart, if I was a smart person, what I would do is I'd start recording my family political discussions and debates. That would be actually really great content.
That would be you would have to ask them permission, though. Do it. I did it with Isaac, and it completely turned out horrible. But it would be fun for us.
That's true.
So
that's a good point. It did turn out horrible.
Yeah. Maybe stay away from that.
Yeah.
In this episode,
Dad,
we're looking at how the Democratic Party takes advantage of the current election to stop, to the best of its ability, the progress of left-wing politics and how it even actively promotes a right-wing agenda. We're talking...
See, this is almost like gaslighting here because...
Almost?
Yeah, I guess it basically is gaslighting because he's conceptualizing left wing as socialists. He's saying any work against socialist policies is right wing. Yeah,
is conservative.
Yeah, is conservative. So, but I don't. How does? I mean, even his example. I mean, his border control has nothing to do with socialism.
No,
I mean, if anything, border control is anti-capitalist because it's the businesses that want all the illegal labor to come in.
That's what's hilarious about the whole thing too. I mean, it's not like socialists have a well-known history of border control.
Yeah. Well, they socialists do actually have a well-known history of border control. They keep everyone in. The border is like, no, you guys are not escaping this nation.
These borders are very controlled. It's just not in the direction you think.
Yeah. Get back in there. Get back to your post. Pick up those rice and don't eat them.
Which, the wall in separating East and West Berlin. What was the point of that wall? Was it to keep people out or was it to keep people in?
Yes.
I don't know.
Something called the ratchet effect. If you've been following this channel for a while,
you're an idiot.
Already heard me talk about the absurdly stunted American political landscape. If you're new here, the idea is this. American politics lean heavily to the right. On one side of the aisle, the Republican Party espouses alarmingly far-right politics, more extreme in their nature than even some notable far-right parties in European politics, like the National Rally in France and UKIP in the UK. Often...
So wait. What? Now look, I'm American, okay?
We don't
know
filthy parties. Yeah,
amazing cares? American, okay? I don't know about the rest of the world, but I thought I thought there were some pretty extreme right-wing parties in Europe that were advocating for like basically white, well, not white nationalism, but like whatever their country is nationalism. Like, don't let anyone else in, no immigration, close all the borders, blah, blah, blah. We need to completely, go back to, 100 years ago. That seems to be way more to the right than anything happening in America. But
yeah,
what do I know?
Yeah, no, we just had a bunch of people down in Texas, right? And I'm assuming they let a bunch of those people in. It seemed like they did. It seemed like everyone was on one side they let in. So
Story, though, is that the Democratic Party is also on the right. Perhaps not by U.S. standards, but in the range of political ideologies, both parties are devoted to neoliberalism and the ideology's strict adherence to free international trade, austerity, and highly privatized economies.
So I hate this argument. So it's funny because this is actually a super racist argument. Because what they do is they say, oh, well, if we take all white European countries and America, maybe America would be a little bit more to the right than all those other countries. That's the scale. They're only looking at white European countries. If you look at the whole world and you start including like the Middle East and Asian countries and African countries, is America a far right government? No, we're probably smack dab in the center. We're probably way more to the left than most other governments in the world. Well, because there's still so many authoritarian right-wing governments, flowing around the world.
Again, you have to look at the specific issues, because if we're talking about women's rights, what are you talking about? Fucking America's.
Exactly.
We're way to the left on women's rights.
Right.
Way to the left on women's rights. What are you talking about? Gay rights. Way, way, way to the left.
Well, I think you nailed it when you said this is just a form of gaslighting.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
So I got two of them. Let's back it up. Austerity, privatization. Because
those neoliberals.
Deregulation is the one. So deregulation, I think, we talk about this all the time. One party has been so against regulation that they can't even regulate when they need to regulate, when shit is going like against them. A lot of conservatives complain that Trump had power and didn't do anything about the deplatforming of right-wingers on social media.
Yep.
And we've said they're in a difficult spot because they run every single election on deregulation. They're not in a position to step up and said, we need to regulate these people.
Right. That's what's interesting, is that if the situation was reversed, so that the internet companies and social media companies were heavily right-wing favored instead of left-wing favored, and they were deplatforming all the people on the left, you can bet the second the left took power in government,
they would
start regulating the shit out of these companies. Because that's the party of regulation for the last 30, 40 years. And then, so you have this bizarre situation where the Republicans, since it's the left that the internet companies are sided with, the Republicans are like, they're basically powerless about that. They don't know what to do, because they're like, if they come out in favor of all these strong regulations, they basically are destroying the entire platform and on all the arguments they made for the last 30, 40 years about free markets.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people on the right, though, that are super chapped about that, because they're not. They're the ones that are actually suffering under the policies, and they want the regulation. It's so funny because the left, they're regulating where you don't even need to regulate. There's this thing called hate speech, which doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. Well, you can't have free speech and call things hate speech, and you literally don't have free speech.
No, that's true. But this to me shows why it's foolish to take like an ideological stance on like regulation being good or bad.
Yes.
When it's like, it's neither. Like each regulation is dependent on whatever's being regulated. Some regulations are needed and some are bad. Like that's just the way you should look at it. You shouldn't be in favor of just regulating. You shouldn't be against, or you shouldn't be in favor of just deregulating, just to deregulate. Because you need both.
Like you've got an argument about over intrusive regulation. But at its
Of course.
heart, thou shalt not murder is like a regulation. It is. It is. Regulations against deceiving people in advertising are probably a good thing.
Generally, when people think of regulations, they think of like business regulations. It's not like criminal laws. So I don't know if I would use that as an example, but
well, I'm working on reconceptualizing this stuff because I think there are places where we need regulation, and I would like to have conservatives at the table offering ideas about useful regulation. It's
right.
You're losing half of your brain power if anytime you want to talk about regulation, conservatives just shut their brains off and say regulation never works. It's like, okay, thanks. Like this social media problem is a real thing. Okay, maybe we should figure out a way to solve it.
Right.
So austerity, I agree with him on. Austerity's fucking nonsense. And
but wait a minute.
Both sides are for austerity.
Wait a minute. When are the Democrats ever been in favor of austerity in America?
Dude, Obama constantly talked about balancing the budget, and
that's not austerity.
That is austerity.
No, austerity is not just about balancing the budget. It's like this whole idea that people are too self-indulgent in their personal lives and they need to cut back on their personal spending, and the government needs to cut back on personal spending. No, the Democrats have never talked about austerity ever that I ever remember.
I don't know. Biden.
I don't think. I mean, balancing the budget is completely different because the Democrats say they want to balance the budget by increasing taxes on corporations and on wealthy people, and the Republicans generally say they want to balance the budget by cutting spending.
So you don't think the Democrats are in favor of austerity?
No, because if you're saying that you want to have a bunch of government programs and you want to have the government pay for them by taxing rich people, that's not an austerity measure at all.
Balancing budgets is austerity.
Austerity is a set of political economic policies that aim to reduce government budget deficits through spending cuts, tax increases. Oh, you're right. Or a combination of both.
Yes.
I don't know.
18 for the win right there. Yeah. They're both they're both on the same team. The whole like all of the MMT stuff is in total agreement with both parties are in favor of austerity.
So let me do some. I'm gonna summon your spirit animal. I'm gonna summon your Patronus here. I'm gonna use some weasel logic here. You know, I think it's true.
You're gonna weasel out of something?
I'm gonna weasel this. Okay.
To make out just to win this debate? You just
no, because I think it's true. I think it's true. So you could be right technically, but I think if you asked most people colloquially when they think of austerity, they're not thinking of raising taxes to pay for government spending. They're thinking of just cutting government spending. That's always how I've heard it talked about. Even Mark Blythe has a whole book about why austerity is stupid.
I've read it about 8 times now. That book is like, I know what's up with that book. I did look up the thing on Weimar Germany. They totally did it deliberately, and it was over in a year. They had their currency back to normal in a year. They did it to get out of the war reparations they owed to France. They were like, "Fuck you, France. We'll do hyperinflation on our currency, so we don't have to pay you. Suck it, France." It was totally deliberate. Yeah.
And okay, but anyways, and the third thing he mentioned was, the neoliberalism, the private markets solve everything.
I want to, just before we move on the austerity, because this is the one of the problems why the left is in favor of austerity, because you see the guy on the screen right there, Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton balanced the budget, and they've been bragging about it for the last 20, 30 years.
Oh, wait a minute. You're wrong. I misread this.
No,
it says there are 3 primary types of austerity measures: higher taxes to fund spending, raising taxes while cutting spending, and lower taxes and lower government spending.
That's austerity?
Yeah.
Lower taxes and lower government spending? Oh, yeah, because you're cutting back.
Right.
Austerity is cutting back.
Yeah.
Austerity is cutting back.
That's why I'm saying it doesn't.
You don't think Democrats and
wait. First of all, let's be real. No party in America ever cuts back on government spending. It's a lie.
Okay, hold on. Right here. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton balanced the budget. Bill Clinton used the budget surplus pluses back in the 90s from the dot-com boom to balance the budget.
Right.
And get rid of the deficit. I don't think they got rid of the deficit, but they were definitely going in that direction.
So that,
like he
the
paid down the deficit more than any other living president. And it ended up in the economy blowing up in 2000.
I'm saying that if you were to ask both left-wingers and right-wingers if the tax and spend Democrats are the party of austerity, I don't think anyone
right-wingers wouldn't agree.
No, they would not agree.
Why is Biden marching around talking about his spending bill, which is stalled, hasn't even gotten through yet? They're arguing over the debt ceiling.
The infrastructure bill. What do you mean?
Yeah, the infrastructure bill.
Yeah, because they want to.
Didn't pass.
That's not austerity. They want to pass a multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure bill. That's the opposite of austerity.
No, let's read the three things again.
Yeah, the first one, higher taxes to fund spending.
There you go. That's austerity right there. Ding, 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 ding. You got it. You nailed it right there. That's the one.
I'm going to just say no one actually conceptualized austerity. Like the Democrats saying that their $3 trillion infrastructure bill is going to be funded by
higher taxes.
I don't think anyone's going to say, oh yeah, that's an austerity measure.
It is. Whose tax?
I'm just saying.
Whose tax dollars do you think they're taking to?
I'm just saying. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's austerity. It is.
Okay. Well, we can move on because I don't think we're going to.
How many times did you read Mark Bly's book?
I read it once.
I'm on like my 8th time, man. That's like my new. I'm figuring it out. I'm going to be an economist soon here.
Okay. But then the second thing or the third thing he said was the letting private markets solve everything, the neoliberalism. Well, it's true that in America we definitely have an attitude.
Look, Sargon.
Well, hold on.
Sargon. I'm sorry, Sargon interrupted you.
Oh, okay. Damn it, Adam! Raising taxes to spend $3 trillion is not austerity, man. See, I told you this is like craziness. Come on, Adam.
Sargon,
not austerity.
You're agreeing with Sitch. I don't know what's going on here.
Of course he is, because he's S-class, baby. Yeah.
Sargon is so A-team. It's not even funny. But anyway, let us continue.
Sure.
Let us continue.
But no, even though in America we do have this idea that we want to let markets generally solve our problems, to say that the Democrats are neoliberals, fucking crazy. Both before, like Obamacare originally was supposed to have a public option, and the only reason it didn't was because what's his face died, Kennedy died, and they literally couldn't pass it, what they really wanted otherwise. And now we have Biden again. His platform, he ran on a literal public option. Like these are not market solutions to healthcare. So calling the Democratic Party the neoliberal party this is like socialist insanity.
Yeah, the public option. Yeah, the difference, just for those of you who might not know, is the public option is a private solution. It would offer a government policy to compete against private insurance. But what Bernie was offering is Medicare for all, which is basically taking private insurance off of the table. There would be no more.
Yeah, right.
There would be no more private insurance, and that's the reason why I think Bernie actually lost. Is because I don't think that's what people are terrified of the idea of.
People didn't know the difference between the public option and Medicare for all.
Kyle Kalinske doesn't even know the difference. I can't imagine.
Right. No, but the thing that annoyed me about the Medicare for all is that the socialists, they whine about this incessantly, and then whenever I ask them, I say, well, why is that better than a public option? Like, why do we need to make private insurance illegal? You never get an answer to that question.
Right.
It's always like total bullshit or gobbledygook or word salad. You never get an actual explanation.
This is the way it happens everywhere. There are lots of, like Switzerland, I believe, has the same.
Well,
basically has the public option.
Like there's some places that I think even Canada, private insurance
is
illegal to some degree.
Canada has a public option situation.
Right, but you can only have private insurance. Maybe I think it's Canada, right? Right, Canadians. You can only have private insurance for things that the public option or the public healthcare system doesn't cover.
Oh, that's a horrible situation.
Well, I don't understand. What is the point of doing it that way? It makes no sense to me.
Well, it pans out always the same. The government healthcare blows. It sucks. If you're poor, though, you have the government healthcare because it's free. And then everyone who's got money has the better healthcare, which just seems like the perfect illustration that the private sector does a better job. I mean, it seems obvious.
This means at the end of the
Oh,
day,
wait.
Democrats and Republicans.
We have one
What?
more. Privatization.
Well, that's what we just talked about.
Are the Democrats in favor of privatizing anything? I don't even know.
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's when you hear about someone wanting to privatize something that's run by the government right now, it's always Republicans. They want to privatize
the post
prisons.
office.
They want to privatize the post office. Like,
Police. We can just have private security firms.
I actually haven't heard that.
Military. Yeah.
I haven't heard that being argued.
Blackwater will just take over.
Well, I guess that is true. There was, I think, under Bush in Iraq and Afghanistan, that was the most
Military
American government has ever
contractors.
used private contractors for the military. But no, I'm racking my brain. I can't think of when I've heard a Democrat politician call for the privatization of some industry. I just can't. I can't even think. So I don't. This is like totally socialist gaslighting nonsense. Because the whole point of his channel, the entire dishonest point of this guy's propaganda channel, is to take everyone who's on the center left, or on the left, and say, you need to be a socialist. That's the only option. You're either socialist or you're a dirty, dirty right-wing conservative. There's nothing else whatsoever. Those are your only two options.
Yeah. I want to know. I want to know if it's just a fad or if people are really in dire straits, if the material conditions are really just crap. I don't know.
It's both, because the people that are in dire straits are not the socialists on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
The people who are rich are the socialists on the internet. The people who are in
not
dire
even rich, but
straits
like, the middle class bougie kids.
Yeah, they're all socialists. Yes.
Yeah,
they're not in dire straits at all.
Yeah.
It's all
because
because
it is a fad. Yeah, it's just a fad. It's a fashion statement.
So I guess they can't really. I mean, you're going to talk a lot of shit on the internet, but you're not actually going to do anything if you're not in dire straits. If you're not hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you got a decent life, you can talk a lot of shit, but you're not going to like start a revolution. Maybe.
True.
I don't know.
Sure.
Did we talk about this on another stream? We did. When Doomer was on, we talked about it. Because that's when it's scary, when all of a sudden somebody takes political power and then what is a fad becomes real. That was a good conversation.
Yeah, that was last week.
Yeah.
Someone said, and actually I looked into this. Someone else told me this. I didn't realize this. The guy who runs all these socialist videos, okay, he has a second channel where he drives around on like fancy sports cars and does like sports car reviews.
And he's a socialist?
And he's a socialist.
Really?
Yes.
I thought socialism was about we didn't need fancy sports cars, that we only needed one type of sports. We don't even need sports cars. What are you talking about? We just need one type of car, point A to point B, remember? That's the socialist mindset. We're living way outside of our means here.
Yeah, I think the channel's called, I think this is a Grand Test Auto. I think this is his channel.
Such a fad.
And he drives around all these like sports
LARPers.
cars. And people were calling him out on it, and he was I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what his exact defense was, but it was like the same socialist nonsense. Like,
I'm not saying people can't have money.
It's like, okay, yeah, when you drive around in your fancy sports car, it's totally fine. But
LARPers. All these people are LARPers.
It's disgusting. An actual American flag, I am saluting. We need a Sitch saluting just for this. For $20 says, we'll have to watch this later since I'm vacationing with my family in Florida. I apologize. But accept this so that I may have some free will to use while on this trip. Well, there you go. 20 free units of free will.
Hell yeah. Made to order.
Pragmatic Culture. Hey, Pragmatic Culture. For $10 says, academic agents in the chat. Maybe have them on. You guys don't have a lot of trad or further right people on your streams. If not academic agent, I'll accept the invitation as a token right winger. I believe AA said in the chat that he is not available to come on. And I'm not sure he wants you speaking on his behalf. Pragmatic Culture.
We also have, what are you talking about?
Maybe,
We have Sargon on every other week. Sargon fully calls himself a conservative now on his podcast. So
but he doesn't call himself a Tradcon or anything.
No. Well, maybe I missed I remember Academic Agent. When Academic Agent started his YouTube career, he was a enlightened centrist. And then something happened. I don't know. Maybe he had a head injury or fell down the stairs. And then one day he came out as a conservative. He said, "Listen, I'm gonna become a conservative. That's what I really want." I remember seeing that video and thinking, "Okay, well that's fine. At least we have someone intelligent on the conservative side making videos." And then he immediately became unintelligent, started talking about shit he had no idea about, anime, economics, shit he just fucking needs to catch a clue on.
So Adam's a little salty.
Salty?
A little salty.
Is that salty? I'm just
a little bit.
I'm
just because
I'm just ribbing him a bit.
I think it all stems from the MMT stuff. If I'm
not really.
Correct. No,
not really. Yeah.
Okay.
I had up some back and forth with Academic Agent recently. I'll bring up later on where Academic Agent walks around with half a Milton Friedman tweet, quote, basically just gaslighting everyone on economics.
Academic Agent in the chat says Sargon is as right wing as me, and Sargon replies, "No." So, okay, I don't know.
There we go. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Pragmatic Culture for another $5 says, "I was trad before AA, therefore I'm cooler than him." There you go.
That is true. I actually did a debate with Pragmatic Culture where he was in favor of monarchy. And I tried to convince him that what's the difference between monarchy and dictatorship? It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. It is, literally. Yeah.
Why would you want to turn America into North Korea? Awful.
Why not?
Disagree on few things, and most of those things are minor aesthetic differences or the usual hot-button culture war topics.
I like, so his characterization is Republicans and Democrats only differ in a very small few things and on aesthetic differences.
Yeah, like abortion. Just aesthetics. That's it.
Tiny little thing like
women's rights.
And he showed a picture of that. He's like, showed the picture of the Texas Senate or the Texas local government, passing the crazy abortion law. It's like, oh, these are tiny minor issues. Okay. If this was true, why are the Democrats and Republicans at each other's throats? Why are we more politically polarized than we've ever been in our entire lives? Or not the country's lives, but most of our lives. We're more politically polarized ever in the last 30, 40 years. And is it all just minor differences, minor aesthetic choices? Like, this is insane.
No, not really. I don't think it's just minor aesthetics.
No, there are
fundamental
political differences here. Okay, about how the country should look.
Yeah.
Analysis there ignores the special role Democrats.
I just want to say, he said, use the word analysis. There has been zero analysis at all. It's just him saying things. There's been zero analysis whatsoever.
I need the crown next time because I think that might be why it keeps skipping. I'm going to blame the fact that you have the crown.
If you want to start a watch together room, Adam, I'll join it. Okay.
I already have one up. I have one going.
So send me the link.
We could switch it up.
We can switch
this.
Adam is so desperate for the crown. He's like,
desperation. I got to get that crown. How can Sitch have the crown all week long? I'm going to be here for 10 hours. And Sitch has that crown. God, it's staring at me in the face. It's so evil. That little gold crown.
You know what? I think Pragmatic Culture was right. We do need a monarchy. I really like this crown.
The crown.
Okay. This crown sits very well on my head.
Heavy is the crown. I noticed Sargon said that my bad takes are taking him away from his painting. And I don't, I could care less that he said I have bad takes. I'm like, oh, Sargon's painting. That's nice.
What are you painting, Sargon? I want to see your picture. Yeah.
Sargon has gone full conservative now. He's like, I'm George Bush now. I'm painting. I'm doing a portrait of my son.
I hope that Sargon's painting is much better than George Bush's.
George Bush is not bad. Yeah,
his painting is pretty lame. Come on.
Share your painting. Send us a picture of your painting, Sargon. We'll pull it up when we read super chats. I'm dying to see it.
Oh, never mind.
Political system.
They're actually, some of them are actually pretty decent.
Oh, you're looking at George Bush's
I looked
paintings?
them up right now.
Yeah.
There was one, the first one that everyone put out was like terrible. But
They're not too bad.
not too bad.
Aesthetic differences, or the usual hot-button culture war topics. But stopping our analysis there ignores the special role Democrats play in the American political system.
That is pretty funny. Stopping our analysis there, that we haven't really made any kind of analysis, but
No.
Democrats actively enable the Republican agenda. In politics, this is
How?
called the ratchet effect.
Do you think he's ever going to explain that? How the Democrats enable the Republican agenda?
they don't fight hard enough.
We know from the Young Turks, all you got to do is you got to fight. Okay, you got to get Shank in there. You got to fight, 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 fight. That's all you got to do.
Fight! Fight!
There is a good Scott Adams line.
Mhm.
Adams' favorite artist. Adams' favorite irrational artist, Scott Adams, has a good line where he says, the way to know whether a news story is true is if, or generally
Both
true,
sides are reporting it.
is if both
I spoiled
political
it.
sides are reporting the story. Yes. And they're reporting it the same way, or they're
Mhm.
reporting the same facts. Okay. And I think that's a good general rule to hold in your mind. But here's the inverse of that. Okay. If both sides report the same story but inverted, that's a good way to know that the story is bullshit.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is that if you're on the far left, your side reports that the Democrats are really the ultra right-wing party that just bows down and lets the Republicans do everything they want
Mhm.
and doesn't fight back.
Mhm.
And if you listen to far right-wing news,
They say the
all
same
they say
thing.
is that the Republican Party is really the left-wing party that just bows down and lets
Bends
the
over,
Democrats do whatever they want.
Bends over, gets out the lube, just does
Yep.
whatever the Democrats say.
Yep. So if both sides are saying the same fucking thing but inverted, that's a good way to know that it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what makes it easier to...
I'm gonna call that Sitch's law of inversion. There you go.
That's a
Just
good
coined
one.
a new one.
I like it. It would be a lot. They wouldn't have to fight as hard if they could just win elections. If they just had more senators and more congressmen. Don't you think that would be the key? I mean, I guess you have to fight really hard if you're
Mhm.
in the minority.
Well, that's what I think is so funny with all these socialists, because they're like, I don't understand why the Democrats don't push our socialist agenda. It's like, well, for two reasons. One, the overwhelming majority of Democratic politicians and Democratic voters in the country
Are not
socialists.
socialist. Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And then number two, like the way politics works in our government is that there's this little thing where you need a certain number of votes and a certain number of senators and a certain number of reps in order to pass legislation. And if you don't have that, then you have to do this amazing thing called compromise.
Mhm. Oh, it's evil. God, why would you say such a thing?
Right, but that's what's so dumb is because we always have these situations where there's no supermajority. So the Democrats have to compromise with the Republicans or the more right-wing or more centrist members of their own party. And then the socialists start frothing at the mouth, going insane, saying this is proof that the system has failed. You dare have to compromise with other people.
I like it better when you call it betraying your values. You guys
Oh,
have
I
to
see.
betray your values.
I
Suck it.
I say.
Come in here and betray your values, guys.
Daniel the Bruce for $20. Hey, Daniel says, I'm going to plug the gay stream Kava hosted on her channel with Gobbles, Gemini, Tenny, and I. We already got a hate speech flag like
What?
that. There you go.
What?
There you go.
Oh, that sucks.
It-
That sucks.
If everyone or most of the people in the stream are gay, how you can't be bigots, right? I thought that was the rule.
I'm gonna have to tune. I'm subscribed to Kava's channel, but I didn't see it.
Mhm.
I think I even clicked the bell and everything. Kava has good videos, except for when she's making fun of me. There's a couple videos on there that are very, very distasteful towards me. So, aside from that, it's a great channel. Let us
Effect.
move on. I
Idea
feel like
goes
I'm
something
learning
like
so
this.
much about this
Yeah,
ratchet
we're
effect.
learning about the ratchet. Yes.
When Republicans hold power, the gears of the ratchet engage and the machine begins to move to the right, happily
Mhm.
clicking along as policies pass, judges are replaced, and budgets are approved.
Do you think this guy's ever read Mencius Molebug?
I don't think he's ever read anything that's not socialist propaganda.
Do you know Mencius Molebug? His whole
Yeah, he
thing-
has the exact inverse of this.
He does, yeah. Everything always
Exact
moves to the
inverse, yes.
left.
Everything moves to the
the
left.
Republicans are losing every single time.
Yep.
Just flip this over in your mind and make this thing blue, and you'll see and what he's saying is exactly what Mencius Moldbug says.
Was the term he always used, the blue church or whatever?
Yeah, blue church and the red religion. Oh, the blue cathedral it is.
Cathedral,
Yeah.
that's the blue cathedral. Yeah, it's so funny. I didn't realize that until you said it. This is literally Mencius Moldbug's argument, but just reversed.
Inverted, yeah. Exactly.
Inverted, yeah.
The
It's hilarious.
Tradcon argument. It's so funny.
Oh no.
Mencius Moldbug wants to turn the U.S. into a corporatocracy. You know that him and James Lindsay
he's not Tradcon. That's like its own bizarre thing, right?
Yeah, I guess that's libertarian, more libertarian.
Mhm.
Him and James Lindsay talk all the time. James Lindsay talks about it. Did you listen to the
Really?
James Lindsay talk with
Interesting.
Benjamin Boyce?
No.
It's actually very, very good. The Benjamin Boyce and Lindsay, James Lindsay have really good chemistry, and like Benjamin Boyce just gets him talking about things he probably shouldn't be talking about, which is awesome.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Which is totally awesome. You guys, if you haven't watched it, I suggest you watch it because it's pretty funny and it's pretty good. I actually considered reaching out to Benjamin Boyce and saying, "Hey, you and James should both come on our show because that would be great."
They should do their own podcast.
Well, we did a talk with James, and James was a little reserved with us because he doesn't know us. But Ben, he's known.
Well, he also was
forever.
having a horrible day the day that we talked to him.
True.
So.
Yeah, that was
He
a bummer.
lost a bunch of work that
Yeah.
he was typing up and stuff.
Imagine your computer dies right before you go on a live stream, and then you're like forced to go.
And you
on
lose
your
like
phone.
hours and hours of work or days of work. Yeah.
Yes. The Wooster says, Adam slandering Molebug yet again.
Yes. Jump on the train.
Mencius Molebug is for the Golds. First of all, I've done my Mencius Molebug research. Mencius Molebug is it's just
a crazy
weird.
person.
Well, no, some of it is super insightful. Some of it is super insightful, and some of it is equally insane.
Well, the line between genius and sanity is a thin one, right?
Yeah. I really don't understand the appeal. So, but anyway.
From the time when
why is my
I don't know.
return
You
to
skipped
power,
it.
the ratchet is meant to move left. Right. Happily clicking along as policies pass, judges are replaced, and approved. Come the time when Democrats return to power, the ratchet is meant to move left, but the party acts as the pawl, immobilizing the gears, meaning the ratchet remains completely stuck until Republicans return to power.
Okay, so his conceptualization is, let's go back. Okay, so once the Democrats control and the ratchet becomes blue and they try to push it to the left, the Republican Party prevents any movement to the left. Okay. How is this not true in both directions? Like most of the main legislation that Trump passed during his administration was either executive order, or what's it called? Executive action, or they had to use budget reconciliation so that Democrats couldn't filibuster in order to pass the tax cuts. So Democrats basically stopped everything they could the exact same way under the Trump administration.
The difference that I do think happens is the Republicans are a lot more willing to do things down party lines. They don't give a fuck if they get a fucking Democratic vote. They're like, we have the votes to do it, we're going to do it. Democrats are more, yeah, we want this to appear bipartisan, so we need to get some Republicans on board. And that makes things more difficult. If the Democrats did go in, when they have the votes, sometimes, they just don't have the votes. And we're more brazen about, okay, we've got a majority here, we're going to use it. They might be able to do more things.
Well, I think that
this was, am I wrong? This was a healthcare thing because
I'm not sure.
Obama had the votes to do whatever he wanted in healthcare, and everybody was giving him a hard time because he didn't just fucking do it.
No, but that's not true because they were trying to. They had all the blue dogs. They had all the Democrats that didn't want to vote on it.
Yeah, you're right.
And then when Kennedy died, they lost their supermajority.
Yeah,
because I don't agree necessarily with the exact way that you're conceptualizing this.
Mhm.
What I think I think there's two things that happen, is that you have more Democrat politicians who are in these swing states and are more like trying to be centrist or trying to be the power brokers, the deal breakers, kind of like Joe Manchin right now, where he wants to get everything, he wants to get all this special treatment by being the swing vote.
Mhm.
And we see this, it appears to me, we see that happening a lot more with Democrats than we do with Republicans.
Mhm.
Because you kind of hear, like during Trump, you'd kind of hear certain Republicans would kind of, make voice about how they were going to vote against something, and then they ended up never doing it anyway.
Mhm.
They'd always fall in line. So I think that does happen. But then the second thing is that it's kind of like the inverse of the regulation situation, where we talked about how Republicans can't call for regulation. The Republicans can, since the Republican brand has been about deconstructing federal government power for so long, they can use tools like trying to fuck over the debt ceiling. And they can use these kind of tools of like dismantling the federal government in order to prevent Democrat policy from passing. But the Democrats can't do that because their brand has been for so many years that they're in favor of strong federal power.
Everyone in the chat seems completely against me on the Democrats wanting things to appear bipartisan. So do you?
Well, I think they do, but I don't think that's the constraint they have.
I mean, I just listened to I was listening to a bunch of hearings on the debt ceiling. And all the Republicans said was, you guys have the votes, fucking do it. Stop asking us for your votes. And all the Democrats begging for some Republicans to come over so it would be bipartisan. Like hearings and hearings about this. And the debt ceiling is basically being able to pay for all of the spending that Trump and the Republicans did when they were in office. Listen,
Right.
Biden has not passed his big spending bill, okay? That's still like paying for that is down the road. Right now on the debt ceiling, they're talking about paying for the spending that Trump and his guys put through.
Right.
So the Democrats are sitting there saying, why are you forcing us to raise the debt ceiling and pay for your spending? Why don't you guys help us out and pay for your spending? So I guess, are people rebelling to that take that I'm saying? Like, I know typically on YouTube, typically on news, right-wing news media, it's all about the Democrats are these authoritarians who,
right,
are going to fucking shove their boot in your mouth.
They're conservatives. Haven't you been watching this
We're
video?
going to spend money and fucking...
They're neoliberals.
We're going to spend your money and you're going to like it, right?
Yeah.
But when I listen to C-SPAN, I get a much different take. They seem very fucking timid. I don't want to get in trouble here. Can you Republicans help us raise the debt ceiling?
Well, okay. Let me weigh in on this. Okay. I do think that at least rhetorically, the Democrats talk a lot about reaching across the aisle and compromise and all this stuff. Whether that manifests actually, I'm not 100% aware of. I think with the example you used, the debt ceiling, even though I think anyone who votes against the debt ceiling you should never vote for anyone that voted against the debt ceiling. Voting against a debt ceiling is literally the dumbest fucking thing a human being could possibly do. Okay. For those of you that don't know.
You know what happens if we don't raise the debt ceiling, Sitch? I think you should let people know.
If we don't raise the debt ceiling, that means that America defaults on its debt and the dollar becomes worthless.
Well, no, just tangibly. That means Social Security checks stop going out.
Yeah, that's the short term.
I'm talking about
the
means military
term.
paychecks stop going out.
Right. But people know that because that already happened. We had the government shutdown.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm saying conceptually, if you don't raise the debt ceiling, you're destroying the entire country for nothing. People are so worried about America becoming Venezuela because we're printing money. No. The way we become Venezuela is if we don't pay our debts and the American dollar becomes worthless. Now, I don't think that's going to happen because the Republicans will always cave or because the Democrats will just force it through anyway.
Well, the Democrats have the votes. There's just it's a non-issue. It really isn't. They're just begging for Republican votes. That's all they're doing.
But the reason the Democrats have the power now is because the Republicans, if you remember, did this in the past. And we had that government shutdown that lasted for however many months it lasted.
Yeah, they got slaughtered in the fucking next election because everyone was like, don't fuck around, man. I want my retirement.
But what I'm saying is because that happened, basically the Democrats restructured the Senate rules so that the debt ceiling could be raised on just a normal majority and you couldn't filibuster it. If I'm correct in that. Someone do a fact check on that. But so anyone who's against raising the debt ceiling to me is a traitor. There's literally zero reason to be against the debt ceiling.
Would you be in favor of throwing them in the stockade if they voted no on raising the debt ceiling?
No, I think you're a fool to vote for anyone that's against the debt ceiling. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. That's literally saying I want the country to be destroyed.
Well, a lot of people want that.
Well, but you know who generally doesn't want America to be destroyed? Conservatives. They definitely want to conserve America.
I don't know.
Okay.
These days.
If you want to complain that the government's spending too much money, that's fine. Complain about the government spending too much money. And so that comes up when you're creating the budget in the first place. Okay. If you go to a restaurant and you say, hey, I don't want to spend a lot of money here. That's a decision you make when you order your food. You say, I'm not going to buy the $300 steak that's wrapped in gold. Okay. You make the decision when you're ordering the food. But if you go to the restaurant, you order the $300 steak wrapped in gold foil, you eat it, and then when the bill shows up, you're like, oh, I'm not paying for this. I'm trying to cut back on my spending. Fuck you, you fucking leech.
Yeah.
You can't spend the money. You can't acquire, you can't steal. You can't acquire whatever you're trying to acquire, and then you're not going to pay back what you owe. That's literally theft. And that's what not raising the debt ceiling is doing. It's saying America can default on its debts.
Nobody in the chat wants the debt ceiling raised. They're categorically against it.
You're all if anyone in the chat is against the debt ceiling being raised, you literally do not understand what it is. There's no You're literally saying you want America to be destroyed. You want the American dollar to cease to have value.
They just want to throw Molotov cocktails at Congress.
People in the chat just want to fight. I understand that, and that's fine.
Taxation is theft and extortion.
I know. They're just memeing. They're just memeing. But
it's good though. I like it.
But putting all that aside,
let it crash and burn. Okay. Pragmatic culture.
Yeah, of course. Well, pragmatic culture is not actually memeing. But no. So
pragmatic
putting that all aside,
culture.
Putting that. I know. So, but wait, putting that all aside, so you know how strong my feelings on the debt ceiling is. Okay. I do think that the Democrats right now are talking about they want the Republicans to compromise on the debt ceiling or to work with them on the debt ceiling. That's all a show. It's all a political show. I don't think it's actually real.
I think they legitimately want Republican votes. They want to be able to go back to their all of these.
Nope.
Really?
Nope. It's exactly what you said. Okay. When the Republicans shut down the government, it cost them in the midterms. The election, whatever it was. And the Democrats are very aware of this. And for some reason that I do not understand, the Republicans want to keep stepping on the same landmine. The Republican Party put the rake down and then just stepped on it as hard as they could and smacked themselves in the face every time the debt ceiling comes up. I don't understand why, but they keep doing this. They were fine raising the debt ceiling under Trump, but for some reason, the second it's a Democratic president, they want to keep stepping on that rake.
I don't
get Democrats, it. Yeah, I don't get it either. And the Democrats are very aware of it, and so they're going to drag this out to like the last conceivable minute.
God, yes.
And then the Democrats are going to swoop in and save the day and say we raised the debt ceiling and prevented the country from economic disaster.
So here's what Sitch is saying. Basically, Sitch is saying that this is all political theater, that the Democrats know that the Republicans aren't going to give one single vote, but they're hoping to drag this out long enough that no Social Security checks will go out to grandma and grandpa, who are reliable Republican voters in every single election. so they can scare the shit out of grandma and grandpa to think, do you really want to vote for these Republicans in the midterm elections?
Yeah,
I don't necessarily think you do.
Yep.
And the Democrats can swoop in and say, yeah, well, of course we're turning the country over to illegal immigrants. But hey, we saved your last Social Security check. Vote for us. And they're going to clean
Joe
up
Biden
in the
is
midterms.
Deporting people. Didn't you see the picture that was on screen, Adam?
No, I
Joe
did. I
Biden's
missed
a right-wing deporter in chief, just like Obama.
I missed it. I feel it's funny that like we interact with Sargon. I think academic agent is English too. And when we're talking about immigration issues, I mean, it's just such a different thing. In England, that country's the size of a postage stamp. I mean,
England's like the size of Florida.
Yeah. So it's like a completely different dialogue. I mean, we see crazy stuff happening in Texas, but we're like, oh, thank God that's in Texas. That's like 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, right.
We're safe. Yeah, it's a much different scenario. So yes, I guess our hot takes are we're in favor of raising the debt ceiling, but I
imagine
it's
saying
so weird.
Imagine saying my hot take is that you should pay the check at the end of the restaurant bill, that you should pay the money you owe and not default on your debt. Imagine that being a hot take among fiscal conservatives.
Would you guys wheel and deal? Would you be in favor of raising the debt ceiling and lowering taxes? Let's say I'm just going to take a flat 10% off of everyone's tax rate in exchange for the debt ceiling.
Well,
are we wheeling and dealing? Is that a possibility? I'm willing to do a massive. I'm gonna make the Trump tax cut look like chump change. Okay, massive tax cut for all of you. Actually, everyone in the chat, you don't have to pay taxes ever again. That's my tax cut. But in exchange, we're gonna raise that debt. We're gonna double that debt ceiling. What do you say? Listen, if you want the country to burn, why not let it burn with hyperinflation? I don't understand, right? I mean, if you think it's going to destroy the country, wouldn't you want to destroy the country in a way that's way more fun?
A crafty Hergok for $20. Thank you so much. Says Republicans submit more often than Democrats to bills. If a Republican proposes a bill, Democrats push a bill for a bill. If a Republican proposes a bill, Democrats push a bill for a bill with a wish list attached and then blame Republicans for their failures. Yeah, Republicans do the same thing, Crafty. That's like politics 101. You tack a bunch of wish list shit to sink the bill. Yeah, come on, everyone does that.
Oh, look,
that's lit. It was funny because we talked about this in the previous stream. I didn't realize this. That's the reason why sex is even included in what's it called? The Civil Rights Act. That's the only reason it's illegal to discriminate against women because of the Civil Rights Act is because a Republican senator attached it to the bill because he thought it would sink the bill. And it didn't.
What was the thing again?
The super chat?
What is in the bill?
The Civil Rights Act. That you can't discriminate against people based on their race, sex, religion.
You're kidding me. That was like an attack. That's not what?
Yeah, the sex part of that bill was tacked on in order to sink the bill, and then people just voted it anyway.
That you can't discriminate based on sex.
Yes.
So the Republicans are basically responsible for all this feminism.
Well, actually, let me be fair. I don't remember if it was a Republican or if it was like a Southern Democrat because that was back in the day.
Oh, okay.
But some asshole somewhere attached sex to the bill in order to sink it, and it ended up backfiring.
They're like, look, this education bill. Oh, look, the Republicans put in a thing that makes abortion illegal.
So that's just what everyone does.
Yeah, it's called politics.
Yeah.
But I think this is a thing. If you're a hyper partisan, a lot of times.
I looked it up. It was Howard Smith, a Democrat from Virginia.
Okay.
In 1964, who was racist and wanted to sink the bill.
Right. Fascinating. And it passed anyway.
You go. Yes.
The thing about partisanship is sometimes you get into a little bit of a partisan bubble, and it's really easy to see when the other side is fucking you over all the time, but never see when your guys are fucking them over. So
yeah, that's classic in-group, out-group.
That sometimes presents a problem.
completely stuck until Republicans
If you smoke weed, it goes away, though, guys. Just so you know. Not that's not that you should do that, but I'm just saying.
Scott Adams,
hypothetically, if you did that.
Scott Adams talked about this the other day. He says he thinks that all the famous people that are able to actually see the truth and see both sides are all people who have done shrooms. That's
Really?
his theory.
Oh,
Yes.
man. I just started reading a book today on psychedelics and religion. Oh, it's so good. I was thinking, oh, man. Made me want to do psychedelics again.
Right.
return to power, things go back to moving right again.
Sargon of Akkad. Our guys did nothing wrong, Adam.
Our guys did nothing wrong and your guys did everything wrong.
There you go. Yes.
In the real
That's why Sargon is close to 1 million subs. And
Classic.
we're like, I don't know. You're here to hate on us anyway. You're hate watching right now. It's okay. We get it. We understand. We're here to do dumb takes for you.
You don't understand. 90% of the people watching agree with us. Okay, it's just
Agree with one of us, and the other one they vehemently disagree with.
When you say something that's somewhat contentious, you hear all the disagreements, so you think that's the majority of people, but it's not. That's your understanding the internet.
real world, the shit effect can be seen when Democrats do any or frequently all of three things. Towards the right.
Okay, wait a minute. So he says Democrats passively accept movement to the right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And his example of this is the Supreme Court declining to block the Texas abortion law on its face. Now, they're not saying that the law is constitutional. They were just denying, I forget whatever the specific argument was, that the passage of the law was unconstitutional or something, or that the mechanism that they used was unconstitutional.
They did some legal, really weird stuff here.
It was some like weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not like the Supreme Court didn't look at the law, the contents of the law, and say this law is constitutional.
Can you explain it in a funny way? Because
no.
Yeah.
I don't even understand it myself.
I understand, and this could be wrong. So, but I'm under the assumption that you have, in order to overturn a bill, there has to be a lawsuit, and the bill is structured so private parties can sue anyone involved in an abortion. So in order to bring a lawsuit to overturn the bill that would go up to the Supreme Court, a private citizen has to come out and sue someone else. And since the bill just got passed, that hasn't even happened yet. So there's no way for them to weigh in because there's no lawsuit. There's nothing for them to weigh in on. Which is strange because I guess you can pass a law that the law never affects anyone. So nobody ever sues, and then that law just stays in effect.
I don't know if that was. I don't think that was the legal.
Septikai Sushi says no standing, which is there
was some it was some weird legal thing that was happening to try to block the bill.
Standing means you're the aggrieved party,
right?
Yeah. The state is not the aggrieved party because they're not the ones that the law permits to sue. The state can't sue. Yeah.
Sure. I don't know if that was what was being discussed.
Mr. Ubercross, for $5, he's an attorney, so maybe he knows.
Okay.
Mr. Ubercross for $5 says the law doesn't require the state to do anything, so it isn't really covered by the Constitution. Adam nailed it. See that all you have to do is read that last part there. Adam nailed it. Look at that. 18 for the win. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
So there you go. Okay. So that was why I was arguing on his face. But back to the video. The logic of this is again insane and makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He says the Democrats passively
give me an opportunity to sue you for anything, Sitch. Oh God, it'd be so much fun. I'd love to be in court with you.
Wow. Perfect.
Just for fun. Just for funsies.
Well, look, if you know what, we can do this, Adam. I just will stop paying you, and then you can sue me.
Wait a second. I immediately regret this decision.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Yes.
But anyway, so he says the Democrats are passively allowing movement to the right, and this is his example. This makes no fucking sense. How is a local government in Texas, controlled by the Republicans, passing a law, and then the Supreme Court, which is declined to throw the law away on its face. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does this have to? What are the Democrats supposed to do?
This is complete fake news here, because the Supreme Court declines to block the Texas restrictive abortion bill, not because they're a bunch of right wingers, but because they fucking can't legally. They have no standing.
But that's step 2. Okay, step 1. He's saying that this is an example of the Democrats passively allowing the country to move to the right. There's nothing. What does he think the Democrats could do? No one can do anything in this situation. Unless there's only 2 things that he thinks that potentially he thinks that this should happen: that the federal government should invade Texas and declare them under federal rule and basically take over the state. Okay, unconstitutionally. Or he thinks that the Democrats should stack the Supreme Court. Those are the only 2 things. So that's what his implication is.
Are they going to be packing the court?
I don't think so, but that's what he wants them to do.
Of course. He wants them to pack them with socialists.
So this guy is so crazy that in his mind, the Democrats not packing the Supreme Court is them allowing the country to move right. It's not packing the Supreme Court.
Wow, there's a lot of fucking Republicans on the Supreme Court now. Look at that.
Yeah.
The dissent, Roberts, that guy there is a Republican too. Yep. They're down to 3 Democrats.
3 Democrats, yeah.
Whoa. I never really thought about it until I saw this image, but
until you see the picture, you're like, oh wow. Yep.
Yeah. Wowzers. What's going to happen? If they overturn Roe versus Wade,
that would be
curious.
They're not going to.
Electoral suicide, right?
I'll tell you why they're not going to do that. If that case comes up, every Republican senator and representative is going to pick up the phone and they're going to call.
Yes, they're going to
call the justice and say, "Please God, do not overturn Roe v. Wade. Please God, don't do it." Because if they overturn it, basically all that means is that the Senate or that the Congress would have to pass a law, because Democrats will meet
and they don't want to do it. Yeah,
and they don't want to come out against that law. Yeah, that would be political suicide.
Hold on. So is it? If they have I'm curious, because we could potentially make a prediction here, because if it's good politics, which is often bad for the country, I don't want you to think anything I'm saying I think would be good for the country, but if it's good politics for the Republicans might overturn Roe versus Wade and force the Democrats to pass some
right. But it's not good. It's bad politics, and that would be the best. Okay,
is it bad politics?
Imagine this. It's 2024. We're going to have whoever's going to be running for the Democrats, whether it's Kamala Harris or some other person. Okay. Joe Biden's candidacy has been kind of like lukewarm. People are kind of like, about the whole thing. Okay. If you throw in the lightning strike of during that 4 years, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and you now need a Democratic supermajority to have abortion legal in the country.
Turnout is going to be off the hook.
Yeah, you're gifting the Democrats the 2024 election.
Right. Okay.
You're putting the election on a silver platter, and you're saying, here you go, Democrats.
Yeah.
Because the issue is elections right now are determined entirely by voter turnout.
Correct.
So whoever can galvanize their base more and whoever can galvanize people that don't generally vote is going to win the election.
Right.
And the abortion is like one of those issues, one of those easy to understand, perfect issues to get people out and voting.
Yeah, you got to understand, conservatives are orderly and they vote in every election, even though it's boring. And Democrats, they 50% of the time they don't even vote.
Yeah, exactly.
So you really have to,
right.
Like the Democrats have a motivation issue way more than the conservatives do, than the Republicans do. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's I'm telling you, that's why they're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Even if some of the conservative justices, and some of them will vote against it because they'll stick to their principles, there'll be enough that are politically minded that they'll retain it.
People are saying Trump is going to run in 2024 and make DeSantis his vice president, and then DeSantis will be lined up to, because Trump can only serve one term, and DeSantis will be lined up to win, and that a Trump DeSantis ticket is unstoppable.
That is the line. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think what's going to happen, because if you remember, before Trump actually ran for president, he would keep saying that he was going to run for president, and then never would.
Yeah, I know, but you said that the indication would be Trump would attack DeSantis, which that's effectively been taken off the table. He's going to make him his VP.
Right, that's a good workaround, sure.
So what are we looking for now?
No. What I was going to say was that I think my prediction is that Trump's going to keep saying he's going to keep flirting with the idea that he's going to run for president, and then very late in the game, right before he has to make a final decision, he's going to say he's not going to. He's going to say, I'm too old. You need fresh young blood. And he's going to just pass all of his money and press to DeSantis. He's going to pass the torch to DeSantis. That's my prediction.
I disagree. So we'll see.
You think Trump's going to run again?
Trump is like a force of nature. It's impossible for Trump to say no. Trump may be telling himself he's going to do that, but as soon as he gets on the stage, he's going to be like, out of the way, DeSantis, I'm running for president.
I think that being in his position these 4 years, he's going to get like, this is so much better than being president. Being president was shitty.
I think he's completely chapped. I think he's my guess on his mental state is that he's just fucking angry and wanting to get even. I think this is driven his entire career. He's litigious. Listen, to be engaged in legal battles, they take decades.
Right.
And Trump has a timeline that's in decades.
Well, and you have a better argument here too, which is that Trump probably ran just to get back at Obama. So.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
So I mean, that's definitely possible. I'm gonna hold fast to my prediction. I think we made a bet. I forget how much it was for. It was like $500.
I think it was $100, but
$100. Okay,
yeah.
We have our $100 bet to see if Trump runs again. So we'll find out in 4 years. 3 years.
The thing though is, and I can't even remember which way that bet was, but
I voted. I said he wasn't gonna run. He said he was gonna run.
Yeah. The thing is, you make great arguments for a logical person, for someone who operates using reason and evidence, right? This is Trump. This is Trump.
I know.
Yeah. Trump doesn't believe he lost. Trump thinks the election was stolen from him.
Right.
This is a vendetta. And I don't think he's going to walk away. I
guess we'll see.
If I'll put yourself in Trump's situation for a second,
wait a minute. If Trump's going to run again and they overturn abortion, that's going to be a disaster because he's in this weird spot where he personally doesn't give a fuck about abortion. So he's going to have to give the soft, we'll let the states decide stance. That'd be paving the way for Trump to lose in 2024 if they overturned Roe v. Wade.
Sargon is saying Sitch is going to lose that so hard, and some people did say it was $500. So how about if I win, it's 500, and if you win, it's 100? Is that something you could do?
I'm not on board with that. No, it's got to be the same. Yeah, that's right. That was the joke because it was 5-1. He said, "Can you give me 5-1 odds?" So no, I'm not giving you. It's a 1-1.
I want you to, just for a little thought experiment, and obviously this is just asking your gut type situation, but if you honestly believed that you had won the election by maybe 1 million votes, and that the Democrats did this horrendous thing, totally packed the ballot box. And stole the election from you. Don't you think the anger, the injustice would be enough to make you run again?
The anger and injustice would fuel me for a maximum of about 1.5 to 2 years.
Really?
And then after that, I'd be like,
yeah,
this is a lot better than being president. I get to sit in my mansion and my resorts.
Oh man,
drinking drinks.
You have
playing
not
golf.
experienced real injustice in your life. I can tell you that.
No, it's not. It's not. Well, you might be right.
I've experienced real injustice, and it drives you for decades.
Okay.
It
well,
drives you fucking.
But
it drives you insane.
Here's the thing: if you say I'm suffering from injustice, okay, but then your life is basically amazing, you're telling me that this emotion, this psychological idea of injustice, is going to override your life being fantastic.
Yeah, your life is amazing every time you meet with someone.
So much so that you're going to go and destroy your perfect life just at a chance to get back at this injustice.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a very tough decision.
Your life is so incredible that every time you meet with someone, your old friends, your family, your business associates, the first thing they say is, wow, it really sucks that the Democrats stole that election from you. It really sucks.
They're only going to say that because they're prompted. No, they're not going to say that.
It really sucks that you're a one-term loser because those Democrats stole that election.
This is what's going to happen. Every time he meets a family or friends, they're going to shake hands, say, how are you doing? He's going to say, I can't believe the Democrats stole the election from me. That's going to be the first words out of his mouth.
How are you holding up since you were basically sodomized in front of the entire country over this past election?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What happens if he runs again and loses?
Oh, God. There might be a nuclear war or something. I don't know.
That's like the committing seppuku at that moment.
Trump is going to hire Blackwater and fucking take. There might be a real coup. I'm not sure. It's hard to say.
Anyway, we were watching a video. Remember?
I don't know if he can lose. Hold on. One more thing. I know this is a huge sidetrack, but fucking, I'm loving it. If Trump DeSantis runs against, oh my God, listen, Trump and the most likable guy straight out of Central Casting against Biden and Kamala Harris, the most unlikable person on planet Earth.
Biden is not running again.
Biden is not going to run again?
No.
So it's going to be Kamala against Trump and DeSantis?
I think it's going to be super weird.
He's not going to win that election.
Because Kamala is going to want to run for president, but there's going to be all these other Democrats that are going to be trying to run against her. So it's going to be a very bizarre primary.
Trump is going to win this. Trump can't lose that.
He lost to Joe Biden, Adam.
Theoretically. Theoretically, I don't know.
He lost to a guy that's probably suffering from some form of age-related dementia. Okay.
I know.
Yeah. You already lost to that guy.
We'll see.
You already lost to that guy once. Okay. Second time, it depends on who.
How long? I'm impatient. How long do we have to wait for this election? I'm dying for this election.
It depends how COVID goes over the next 3 years. And it really depends if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade. Because that's the death sentence for the Republicans in 2024 if they do that.
Yeah. I can't believe the Texas government did this, but I guess, obviously
they don't care.
They're fighting
They're
for their
focused on
principles.
their own careers. Okay.
Right. Yeah. True.
Move to the right themselves and block movement.
No way. We gotta go back.
This ratchet effect can be seen when Democrats do any or frequently all of three things: passively accept movement towards the right, move to the right themselves.
So he says, move to the right themselves. And his example of this is Biden urging OPEC to boost oil production.
That's moving to the right.
How the fuck is this moving to the right?
Well, because it's carbon and they're all against climate change.
But wait, so I looked into this, okay? Because obviously this guy didn't. He's a moron. So during COVID, obviously people were not driving. Airplanes were not flying as much. There was a lot less demand for oil when we had lockdown for, a year and a half. And so because of that, OPEC had cut back a lot of its production.
Right.
And so Biden was urging them to return to their pre-COVID levels of production.
Right. Because gas prices are getting out of control here.
Right. Because and this was funny too, because right now, if you have all these problems with supply chains, so it's causing a lot of price increases to occur. So the president wants to lower gas prices to help the common man and woman with their bills,
with their dirty oil consumption.
How is that a right? How is that a right-wing position? This is a nonpartisan issue.
They should be driving solar cars.
And actually, you could have an argument that this is the left-wing position. That the right-wing position would be to increase fracking in your own country, and to tell OPEC to do whatever the fuck they want.
To get
because actually, when OPEC, we talked about this last week or the week before, when OPEC increases its production, it hurts fracking in the U.S. So you could actually make the argument that this is the more environmentally friendly option to go with, for our sake, from the left's perspective. Yeah, because more oil from OPEC to the U.S. means less oil from fracking in the U.S.
Is fracking bad? I mean, I never know.
I don't know, because I remember I saw there's that documentary like from a million years ago.
Yeah, with the lighting the sink on fire,
Gasland. But that guy seems so partisan that it's hard to. I wouldn't be surprised if I found out that's all bullshit now.
Yeah, but so much of this shit is just fake news. We're swimming in fake news.
That's the problem. It's so hard to tell.
Yeah.
And block movement to the left.
So block movement to the left again is the idiotic $15 minimum wage thing.
We have to. We have a drought in California. They just said on the news. Kind of sucks.
Ratchet effect can be seen when
this summer has been the mildest summer.
Did you just rewind?
I did. Yeah, it keeps skipping on me over here. Let me do it.
No, I went back, but why? So this guy's entire position, or his entire idiotic argument that the right is just moving the country to the right and the left is doing nothing, hinges on three things: the Democrats not stacking the Supreme Court, Biden wanting OPEC to return to pre-COVID levels of oil production, and being against the $15 minimum wage. How shallow, how brain dead, how stupid do you have to be if you're going to create your whole argument based on these three things? These three insane things.
You have to be completely bonkers.
Yeah, this is like, oh, God.
That last one. It's becoming obvious that properly leftist ideas are gaining traction in the U.S. As I've mentioned in previous...
Yeah, it's so obvious. That's why Bernie got a mandate in the last election.
Yeah. That's why Bernie
had an actual socialist running, and he totally stomped everybody. Oh, wait. He didn't stop everybody?
That's why Bernie did worse than he did in 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the rise of socialist ideas on Twitter.
Previous videos, more and more people are losing faith in capitalism and are looking elsewhere for options. Popularity in
look at the visuals here.
Gaining traction in the U.S. As I've mentioned in previous...
So you have in America, look, you have all these Americans taking a picture with the bull outside of Wall Street. Oh, look at them worshiping capitalism. Oh, it's disgusting.
Videos, more and more people are losing...
But then we have in Soviet Russia...
I didn't notice that, yeah.
You have these giant statues of the workers uniting.
That's probably Canada.
I hope not.
That's a nice drapery.
I hope that's not in Canada.
Faith in cap and are looking elsewhere for options.
Looking elsewhere for options. I love that. I wonder if you walked into some of these factory union meetings and asked them, hey, what do you guys think about socialism? They would all just fucking leave.
I know. Like what?
It's bad enough I have to give so much of my dues to this goddamn union. Now you're fucking talking about socialism? How much of my paycheck am I going to lose to that?
Right.
Popularity in socialism is on the rise, and several
socialism on the rise.
It's like, I love this. It's like, because Fox News says socialism is on the rise, I'm going to, even though Second Thought probably thinks that Fox News is wrong about everything and it's purely propaganda. When they say something that helps his argument, suddenly he's like, oh, I know. It's true.
This is the comedy part of the show right here, guys. Look at this.
Oh, my God.
policies, American
Fox News is saying socialism is on the rise to scare the shit out of the old people.
Right. To get them to vote Republican, yeah.
Right. And he's looking at it like, no, they're right. It is on the rise. It's like,
right. I mean, so I will say socialism is on the rise in young internet people, but
yes.
And I'm afraid that will manifest in 20 years publicly.
Yeah.
In actual politics, but right now
we had a really good talk
issue.
when Doomer Politics was on. I'll try to summarize it just quickly, but the discussion was over whether or not people are socialists just performatively and not really for the policies of socialism. It's like a fashion statement type thing.
They don't understand what they're advocating for.
Right. They don't understand what they're advocating for.
Which I think is true.
Yes. But the thing that was interesting about the conversation, and Doomer had a lot of really interesting things to say about it as well, is that if you're in that situation, you could theoretically elect somebody who doesn't know that it's just an aesthetic, that they're a true socialist, and they are gunning to implement those policies, and then all of a sudden you're fucked.
Right.
Which is the nightmare scenario. And we all came to kind of the conclusion that could happen, and wondered if that's been the path of socialism all throughout history. It's an interesting, like, it's something someone could definitely do their doctorate on easily. Because I'm curious about that. Maybe
well, and that's why I
Max
said
Kendi
everyone
can do that.
Yeah, and I said people LARP the revolution until it's a LARPing until it's not.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw this kind of and I think we talked about it when we talked about the January 6th stuff, because I believe we watched that video of the guy going through the Capitol building and stuff. And I mean, it was complete LARPing until that lady got shot. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh shit.
Oh, that's right. This is real.
Yeah, this is real. And that's really kind of the tipping point for when, okay, things either blow up or everyone's like, fuck, I'm just LARPing. Let me out of here.
Right.
And thankfully it was just let me out of here in that situation. But I think in other situations it might go the other way. It might get super volatile.
Have typically considered left-wing, like universal health care, increased minimum wages, tuition-free college, and the federal legalization of marijuana are more popular than ever.
So first of all, the mainstream Democratic platform is for it, a public option, which is a form of universal health care. Okay. And secondly, the legalization of pot has literally nothing to do with socialism at all.
Yeah. And
whatsoever.
Not only that, it's not really I don't see people fighting over it. No one's really talking about it.
Yeah, it's not being fought very much.
Everyone is pretty much under the assumption. Yeah, I feel like everyone thinks it's going to be legalized sooner or later. They're like, wait till the states are 50% of the states have legalized it, and then we'll step in. That's exactly the way it happened with Prohibition too. Prohibition, the states started legalizing alcohol, and then the federal government was one of the last to do it.
Right. Crafty Hergok for another $20. Thank you, Crafty. Says, I can't afford more than this, but Trump is going to make a comeback. Trump 2 scoops 2 terms. Trump cares more about the country. Trump cares about the country more than his own company relationships, not family. Not family, though. He loves his family. Yeah. I mean, he might run again. I would be more inclined to believe what would motivate him is what Adam was saying, that this sense of injustice rather than a altruistic love of country or something, but we'll see. Euro Games for $20. Thanks so much. Says, I think Adam is correct. It took an extreme psychedelic experience for me to let go of the anger I had brewing for 20 odd years because of the injustices I experienced earlier in my life. It is a rot in your soul.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that, because I'm talking from personal experience about the injustice that's driven me insane. But God, you got to let it go. And I didn't have a good mechanism to let it go. And psychedelics is a good mechanism for getting over shit like that. That probably would have been a better path.
Probably. Exactly. Actual Justice Warrior. Hey, Sean, thanks so much for $5. Says, second thought is a rich fuck whose parents bailed him out of all trouble. That doesn't surprise me at all.
What? What? How does Sean know all this shit? Sean always has the DL on everyone.
He does. I mean, that makes sense if his second channel is him driving around fancy cars and all this other stuff. But also, I debunked one of his videos by clicking his sources. He doesn't read them. Yeah, when we did one of his other videos, I remember which one. We went through his sources on stream, and it was just like you just read the headlines, or you just cherry pick some like specific thing from it. And yeah, he's constantly bullshitting.
Maybe I was out of it. I didn't realize Second Thought was the one who was. I thought it was a different channel that drove around in the fancy cars. Second Thought is the one that does that?
He's the one driving around in the fancy car.
I feel even more disgust now than ever before.
Like a good socialist, he has a second channel where he drives around in fancy cars. You know?
Oh my God. This is
Workers Unite! Power of the people!
I've heard other people make this argument, and it makes a lot of sense to me. Second Thought basically had what he perceives as the socialist utopia growing up. He didn't do anything.
He had everything provided.
Yeah, by the state, mom and dad, the good capitalists who were busy getting rich.
Right. And now he wants that for everyone else.
Right.
Yeah,
everyone should have rich parents. They should. Well, I don't know why do they call it socialism though? Because I'm pretty certain all of these parents are rich because of capitalism.
I know. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's so bad.
With around 2/3 of Americans and the overwhelming majority of Democratic voters supporting them. But these policies and many, many others never become law. Why?
You know why? Wait. You know why? You know what? The actual reason why? Because people don't fucking vote at them.
They don't have the votes.
They don't get off their asses. All these people who sign up in all these polls and they say they want this. Either A, they don't vote, or B, they don't care enough to be a single issue voter for that issue.
Yeah.
And so they'll vote against that issue for some other thing.
I think if you dug in, you'd find out that 80% of polls were gaslighting anyway. Like there are politicians that want to pass some policy for somebody who tangibly gains from it. Probably.
I don't think it's gaslighting. I think most people answer these poll questions, they don't even understand the question half the time.
Yeah, but you can get the right results the way you construct the question.
I know.
So
that's true.
And a lot of times they use these polls to get the legislation passed. So if I'm a big business guy and I want, tax cuts for my business or whatever, you can't just go into Congress and say, listen, I really need to give my buddy these tax cuts. You have to have a poll. You go in and you say, listen, 85% of my constituents are in favor of this tax cut. Mm-hmm. So you word the poll accordingly so you get the right result. And then the poll becomes evidence for the policy that you want.
So this is going to be classic Hanlon's razor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're both saying the reason that these polls don't manifest into legislation, we've all seen the polls where it's like, 90% of Americans support, public option. 90% of Americans support legalization of marijuana. We've all seen these polls. And yet it doesn't manifest in legislation. And me and you are like, well, it's because there's some stupid force here. Mm-hmm. Either that the people don't understand the poll questions are worded in a manipulative way, or that the people just don't come out to vote because they don't give a shit enough to vote. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're taking the side of stupidity. Now, obviously, or laziness, I guess. Second Thought is going to take the side of the evil conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Democratic Party and the political elites, they look at the polls and they go, no, we must do everything we can to stop the people from rising up.
Why would you want to be a Democrat if your side is so fucking stupid and the other side is so smart that they can, manipulate you into doing all these
I know.
all these things against your own will?
I know.
I would dump that party. They sound,
Why? Because Democrats aren't responding to the growth in popularity of leftism. In fact, they're actively resisting it. They do this in several ways. During elections, it's as simple as Democratic elites clearing the path for their more centrist candidates, like Clinton and Biden, by handing them endorsements.
So, This is so funny. It's so funny because wasn't that one of the Doomer talked about this in his Vosh video? Isn't that one of what's his face's signs of being a fascist? If you paint your enemy as simultaneously weak and strong.
Yes.
And the socialists do the same thing because they paint themselves only they do it like to themselves. They paint themselves as weak and strong. They say, oh, we're strong because we're actually the majority, and the majority of people actually agree with all of our positions. However, we're weak because there's this magical elite group that just negates all of the will of the majority of the people in the country. It's like, really, if the majority of people in the country want socialism or even a more left-wing candidate, why didn't they vote for Bernie Sanders? Overwhelmingly, I don't understand. Who cares who endorses who? Why does that matter? Just vote for Bernie Sanders, the candidate you want.
Yeah. No.
Why didn't that happen? I don't understand. I just don't understand. Why did he get blown the fuck out?
His premise is that they cleared the way for the more right-wing candidates. I brought up the famous picture from the last election where all of the Democrats raised their hands. Do you remember the question that was asked?
I do remember. This was the dumbest question. We covered the debate live when this happened, and I fell out of my chair.
So is this clearing the way? Is all of these candidates with their hands raised, is this clearing the way for the most right-wing candidates, in your opinion?
This was the illegal immigrant healthcare question.
Yes.
Right? Yes.
Are you in favor of giving healthcare to illegal immigrants?
Yes.
And everyone raises their hand.
And my brain melted. I said, these people are so. And there were two. I remember there were two Democratic debates because there's so many candidates. And in one debate, they asked this question. Everyone raised their hand. And the second debate, like, I forget who it was. There's like two people that didn't raise their hand, and I forget who it was that didn't raise their hand.
Was it Kamala and Biden?
I don't think it was. I think it was like Bloomberg or I don't remember who it was. It was some non-candidate.
They got so much flack for this.
They did. They got so much flack for this, and I couldn't believe it. And then on top of it, Stephen Michael Davis has a good video about debunking this myth that like Obama cleared the way. He destroyed Bernie Sanders, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's funny because Obama didn't even support Joe Biden at first either. His original candidate of support was Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, yeah.
Who is way more to the left than Joe Biden is.
Yeah.
She's almost in the same realm of, she's not quite, the socialist that Bernie Sanders is, but she's close. Yeah. So how exactly is this the evil neoliberal Obama clearing way for the centrist candidates?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, here's your right-wing party right here.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate how delusional these people are. I hate how people get so riled up in their bubble. And they just live this nonsense. These people are hallucinating. They're out of their mind.
Yeah. It's fun to laugh at, though. You got to admit, it makes for a good...
I guess. Well, it would be fun to laugh at, except that this guy gets like hundreds of thousands of views. Hundreds of thousands of stupid morons are gobbling up this content, and they think that it's true. They think that the lies and the gaslighting that this rich fuck kid who drives around his fancy cars peddles is true.
You know, the takeaway, if you actually believe this narrative, is just don't vote. Why would you vote? You don't even have a representation.
I don't understand why all the socialists don't come out and vote, and we keep losing elections.
And then they wonder. They wonder.
Maybe it's because you keep telling them that their vote doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not a big brain 200 IQ socialist, but maybe if you tell people that something doesn't matter, they're not going to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, why? Yeah. I guess they don't have that $15 minimum wage because they don't have the votes.
Right.
Because you're out there constantly telling people your vote doesn't matter.
Yep.
You're wasting your time.
Electric Elephant for 20 Aussie bucks. Thank you so much. Says people call free markets right wing, but I use a triangle model. 3 points are flattening hierarchies, left. Order and tradition is right and liberty. Similar to the political compass, but further left, right requires more intervention, aka further down, authoritarian on liberal authority.
I've seen the triangle before. Have you?
I've seen the triangle, yeah. I've seen the triangle. Actual Justice Warrior, thanks again, Sean, for another $5. Says the poll cited under his video says 36% want a single government plan. The majority are in the government/private camp by 56%.
56%. Wow.
Also blacks beat Bernie twice. That is true. That is true. Yeah, I've seen. That's funny. I didn't see this whole. If he's citing a poll that that poll, that's even more hilarious. I've seen polls that cite the Medicare for all like much higher, like in the 70-80% range. But I really don't think people even know what it is. I don't think they understand what Medicare for all is.
They don't know the difference.
Even in those same polls, even when it's super high for Medicare for all, because there was some poll, I remember Kyle Kalinske and all these people were like, they kept dredging up the same poll. It's like 80% of Americans in favor of Medicare for all. They kept repeating this poll ad nauseum. And when you looked at the poll, it was like, but 90% support the public option. So they were totally dismissing that one element of it in order to lie to their audience.
Hell yeah. Fucking liars.
Yep.
Their more powerful fundraising apparatus. The mainstream media also.
What do you keep doing? Why do you keep making my video pause, Sitch? It's so annoying.
I was gonna say, that's the worst background ever.
My video.
Joe Biden is being interviewed in front of a picture of him like standing in a desk, like smugly laughing. Like, and then in the background, you got even more pictures of Joe Biden. Like, this is a little crazy.
Is Megyn Kelly on the left now? She was on Fox News forever. Did Trump
Kelly's not
force?
left, no.
Did Trump force Megyn Kelly onto the left?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Offer.
I gotta back it up a little. Something skipped on me here. I don't know why it's. I think it has to do with the crown. Here, I better reload.
Do you just want this? Oh my god. Okay, listen.
No.
Listen.
The main.
No.
You're gonna give me your watch together link so you can stop complaining about the videos.
I'm not gonna do it.
We're gonna do. I don't want the rest of the stream for the next 20 hours to be. Sitch, the video keeps skipping on my end. If only I had the crown, it would be fixed.
Well, what do you think it might be?
Blue.
If it's not the crown, what do you think it is?
I don't know. Try watching the watch together in a different browser or something.
No.
Oh no, you can't because you have OBS set up. I don't know.
Let's just.
The mainstream media also heavily favors these so-called moderates, offering effectively limitless free publicity and.
Why is he calling them so-called moderates?
Yeah, I mean, well,
I thought the whole complaint was they were moderates.
That's why.
Oh, I guess the complaint is that they're right wingers.
Yes.
These so-called moderates, what he really means is these hard right wingers.
Who did the press give the most publicity to?
Mm-hmm. Hunter Biden.
Was it Joe Biden or was it a man named Donald Trump?
Hunter Biden's laptop got the most publicity.
No, Donald Trump in 2016 and in 2020, Donald Trump got the most publicity.
Oh, you're right. Hunter Biden's laptop didn't get any publicity.
No,
what am I talking about?
Now a lot of that was negative publicity, true, but there's no such thing as bad press, supposedly.
Unless it's about your laptop.
That's right. That's right. Unless it's about your laptop that has a video of you doing drugs and having sex with hookers.
Yeah, then it can be big trouble.
That could be bad, yeah.
Often outright slandering the more left-leaning candidates. But it doesn't stop there. Once in government, the party's attachment to centrism only grows. We see this when Biden abandons the fight for a $15 minimum wage long before it starts.
He never agreed with the position in the first place.
He didn't run on it, did he?
Oh my God. No, of course not.
Yeah.
And remember, they were trying to insert, this is insane too. The $15 minimum wage thing, remember, they were trying to insert into the COVID relief bill on top of that. It wasn't like its own thing. They were trying to hitch this onto the COVID relief bill. So imagine being so fucking stupid, okay? The country is coming out of lockdown. Our economy is kind of shaky. Things are in a weird place right now.
Leading it to
prices are
fail
rising
in the Senate.
Sorry.
Prices are rising because of supply chain issues. And then this idiot on top of that wants to add even further stability to the economy by advocating for a gigantic federal minimum wage increase.
He's like, we just basically put all small businesses all over America on life support.
For the last year because of lockdown.
2 years. I mean, it's basically been 2 years now.
Right.
And now you want to throw this $15. Maybe we should hold off on the $15 minimum wage just a bit. Just a tad until things are up and running, right?
It's so dumb.
No, let's do it now. Come on. No. Let's make those Denny's in Iowa start paying $15 an hour.
Well, yeah, let's make it so all that exists is Denny's and other chains.
Yeah. Oh, that's
They just
true.
hate-
Yeah. It's super
They just
capitalist.
hate business owners. That's
Mm-hmm.
really what this is. They just hate business owners emotionally, and they want them to pay. They want to screw them over.
Yeah, they do. They're all their bosses. They hate their bosses. Can you imagine you go from, driving nice sports cars on your second channel to working for FedEx? Of course you're going to be chapped. You're like, I've been rich since I was born. I'm not fucking working for FedEx.
We see it in the infrastructure bill going from this to this. We see it in the complete...
Whoa. What was that? The infrastructure bill went from that to that? Oh.
Actually, I did look this up.
What was the infrastructure bill? Yeah.
But we can go back to
What
the
were
little
some
chart.
of the things in there?
Yeah.
I got it.
Let
me
minimum
go.
wage long before it starts, leading it to fail in the Senate. We see it in the
Okay.
So this is
R&D, manufacturing, housing,
Right.
schools, and buildings. Okay.
so it's funny because this whole video he's been talking about how the Democrats are secretly right wingers, and yet he's ignores to praise them for wanting to pass this very large infrastructure bill,
Mm-hmm.
and then just gets mad because they didn't have the votes, so they have to compromise.
Yeah.
That's his position here. Okay. What are they supposed to do if they don't have the votes?
He doesn't.
We live in this
understand
thing.
that.
Second thought, we live in this thing. I don't know if you're aware of it. It's called a democracy, where people vote and they have representatives that vote in Congress to pass legislation. Joe Biden is not a king.
Mhm.
Okay. Unlike me, he doesn't have a crown right now. He can't put the crown on his head and he just declare by fiat $15 minimum wage and whatever the infrastructure is. He has to get Congress
Mhm.
to sign off on it.
We have to put it into terms that Second Thought will understand. You have a workers' co-op, okay? And all the workers show up. And they say, we'd make a lot more money if we fired 50% of the people here. Right?
Right.
But everyone gets a vote. Who's going to vote that they fire themselves?
No one.
Yeah.
No one.
That's how democracy works, okay? Different people want different things.
Yeah.
His whole argument, though, is that everybody wants the same thing that I want. There's just nefarious forces against me. That's a weird position to be in.
infrastructure bill going...
Yeah. It's annoying because that's generally the position that most political pundits take.
Yeah.
I want this morally righteous thing, and all these nefarious forces are working against me.
Yeah.
I'm the victim.
Nobody in our chat even wants to raise the debt ceiling.
Oh, I know, right?
They're like, we want none of this stuff. Fuck you.
From this to this.
And then even this is misleading too,
Mhm.
because what this is that this was part of the infrastructure
Mhm.
bill, but the budget proposal has like all the stuff they cut out in it. It's just in the budget. It's
Oh,
not in
really?
infrastructure. Yeah, and that stuff can be passed. And I don't understand the whole.
They broke it up.
Yeah, and I haven't researched the whole legalese nonsense behind this, but like they can pass certain things in the budget through the budget reconciliation process, so they don't, they can circumvent a potential filibuster in the Senate,
Mhm.
and they just need a normal majority. So a lot of things that he's complaining about that got took out, they just got moved to somewhere else, so they're going
Right.
to try to pass it in a different way.
Fake news.
Yeah.
We see complete silence of high-ranking Democrats when Amazon workers and Alabama coal miners attempt to unionize or go on strike, leaving them alone and without the support they were promised.
First of all,
Mhm.
I looked this up. I didn't see anything about Joe Biden promising to support coal miners
Mhm.
in a strike, so I don't even know what he's fucking talking
He
about.
talked about putting the coal business out of business, didn't
Well,
he?
that's my second point. He was this guy's so dumb. Okay, as an example, his primary example of the Democrats are moving to the right was Joe Biden telling OPEC to increase oil production, and yet now he's complaining that Joe Biden is not supporting coal miners.
Yeah.
What do you think happens, second thought, with all the coal that the coal miners mine, fucker? What do you think happens to it? Do you think they
Yeah.
put it in a little museum and people look at it? Do you think they put it in ice cream and people eat it? No!
They burn it and put it in the atmosphere, you
That's
asshole.
right! fucking idiot. So he's simultaneously mad that Joe Biden wants to increase oil production, wants OPEC to increase oil production, but he's also mad that Joe Biden is not supporting the increased mining of coal.
Yeah. I remember when Biden said this during the election, and it really got him in a lot of trouble. He was like, no, I am going to put the dirty oil business out of business.
He said that he didn't say there's no such thing as clean coal, or he said something like that.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, they are. Fuck them. They're going to lose their jobs.
Right. It's something that he should supposedly be in favor of,
I know.
being on the left, but no. Because all this is I'm living in my delusional socialist headspace. I have to twist everything around.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Totally.
America's
also,
so-called most
What?
No, it's the Rising. Never mind. But,
I know.
pro-union president
You like Rising, right?
oh yeah, definitely.
you've ever seen. Everywhere you look, the ratchet is frozen in place. They aren't fighting like hell for the little guy. They're getting in his way. Now, of course...
What is the federal government supposed to do about a bunch of local strikes? But what are they supposed to? I don't understand.
They're supposed to call in the military.
And protect the striker.
Protect the striker.
Is Joe Biden supposed to pick up the red phone and say, I want the military to surround the building so that no one can cross the picket line? Don't let the scabs in. Like, what does he think they're supposed to do?
No, he's supposed to bring in the military and get the heads of the company to submit to the wage increase.
I see.
Pull them into the interrogation room and interrogate them.
He
Friendly,
wants-
though.
Yeah, he wants the military. It's so funny because they're so against the military. But at the same token, if the military like busted into the corporate office of McDonald's, they like swooped in through the windows and they're like, "You're gonna employ a $15 minimum wage for everybody" at gunpoint, they'd all be like, "Oh, thank God!
Yeah.
Truly, this is the leftist socialist government that we wanted.
This is the revolution we've been hoped
This is the
for.
revolution, yes."
When Republicans take control of government, the ratchet begins to move freely again. Policies get passed with purely performative resistance. Judges get appointed who uphold right-wing policies for decades. And
What?
They did get lucky as fuck with their judges. Oh my God, everyone died at the right time for them.
Yeah, but what were Democrats supposed to do? Were they supposed to stage a violent coup? I mean, I know that's the socialist solution. We learned that in Afghanistan. The socialist solution is to stage a violent coup. If the Democrats didn't stage a violent coup to prevent Supreme Court justices from being nominated legally, then they're just capitulating to the right. Yes, thank you, second thought.
How do you think Trump feels watching this footage of Amy Coney Barrett getting confirmed to the Supreme Court? What do you think goes through his mind when he watches this?
He thinks that fucking bitch didn't support me when my votes were stolen. That's what he's thinking.
You don't have to be a mind reader. That was an easy one. Everyone knows that one. He is. The veins are popping out. You fucking bitch.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you hear that Melania Trump came out and said, "Oh God, I don't want to be first lady again"? Did you hear that?
I didn't hear that. That's hilarious.
She's pushing at her husband.
Of course.
But that makes me think he's going to run. That makes me think,
despite his wife.
No, it makes me think.
Oh,
she has inside information.
Right,
she knows how real this situation is, and she's
Sure.
doing what little she can, right?
Sure. Well, I mean, though, you have to ask what was the context of the statement.
Oh, I don't know.
Because someone could have literally asked her, "Hey, do you want to be first lady again?" She's like, "Fuck no."
Oh, it's so fascinating.
And the country continues trending towards the right. When Democrats return to office, concentration camps along the southern border become immigration overflow facilities and remain open. Immigrants are told...
What did he expect?
Open board? This fucking guy, anything that's not open borders to him is like a far right-wing policy.
Wow.
That's all it is. He's like, open borders or you're a fascist. You have a concentration camp.
Yeah.
Those are the only two options here.
Yeah. Well, it's not our fault that all these other nations keep implementing socialism and falling apart, and then their people are like desperate to get in America. How's that our fault?
But see, this is so funny because it's like, on the right, it's like, 10,000 Haitians managed to get through border security or whatever and against the country. Joe Biden has open borders. And then on the left, it's like, they prevented however many thousands of people from entering the country and they put them in cages. Joe Biden is a fascist president.
Yeah, you can't win. You really can't win. Yeah,
you can't win with political ideologues. No.
Yeah.
There's no winning.
Do not come. The U.S. Embassy remains in Jerusalem despite an ongoing genocide and military budgets.
What was that all about? What was that?
Genocide. There's no fucking get out.
Trump moved the embassy. That's something Israel wanted forever.
Yes.
And Trump did it. And what is he saying? Biden's supposed to come in and move the embassy back
and move
again?
it back. Yes. Yeah.
What a pain in the ass.
I know.
I hate moving. Moving sucks. Can you imagine? We've only been here 4 years. Now we got to go back.
Biden follows Trump's lead on military spending. Oh my God. Oh, what a fascist right winger. Oh.
Continue to rise. Nothing quite illustrates the ratchet effect better than the U.S. corporate tax rate over time. These are the taxes that corporations have to pay, the same way you and I do when we earn our income. Back in 2017,
Do you have a take on corporate taxes? Because it seems like left-wing and right-wing economists both kind of think corporate taxes are not good, that you should tax the individuals, that you shouldn't tax the corporations.
Yeah, I haven't looked super heavily into it. I have seen a lot of people, both left and right economists say what you're saying, that they're both kind of, they're not saying that there should be no corporate tax, but generally the argument too is that because America had one of the highest corporate tax rates in the world, but it didn't matter because the effective tax rate was, no one was paying that anyway.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. And also it encourages corporations to form tax havens in other countries, which is just bad for everyone. It's all these negative incentives attached to it. Yeah. I'm pretty solid on the taxes, the corporate taxes being a bad idea. It just seems like if both left and right, super left-wing economists, MMT people are saying corporate taxes are bad news. And you've got the Austrians that obviously hate fucking corporate taxes. It seems like we could agree on that. The only one that wants corporate taxes is the people who actually hate corporations. And that would be the anti-capitalists.
Right.
Of course they want to tax the corporations, right? They want to tax the shit out of them. They want to fucking drown the corporations in a bathtub, and taxation is a good way to do it. Yeah. I don't know.
Trump cut taxes for both the richest Americans and corporations, while giving effectively nothing to the rest of us but the promise of an eventual fictional trickle-down.
He did cut taxes for everyone. I got a nice tax cut from Trump. I'm assuming you did as well. So,
yeah, but I'm assuming what he's referring to
billionaire style tax cut. But
I'm assuming what he's referring to is that proportionally, obviously, if the richer people and corporations got a much larger tax cut than us, and then the fact that our tax cuts expire while the corporate tax cuts don't expire. So I'm assuming that's what he's referring to.
This is a tough thing about tax cuts because the whole idea is to stimulate the economy. There's two ways to stimulate the economy that kind of go hand in hand. There's demand, which if you give tax cuts to lower income people, they're going to create demand and spend money. And companies are going to produce more to meet that demand. And that requires, tax cuts to the larger side because they want to invest in jobs and equipment, all the stuff to make that stuff. So tax cuts are tricky. I've been watching a bunch of Steve Keen lectures, and he gets out this modeling software where he does all these different inputs and stuff like that. It's just so fascinating.
Well, I think the problem is too many people look at taxes as like a moral question, when in my mind, that's the completely wrong way to look at taxes.
Yes.
The point of taxing is, in my mind, there's 2 points of there's 2 reasons for taxation, especially if you look at it from MMT perspective, which is to curb inflation.
Yes.
And also
that's the chief one.
Right. But also to to try to incentivize or de-incentivize certain behaviors.
Yes.
Okay. That's the point of taxation. So for me, it's not a moral question. It's, does this tax does this tax incentivize the behavior we want to incentivize that we think is for the good of the country? That's the real question.
Well, that is a moral question, though.
When it comes, well, the what you want it to incentivize is a moral question.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But people, when I say people look at tax as a moral question, they don't even get to that point. They just look at like the tax themselves. Like, I don't like corporations. I think they're evil, so they should be taxed. Or I think taxes in general, the concept of taxation is immoral.
It's so funny how both arguments are linked to property rights, even though I don't. They're against, the socialists are against property, but they say profit is theft, right? Which is basically a property right. If you're stealing, right? We're talking about property rights,
right? And
also taxation. The other side says taxation is theft. So they're both appealing to moral intuitions when they're saying this is fucking stealing from me or people. Yeah.
Yep.
This cut brought the corporate tax rate from an already low 35% down to a paltry 20%.
So the 35% wasn't low. That was like one of the highest in the world.
Hell yeah. They brought it down because they wanted to bring business home from China.
And you know what's hilarious too?
Mm-hmm.
I looked this up. The now with the tax cut, the effective tax rate, or maybe it's what Joe Biden wants to increase it to, would basically just put it in line with all the European countries that they all salivate over as being like the socialist utopias.
Really? They're at 20%?
Yeah. They're like they're at like 24, 25%, and that's what Biden wants to raise it back up to.
You know how hot the economy would be if they did zero tax rate for corporations? Man, we'd have every corporation in the world clamoring to get here.
Wow, that's probably not a good idea to have zero, but
why? Why?
Shifting the tax burden even further onto the shoulders of average Americans.
That S-class size. S-class size at lowering taxes.
S-class size. 0% tax rate for corporations.
S-class size at lowering taxes right there.
Mm-hmm.
You just said you were in favor of you tax the people, you don't tax the corporations.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need to get money from Apple. Or
if you're going to have a 0% corporate tax rate, you'd have to, and I would maybe be in favor of that if they would completely restructure personal income tax, because the problem is that a lot of people in these corporations, they use all sorts of bullshit tax loopholes to pay like next to no personal income tax. So
don't they turn themselves into a corporation? So they'd be like, look, I'm a corporation, 0% tax.
Yeah, there's this whole thing where they turn themselves into corporations and then they pay themselves the salary, and there's all sorts of So look, I might be in favor of a compromise if you said, well, there's going to be zero corporate tax, but we're going to fix all this income tax nonsense. So I was like, okay, maybe I'd be in favor of that.
Americans, and away from his party's corporate donors and himself. Thankfully, Biden is bringing it back up to 25%, 28% if we're lucky, 7 to 10 points lower than where it started. Here, the trend becomes clear. Year after year, Republicans push further.
So again, he's complaining that Joe Biden wants to increase corporate tax rate to be in line with all those, quote, socialist European countries he's salivating over.
Yeah.
But also, as we said, the real issue here isn't corporate tax rates. The real issue here is that you want to prevent American companies from claiming that they're incorporating in some foreign country so they can avoid taxing. Like all the cruise line industries in Florida do this. It's kind of disgusting.
Hell yeah, they do.
They all have their main offices in Florida and in the US. They are all American companies, but then they're like, oh, we're really from like the Caribbean, or like we're from Liberia or something. It's all total bullshit.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's totally bullshit. It's
not
totally
Liberia
nonsense.
Though. Yeah.
Or Libya or whatever. I don't know.
Not
They
Libya.
do some nonsense. Okay.
I thought
one of them is like Liberia or Libya.
One of them's in, I think, like Scotland or Ireland or something.
Yeah.
I think it's Google or something like. What? Google's an Irish company?
Yeah, Royal Caribbean Cruise Line says that they're in Libya. Like that's their
Yeah.
So no, they do all sorts of stupid shit.
They screw over the countries too, because a lot of times they're like offering them this tax rate to incentivize economic activity. They go over there and they, set up an office with like 8 people. They're like,
right.
We're here.
Well, no, the governments know what they understand what's going on here. They do acquire some benefit, they accrue some benefit out of doing it, but some payoff. But so you would think that if you were actually on the left and you actually cared about this, you would do a little bit of research and say, wait a minute, Joe Biden is working with the G7 countries they want to basically create a global minimum corporate tax rate of, I think it's like 15%, in order to try to tamp down on this corporate inversion nonsense, which is the actual problem.
Biden wants to do that?
Yeah, Biden and the other G7 countries are working together to try to create this. Okay.
They're
so
like, let's stop fighting each other. Let's just all agree.
Right. And so you would think if he actually gave a fuck and wasn't just a political hack, he would say, oh, well, this is a good thing. But no, he doesn't care because he's a political hack.
Yeah.
He just wants his socialist revolution.
God, capitalism bad. I'm dying to know what industry bought those fancy cars. Was it the movie industry?
Further and further imperialist foreign policy for xenophobic immigration restriction.
Wait a minute.
No, I won't.
Then where it started. Here the trend becomes clear. Year after year, Republicans push further and further for imperialist foreign policy.
Okay.
Imperialist foreign policy, like leaving Afghanistan?
Yeah, like leaving Afghanistan. That's true. But here's the funny thing too. So this guy is so dishonest. It's disgusting. Okay. His example of imperialist foreign policy is the mayor of Miami pandering to his Cuban voters by saying that the U.S. should bomb Cuba when all that protesting was going on. Okay. No one's taking this guy seriously. There's no actual plan.
Did we
to
bomb Cuba?
Okay.
I don't know about it.
Yeah.
Come on. Why is the mayor of Miami open to bombing Cuba?
Because half of his voters are Cuban.
Right, but why do they want to bomb the country they came from?
Because they hate the communist. Every Cuban in Florida hates the communist government of Cuba.
So all the people are like, we got out, our family's safe, bomb them.
Well, they don't want to bomb the citizens. They want to bomb the government.
Oh, I gotcha.
Because this was remember, there was all the people protesting in Cuba. Yeah.
They're like, I could go back and visit my family if we could just get rid of the party.
Yeah. And they wanted the U.S. military to like fly in and help the protesters, overthrow the government or whatever. Okay. So this asshole who has no power in foreign policy, who's just pandering in the most childishly pathetic way ever, this is the only example he can draw on to prove that the right wingers are imperialists. Okay.
Why don't these socialists ever try to immigrate to a socialist country if they're so
because it's
hot
awful
on it?
What do you mean? You know the answer to that.
I know. I don't get it. It seems so obvious. You'd be like, I'm a socialist. I love socialism. Let's find the best socialist country here. Where is it? Is it Venezuela? Is it Cuba? Where is it? I'm moving there, right?
Right.
But it just doesn't happen. They're like, it's California.
Sean, so not actual Justice Warrior, but a different Sean, says that we skipped his super chats. No, don't worry. If you're new to the show, me and Adam are good capitalists. So we only read $20 super chats or other super chats that catch our fancy.
It's the Nick Recato rule. You guys don't know this?
While the video is playing, and then when the video is done, we go back and read all the super chats.
Yes.
So
we do super chats for like 4 hours in the end. And we debate and fight, and it's fun.
It's fun. Because if we read every super chat while it came in, we would never finish the video.
Yeah.
It's just too much. Keelan Nayara Nasawami for $20 says the reason they don't vote for socialism is because they're so stupid. They vote against their interest. You just need to listen to the leftist overlords about who to vote for because they're better than you, much better than you. That's right. Thank you, Anna Kasparian.
Excellent Anna quote.
Yes. TPATT for 20 Aussie bucks says, guys, I live in Australia and would like to set up a supply chain of free will. Please help. Also, S-Class is best class. Well, here's 20 free units of free will to get you started, TPA. contact us after the show on Twitter, and we'll talk about setting up a.
We
free
need
will
kind of
supply
like an
chain.
underground railroad style thing for Australia, don't we?
That's
We need to
right.
get
We
them
do.
some free will badly.
That's right. They got all sorts of crazy lockdowns.
Yeah, what's going on?
I don't know, man.
Free
It's
will
so
is on
crazy.
the wane in
Right.
good old down under.
You know, if you want a special infusion of free will, okay, if you want a super awesome extra infusion of free will, you're very close to running out of time because there's only a few days left to buy the Sitch and Adam plushies.
Yes, that's
Just
true.
a few. How many? There's only like 3 or 4 days left, right?
Here, I'll look it up real quick.
Look it up right now. That's right, guys. Don't you want your very own Sitch and Adam plushies that come packed with how much extra free will? There's some extraordinary amount of free will that just brims from these plushies.
Is there?
Yes. Hundreds and hundreds
2
of
days
free
left.
units.
2 days left.
2 days left, guys. 2 days left to get your Sitch and Adam plushies.
Boy, these are beautiful looking.
Look at them. Oh,
And we're almost to the $5,000 goal where we all get one of these awesome wrenches. These little
yeah,
tiny
don't you want a
baby
wrench?
wrenches.
Don't
Yeah.
you want a wrench keychain? Then
Perfect.
everyone can be a moderator.
Perfect toy for your infant.
That's right. Well, no, not keep them out of the mouths of your infants, okay?
But these are going to be super limited because I think we're only going to make about 200 of them. So
Yes,
very
super limited edition.
Yeah, which will be awesome. But let's get
Hey,
back to the
Dev.
video. What are you doing?
Short Fat Taku's in the chat. He says make a breast milk Sitch plushie. Maybe that will be the second line. Maybe that'll be the second line.
I'm not going to drink that breast milk.
Actual Justice Warrior for $5 says the polls Kyle cited showed the public option is more popular. Yes, that's true. But also people who said yes to Medicare for all, when asked about it, thought it was a public option. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Do you think we could get academic agent to drink Sitch-chan breast milk?
I think we could.
What do you think he'd say?
Actual Justice Warrior for $5 says corporate taxes are on profits, not income. The problem with our corporate taxes is that we tax the differential between our rate and their rate upon re-entry. Yeah, the corporate corporate tax is only, like, especially if it's overseas, it's only taxed once it comes into America. So
Corporate tax? What?
yes,
I'm for
the money
zero
is only
corporate
taxed once it
taxes.
enters America.
Well, zero corporate tax, I think, is the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big Hoth 98 for 20 euros. Thank you so much. Says here in Socialist Utopia Europe, Ireland, we have a corporate tax rate of 12%. That's right.
Well,
You're stealing all our
I knew
businesses
it.
up in Ireland, you motherfuckers.
It is Ireland that has
Yes.
Google or Apple, one of those.
Yes.
Good job.
Stug for $5 says Dev is complaining because he wants to get on and told me he'd ban me from his Discord if I didn't send this super chat.
What?
How mean.
Yeah.
Please save me. Dev, is this true?
We can't
Dev,
let
is
anyone
this
that
true?
mean on the show. Are you kidding me?
I don't know. We were thinking about inviting Dev on to talk because I know, he wants to talk about the academic agent video.
But now
think.
that he's
But now, I
like
don't
totally
know.
against, now that he's threatening to ban people, that's authoritarian tactics. We do
I
not.
don't know.
I cannot abide by those kind of authoritarian.
He says he
tactics.
didn't, but I'm not sure I believe this. I'm not sure I believe it. Dev is probably so busy with third lunch. I believe that.
Likely story.
Yes. Oh no, our celebrity Vosh's anal beads for another $20. I'm so glad that at least Vosh pays his anal beads enough, that he can then turn around and pay us. So we do appreciate that. Says, I just updated my profile pic, guys. Oh God.
Oh my.
And now it's a picture of anal beads. There you go.
Oh my God. At least they're clean.
For xenophobic immigration restrictions, for rich Americans to hoard more and more wealth. Democrats come to appease
God,
the
I love hoarding wealth. Don't you, Sitch?
I love it. Oh my God.
Hoarding wealth.
That's
is
why
the
I'm not going to
best.
pay you anymore.
Well, don't go crazy. How am I supposed to? How am I supposed to hoard my wealth if you're hoarding it?
It's mine. I should have it, shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I have it?
Don't hoard my wealth. Hoard your wealth.
Oh, okay.
I can teach you how to turn that wealth into more wealth. You buy gold. No, don't do that. That's a terrible investment idea. God, I feel so sorry for these gold buyers. Well, I guess gold, sometimes gold is a good investment.
The masses, saying they'll be different from the previous administrations, returning power to the people, but always less than they had before and never getting in the way of this greater rightward trend. This isn't to say Democrats never pass progressive legislation. They sometimes do, but it remains an exception.
What legislation
Have they
has
passed?
Bernie Sanders and AOC passed?
Nothing.
Okay.
They've droned on about the Green New Deal for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's that?
In the
trash
toilet.
can. Yeah. They put it in the trash can, and then someone said, "What is this doing here?" They pulled out the trash can and they threw it in the toilet and flushed.
Yeah.
I love that his example. This really shows so much. His examples of like the good politicians are the very ideological politicians who whine and bitch but actually accomplish nothing.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, that speaks volumes.
I mean, AOC's got a huge following on Twitter, so she's accomplished something.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
She'll
right.
get a TV show out of this.
I asked you a Twitter question in your DMs about AOC's huge following, if you know what I mean.
Does it come with a picture? I hope so.
No, it doesn't, but I can add one if it'll make you feel better.
Exceptionally rare, especially in comparison to the number of conservative policies that pass. And it's always less than what they promised, less than what they could theoretically achieve, nowhere close to what would be considered progressive in...
Okay, so he says it's less than what they promise, which I guess is true because you have to compromise. But then he even uses like the most bullshitty, weaselly, careful language. He's like, it's less than what they theoretically could achieve. What does that mean? I mean, theoretically, Joe Biden could declare himself King Poobah of America and that we live in a socialist country now. I mean, that's theoretically possible. What kind of language is this?
It would be bad for the next election if he did that. That's for sure.
Well, no, not if he was king. There would be no more elections, right? I mean,
well, I thought he
theoretically,
just declared himself that.
Anyone can theoretically do anything. Like, what the fuck is this?
The Democrats could theoretically,
pass more leftist legislation. I guess. I mean,
no, they
sure.
can't.
Anyone could theoretically do anything, Adam.
Well, I mean, theoretically, first they would have to theoretically win some elections and theoretically get some more senators, right? I mean,
that's true. That's true.
Theoretically, the country would have to be a lot more socialist.
That's a good point.
Developed countries.
Theoretically.
Now, these are all situations where Democrats appear ineffective, where they try but fail to deliver on the demands of their constituents. But they can be far more harmful. Every time they...
I like how everyone views their own party as ineffective. So if you're on the left, you're like, Democrats are ineffective. They're not pushing the changes I want. And if you're on the right, you're like, the Republicans are ineffective. They're not pushing the changes that I want.
They all are ineffective.
It's true.
Yeah.
But that's because we're in the super ultra gridlock world right now.
Well, it's even worse if you're a socialist, single issue voter, and all you care about is socialism. It's kind of like, okay, well,
that's not even a question of ineffectiveness. It's a question of that's not even a thing on the table.
I mean, it is. So many people have been single issue voters on the abortion thing forever, and like finally things are happening in abortion. So, I guess maybe keep at it. I don't know.
Oh God.
To gain power, Democrats adopt some new right-wing policy, pushing the left further outside the realm of acceptable politics, and allowing the right to claim even more outrageous amounts of ideological territory as it adopts, according to some, the trappings of a fascist state.
Where'd you get that quote?
Well, first of all, I love the weasel. He's really like hitting the Adam Weasel Patronus. Okay. He's like, as according to some, he's not even going to say it his position. He's like, according to some people, the Republicans are accessing the trappings of fascism. Like he's not even going to come out there and say it's his position. He's going to throw it under. He's going to say it's according to some people. This is like journalist trick 101. Some people, some sources said this. I didn't say this. Someone else said this. But then secondly, it's even funnier too, because we found out that Trump didn't even order this area to be cleared for the photo op. That actually they were going to clear it on their own. And then afterwards, Trump was like, "Oh, this will be a good photo op." to go hold the Bible awkwardly in front of this church.
Yeah. Look at that.
We've
so
seen
serious.
this. In the late 60s and 70s, it was law and order. A seemingly innocuous phrase coined by Nixon became realized in full force by Reagan's disastrous war on drugs. Law and order became one of the rallying cries of a political program that threw the black community, black men in particular, in jail with long sentences for so-called broken window crimes. Minor crimes heavily punished so that the state could showcase its power.
Crime was 10 times worse back then. Crime is way down, and some theorize that crime is down because of taking lead out of the gasoline. I guess lead in the environment turns people a lot more violent.
Well, there's like a million different. So for those who don't know, crime was increasing dramatically.
Yeah.
In the 80s and 90s. And then it's funny because
it kind of fell off. It was more like 60s, 70s, 80s. Yeah.
It was 94 where the crime started to drop, which is funny because crime started to drop after the crime bill.
Oh, really?
And no one ever attributes it to the crime.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's a million reasons. There's a million potential things. And probably it's a combination of all these things. There was the crime bill. There was taking lead out of gas, less lead in paint, which does supposedly make kids aggressive if they're exposed to a lot of lead. There was the abortion issue. That's what the Freakonomics argument is, that the legalization of abortion basically helps prevent a generation of violent kids. Also, this is when video games became very popular.
Right. So you get your violent aspect out from video games. That's awesome.
Not that, but just that you have there's an alternative source of entertainment that's drawing young boys away from causing trouble on the streets.
Yeah. Instead of a little breaking and entering, we were like, let's play Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, there's like a million different. And then also there's the broken windows thing, which first of all, he completely strawmans the fuck out of. Okay. The idea of broken window theory is not that the government is going to arrest people for small crimes to exert government authority. That's insane and moronic. Okay. The idea of broken windows theory is that if you're walking down the street and you look around your surroundings and you see that all the houses are like derelict and all the windows are broken, you're going to think nothing of picking up a rock and throwing it through like one of the remaining windows because everything around you is shit.
Yeah.
That when people look around, they see everything sucks, they're more inclined to not respect the area. They're more inclined to participate in destruction and to neglect everything. But
they're less likely to think that they will be punished for any kind of crime because they're like, this place is, nobody's on the beat around here. Nobody's keeping things up. Nobody cares.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But if you're walking down a street and you look around and there's all these nice houses and everyone has clean, pristine areas, you're not going to pick up a rock and just chuck it randomly through someone's fucking window.
Yeah.
Okay. And that the idea is that the environment, and you can disagree whether this is true or not. I think it's true to some degree, but that the environment is going to affect people's behavior. The cleanliness and the orderliness of the environment is going to affect people's behavior. And so they did this a lot in New York, where they made a real big effort to clean graffiti off of the subways and to keep the subways clean and blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm sure a lot of this has fallen on the wayside, but this was back in the 80s, in the 90s, in order to combat rising crime.
But they weren't arresting black people for breaking windows. Black people weren't going,
no,
I'm going to break all these windows.
Well, so the idea was that the government and the police were going to start cracking down on small crimes in order to create this environment of order. Okay, that's actually what happened. And so, yeah, they started doing that. They started cracking down on a lot of smaller crimes in order to do this. And also because the idea was that people who commit smaller crimes will be more likely to commit larger crimes in the future, or, same kind of people. So it's not because the state wanted to just arrest black people and exert its authority over them.
Politicians fear of black and minority criminals while simultaneously terrorizing non-white communities with militarized police force. In the 90s, Democrats latched onto this Republican program with their own narratives. You may have heard the term super predator. This super predator, a young criminal with no remorse, became the myth that glued the Democratic Tough on Crime program together. The Clinton administration in particular...
Do you know anything on the backstory of the super predator thing? I know a lot of people have used that to...
No, you can talk about it. I don't know anything about super
I don't know
stuff.
anything. All I know
okay.
is people who bring it up to say, they called somebody a super predator.
Oh, actually, that's not
terrible.
true. I did
It's
look
like-
this up. I did look this up in response to this video.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, because the only person that used the term super predator was Hillary Clinton.
One
while she was
time,
first
I think.
lady.
Yeah.
Used it one time. But the term originates from a Republican political scientist working for a Republican think tank.
Yeah, you'd
the
think
time.
so.
So
they were like, let's trick the first lady into saying super predator, and it'll totally
I don't
tick
think it
off
was
the
that, but-
libs.
it's just funny that he's throwing this at the feet of the left. But
Yeah. It's
led its
emotional
own
argument.
wave of over
yeah,
policing with the infamous crime bill, which included what was called 3 strikes lifetime sentencing, put more police on the streets, increased the scope of the death penalty, and of course, put more people in jail than ever before.
it's funny because so I'm looking up the crime bill. There's so much context that he either stupidly or intentionally leaves out of this conversation.
Yeah.
Which is that, first of all, the crime rate, especially among youth, was like skyrocketing.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm thinking, isn't there a
And-
part of this equation we're forgetting? Like,
Right.
were they fucking guilty?
And specifically it was murder.
Yeah.
Like youth murder was like, it was like up by like 50% or some, actually
Yeah.
I forget the number, some astronomical amount of youth murder was just drastically increasing.
Right.
And it's funny because so many of the communities themselves, these black communities, were calling for increased police presence. We're
Hell
calling
yeah.
for getting these crazy people off the streets. And yet nowadays it's framed as like racism.
Yeah.
Oh, trying to like enact laws is racism. Trying to stop criminals is racism. It's so disgusting.
Well, he's acting like they arrested him for jaywalking.
Right.
Fucking- no.
Well, and here's the thing too. Here's a good way of sniffing out the propaganda. Okay, because when I'm looking at crime bill stuff, whenever I see people complain about the crime bill,
Mhm.
they usually say what he just said, which is that there was more people put into prison than ever before.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I'm thinking, good.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, that doesn't actually tell you anything.
Nothing.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. If there's more people committing crime, obviously more people should go to jail.
Yeah, throw them all,
Right.
lock them all up.
Right. Now, the actual useful stat, if you want to say that this was wrong, would to say that there's more people in crime for bullshit reasons.
Yeah,
Okay. Say,
exactly.
oh, they put, 1,000 people who jaywalked into jail or something.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That would be the actual argument if it was an honest, legitimate argument.
Yeah.
But the fact that they just say, oh, the numbers of criminals, people incarcerated has increased dramatically. It's like, okay, that doesn't tell me anything of value,
Yeah.
dummy.
Yeah, it takes a while for it to cycle through too. If people are getting away with crimes forever, you got to lock some people up to get the word out that this is not going to pass. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get incarcerated, and then people start curbing their behavior.
And it's so funny because imagine if we did the opposite, okay? If there was no crime bill and you had predominantly lower income black areas
Mhm.
of the country were just completely ridden with crime
Mhm.
and the police just didn't do anything about them.
That's
All these-
starting to happen.
Right. But all these fucking socialist piece of shit assholes would be crying nonstop
About how
that,
that
oh
is
my
racism.
God,
Yeah.
this is the perfect example of racism. The government and the police will just allow these areas to fall into crime because they don't care because it's black people.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the no-win situation. If
Totally.
the police come in and try to prevent crime or arrest criminals, it's
That's
because they're
racism.
racist. And if they don't do anything and they let the areas implode, it's because of racism.
Yeah. Thank you,
There's
Robin
n-
DiAngelo.
Yes. There's literally no way to win.
Yeah.
Or there's no way to be not, quote, racist.
Yeah. I think we should just clean up the crime. My intuition falls with get the criminals off the street.
Yeah, I know. Shocking, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the other context here too, that this guy and all the other leftist socialist idiots always forget is that who was president before Bill Clinton? George H.W. Bush.
Oh yeah, I remember that guy. No new taxes.
Right.
Read my lips.
Read my lips. No new taxes. And who was president before him?
Clinton.
No. A man you may have heard of called
Ronald Reagan. Oh, my favorite president. I forgot.
So we had 3 Republican presidents in a row. And Ronald Reagan won on historic margins. Especially, I think both times he won on historic margins. Okay.
Ronald Reagan did? Yeah. I think he won like California.
Yeah, he completely
he destroyed Mondale. Mondale won like one state, right?
Yes. It was something, something like that was like the actual
Mondale
49
kind of looks
state.
like a serial killer, though. I don't know why. I don't know why the Democrats would run someone that looks so obviously like weird.
So it wasn't he won. So against Mondale, or against Carter, I guess, because Mondale was a VP. I guess this was the first time. It looks like Carter Mondale only won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states. Okay.
Wow.
Right. So they got utterly
There's
destroyed.
the right-wing ratchet for you right there.
And then in 88, in the next election, the Democrats only won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Uh-oh, you cut out.
They still got utterly destroyed.
Which election was the one where they only won one state?
Actually, no, I'm confused because I found another map. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong map.
Is that Barry Goldwater? Maybe.
This okay, so this map in 1984, they only won one state.
Yes, that's the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adam was
I don't know
right.
what that other
A-team
map
reigns
was.
supreme right there.
Well, I don't know what this other map was I'm looking at then.
One state. Which state was it?
Go. It was Minnesota.
Minnesota, the rebels.
Yes. And it was in 1988 that they won the Democrats won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 states.
10 states. Look at that.
Okay.
Back in the game.
So my point is, you have Ronald Reagan destroys the Democrats 2 elections in a row. His VP, George H.W. Bush, wins. Obviously, this is going to cause the Democrats to shift to the right because they're like, well, we just utterly got destroyed. This is all off the backs of the Carter inflation shit that happened in the Iran and the Iran hostage crisis and all that stuff in the 70s.
Crime is insane.
And crime is now insane. Okay.
Crime is
so the
insane.
Democrats,
gasoline is being rationed, so you can only buy gasoline if you have an odd number license plate on certain days of the week. Imagine that. Oh, I can't buy gas today because my license plate is incorrect. Right.
So of course, so now Clinton is faced with this attack that he's soft on a crime. Of course they have to fight against this. Like, this is the problem. The socialists, they ignore all the political context that surrounds everything about why people are acting in specific ways. Is this really the socialist country that they're talking about? The country that voted that overwhelmingly put Reagan in power twice?
Yeah. Hugely socialist. You just don't know.
Left-wing government. Generally speaking, Democrats are quick to jump on the police state bandwagon. We've seen it when the Biden administration tries to increase police funding and deploy it against Black Lives Matter.
After
Biden had to run against these jackasses who were yelling defund the police the whole time he's trying to get elected.
I know.
And now he comes in and says, "Oh, Biden raising more money for cops."
How dare the police go in and try to stop people from rioting and looting? Oh, they're just innocent protesters. How dare they?
Remember the whole time in the election they were trying to pen defund the police. Trump was trying to pen defund the police on Biden, and Biden was like, "I am for increasing I am for increasing the number of police. I am for funding the police."
I know.
And yeah, that's him keeping his campaign promise right there.
You know, I wonder if Second Thought thinks the police protecting the Capitol on January 6th, is that evidence of the police state, or is that a good thing?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah. When you stop that riot, is that bad or is that good? Second Thought. I'm very curious into how you think about that.
Why I don't get it. Would you think it was a good thing if someone you elected on a certain political platform just did completely different policies than what he got elected for? Because what I see here is a lot of Biden doing exactly what Biden said he would do.
Yeah.
Which is what you'd kind of want, right?
But these are fascist things.
Right.
Okay. But Joe Biden's a fascist. You don't understand.
Dude, getting elected and then going with completely different business or policies than what you proposed in the election, I would call that fascist.
No. You don't understand. The morally correct thing to do in America would be for a presidential candidate to run on a moderate position. And then once they're elected, they pull their mask off and say, surprise, I'm actually a communist.
I'm actually
and
Joseph
I'm enacting
Stalin.
the revolution. That's right. I'm actually the clone of Joseph Stalin. Surprise, you're all going in the gulags.
Yeah.
Rise
it's going
up,
to be tough to get
comrades.
reelected. I might be tough to stay in office if you
Might
did
be.
that.
Might be a little tough.
Scary business.
But
That's
you know
what
what?
he's advocating, isn't it?
You just got to fight, Adam. You just got to fight.
People would have voted for these policies if they just if they weren't lied to by the mainstream media.
I like the idea that the leftists think that people are so stupid that they get tricked by the media into voting against their own interest, but then also think that those same people could run co-ops and they could all vote in their own financial and business decision interests too correctly.
Of course.
Yeah. How does that work?
Protesters. We've seen it with the passage of the Patriot Act by a Democratic-led Senate back in 2001. Over time, Democrats tack more and more right-wing politics onto their agenda.
I like the I looked up the vote on that. There was literally only one person that voted against the Patriot Act in the Senate.
Oh, really? Holy shit.
It was Dianne Feinstein.
Wow.
And I'm like,
What
it's
a
like right.
fucking
It's a
bastard.
month. It's literally a month after 9/11.
What a bastard.
The worst terrorist attack in U.S. history. And it's
What
like,
a
oh,
bastard. You wouldn't know that from watching this video, though. You'd think
No.
that all the Republicans voted against it, and they voted for it.
that's what he makes it sound like.
Yeah.
Until the depth of today begin looking a lot.
There were actually a lot of. It's weird with the crime bill. Most of the Senate voted in favor of it.
Yeah.
So there's only like 5 or 6 people
Overwhelming.
voted against it. But with the House, the majority of Republicans voted against it, which I find interesting.
The crime bill?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. They didn't want to spend the money.
Or maybe they thought it didn't go far enough. I don't know. I didn't see what the arguments
They
were.
were like,
but-
there's no hanging in this. Where's the electrocution? Where are the cattle prods?
right.
Lot like yes Republicans. There are two main reasons the Democrats.
Okay.
I like this image. Oh wait, yeah.
There's
back up
too
for a
many
second.
skipping here.
I know.
Let me do the play.
Okay, you do it.
tack more and more right-wing politics onto their agenda, until the Democrats of today begin looking a lot like yesterday's Republicans.
So he says the Democrats of today will look like Republicans of yesterday. And then the caption on screen is President Biden meets with police chiefs and mayors in an effort to combat crime wave. So is he saying that Republicans are the anti-crime party and that the left is like the pro-crime party? Like, what the fuck is he saying?
Well, no, he's saying that the Republicans are the anti-crime party, and now the Democrats are the anti-crime party too. They've
Everyone's
become-
supposed to. Who wants to have the branding
Everyone's
if they're
against
pro-crime?
Yeah, I know. The
What the
Democrats are pro-crime, though. They are.
No, Adam, stop.
Well, they are.
Stop. No, they're not.
They care more about the criminals than they do about the.
Stop.
You don't think so?
No.
You don't think that they care more about
No, I don't.
the they make excuses. They say that the person wouldn't have done it if the society wasn't against them.
Well, there's a difference between being empathetic towards people and saying that you're going to that you're on their side versus the side of the victim. It's a different situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are two main reasons Democrats act this way. First, they rely heavily on large corporate interests. Weapons manufacturers, the pharmaceutical industry, and fossil fuel companies are some of the most influential sources of funding for both political parties. And
I hate this argument. I totally
I know.
hate this argument.
It's a bad argument.
Well, I am under the assumption, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again, that fundraising is based on which candidate people think are electable based on their charisma. So, but everyone gets this backwards. Everyone thinks because the candidate that has the most money usually wins, that it's the money is the reason that they win. When
it's a
totally
causation
disagree.
correlation.
Yeah, it's completely wrong. It's the person who's the most charismatic wins and raises the most amount of money because they're the most charismatic and most likely to win. So
didn't Bloomberg and Bernie prove
I
that
know
both wrong?
God, we've proved this wrong. Like Clinton outspent Trump in the first election massively. Yeah, we've proved this again and again and again. Yeah, it never sinks into these people.
I thought Bernie I thought he was like one of the most, like he raised more money than the other candidates. I thought. Am I wrong in that?
I don't remember. It's just it's so weird because the thing that gets you elected is votes. That's not obvious. And people vote based on your policy proposals, and they vote for you again based on whether or not you got those policy proposals enacted. Like, I think it probably cost Trump votes that he didn't get as much done on the wall as he had promised, because a lot of people voted for him based on that policy. Yeah.
And so will necessarily drag the Democrats further to the right than their constituents and the American people in general want them to go. Just look at the Biden administration's stance on oil drilling. Second, the U.S. works on a...
He has like 3 talking points. He just keeps circling back to them, and he never explains them. He keeps using this oil example as proof that the Democrats are moving to the right, and then he just never explains it. How is this proof of anything?
Mostly majoritarian model of democracy. In these types of democracies, 2 parties naturally rise to power and completely dominate the political arena. Whoever has the most votes, that is, electoral college votes, leads the country, naturally
He makes that distinction because he's like, we know Trump didn't win. Trump didn't actually win any election.
Well, I don't remember this part of the videos. Is he gonna like implicitly come out against democracy or something?
Maybe. I don't remember either.
Creating the incentive to vote for only those parties who stand a chance of winning. In the U.S.,
he's talking about how the U.S. has a terrible... We don't have any third parties that stand any chance of winning. You kind of corral people into voting for one of the biggest parties, and this is his argument on how we have 2 right-wing parties.
Sure. Yeah.
Because only 2 right-wing parties are the ones that are going to win the election. Like, this is really just a bunch of cope over how we don't have a socialist party.
This is 100%. Yeah.
I mean,
100% cope whining.
Think how... Can you imagine if we had like an honest... If one of the major parties was a socialist party?
Oh my God.
No one would ever vote for that party.
Yeah.
You'd basically have a one-party state.
Right.
You'd be like, okay, well, they can do anything because this...
Yeah, I know.
Remember when we did the video on the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America? They couldn't even fucking get through a meeting.
Was that the people that were like, can you not clap because it's triggering?
Yes. And also got super mad about pronouns they're supposed to be it's supposed to be like a policy debate, but instead every time someone takes the lectern, they
have to say their pronouns.
Well, no, they're complaining about how other people were disrespectful in some way that you didn't even perceive, and it's like, what the
No, but remember when after we covered that for like a couple months, we had a rule that if you super chatted us, you had to put your pronouns.
I know.
In the super chat, like the DSA meeting, because everyone would open the meeting saying, "My name is blah blah blah. I'm a
point of personal privilege." I remember.
That was it. Point of personal privilege. My name is Johnny Fuck Off, and my pronouns are Zer. And when you guys clap, it's very triggering to people with PTSD. I had a bad experience with clapping. Someone clapped at me once when my pants fell down when I was 5, and I never got over it. And it was very embarrassing. So can you guys just not clap ever? Thank you.
Weren't we talking? What about the policy? No, that's all I wanted to say.
I just want to talk about the clapping.
Fuck off. Get out of here. Oh my God.
Yes.
Democrats and Republicans. This does a few things. One,
I'll
it
be right
stops
back.
third parties from
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go. There's too many socialists in my house right now. I have to get rid of them.
Yeah.
They're starting to stack up.
I'm gonna invite Dev on to co-host with me then if you're just gonna skip out like that. I'll send Dev the link.
Okay.
from gaining any traction. After all, why vote for the party you like better if they have no chance of winning? Stops the two big parties from having to actually be accountable to their core voters, who have no so long as they remain preferable.
Why does it keep skipping? God, I hate this.
To the other option, winning. 2, it stops the two big parties from having to actually be accountable to their core
Hold on, we got to get the
significant
first one here.
traction. After all, why vote for the party you like better if they have no? 2, it sings. 1,
Now I'm
it
convinced it's
stops
his
third
thing.
parties from gaining any significant traction.
Okay.
After all,
Third parties. We got it. Stops third parties from gaining any significant traction.
why vote for the party you like better if they have no chance of winning? 2, it stops the two big parties from having to actually be accountable to their core voters, who have no choice but to vote for them so long as they remain preferable to the other option, which they always will. There will always be a, quote, lesser evil. And 3, the two parties must now compete over the same centrist voters to have any chance of winning.
Oh God, it's the centrist. Holy shit. He's calling us out. This is one of the things that I love to say as a centrist. I always love to say, that's right, bitch. We're the kingmakers. We are the ones that decide. We are the deciders. You have no choice. Zero choice. Because you're so up your own partisan ass that there's no way in hell you can vote outside of your party. You're the one locked in. You're a slave to your moral intuitions. You're a slave to your That's right, bitch. That's right. There's no way. You can't vote for, even if a good Republican president came along, you couldn't even vote for him because of you're too in your own bubble. That's it.
Get out of your bubble.
I'm on a rant. Don't interrupt.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Continue.
I forgot I was going to send Dev the link and I totally forgot. Dev, I'm sending you the link.
Closer ideology.
Should I send him the link? He's spurging out a little in the chat. I feel like we should. I don't want him to die or anything.
That's true. We don't want Dev to die. So yes.
Dev, but at the same time, now I'm conflicted. I don't want him to die on our show. Dev, are you
kidding
okay?
me? We definitely want Dev to.
Oh, you're
spur
right.
down, die on the
You're
show.
right.
Okay.
Never mind.
Yes.
Dev, wait till
That's-
you're closer to death. The link is coming. Come in right before, though.
Logically.
What's up?
Vosh's anal beads for another $20. Says, I can't remember if you had Nuance Bro on stream before. We have. We've had him on stream 2 or 3 times. He's been one of our first guests. Yeah.
That was so weird because it was fun. It was a lot. Having Nuance Bro was great, and I love Nuance Bro. But Nuance Bro and I were like jousting over who was a bigger Elon Musk fan. It was a little hilarious.
Okay, we all know Nuance Bro would have Elon Musk babies. Okay,
Right.
so obviously Nuance Bro is the bigger Elon Musk fan.
He was, and I said a lot. I talked a lot of shit on that. Half ribbing him that I was basically wrong because I ended up reading the Elon Musk book after that, and Nuance Bro did have some of the stuff right. So
right.
props to him.
He says, either way, you should get him on. We haven't had him on in a while, so we should get him on again. But either way, you should get him on. I've been good friends with him for a while. You could even call us close acquaintances. Winky face. Oh my God. Nuance Bro, have you been sharing some personal effects with Vosh? I don't think that's very hygienic.
What? Who? What?
Yes. Nuance Bro is sharing possibly
With who?
anal beads with Vosh.
Really?
We're
No.
gonna have to have him on. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of this.
That was the
We're gonna
Vosh's
do the
anal
bottom
bead
of
said that?
this.
Oh my
That's
God.
Vosh's anal beads,
Okay.
right?
I'm going to say that's probably fake news, but
I don't know. Flaccid Phoenix, the saddest of all Phoenixes, for $20 says, name one policy left-wing politicians have adopted from the right in the last 15 years. The culture is moving left, so policies are moving left. The inversion of this view's point is more correct than the one presented. I can name you one policy left-wing politicians have adopted from the right in the last 15 years. I can totally do this. Ready?
What is it?
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Now, this was a very small policy. It wasn't talked about a lot, so maybe you haven't heard of it. Okay. But I think you might remember this. There was this little teeny tiny policy called Obamacare. Motherfucker.
I guess
I don't know if you remember this
God.
little thing called Obamacare was actually a right-wing policy created by a right-wing think tank.
Where's the mic drop sound effect, Sitch? We need the sound effect.
I'm so sorry.
Hell yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Obama, what do you mean? Romney care. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah. Sweet.
Did you send Deb the link? Are you?
I think he's already in.
Oh, there he is.
He's already made it in.
Yep. Can you hear me?
What's up,
We
Dev?
can hear you. What's up? What's up?
I'm going on vacation now.
Hey now.
How's it going, guys?
I think I gain more enjoyment out of like teasing Dev about inviting him on than not actually inviting him on.
It's 99% your chat. I'll just be watching and chatting normally, and they're all like, "Get Dev on!"
I know.
Oh my god!
I feel kind of bad because it's like whenever anyone chats in the chat, if they're like have a YouTube channel, immediately chat's like, get them on, and I feel bad because I'm like, I bet like most of them they don't want to come on.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm wearing my underwear, I don't want to talk today, I'm just chilling, and the chat's like, get on, God.
Sargon's welcome to come on too. I know Sargon's in the chat as well. So, but he's painting his 40K figures or whatever. He doesn't want to come on.
It's 12.
I'm sure I could probably say what would I say to entice Sargon to come on? Something about MMT.
We'll see. Maybe he'll come on when we're watching the Academic Agent.
He did say that one chat. He was like, "Oh, Adam's bad takes are making me stop painting." I just imagine Sargon just like, he's got the little figurine and then fuck. It's like the figurine flies across the room. God damn it, Adam! Why are you saying that?
So how are you doing today, Dev? Devernerd.
Sargon says I'm going to bed. Good night, Sargon.
Good night, Sargon. Take care.
So yeah, Sunday is usually my day off too. Like I'll stream a bit in the morning. I do like a D&D stream with some like with Arch Warhammer and those guys. But Sunday night I'm usually relaxing. But I usually relax by watching you guys.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. But not tonight. Tonight you're gonna get riled up.
Yep.
Get crazy.
What do you got to say about this video? You claim to be an enlightened centrist as well too. Is that?
That's somewhat accurate. Yeah. I've seen this video before, and it's pretty garbage, isn't it?
That's putting it mildly. This video
actually
is bad shit.
I have a secret to share with you guys. Okay.
Okay.
So this fellow that we're watching, his name is it Second Opinion? Second Thought.
Second
Thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's like your side hoe. Just remember side hoe.
Have you heard about his other channel?
The car channel?
Yes.
Yes, we talked about
this.
Yes.
Have you seen that shit where he's like driving around really expensive cars?
I haven't watched any videos. I saw the channel existed.
We should bring one up. That's
Maybe
hilarious.
I'll bring one up.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just paste it to you, Adam, because it's a channel where he just gets a hold of really expensive cars, like six-figure cars, and he drives them around for fun. So where is a socialist like this getting this kind of money?
Well, look, I mean, it's it's Hassan's mansion, all over again. Yep.
Or if you look at Philosophy Tube or ContraPoints or all these, even this guy too, Second Thought, they all keep their Patreon income private.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yep, all of them have privated Patreons. Even the Amazing Atheist at this point does.
Yeah.
Like, if you're left leaning, you're not revealing how much money you're making anymore. It just seems to be a thing.
Isn't he supposed to be an anarchist or some nonsense too?
Amazing Atheist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't watched him in like a decade.
I try, like people want us to cover his videos sometimes, and I just I can't. He's so annoying. His voice is so annoying. The way he talks is so annoying. He's perpetually angry all the time, and he just says the dumbest shit. I'm just like, oh my God, I can't listen to it.
Making friends.
I don't make friends. Fuck friends. Adam's the friend guy. Okay. I'm the antisocial misanthrope.
There we go.
When you listen to someone like Vosh, he's obviously well educated. He can talk about theory. Now, all of his ideas are fucking garbage, but he at least can quote theory at you and say, I have read this writer and he thinks this, and here's the difference between libertarian socialism and democratic socialism. Fair enough.
Sure.
Then you listen to somebody like Hassan or somebody like The Amazing Atheist, and they don't have anything to fucking say. They're just like rich bad, even though they're rich.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true.
There's not even the pretense of a real analysis there.
Yeah.
But like you might get with Vosh sometimes.
That's true.
I don't get a real analysis with Vosh at all. I haven't yet to see that.
At least Vosh can analyze
Vosh
things according to his own nonsensical theories.
Vosh is all just bullshit.
He is, but at least he's quoting bullshit theory. He's not just saying, "Well, rich man."
Not really, though. I mean, when has he ever done a video or anything where he's like, none of the stuff on CRT did he even seem to really understand?
You're right. I take it back.
Yeah,
I take it back.
So, and what on? I mean, he understands worker co-ops from Wikipedia. Like he's never read a book on economics or anything like that.
This became really apparent with the Hassan's mansion thing, because we watched Hassan's video defending his mansion, and all his arguments were basically like, would you want me to be homeless? A socialist not allowed to make money?
Yeah.
And then we watched Vosh video, and he said the exact same thing. Well, you think socialists could be homeless? You don't think we should have money? But he said it in a slightly smarter sounding way, and that was the only difference.
Yeah, what theory does Vosh understand, or has he articulated?
I think he has some grasp of like classical communist theory. I did see at least one stream where he was reading Marx, and like the stream was just him reading the theory and talking about it. So it's like, okay, fair enough. There's at least some minimal value in that, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in the worker co-ops, he's talking about, it's more democracy in the workplace. But you listen to them talk about how that would actually be implemented. It's obvious they're just bullshitting. They have no idea how any of this shit works. Yeah.
Whenever you listen to him debate somebody on democracy in the workplace, his argument just seems to be democracy is good, therefore more democracy in other places is also good. But it doesn't really line up because democracy isn't appropriate everywhere. It's appropriate in government, but it's not appropriate everywhere.
Yeah, no, democracy can lead to the tyranny of the minority, because if anyone has if you break up different people want different things. Like as soon as you pull out 3 things, you're down to like, okay, how do you get a majority out of that? You're catering to the wants of 33%. Like 66% are unsatisfied.
Yeah, I mean that's where we are in Canada. We just had an election, and the popular vote went to the Conservatives, but just because of the way
we don't want to talk about Canadian politics. Let's get back to this video. Come on, we don't want to bore the shit out of everyone.
Canadians.
Oh no, but it's basically the same thing though. Is that like Trudeau went with his minority, and nobody's happy.
Yeah. Right. I don't even know who Trudeau is.
He's the guy that does the Far Side comics.
He's the blackface guy. I remember something about blackface.
Since both parties are already dragged towards the right by their wealthy donors fearful of the unruly masses, the center creeps ever so steadily towards the right. And with it goes the entirety of American politics.
What are we looking at
That's
here?
right, bitch. We are the kingmakers.
What's going on?
Shut the fuck up and sit down.
It's like jars of like semen.
I was going to say that, jars of semen. I don't know, man. No, you know what it is? Wait, this is the breast milk factory.
Oh,
it is?
This is the Starbucks breast milk factory? Okay.
You're triggering academic agent right now. He's totally...
See, here's what I don't get, though, is that it seems like, maybe just from our point of view or whatever, but it seems like what he's saying is actually the inverse. Things seem to be trending more left over time, not more right.
Yes, I'd agree with that. Yeah,
that's standard how politics works.
So I don't know where he's getting off on saying this.
Conservatism is about conserving. I don't get it.
Because this is where he comes to this.
Conservatism is not about fighting for. I mean, it is about fighting for what we lost, I guess. Go ahead.
This
Sitch.
guy, he's looking at this backwards. Okay. He wants the socialist revolution. So everything that he talks about, all his propaganda is aimed around this idea. So if he can convince his audience, like it's hard to convince an audience where the country's moving to the left that you need to revolt and have a socialist revolution because it's already moving towards the left. Why are people going to revolt? But if you tell your audience that everything's moving towards the right and fascism and there's no hope, then then you need to have a revolution.
Oh, this is the social fascism stuff. Then, if you've heard about that theory,
Yes.
Tell us.
Yes.
yeah. Okay, so I'll give it to you quickly then, since you already heard it. Social fascism was an idea in the 1930s that social democracy, so just capitalism but with a welfare state, it impeded the working class tendency to revolt, and so it was a tool of fascism. And that's basically the theory. So when you expand that out, you have socialism, and then you have everything else, and everything else is just different shades of fascism.
Yeah.
That's why you see online sometimes, like the people who are really deep in the culture war, they'll say stuff like social democracy is the left edge of fascism, which is completely fucking ridiculous. But there's actually, I can't remember the name of the book. There was a good book on the idea of social fascism and just how stupid it is. I have to look it up.
All right, cool.
I don't think the bread tubers and the socialists will admit this, and they won't use this language, but that's what they all believe. They all believe that democracy and a lot of this stuff just gets in the way and impedes the socialist revolution.
Right.
Yeah. That was I did a video on this topic, and I found the clip of Vosh saying, "Is liberalism fascism?" He's like, "Well, yeah, kinda."
I think I saw that video. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah. Vosh is against liberalism. It's fascism now.
Well, obviously,
Yep.
all socialists are against liberalism by definition. But
Election year, the Democrats elected to the highest levels of power get there by feeding us the same lines. They say, "We alone provide an alternative to the past X years of disaster and the objectionable Republican figurehead. We alone are the barrier that prevents the free reign of regressive, conservative politics."
And we centrists hate that shit because we want to know what you actually stand for.
it's literally what every politician says. They say this other guy is a bad man's, I'm the good man's, and I alone can give you what you want. That's every politician's line.
Yeah,
ever.
basically.
Surely you would the fascist. And yet, in the very same breath, they assure us that they need to work across the aisle, that our democracy hinges on their need to move towards the center and capture the mythical swing voters who decide the election.
Mythical. He just called you mythical.
Yeah. The mythical swing voters in the center aren't mythical. They're actually real, and they're actually most people.
Yes, this is great. This has been well documented.
They have
most
the crown.
people aren't communist revolutionaries.
I know. It's fucking crazy.
This is the only reasonable approach. This is what it means to be electable. All the while, America...
Then win a fucking primary, you asshole. Like, if there's some other magical way for the socialistic power, then win a primary, asshole. Actually win elections, but they don't. They never win. They always get their asses handed to them, and then they whine about it.
Yeah, the Democratic Party is wildly different from state to state too. Like if you dropped AOC in a Democratic Party, somewhere in the Midwest, even in a predominantly Democratic district, I mean, she'd probably lose that election.
Right.
She's in a super left-wing district. So all the things she's saying appeal to those constituencies, but if she tried that shit in Ohio, she'd probably get kicked to the curb.
Yeah, definitely.
American politics move steadily further right. There is some hope, though. Within the Democratic Party, progressive figures are gaining...
There's your hope right there. There's your hope.
Ilhan Omar. Wow. Yes.
Yeah. That's what Second Thought wants to see. He wants to see an entire Congress right there.
Isn't she the one that said like Israel's hypnitizing the world with their evil money or something?
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Wait, she said evil money.
Yes. She said both. She said they hypnotized the world.
Oh, okay. So there was, I think, a recall election or something in the States recently. I forget who it was, but there was a
I know
the
who
Democrat
it
was a black woman.
Yeah, she said the evil money that came in from the Jewish
the evil
past,
money came in and destroyed her campaign, but she spent more than her opponents, actually.
Yes.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but her money wasn't from Jews. So
Her
it wasn't
money wasn't evil?
Okay. It wasn't from Jews. So,
I
you
know. She's
She's second
anti-Semitic.
thought.
Can you imagine
Yeah.
having a whole Congress of anti-Semites? It'd be just
That's
like
so
the
funny.
1950s. And second thought is saying that the Republicans are trying to get back to the 1950s.
Socialists hate Jews.
I know. It's weird.
I mean,
it's
there's
totally weird.
Is it? I mean, Marx. I think he was born Jewish, but I think he became self-hating. I mean,
Oh, really? I didn't know.
yeah.
that.
He wrote a paper called "On the Jewish Question," and
Yes,
it's
he did.
basically about him talking about how much Jews suck. So, like,
Really?
That wasn't quite it. It was more to it than that. But I've read On the Jewish Question. I've read it intensely.
I read parts of it. I'm like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is pretty fucking
Wow.
anti-Semitic.
Basically,
like,
Marx describes liberal society and property rights and the liberal conception of natural law and natural rights and how all these things work to create a successful liberal society. And then he says this is all bad.
yes.
And he gives a few really shitty reasons as to why it's bad. And then he says that Jewish culture is basically marching in lockstep with this terrible liberal society. And so for the Jewish people to be emancipated, they have to be emancipated from Jewishness.
From Jewishness.
Wow.
Yes.
That's pretty
Well, he says not only
anti-Semitic.
he said not only they're marching in step with it, but that they're propagating this liberalism. So basically, I mean, he and all the other socialists believe the Jews control the money conspiracy.
Come on, you're scaring Elon Omar. Let's move on. She's terrified.
Traction and getted. The policies that are considered too far left by corporate Democrats, like Medicare for All and the Green New Deal, are actually the policies that are kicking them out of office and earning their more
Oh, can you imagine? The Green
know.
New Deal. Who is the Green New Deal kicked out of office?
Who
Progressive
are
counter-
these? Who are these super progressive socialists that are primarying all the Democrats?
Can you imagine? These people would be shaking in their boots if they could get the like a vote on the Green New Deal.
I know.
None
Well,
of them want to see a vote on the Green New Deal.
No. And it's funny because the future of clean energy is probably going to be nuclear. It's not going to be
Yes.
like fucking windmills or anything. like that.
And see, as somebody who's from outside the States, does the Green New Deal include any nuclear energy?
Probably not.
I'm trying to remember.
I have
I
no
don't remember,
idea. I've
actually.
never looked at it. I
Because if
only
it
heard the
doesn't, it's a
news on
fucking
it.
joke.
I only heard
Yeah.
the laughter heard around the world when the Green New Deal came out, but that was before I was into MMT. So, and then when I read that AOC is an economist and that she understands MMT, I was like, oh, now it all makes perfect sense.
I've still got to hear your MMT rant someday, Adam.
I don't have a rant. I have a perfectly logical, reasoned argument. It's other people that are ranting at me.
That's true. That's
I
true.
still
It
got to
is
hear it
true.
someday, though, because I'm kind of curious what you have to say about it. But
It is true. We triggered the entire chat when we talked about raising the debt ceiling. Nobody wanted to raise the debt ceiling.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I've seen this is the problem. I type in Green New Deal, nuclear power,
Uh-huh.
and you get articles that say Green New Deal sucks and they don't want nuclear power. And then there's other articles that say Green New Deal leaves the door open on nuclear power.
hmm
So I don't know.
I just think the practical reality of it is going to force nuclear power eventually.
Oh, I agree.
Because-
I agree.
Like wind and water and solar work to a degree,
hmm
but you're going to need nuclear. It's just how it is.
Democrats are turning around on nuclear, so maybe we'll
Yeah.
make some headway.
Everyone is.
They're
really.
starting to
Yeah.
realize
Yeah.
it's the way to go.
counterparts a spot at the table. That being said, progressive politicians regularly find themselves
She's so hot. Look at that.
Oh my God.
So pissed off. So angry. Look.
Oh my
Are
God.
you serious?
Just imagine an immigrant under that beating that she's doing. Look, she's whipping. She's whipping an immigrant, guys.
Adam, do you have like a secret stash of AOC deepfakes?
Oh,
No.
it's not secret. It's very public.
defanged by their corporate counterparts.
He didn't
Over
want to talk
time-
about it. He pressed
What's that?
play really quickly. He wanted to change topics. I do like that. I do like that his examples of like positive Democratic politicians are the Socialist Squad who achieve nothing. And they
Yeah.
just rant angrily and they fight or they get publicity, but they actually accomplish nothing. At
Well,
all.
hold on. They were on The Simpsons once.
You're right. I'm so sorry. I forgot.
That's exactly what I was thinking, though. I'm like, accomplished nothing. What are you talking about? They're
Where-
all
where's the-
blowing up their their whole platforms.
Where's the video? Accomplish nothing politically. Where's the video of AOC crying because she gave a present vote instead of funding Israel getting some missiles for the Iron Dome?
What was that about?
Video?
What was the story behind that? I don't.
The story
even
about
know.
that, she fucking capitulated and cried like a bitch. That's the story.
She cried when she voted for Iron Dome,
no. She has come out very publicly attacking people who vote present instead of voting yes or no. And she was supposedly, her and the squad were going to vote no to fund Iron Dome defense missiles. And she had a talking to by Nancy Pelosi. And Nancy Pelosi gave her the talk, and she started crying and then voted present like a bitch.
Nancy Pelosi gave her a talk to vote present. I mean, present's not helpful.
I don't know what she voted. I don't know what she told her to vote.
She told her to vote for it.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But she voted present.
She
instead.
cried. This hurts me more than it hurts you, Nancy.
I wonder what she said to her.
Why Septicon Sushi putting a horse emoji in the chat? I'm curious.
Maybe he's on ivermectin.
Because AOC looks like a horse. That's why.
Oh, is that the thing?
Yes.
Does she? I don't know about that.
That's
they say that
line,
about,
isn't it?
They say that about Julia Roberts too, but I mean, maybe I just have a thing. Maybe it's just horse girls.
I don't have much respect for AOC, and I completely disagree with a lot of things she says. But if she stood her ground and voted no, I'd actually respect her. At least for standing up for what she believes in, even though I don't believe in it. But she's just a cuck in the end. She is one of those everyone is racist. Like, she's completely racist against white people, and that just bugs the shit out of me. So I could not. Yeah. Like, she's a racist piece of shit. I mean, she's hot, but she's still a racist piece of shit. So I mean, that takes a lot out. Takes a lot out of it.
Listen.
Her husband is white as can be, but she's racist against white people. So.
Well, that's usually how it, comes about, right?
Well, no, they say that. They actually say that because a lot of guys will be like, I'm married to a Latino, and people say, oh, you can still be racist and married to someone of a different race. Yeah. So I guess it works. I guess you can throw that on AOC then.
Who's Martin Webb?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I've seen him a bit though.
He says he's got a little YouTube verification check. I'm not familiar with the channel. He says nuclear power is fictional. No technology exists. I don't know. Nuclear weapons do not exist.
You see, I don't know about that because
I don't know what that means.
My best friend's grandfather worked on Canada's nuclear program. It exists.
Well, I mean, we did drop nukes on Japan. I don't know what you mean when you say nuclear weapons don't exist. You're making some esoteric definition.
All of those photos were faked.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I see.
You don't know this?
I don't know this. No, I'm not familiar with the nuclear conspiracy. No.
Interesting though.
They are related into the centrist fold with every concession to the party's elite. So, while electoral politics do provide some short-term gains, most notably starting the radicalization process of many apathetic Americans.
Wait, he said radicalizing Americans is a good thing.
Is the gain, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Radicalizing people.
All right.
I have met a number of people at this point who view radicalization as a good thing as long as it's in their direction.
Of course.
Yeah.
What is radicalization, though? I mean, what does he mean by that?
To become socialist, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, he's probably using when they say radical, it's like radical feminist. Radical means you want to overthrow whatever the current system is and replace it.
I wonder how he feels about the ethno-nationalists trying to radicalize the Republican Party. Would he call that a positive? Probably not.
Actual change will only come from popular grassroots movements. If you're looking for ways to get involved, see if any groups near you are looking for help. Joining your local chapter of a national group like the DSA, or any of the several left-wing political parties, or your city's mutual aid collective can have a bigger impact.
I am contemplating joining one of these groups just to kind of just
to
film it,
do a little intel.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so curious because I feel I just want to know what these people's what these people's material conditions are like, because it's just I don't see a lot. I've not seen a lot of pain and suffering in my life. So
See, that is something that I did way back in the day. So at this point, like I'm not gonna make any claims to being a huge channel or anything, but I'm big enough that people here locally know who I am. But say,
aren't
like
you have
6
like
years ago or
100K subscribers? We're like,
yeah.
Well, I guess Sitch has 100K. I don't have 100.
Yeah,
we're like pittance, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
your
a
main
tiny,
channels both have a
tiny
lot.
little
I'm nobody here.
No, we're nobodies. Okay.
Well, in any case, like about 6 years ago, people didn't know who I was, and fine. So I went to a Antifa meeting at the university here in my city, and it was all just rich kids. I just wanted to see, but it was all
You're doing
just
the same
rich
thing.
kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. It's like, you guys really have it so bad?
Yeah, there were like 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds getting paid school by their parents, don't know a single thing about how anything works.
There are people
And
out
they're all
there
talking about
suffering.
it.
I can feel it, Adam. Where? We should help them. Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Than you think. The main takeaway is this. The United States is run by a two-party corporate duopoly. Both the Republicans and the Democrats are beholden to the same corporate interests. And both parties are dedicated to the maintenance of the untenable and increasingly dystopian neoliberal status quo. Both our major parties are right-wing.
What is dystopian?
The neoliberal status quo.
When you're talking about, lawlessness and like defunding the police, that's, I think, dystopian. I'm like,
pretty,
okay,
yeah.
now I can't walk down my street because some asshole decided to defund the police. That's dystopian. Those are the policies of your side, motherfucker. What are you talking about? How is tough on crime dystopian? I just don't get it.
Haven't you seen RoboCop? Haven't you seen Judge Dredd? We're gonna live in the Judge Dredd future.
Listen, in
Demolition
China,
Man.
Demolition Man. That's actually more like a leftist future. But.
In China, they're locking up the Uyghurs, who are just culturally different.
No. That's not happening. That's fake.
Oh.
Listen,
remember we learned that from Jimmy Dore's show.
I dug
That's
in.
not really happening.
I dug in. It is very real. I listened to a couple of podcasts. Vox, actually.
Those are CIA plants, Adam. Okay.
They had this chick who went into the Uyghur area and filmed them taking away a bunch of guys at night.
No. That's just CIA propaganda. China did nothing wrong. China #1.
They interviewed a woman on the train who was like, "Oh, I can't talk about politics." I'm like, "What the fuck? That's what that's like 50% of what we do in America.
That's true.
Can't talk about politics."
Adam, it's all crisis actors.
Yes.
No, I don't.
See,
sorry, Alex Jones.
They took
I
the
don't
same
believe you.
crisis actors from
No, don't say it. Don't say it.
That shooting, and they just gave them some makeup to make them look Asian, and then they filmed them and said that they're Uyghurs.
What's going on for the Uyghur genocide is dystopian. That's not happening here. People are committing crimes, being arrested, and I mean, there's way too many police shootings, but there's just as many police shootings on both sides of the racial divide.
Didn't Jimmy Dore compare
they're
the Uyghur
tiny by comparison to the population?
Didn't he compare the Uyghur genocide to the Japanese internment during World War II?
I think
Wasn't
he
that
did.
the comparison he made?
He made some ridiculous comparison like that.
He's one of the good leftist dog guys.
We're actually supposed to go on Kurt Metzger's podcast. Kurt Metzger does videos with Kyle. Is it Dunning? Kyle Dunning. It has a channel that's super popular right now. He's doing videos that make fun of Biden. Like he has the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's like a Biden parody. He does all these impersonations and stuff. It's amazing stuff. I've seen people say it in the chat a couple of times, but we're supposed to go on Kurt's podcast, and we'll probably be arguing about this because he said he was actually on Jimmy Dore's side, and that
I thought he said he was Jimmy Dore's friend.
He's Jimmy Dore's friend, and he said he was actually on Jimmy Dore's side about Bill Maher being a total jackass. And I guess Kyle.
Well, but wait a minute. We have to be careful with the language here. Is Bill Maher a total jackass?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that mean that he's wrong? No.
But
Like,
we're
these are
still going to
two
argue
different
with Kurt.
things.
I mean, why would we want to argue with Kurt?
Right.
Yes. Kyle Dunnigan. That's it. They're saying it in the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
Kyle Dunnigan. His channel's fucking hilarious. If you guys haven't subscribed, you should. He also did, remember the video that went viral of Michael Jackson in heaven talking about how he totally did it? Do you remember that
No, I
video? It
never
was
saw
like
that.
everywhere. Oh God,
No.
it's so hilarious. It's so hilarious. He's like, basically Michael Jackson is just admitting everything. So he's doing it like he's got, the digital Michael Jackson face on. So he looks like
Right.
Michael Jackson, but just uncanny valley enough that it adds to the hilarity of it.
Right.
Oh, it's so good. Yeah. He did that a couple of years ago. And I remember that video just being so baller. Yeah. Yes. Totally
Yes.
funny guy.
Yes.
So
Amazing.
should we,
Wing.
well, you
The
stop
end will
making fun of me.
We gotta finish it. We got a whole other video to get through.
No, we could
Whole
just.
other video.
Oh,
Let's
and I
just
wanted to give
skip-
you one too.
Let's just skip the second video.
Because see, I've actually got a short 7-minute video I wanted to toss your way. But
Oh no!
Fuck
What video?
no. Are you
What
kidding?
video?
That's not happening.
What video? Wait, tell me, what is the video?
it's the one called Vosh arrives at Chinese socialism.
No, we'll do it
Oh.
next week.
Well, we'll do that
No?
next. Do that
All right,
next
I'll
time.
I'll hand it off to you. It's only
Okay.
7 minutes long. So it's not that long,
Right.
but it's funny. It's funny.
Until the left, the real left, can mount an effective opposition to this deeply flawed and inhumane political project. If we
Deeply flawed and inhumane political
know.
project. I just look at the fucking socialist countries and tell me about inhumane. This, I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. See, before, okay, pre-coronavirus. Okay, let's clarify.
Mhm.
Pre-coronavirus, we were living in the West.
Mm-hmm.
The America, Canada, these places. We were living in the best time in human history.
Mm-hmm.
We were living in a golden age of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where this is coming from. Like, things have literally never been better.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There, people in the chat don't want us to skip the next. I'm just playing with you guys. We're not going to skip the next video. Okay. Come on. The whole theme of the show is we have to decide. This is one level of insanity, but we have to watch the other video to see the other level of insanity. Okay.
Right.
Which salt pile is bigger, basically?
Yes.
Yeah. Everyone's saying that we're not. Look, this guy's saying centrists are cucks basically in this video.
Right.
We're basically the kingmakers. I hate to spoil it. Second thought, side hoe, that you guys are the cucks. Listen, you got one party, and they're cucking you around every
There's
corner.
a reason that that enlightened centrists are the true neos, and everyone else is stuck in the matrix.
Yeah.
Okay, we're sitting on the little chair outside the pool watching the kitties. There's like a group of kitties in red floaties and a group of kitties in blue floaties. And they're just splashing water at each other and yelling at each other, spitting at each other, and we're like in the pool, like we're sitting out in the pool drinking our drinks, going, "Yep, look at those dumb kids."
Yeah, exactly. Well, unless you have a credible threat that you'll vote for someone else, you don't really have any political power.
That's true.
Like the Democrats do this every single time. They're like, "Oh, socialists! Who are they going to vote for? Trump? Fuck them."
True.
change, if we want to safeguard future generations against climate fallout, if we want to stop the inevitable transformation of neoliberalism into outright fascism, we have our work cut out for us. So let's get
Neoliberalism. Hold on. Neoliberalism is laissez-faire capitalism.
Is the literal opposite of
Yeah.
fascism.
How the fuck do you turn that into state-controlled businesses?
I don't know. It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah. See, I could explain it. Maybe it'd be like a 20-minute dev.
I don't
rant
even
of
know.
just
Don't
Yeah.
please.
explaining political philosophy, and it'd be boring as fuck. I could explain it, but it's nonsense.
I think really what it is that if you're a socialist, they're like, okay, neoliberalism is a bad man word
Mhm.
and fascism is a bad man word.
Right.
So they're gonna, if you're a bad man, you're gonna bring about all the bad man words into
Right.
fruition.
Here, I'll give you the TLDR of the TLDR.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
They looked at Mussolini's quotes. They saw that he said corporatism, and so they blamed the neoliberals.
Wow.
Of course.
Okay,
There you
that
go.
is
There you go.
interesting. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that is
Fascist
interesting.
governments are well known for having neoliberal economic policies.
Yeah. Huh.
Well known. Yes.
Get to. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible by my patrons on Patreon. When I decided to make the shift from general interest stuff to more radical political content, I knew I ran the risk of sinking my channel and losing my ad revenue and sponsors.
Yes! Yes!
Thank God.
Whoa! Go capitalism!
The thing is, it's very safe to be a leftist online. You can
Right.
call for
He's not
a
going to
violent
get
revolution,
deplatformed, but
and you'll be fine.
Right.
he's not going to get
But you can't get your corporate sponsorships.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. That's the bar.
And his Patreon's probably like 3 times the size of the
Right.
sponsorships. Let's be honest here.
That's true.
Mhm.
That's true.
He's got
These
like
days,
I think he's got something like 2,000 people
Yeah.
sub to his Patreon, but we
Yeah.
don't know how much that is because he keeps it private. But
Sure.
still, that's a fair
Like a
amount of
good
money.
socialist.
Well, you can look. You can look at the what his lowest tier is. We can get a guesstimation, obviously.
He's got almost 3,000 Patreons.
Oh, things have changed.
His lowest tier is $2 and his highest tier is
Okay.
$50.
Mhm.
So there you go.
Socialists don't have a lot of money though. They're probably all $2 tiers.
Now they're probably a lot of $5 tiers. So.
Really? Every time I listen to these socialist streams, it sounds like they're all broke. So
Yeah, but that's the aesthetic they put out in order to get more money.
really, okay.
Yeah, they're broke and they're fighting the powers that be. Okay, so support them. You're supporting the revolution.
Yeah.
Now, excuse me while I drive this luxury car.
We're fighting the power too.
That's true.
Second thought is our power that we must fight against.
Pretty hard to get us my videos. I have one reliable one, and they're great. But for the most part, I'm having to rely on the generous support of viewers like you.
Okay, we've done enough. I just wanted you to hear that part. I knew that part would get you.
That's pretty funny.
So we don't want to go full Hassan here, right? We've got the link to his video in the description below. And
Look at those cars.
oh, you're bringing up
Do you
Look at those
see?
cars.
Can you see the thumbnail for the video?
I can't, no.
Oh,
But we can once we'll put it to the end and the thumbnail pops up.
yeah.
Ooh, look at that. Oh, yeah.
If you've been on the channel for a while, you've probably heard me mention the secret project I've been working on with Joseph from Real Life Lore.
You recognize that voice?
Well, after almost a year of planning and shooting, we're finally ready to launch. As of right now, you can catch our new car show, Grand Test Auto, right here on YouTube.
Woo!
Socialism is fast cars.
Wow. It's nice
at
to
all
be
these luxury
nice
cars,
to be
guys.
socialist. Wow.
Socialism. Woo!
It's a pretty nice
guys.
Audi right there. Look at that. Side vents.
Oh my God.
Probably got a rear engine there.
Cars to electrics to autocycles, supercars, and of course,
Oh
Is it
yeah.
a little Porsche. What's this Honda Civic?
I don't know.
Oh, look, he's in Texas.
the Toyota Corolla. Grand Test Auto will always be free and supported by sponsors here on YouTube. But if you'd like to watch the show
Nice house there too. Look
I
at that.
know. Look at that.
ad-free and see new episodes
There it is. Look at the channel. That's the thumbnail. Look at that. He got. I don't know which one's second thought. I think the one on the left is second thought.
Is this
So
the
this-
thing that communists do when they finally get to a capitalist country? They're like, oh, this car. Oh my God.
There you go.
I've dreamed of seeing a car like this once.
months before everybody else, you can sign up for
Oh, look. Look at his feature.
Featured creators: Lindsay Ellis, H Bomber Guy, Patrick Williams, T1J. Oh my God.
Look at that. Holy
I know.
shit.
I just
Holy
love
Nebula.
shit.
I just
sign up
love
for an
this
account on
image
Nebula
of-
and watch.
Oh, wait. What's going on?
What happened?
What are you
fucked it up,
doing?
Adam.
I'm
It's your
not
fault.
fucking up. I want to see
Oh, no.
this content.
Don't touch
creators.
it. Wait, don't touch it for a second.
Original
I wanted to
content
point
from your
something out,
favorite
but I guess
educational
we'll just
with
wait.
tons of other an account on Nebula and watch Grand free and
What
see
are you doing? What's
I just-
happening here?
It wasn't
I
me. It wasn't me.
love this image.
Mhm.
This is like internet socialism in a nutshell. Is this image
Mhm.
of the content creator hugging a fucking luxury car, and then right under
new
it,
episodes months before everybody
is
else. You can
featured leftist creator.
Yeah.
This is internet socialism perfectly captured in a single image.
Yeah.
Right here.
This is the grift right here.
Yes. Yes.
And their show is a Nebula original.
Mhm.
What's Nebula?
It's just some other streaming service.
Oh.
They got paid money to do this.
I see.
Someone sponsored their show and then put it on there as like
Mhm.
a timed exclusive or something.
I mean,
Basically,
Mhm.
during one of Vosh's 24-hour charity streams, there's a clip of him playing Banjo-Kazooie, and he says, "It is completely ethical to maximize yourself under an unethical system. So if you're stuck under capitalism, be the most ruthless.
Wait a minute. So I don't ever want to hear Vosh complain about slavery or any of the founding fathers owning slaves ever again.
Yes.
Because apparently it's totally legal or totally ethically moral to maximize your wealth under that unethical system.
They were stuck in that system of slavery. They couldn't change it. So just own every slave you can.
Something tells me Vosh would not accept that. The pro-slavery stance.
Oh my God. What a...
Sign up for an account and watch Grand Theft Auto along with tons of other original content from your favorite educational YouTubers. Either way...
These are the educational YouTubers?
I guess so.
I've learned so much from H.
Or like Tirzu, but that's the only one I like.
Oh yeah, Tirzu's good.
We've had a lot of fun making this new show, and we hope you guys will love...
I shouted out Tirzu when I found his channel, and he retweeted me, and then he looked at my content, and he took the tweet down.
Did he really?
Yes.
So he is a leftist then?
I'm sure he is.
Wow, that sucks.
I've seen him be buddy-buddy with like some of the questionable breadtuber
that
types.
Sucks.
It's sad.
She's the only one who's fucking baller enough to like...
That's true.
That's true. Toss politics aside. All these people like, well, can you imagine like not being friends with someone because they were Jewish or because they were Christian or because they were like some different religion?
Yeah, it's insane.
It is insane. Which is he the guy on the right?
He's the guy on the left, I think.
20 minutes? Come check out Grand Theft Auto by following the link below.
So he's just young and dumb, basically. Yeah.
And here's
someone who was super stupid when I was young and
here's a video
questionably
from his channel.
Stupid already. Still stupid.
They're driving, and this is from 2019.
The Rolls Royce. I like it.
They're driving a 2016 Rolls Royce.
Yeah.
Rolls Royce, and the title is "Absurd Luxury."
Can you look up how much a 2016 Rolls Royce goes for? just
Do they not like show the outside? There's a whole video just them talking in a car. Like, is this like the lame version of comedians getting cars and comedians getting coffee?
How many
luxury cars?
How many views does it have?
There are other things, but they're not on the same
level. I got a friend
same
with
level.
a Rolls Royce. Come on, Sitch. Let's go do
it. This has like 5,000 views. That channel is like, no one cares about the channel.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's 500,000 though for that car.
500,000.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oof. I was thinking that's kind of. That's you know.
What? That's normal price for you.
Not
Adam?
a lot of money, you know. Usually when I get a new car,
$500,000 for a car.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
You know,
$500,000 for a fucking car. Yeah.
I usually pencil in like $750,000.
Of course, of course.
I'm not gonna get the budget deal.
I want to spend $500,000 for a car, and it only has 2 doors, so that my friends have to climb in through the back like hobos. Yeah, that's.
But look, if one of those doors opens on the freeway, you're totally safe. For those of you who are just listening, the doors open backwards. So if the door flies open on the freeway, you are fucked.
If you're not wearing a seatbelt, you are flying out of that car. I mean,
you're at least losing the door.
Listen, I mean, if you're not wearing a seatbelt and you get in a car accident and your door flies open, you're flying out of the car regardless.
Can you imagine? Okay, Sitch rents his car for his hot date, and he's driving down the freeway. His date's like, "Oh, my phone fell down." She opens the door.
Oh my God.
She opens the door thinking she can just open it a little and grab the phone. Boom! Nope. The door's gone.
There she goes. Yeah. That's terrible. That's terrible.
That's the ultimate end to your date right there.
Full of luxury as this. I mean, this is like discussing the difference between a Lamborghini Aventador and a Toyota Supra.
Yeah.
When you're discussing...
This is so fascinating. How old is this video? Because...
It's 2019.
2019. So a couple years ago, he makes these super rich high-end videos, and he's like, "This got like 5,000 views. I need to switch up my strategy here. I'm gonna give fucking communism a try." And now he's got 750,000 views on the video, or no, 250,000 views on the video we just watched. Wow.
Oh, there's a comment under the video I wanted to read. It's funny. From 1 month ago, it says, Am I the only one confused by the irony of a channel heavily devoted to class struggle and climate crisis awareness making a channel about test driving wildly expensive and extremely wasteful vehicles?
Wasteful, yeah.
Someone says the clash consciousness probably kicked in later.
Is that the one he replied to?
No, he didn't reply. There was one that he replied to, but this one.
Yeah, there was one. There's one that he replied to. He says something like 6 cruise ships spend or produce more carbon than all the cars in the world combined, so don't blame me.
What aboutism? What
about
about
someone else's fault? Yes.
What about it? He's like, shut down the cruise ships. My cars are just fine. It's not the cruise ships, dude. It's that you're making videos about class struggle when you're obviously in the bourgeoisie. Right?
Someone commented saying, conservatives be like, how can you own expensive cars if you are a socialist? Yeah, no, that's actually a good fucking question.
Yeah.
That's just writing it in a mocking way does not actually answer the question.
Yeah. Fascinating. All right,
So
what's
there you
next? Where's that crazy abs video? We're gonna watch that, right?
We're gonna watch that now.
Oh, you're doing the abs video?
Yeah. You didn't.
I thought that's why you wanted to come on. I thought that's why you wanted to come on.
Oh no!
Why did you want to come on?
No, because of this video, the previous one. Like I actually had a lot to say about that one.
Oh, okay.
And I had seen it a few times at this point. It'd been making the rounds.
Did you miss anything you wanted to say?
I kind of want to just drag it out and not ever cover the video because Academic Agent is in the chat and he really wants us to get to the video. So I want to kind of just keep not getting to it just for the comedy.
Here, let's just skip to the end here.
I'm just such a troll.
Let's just skip to the
Let me
end.
just tell you this. If I was in charge, the regime would force you to stop being such a... I'm aware that Susan is listening.
Oh, what a dumb video.
If you are a young man watching this who wants your girlfriend to...
Stupid video. Okay,
Did you get this part? Oh my God.
I'm joking.
He was going full of mask off there.
I know.
Did you hear what happened?
Susan. He's calling out Susan.
No, he pulled his punch. He was like, oh my God, the CIA is listening.
He's going to say a word.
What was he going to say?
I don't know.
He said, if I had my way, I would. Oh,
they would get the wall, something like that. Wim Quinn for $20. Thank you so much. WM Quinn says, have you guys seen the latest hit piece on Blair White by The Right Opinion? He had the same position as Big Joel on the debate. I tried, a bunch of people sent this to us. It's like a 3-hour video or something, insane like that. I watched or I listened to like 40 minutes of it, and I was just like bored to tears.
Yeah, he didn't really.
God.
He started off, and it made it seem like he was really going to go after Blair White, and I thought, fuck, if it turns out that Big Joel was right, and we just did that debate with him, we're fucked.
Big Joel was right about what?
About Blair White.
Yeah, he's not fucking right.
I know.
First of all,
I started watching the video, and I'm like, what? This is ridiculous. What is he complaining about Blair White? I didn't see anything.
I don't know.
Massively.
I don't watch The Right Opinion's content, so I'm not super familiar with it. I tried to watch the video. It was boring as fuck. It was just him basically whining that Blair's mean. I'm like, okay, I mean, I agree Blair's mean. Like, she's got kind of that like mean queer girl aesthetic thing that exists. You know, what do you want me to do about it? Like,
he did. So I
don't care.
I only watched like half the video, and he was making the argument that Blair makes herself out to be a voice of moderation, but she just milks the drama shit and is not a voice of moderation. Which there's an argument to be made there. But fucking so what?
True.
Yeah.
So what?
So what?
I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was weird because like I don't watch Blair's content. I find it boring. Like we just covered that. We didn't even cover the debate because it's funny. We originally covered that debate not because of Blair, but because Carlin was in it.
Well, no, and also because it was crazy. I mean,
and because what
Witzke.
Lauren was
And
saying
also,
was so fucking crazy. Yes.
People encourage us to cover the right. They constantly say, all you do is fucking bitch about this SJW.
All you do is complain about red tubers.
So it's as soon as there's anything where people on the right are going fucking insane, it's a perfect opportunity. Like this video, this abs video, it's like people on the right going nuts, going full bonkers, full crazy, man, fully insane, just like losing their minds.
You know what? Actually, I'm curious, since you're in the chat, Academic Agent, did you see the debate, the Blair White Lauren Witzke debate? And did you make a video? I'm curious as to what your thoughts on that video is.
Hold on here. You want to hear Academic Agent doing his impersonation of Lauren Witzke? I got it right here in the end of the video. Here, let me cue it up. Let me cue it up for you.
No. Okay.
Isn't this Academic Agent's Lauren Witzke moment though? Is it really? I mean, I feel like it is.
Let's be fair. We'll watch the video first, okay?
What are you talking about? Be fair.
Who's Lauren Witzke? Or who? I don't know who that is.
Lauren, you didn't see the Blair White Lauren Witzke debate?
No, I don't watch much Blair White.
So Blair, we covered on the stream too. Blair, Carlin Brushenko had a debate with Lauren Witzke and John Doyle, right? That's his name, or is it Ed Doyle? I don't know, some Doyle guy. And basically, it was about what is the future of the Republican Party? Should it be a economically conservative party that's kind of like socially libertarian, or should they go back to being Bible thumping, hating the LGBT community? And it's an insane debate. And Lauren basically is like horribly an asshole to Blair, saying that she should grow out her mustache and stop living as a woman and like all sorts of crazy shit. And that's what you should watch. Actually, we had a debate with Big Joel about this video. That's pretty fascinating. But
I brought up Sitch sent me this thing before we started, this little screenshot of the chat I brought up here. Was I supposed to? What is this? Sitch says, "Don't worry, I will, Academic Agent." And he says, "I won't let him weasel." And Academic Agent says, "The issue is young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women."
There were two pictures. So the first picture is Academic Agent in chat saying, "Ensure Adam addresses the fundamental issue, namely young men." Yes, there's two pictures.
Okay.
Namely, young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women. The issue was never about abs. Hold Adam to honesty. So I said, "Don't worry, I will. I won't let him weasel."
Okay, I missed one.
No weaseling allowed, Adam. All right.
Well, I wanted to make sure because the issue is young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women. Okay.
Right.
Oh my God. Stop the next election. What the fuck? Forget about global warming, guys. I mean, forget about higher taxes or the price of gasoline. We've got a fucking catastrophe on our hands.
Yeah. Akilan Nayaranyanaswamy for $20. Thank you so much, Akilan. One day I will learn to say your name correctly. All this AOC is an economist BS needs to stop. She has a BA, okay, not a BS, which means she did none of the rigorous math. It's insulting to real economists that have done the hard work to become actual economists.
AOC is not an actual economist. She has a BA.
She has a BA.
Oh, well, thank goodness. I'm glad we know that now.
She doesn't have a bachelor's of science. So there you go. Zen Richards for $20. Thank you so much. Zen says femboy bussy, tom girl abs, or normie baldness. There you go. There you go.
I don't know.
Anyway, let's get in
to the video.
Buy Foundations of Writing on the
Hell no, we're not buying this shit.
Foundations of Writing.
This post.
Hold on, but I do want to point out.
Once you see how mistakes
are
made, you will not unsee them. You will know life.
It is interesting.
Foundations of Writing.
It is interesting that he has this foundation of writing thing. And it does say punctuation right here. And then there's a typo in the first thing he posts.
Buy it now.
I came across a thread on Twitter today Here's how it started. Enough politics. Abs time. This post had almost 60,000 likes and over 800 replies.
That girl's hot. I don't know what the problem is.
You know who she is?
No, who is that?
She is Lean Beef Patty.
That's her Twitter name?
That's her TikTok name.
Oh, jeez.
And she posts her workouts and stuff and her dieting.
It looks like a 3D. That's not a real person. It looks like a 3D thing.
Hold on. I'll find it for you.
I'm gonna be honest. Now that I'm seeing full body pictures, less attractive. That's a little disappointing. A little disappointing. Gee, that was a good angle.
Listen,
there,
you sexist piece of shit.
Hey, I'm just look. Sometimes things aren't what they are.
Right. I'll
come in a moment. I don't care about who this person is. Before I even start, I want to head off for degenerate copes.
The copes.
For degenerate copes.
I put it in the DMs, Adam. If you want to see her.
Okay, cool. Look right here. I'll skip to the punctuation error in cope number 4 here. Stop getting triggered and acting like a prude bro. What's a prude bro? Tell me. What's a prude bro, guys? Have you ever heard of a prude bro? Do you guys hang out with prude bros?
Nice. Like, to Mr. Dyslexic, be nice about.
Stop acting like a prude bro. Okay. Well, no, he's selling he's selling a foundations of writing that's supposed to teach me punctuation. Okay. This 4th cope, I'm having trouble coping with the punctuation here.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just know some dweeb in the chat or the comments will be trying to make. Let me save you the trouble.
Dweebs right here, right now, watching this video, talking to you.
Oh, we're way past the comment section.
We're 3 dweebs, okay?
Way past the comment section.
I've seen this video before, and he lays out these 4 copes, but he doesn't actually refute any of them. He says they're copes, and then the video continues, and it's like, well, just because you predicted good arguments against what you're about to present doesn't mean that you've actually disproven those arguments.
No. You're nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, that's the only argument you need.
Nitpicking? Right? I was making fun of his punctuation.
Yeah, exactly. But see, if you label something as copes, then you just, you don't have to address it.
Copes is a way of dismissing it. It definitely is. Cope harder, right?
Now, I think you could be more fair and say these are straw man. These are not addressing my point. Now, that would have been more fair than calling them copes, but.
First of all, the first one, what's wrong with abs? You want girls to be fat. That's a hell of an argument right there. Right?
Well, that is an argument, but he's academic agent from necessitantly pointing this in chat and from the video. And I listened to part of a long stream he had with a bunch of other people about this video.
Doing your homework. Look at that. S-class delivering.
Seems to be, S-class is all about doing their homework. Main position seems to be about this idea that there are these gender roles or gender norms that either nature or religion has kind of put upon society, and that we should follow these gender roles, and that girls being buff and domineering and men being presumably not buff and submissive is degenerating these natural gender roles.
Yes. Yeah.
That seems to be the argument.
Yeah. The argument is, it's a naturalistic fallacy for one, but the argument is for traditional gender roles.
Isn't that true of all religion, though? Isn't all religion based on a naturalistic fallacy?
Yeah, it could be. If you're saying this is a way, well,
God is the ultimate force of nature, right?
Let's just move on to the video.
List them. Number 1, what's wrong with abs? Do you want girls to be fat? Number 2, you want
to be a little thick, right?
A boomer who doesn't get the tomboy abs fetish subculture, bro.
True. Boomer.
I think academic agent is like 10 years younger than me, and it's so weird.
Look.
Hold on. Sitch.
Boomer is a state of mind.
I know. Some people were born 40. It's just they can't help it.
Sitch, are you on the tomboy abs fetish subculture train?
Not really. No.
No, it's not your thing.
When I see like a girl with like buff abs, like I'm neither attracted nor repulsed. It just doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, okay. Like I don't really care.
Neutral.
Yeah.
I can be impressed by the work put into it, but yeah, I'm neutral on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm neutral. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah.
It was funny because I think it was V made a response to this, and he kind of pointed out this funny thing, which I didn't even realize. He said the Venus de Milo has some pretty nice abs.
What?
And I was like, really? And then I brought this. I'm like, oh, you're right. It does. I never even noticed. The Venus de Milo has some pretty rock and washboard abs. So,
nice.
There you go.
Number 3. If you're against this, it's obviously some insecurity on your part.
Notice he doesn't respond. No
agent. We know you're just
insecure. No response.
About the powerful abs of the woman. It just makes you feel inferior. We know it's true. Deep down.
Very clear. He does not respond here. Now, do we know if academic agent is beach body ready? I'm not certain. I mean, I'm
beach body ready academic agent.
I'm not beach body ready either. So I'm glass houses over here. But I'm not the one making this video. So.
Number 4. Stop getting triggered and acting like a prude, bro.
Wait, he put the comma in when he read it. What's going on here?
They're just being ironic and exaggerating, trying to wind you up. Well,
I mean, that is true. That is like 100% true.
Yeah,
like, there are people. Yeah, there are people that are like really fetishizing about tomboys and fetishizing about muscular women. But come on, like most of it is people are just fucking really riling people up.
So much of the craziest shit that you see on Twitter, I'm convinced it's like, oh, I'm posting this to trigger the conservatives.
Of course it is.
It's like,
a lot of it
come on.
Well,
or to trigger the socialists on the other side. Same.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I talked about this on a previous stream about how like when people are posting in certain message boards, there's like this attitude of how to behave. That's like on 4chan. Everyone acts like a total asshole. But it's like that's part of like, oh, if you're posting on 4chan, you're supposed to be an asshole. Like that's kind of like there's like this idea of how to act. And so a lot of Twitter is people kind of acting in these manner, and they're butting up against normies who are just kind of trying to use Twitter like a normal platform, and it kind of creates this weird conflict of like two worlds colliding.
Yeah, exactly.
That were never meant to be together.
Most people are not used to, the opening salvo on Twitter being like, you're a fucking idiot. It's like, okay, whoa, bro, slow down.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing. The 4th point. I think the reason he heads this off at the pass is because the majority of his argument revolves around one picture, which the video gets into. And I am very sure that the picture is a joke. Because it describes a person that I'm not sure actually exists, like in real life. Like people might be ironic, they might joke about it, but like I don't think that person exists. We'll get to the picture as we keep going. Okay. I'll point it out.
Listen. This obviously was inserted into the video after the video was made. Like he did this epic rant thing and then listened back to it and thought, oh, I need to add something in here.
I kind of like that style, though.
What's that?
I like that style of just putting in a movie clip every once in a while. It's kind of I like that.
No, I don't mean the movie clip.
He means the copes.
The copes.
Oh, okay.
All the copes were added after the fact, after the video was made and digested. Yeah.
All that.
Suggest.
That's not a real woman there, is it? I thought that was like a 3D picture.
That's a real person.
That is the person I linked you in Twitter DM.
I thought that was like a plastic mannequin or something.
No, man, that's her.
That's not real. No
That's
way.
Real.
She has videos.
Nah. That's skin tone.
Sweat,
hundreds of videos.
And lighting works.
That skin tone is not. I mean, that's
sweaty.
Unnatural skin tone.
No, it's because she's sweaty and the lighting.
This person is a robot. This is not.
She's in a gym.
Okay. Yeah, she's probably under some awful fluorescent lighting.
I guess the hand does look kind of realistic there, but I don't know. I thought this was a 3D image now. It's kind of crazy that I thought it was just like, yeah, okay.
Stop. Okay? Enough with these justifications and copes. Don't want to hear them. I don't care. I've heard it all before anyway, when I focused on the femboy issue and the anime to porn to trans pipeline last year.
God, we really need to dive into this anime to porn to trans pipeline.
That's the video I want to see.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I messaged Academic Agent, and he doesn't have a short video on this. We're flying blind here. We're just gonna have to speculate about that.
Well, and as you said, and you said this many times in the streams, is that generally, well, there are anime that has like, femboys and catboys and all that stuff, but like most of animes have far more traditional gender roles than American media. So it's weird, in my estimation, to kind of throw anime under the bus as being responsible for some kind of behavior like that.
I think Academic Agent should watch Kill la Kill.
Kill la Kill does not reinforce traditional gender roles. Okay, just because it has a lot of scantily clad women, it's not. I'm pretty sure he would say it's degenerate.
I feel like, but Kill la Kill is kind of like, it feels like traditional gender roles. It feels like there's not a lot of gay trans stuff going on in Kill la Kill.
That's true. Yeah. There isn't. But we'll see. Kill la Kill is interesting because if we could remove all the nudity,
it's not. Why do you call it degenerate? Because there is a logical reason why these girls.
I'm not calling it degenerate. Okay? I'm saying I'm going to assume Academic Agent.
They are not naked to titilize young boys. They're naked.
That's literally why they're half naked. To titilize young boys.
Well, no, but not in the story though. Not in the story universe.
Not in the story. Yes. No, there's a story.
Do you want they would be risking their lives if they were clothed, Sitch. Do you want them to die?
So are you saying that you watch it for the plot then?
Yes, of course.
Well, but the Kill la Kill is actually really interesting because there's always this conversation of like, how do you make a strong female character that's not just like a man with a wig and a dress?
Right. A strong female character that's naked.
Well, no, but I'm saying if you removed all the because the sexual stuff like always triggers people, but the characterization in Kill la Kill is actually very interesting because all the female characters who are the protagonists and are all and the antagonists and are all very strong characters, none of them feel like men. None of them feel like women who are really men. They all feel like strong female characters.
Totally. Yeah.
That are actually women. So that they're very well written characters.
See, that's something that Japan just seems to do well. Like name an anime that has women in fighting roles and they generally feel like that. Like they're still women, not just rebranded men.
Who's the school principal? I can't remember her name. She's so woman. We've talked about this with American politics. Like one of the things that I think is interesting about AOC is I feel like she's one of the first elected representatives that's being a representative as a female, where most of them feel like this is a boys' club. I'm competing with the men. I'm going to act like a man. Here's my pantsuit. But she seems
Academic Agent says all anime is degenerate. So there you go.
No, I saw that. Yeah. Very in-depth analysis there.
Satsuki Kiryuin.
Yeah.
So I hate it's only that's annoying because all the names are Japanese and I can't ever remember.
I know I can't remember them. I remember Ryoko, but just because she's
Ryoko, the
main protagonist. But like Ryoko's all of the characters have traditional gender roles. I don't see. I mean, even the
I don't see. I disagree. They don't have traditional gender roles at all. Because the traditional gender role is the woman is like the homemaker and the man would be like the warrior. Okay. And in Kill la Kill, the women are all warriors, but they all feel like female characters, even though they're all, fighting and doing all that stuff.
Is it because they're naked?
That probably helps.
Well, see, you look at
maybe I'm thinking something different of traditional gender roles.
Yeah, I don't know how you're defining traditional gender roles. So.
One show that I love to bring up and that is very normie of me to bring up is Attack on Titan, and they have no fan service in Attack on Titan whatsoever. There's none of it.
Boring.
I agree.
Mikasa feels like a woman, and yet she's like the strongest character in the entire show. So,
I've never watched Attack on Titan, so
you should watch it. It's incredible. I will simp for that show all day long.
I have a problem with these shows that are like built on mysteries, because I always feel like the mystery is never going to be good. So I'm going to feel bad when I find out what the mystery is.
See, I agree. This is the one show where it actually worked out. For me. Where like they hit like the 2/3 mark, and they pull back the curtain, they open the mystery box, and they actually reveal what's going on, and it's actually very good.
Okay.
It's the like I watched Lost too. It was fucking terrible.
Right.
But this is the one show where it worked.
Have you seen Kill la Kill?
Not in a very long time.
For shame.
Not in a very when it first came out, and I don't.
Should
really
watch
remember.
it every year.
Academic Agent should watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think he would like that a lot.
Oh no,
that's the show for him.
Oh no, he would hate that. Oh,
I mean, if he likes manly men, that's a show. That's a show to dive into.
Now that's See, JoJo's interesting, because that's like, if you want to talk about like doing like weird gender stuff, JoJo's all about these hyper masculine characters, but they all dress like ultra not masculine at all. Like very metrosexual.
Yeah. Yes.
So that's an interesting one.
But they all run around being very manly.
Yeah, I know.
How dare you say that in front of my mom? I will kill you.
Now many fewer people doubt what I was saying back then. And so it shall be with so-called tomboy abs and this absurd trend that we're seeing. Both of these things, the femboy and the tomboy, point to a deeper existential malaise in a culture that has seriously lost its way. And before you libertarians start, it's not fucking kink, okay? It's not a private matter. It's not a case of what goes on in the bedroom. So please shut up for a second while the
Well, I mean, it is like both a kink and it is a private matter. I don't. How is it not? Yes. What you're sexually attracted to is a private matter.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah,
I would like it to go back to being a private matter. In all honesty,
sure. I mean,
I agree. Oh God, when it was just a matter of, hey, we just want to live peacefully and be able to it's not illegal anymore. Fine, but then it turned into Pride Month every month.
Right. Well, I think there's a conflation that's going on here, because there definitely is a push by certain leftists, especially queer theorists, to train people to deconstruct all of normative behavior around sex and gender. And I think that's fucking bad and stupid.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there's also more people, the majority of people, who aren't doing that, who just say, leave me alone. I want to like what I like. I'm not going to affect you. I'm not going to bother you about it.
Yeah.
And you can't really conflate those two things. Those are two very different things.
Yeah. Pressuring people into not liking what they like or liking what they don't like is bad either way. I mean, this is why we rebelled against, the stupid fucking genital preference videos and shit. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Suck the dick, bigot.
Yeah, it's like, that's fucking bullshit. It's total bullshit. Yeah.
Natural law is laid down.
Hold on. He said something. He said something super incendiary here. We got to back up. Yeah. This is like full on fucking Stalin mode here. I can just imagine Academic Agent like pacing around like Stalin in the back of a.
Were you pacing Academic Agent when you made this video? Did you have a wireless mic?
Dude, his voice, it's like Stalin pacing in the back of the tent. His generals are like, I'm sorry. I don't know how the men got the picture of the tomboy abs. I couldn't do it. They were just looking at it. Stalin's like, we will annihilate the whole battalion. This sin must not be on our record.
Private matter. It's not a case of what goes on in the bedroom. So please shut up for a second while the natural law is laid down.
There it is right there.
The natural law.
The natural law is laid down. Doesn't that sound insidious?
Yes, the natural law. So, if Academic Agent in the chat, what is the natural law? Because you don't explain this in the video. And I don't know what you're talking about, because when I hear natural law, I think evolution. I think of how humans evolved and how that primed.
Yeah.
And is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about like a religious thing? You're talking about like God here?
Yeah.
Well, I know in political philosophy, natural law is it's a classically liberal idea that basically says that humanity has a nature, and so we can, just as we could create other laws for other parts of the natural world, we can have a natural law for humanity and our behavior.
Yeah, but if you're talking about like sexual attraction and natural law, where are we at here?
No, I've heard natural law in that sense, but that is not how I interpreted his use of natural law at all. Now, maybe that's what he meant, but that's not how I interpret it.
Well, the context for me is the natural law is traditional gender roles. That's where he's going here. The natural law is that women should be barefoot in the kitchen making sandwiches, and men should be down in the coal mine digging with a fork.
Well, that's why I'm asking if he's referring to like God or evolution, because if you're talking about evolution, I mean, human beings evolved to live as small tribes of hunter-gatherers for hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years.
Yeah.
And under that system, I believe the thought is that the tribes were like they had gender roles, but they were not the same gender roles that we have today or that we had traditionally in the 1950s.
Yeah.
And that those societies were far more egalitarian in terms of, sex and gender, in terms of how people were treated. So that's why when you say natural law, like I'm like, I don't think the natural law that we think of as like Tradcon gender roles that's not the natural law that humans evolved to live under.
If it's evolution, like hunter gatherers, I mean, bitches be working. They were the gatherers. The women would be gathering, and the men would go off and, laze around hunting. Those were the traditional gender roles.
Right.
So, I mean, men and women were both working during hunter-gatherer times. It wasn't like...
Sure.
Yeah, and if the guys didn't bring home any bison, looks like we're eating grain again.
Hey, Academic Age, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on and defend your work here.
No,
I asked. I said, "What do you mean by natural law?" But I didn't get an answer.
He's too afraid to come on. He made up an excuse about his mic not working because he doesn't want to. I think it's
fair enough.
I think it's a cope. I think he's just.
Fair enough.
I don't know that his mic is really not working. I think he's just scared to come in here.
Well, I mean, if you want, I have to drop out in a few minutes anyway.
I think he's terrified.
Sure.
You have to stay. Where are you going?
Do I?
Where the fuck are you going?
I was going to hang out with my girlfriend.
We don't close this thing down for...
You're not allowed to do that.
This isn't
Are you a simp?
This isn't...
I mean, kind of.
Tell your girlfriend about the natural law.
Yeah, lay down the natural law.
Listen, the natural law says I have to stream right now, okay?
We do...
hold on.
We do 10 hours minimum. So, I mean, this isn't your parents' house. You don't come and go as you please.
You're locked in.
This is our house.
Well, hold on now. Doesn't Sargon just come on to call you guys communists and then leave?
But that's Sargon. We're like anxious to get him off the show. We want you to stick around.
I mean, Aydin wants to come on.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Look at this. Trying to hand off these. Look at this.
Yeah, send Aydin an invite. Sure.
Trying to.
I want to hear Aydin talk about the natural law.
We should.
You know what?
Would be great.
You know what? Let's not be sexist, okay? We're talking about women here in gender roles. We have to have a woman, okay?
Send Aydin the link. I don't care. Do it. I love it. Bring her in.
Okay. Oh, you're always the link sender. Why am I?
I'll send it. I don't care. I'll send it.
I'll send the link. It's okay.
I want to know why AA is scared to come in here. What is he terrified of?
I mean, we're both very intimidating, so.
It's true. We're high tea, dripping testosterone here. We might bring up a still from Kill la Kill and he'll just faint. What are you doing? Why are you pressing play?
I sent Aydin, I sent you.
You sent Aydin the link?
I did. So
what are you, bastard?
Jump on in here.
Trying to take my job over, are you?
Yes. Yes.
Why are you doing that?
This is a civilizational matter because
civilization's going to end, Sitch. I can't go on. I'm too terrified. I'm scared here.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch, I'm scared.
And it's weird because like I go on Twitter. I go on Twitter a bunch of times. I don't even see this very often either.
Oh,
usually when people post pictures of women,
to the wrong Twitter.
I guess like usually like when people post pictures of hot women, it's not like tomboy buff abs women. It's just like classical.
Oh yeah, I know.
I've
attractive women. So
I resisted tagging the agent of academia in some of the anime that I'm used to seeing on Twitter.
I see.
Yeah. Very, very.
We are a civilization under both tremendous attack and in steep decline.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it matters that our young women are trying to behave like men in this way, and it matters even more that our young men are responding in public and under their real names, mind you, like this.
So wait a minute.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
How are young women behaving like men? Okay, because so all we have right now is this picture, and you're saying young women are behaving. Is it just working? You said it's not just working out. You said that was a cope. That was a straw man.
Yeah, I think he presents some stuff later, but so far he hasn't presented that yet.
Okay,
he just stated it.
I think that we've reached peak wank.
Now, because people are stupid.
Okay, hold on.
Can't just let them.
Yeah.
So, this image is the one that I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one that he fixates on for most of the video, and I do not think in real life a person like this actually exists.
Mm-hmm. That wants to lick some girl's abs.
You don't think that there's a guy who looks like a Muppet with a night helm who wants to lick the abs? You don't think that's a real person, Dev? Well, okay. You know what? I think you're on.
Well, it is a Muppet, but I mean, just if we take the Muppet aspect out of it and say like a guy wants to get down on his knees and lick those tasty abs.
Of course, that's a real person.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. What do you mean? You don't think that's a real person?
I mean, they'll wear that helmet if that's what it takes.
They'll wear that helmet. Well, the larger conversation here is obviously not about the abs.
Mm-hmm.
I think AA's point is something along the lines of in this specific position, you have a very dominant, very, very masculine looking woman and a submissive male who is basically in the position of if it were reversed, giving her a blowjob, right? It's the same kind of thing. It's the same kind of body language. And of course,
that's a weird thing, because if that's like saying, "Oh, I went down on a girl," and that's just like giving a blowjob. It's like, what? What are you talking about?
That's a good point.
Oh, there are some people I've seen say that they've said that going down on a girl is gay. Because you're taking a submissive position.
Oh my God!
Is that AA's position? Is that what he's saying?
I don't think he said that, but I've heard people say that.
Anti-fellatio? Is that what's going on?
Are you
here?
anti-eating girls out? Come on. You gotta
what
do
if it's like 69? What if it's 50-50? What if
that's
it's like
right? There you
an
go.
equal exchange of affection?
That's right. Yeah.
Is that allowed, or is that against the natural law? The natural law.
Well, the thing is, he's specifically saying that this is a problem in terms of teenage boys. Teenage boys who are growing up to take
teenage
this submissive
boys
position.
do not want to go down on girls. Okay, gotcha. Let me write that in my notepad here.
I don't know. I don't think he's saying that. It's just that it's a problem if teenage boys, rather than growing up to be masculine men, grow up to take submissive positions in relation to masculine women. I think that's his argument.
That is the argument is this.
I brought it up here.
Subverting
Ensure
of gender.
Adam answers the fundamental issue, namely young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women.
Yes.
The issue is never about abs. Hold Adam to honesty.
The issue is about the reversal and subverting of quote natural
gender norms.
roles.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Right.
This guy, you don't know this Muppet here. He's gonna fuck all night long, man. This girl's gonna get
That's
so
pretty
pregnant.
masculine.
This girl's gonna get so pregnant.
Well, but there's a couple things going on here that are annoying. Because the first thing is, if the argument is that in American media there are not enough examples of positive masculine role models for young boys, I would agree with you 1,000%.
Yes.
Complete agreement with
Right.
And I think that's another reason why anime is as popular as it is, because that's the only place you can go that has like
Traditional men.
traditional
Yeah, exactly.
masculine role models. I mean, you think of people like that's why like All Might is a better Superman than Superman is. You know, you have a traditionally masculine role model.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, there's so many characters in anime like that.
Well, I disagree with that.
You do? Wait, you disagree with All Might or the anime?
Oh, I love All Might, but I agree with you on principle, but Superman's a great. Hello, also.
Hey now.
What's up, Aydin?
Hi, Aydin.
Hey, how's it going?
Superman's dark now, though. Haven't you seen the movies?
Oh, well, I don't count the movies as canon. They suck. So whatever. No, Superman traditionally. Hey, Dev. It's been a minute.
Hey.
But yeah, like I think that traditionally Superman has been a very classic male role model figure.
Traditionally, yes.
That's what he was developed as by his creators, specifically
by the Jews.
By the Jews, but let's be real. But hang on, they were.
What the fuck? Why?
What, you don't know this? You don't know that?
You didn't know that?
Hang on. It's kind of a big part of why Superman was created.
Is it totally irrelevant or what? I mean,
I just like
it's
just incendiary. But.
It is kind of. It is kind of relevant of being like Superman was a hyper masculine figure for people who were downtrodden, for people who felt like they had nothing in society,
oppressed,
right?
Yes.
Who were oppressed. So Superman is a way to express that desire to have a role model figure to look up to.
Right.
Right.
Sure. Well, look, I only brought it up because, and I don't think this is academic agent's position. So I'm not saying it is, but very often from people we hear that like the Jews are the ones trying to degrade traditional gender roles and all this stuff. So
right.
Well, whatever.
I think it's funny that like one of the most classically strong male characters was literally created by Jews. You know,
created by Jews to be a superhero to represent the Jewish struggle. Yeah, that's interesting, right?
Right. To be like the most all-American, American hero ever. So
love it.
This picture speak for itself. I'm going to have to really spell it out so that even Billy at the back of the class can get it.
Yeah, you hear that,
stupid.
Billy?
Spell it out.
You hear that?
For me.
Shut the fuck up, Billy. He's talking. Teacher's talking now.
The woman is built like a man. The man is a little...
My dad never had any of these up here. I don't know. Dad didn't have those giant knockers. What's going on here?
He didn't get built enough, Adam.
What's
he didn't
up?
get built enough. He didn't get built enough with, like sometimes when guys get like really, have you seen that stuff where men get like really built and their pecs get super huge
It's not
and then
the same.
look
It's
like
not
boobs.
the same.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
have
the
seen
same.
that. And you're like, that's a bad look.
Man boobs are not sexy at all. They're the opposite. They're repulsive.
Well, but this is weird to me because it's like there's a spectrum here. There's a scale here, right? We've all probably seen like the weird, like the fetish art of like the ultra buff women. They're like, that's just a guy with long hair. Like they're just like their whole body is like roid rage.
Yes.
But with this picture, I'm trying to find the full picture because I think this is a little zoomed in. Like she looks pretty feminine and she just got like really ripping abs here.
She just ripped.
Look at the that hourglass waist there. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, look at those big ass hips. I don't see hips like that. I don't see big hips like that on the gentleman.
A second.
So that even Billy at the back of the class can get it. The woman is built like a man. The man is a little snake wimp on his knees in the classic blowjob position. And to cap it all off, she's holding his head. There's even a variant where she calls
There it is. You got it? Look at these hips right here. Look at those giant fucking childbearing hips. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't see the issue with this at all. I like AA, but I don't see the issue with this.
Billy
whatsoever.
at the back of the class is going, look at those hips. My God.
The issue is that, well, this is weird too, because it's like the issue is that men should not be submissive to women.
Yes.
Is the issue.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a submission. Well, we could talk about that more in depth about what that means, but just I think finding a look at the world in which we live, wherein if you have to be, you can't be fat phobic, you have to be body positive.
Right.
So having a sexual attraction towards a woman who is clearly taking care of her body and sculpting her body is, I think, far less quote unquote degenerate than promoting attractiveness or attraction towards women who are morbidly obese.
No,
I would say even from this perspective, right?
Because that's the dominion of man. Okay, is to be buff. Women are not allowed to be buff. That's the dominion of men.
That's the natural law. You don't know about the natural law?
I forgot about the natural law. You guys were talking about that earlier, and I'm not sure what that referred to either in terms of the natural law.
It's a mystery. We don't know.
I think he's literally just talking about like Aquinas style natural law.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so.
Well, and it's interesting because, so like, well, first of all, there's so much like weird about this video, because what is considered a masculine behavior changes so much over the years. Because like, for example, we would look at some guy who say he's like a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Okay. He's the big boss guy. He's making all the decisions here. You know, he's like the domineering alpha man. He's slapping the secretary's ass, you know, when she walks by or whatever. Okay. But that guy, 500 years ago, they'd be like, this is the softest, most feminine guy ever. He's like not in shape. He can't hunt. He can't provide the meat for his family. He would die if you left him in the wilderness alone.
Jeff Bezos doesn't scream.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos is like the most beta male ever. You know, if you look back in certain time periods, but this shifting scale of what is considered masculine behavior.
Gates.
But real quick, in terms of what's considered feminine, before we go forward with this, and what I'm guessing A's argument here is that women being preoccupied with building their bodies and engaging in this masculine type behavior is taking away from the feminine type behavior that they should be concerning their time with, caring and nurturing and carrying children and things like that. So I think that's where his contention here is. And if we're talking from a pure like evolutionary perspective, yeah, it wouldn't make sense for women to spend a lot of time building, let's be honest, glory or beauty muscles, right?
Well, evolutionarily, no one is spending time.
No one's supposed to do that
ever, like, because they just build muscles by doing whatever they're doing.
Yeah, well, she's a blacksmith, though. You can obviously tell.
Oh wow!
Oh, you're right.
I didn't know she was a blacksmith. That's awesome. But
so she's working hard all day. Those abs are just natural.
Well, the whole idea of beauty muscles, you know, that men do as well, that also is not evolutionarily conducive, I would say.
That's true. Because I was like, evolutionarily, I would imagine if you had like a bunch of hunter-gatherers from hundreds of thousands of years ago, I don't think any of them had six-pack abs. Because like that's not just exercise, that's also, you can't eat certain things, right?
Right.
You have to cut out all your fats and stuff.
Yeah.
Haven't you seen 300, man? There's more abs in that movie than anything.
It's a nice movie. It's a real good movie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But the thing I was going to say, the line I was getting at too, was that like, so if you have the ultra masculine CEO who runs a Fortune 500 company, okay, provides for his family, does all the stereotypical gender role stuff, but then, you know, he hires his secretary to peg him in the ass at night and call him a dirty pig as she fucks him in the ass with a dildo. Okay. Yeah. Is he suddenly not masculine because of this one action? Does that take away from all the masculinity in his normal life?
Interesting question.
We have to call the natural law scholar to get to the bottom of this one.
The thing that's interesting to me, and this isn't true for everyone, but it seems like a lot of people, the sexual behavior, the sexual kink they want to engage in is almost the exact opposite of whatever the front or behavior that they engage in their normal daily life.
Interesting.
That seems to be very common.
Oh, that's very often, because usually people's kinks are hidden, and that it gives them shame. That's part of the kink, actually.
Right.
So yeah, they would want to. So like, if somebody's kink is to be dominated by a woman, then they would maybe, not always, but it's possible that they would outwardly present as being hyper masculine, hyper dominant, to not give away their secret kink that they have some shame about, right?
Is there? Does everyone have
Maybe.
a kink? Or I mean, I don't really have a kink, and I feel like maybe I'm left out here.
Adam's like, okay. Adam's like, I want you all to tell me your degenerate secret.
Well,
kinks.
I'm starting.
I don't have any.
I'm starting to wonder if
want you to
there's
tell
other.
me.
No, I don't. I mean, God. I mean, I've
By the way,
experimented with spanking a little bit. That's kind of interesting, but I wouldn't say like I'm fucking calling my wife, going, "Oh, can we do the spanking tonight?" It's like, well,
I think it's probably not everybody, but people do have different things. And what I wanted to say is that I real quick is that I want to contextualize what I said before. Is I'm not saying that everyone has a secret kink and everything that people do is
Everyone
actually
has a secret kink. I am saying that. I'm throwing that out.
are you really, Sitch? Then you're admitting
No.
you have a secret kink, and now we want to know what it is.
My kink is not secret. I've talked about it many a times.
What is it?
I like them thick milfs, Adam. What do you mean? We talked about.
Oh
those.
yeah, he likes the gilfs. He's
well,
like,
no. Let's wait.
the over 50 crowd is.
Back up for a second here. I said milfs.
No, wait. It's the breast milk. It has to be the breast milk.
There you go. It's the breast
Mommy's milkers.
Mommy's milkers.
So I did want to like really quickly contextualize what I said, which is that there's also this weird idea that anytime someone does something that's against some kind of sexual thing, it's because they have that fetish. That's also a misnomer and a misrepresentation of people. It does not mean that because you don't like something or because you're against something or you find something disgusting, that means inherently you do have that kink. So just to be clear,
right.
It doesn't go both ways. It's as Tim Pool would say, complicated.
It is.
I mean, you always see Reddit posts and articles and things about left-leaning women who just want to get fucked by somebody who voted for Trump and who's wearing the MAGA hat, and then also the reverse. I read an article today I read an article today on my show where it was a left-wing dominatrix who specialized in turning right-wing men into socialists. So I think this just happens everywhere,
Yeah, no, that's right. But that was
Yeah.
my point, is that people have like these weird sexual kinks that are often the inverse of however they're acting in their normal life. And I'm not sure how that plays out into all this in this whole theory, but
well, I think a lot of well, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Oh, you
You Canadian.
Yes. Chad politeness.
I'm just saying that a lot of what goes into sex is it is for many people, it's enacting your fantasies, right? Not things you actually want to do. It's fantasy role play stuff that you can only do in your mind and whatever. You know, that's what all of this leads into. It's fantasy role play stuff.
Sure.
Go ahead, Deb. Sorry.
So, I think part of the context is also missing in this picture is that I don't know if you guys know who is it Flork of Crows, the comic guy.
Okay, tell us.
That character is not supposed to be representative of, say, any man or any teenage boy. That is a character from one of his comics.
She calls him a little boy, but I don't know if that's relevant.
Yeah, no, it's the fact, like he draws comics about sock puppets that are just very pathetic.
Okay.
And that's the whole comic. And this is this is supposed to be like a fan art of that comic. This isn't like some kind of what we're looking at right now, the abs are art image. This isn't supposed to be something that is generalized out to the entirety of male society.
Right.
Yeah.
It is for this one specific
Yeah, it's a
webcomic.
joke. It's obviously a joke.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The funny thing is that academic agent is like losing his mind over this. That's what's hilarious
it's
about
of
it.
cows, yes.
I mean, I think there's a lot of problems in society, but I'd like a sock puppet licking a girl's abs is just, I don't know, low on my priority list.
I also think that honestly, in terms of I like AA a lot, by the way, but in terms of the problems facing society,
but
this is very low down. Considering the number of women who are engaged in feederism and getting really fat and doing that for fetish purposes is objectively super unhealthy for them. And that's a big kink. So, and it's a very popular one. So
weird.
Comparatively, this one is healthy. Yeah. I mean, as long as she's not taking it, if she's injecting a bunch of steroids and taking a bunch of stuff that's hurting her body, then that of course is equally harmful. But it's a huge career and it's a huge industry for women to like get fat on camera and men.
This is the thing, because I don't even know that I would qualify this as a kink. Because I mean, you like fit, athletic women.
Well,
how is that
depends.
a kink? That's like
the kink would be if you specifically go for women that have like really visible washboard abs, because then you're like, the trait that's defining like whether you find someone.
They tried to say that in the chat. Adam likes breasts. Like, that's not a kink. I'm a guy who doesn't.
No,
like, how? Well, I thought if we're lowering the bar to kink so low that you like breasts, like, what the fuck? What kind of society do we live in?
That's
what breasts are on the man show?
Hell yeah, man, that's a real issue. That kink is being obfuscated and confused with normal sexual attraction.
Yes, exactly. There you go. Exactly what Aydin said.
What would be the better? I don't
like.
I mean, kink,
my kink is I like women. Well,
so okay,
you don't have a kink.
So the word kink implies non-conventional in it already. Okay. But so that wouldn't necessarily apply to like boobs or whatever.
This is like a type. This is I like athletic women. Okay.
Sure, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe that's what you're saying. It's a type because there are certain, like if you were like, oh, I'm not going to go out with a girl unless she has a certain like breast size or something. Okay, that would be like, oh, that's like maybe it's not a kink, but it's like it's a fixation.
It's your type. You have a type. What is it? I don't understand.
Maybe.
Fixation is a way to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it's helpful to call it a fetish. It's like you have a type.
Well, I have a good friend of mine, and he won't mind if I say this, but he likes muscular women. He likes big, strong women. He's an artist. He draws big, strong women, but he's got a wife.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Do you know who it is?
I follow him on Twitter.
Okay, but he doesn't. His wife is not a big, strong, muscular woman, and the thing is that there's a difference between And she just had a baby, so I'm sure she's not big and well, she's strong in a different way right now. She'd probably slap him right now. But like, she literally just had a baby like 2 months ago.
Oh, that's scary. He's drawing women that are not his type. That's weird.
But no, but there's a difference between
Oh no,
type
I mean he's drawing women that are his type. His wife is not his type. That's the scary part.
He draws women that are like don't exist. Like,
but that's the thing. Is that like there's a difference between like a fantasy and reality. My point is that this person that apparently Sitch and I both know, who has something that he likes in fantasy has nothing to do with what he likes in reality as it relates to his wife, right?
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
I mean, Aydin, you're not actually dating Garrus, so
I don't know what that means.
Unfortunately, it is true. I am not
the guy from Mass
Garrus.
Effect.
Yeah, I don't have my weird lizard boy.
There you go. You're fetishizing, kinking lizard boys.
Aydin, do you have a opinion on the thing that we're supposed to pay attention to?
What are we supposed to pay attention to?
The fundamental issue here is young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women.
Oh.
Yeah, the reversal of gender norms.
Right. Well, it's this. Okay, this is, I think, the issue with this video fundamentally, and it's not AA's problem, but I think the problem is that
it is. Stop letting him off the hook. He's being a total little bitch.
Nice. Let Aydin be nice.
It is men are going to behave as men and women are going to behave as women, generally speaking. So when men, quote unquote, simp for women like this, it's naturalistic in a way than that they want female attention. Doesn't matter.
We're virulently anti-simping on this show, so we have to.
I know, but it happens inherent. Because that's how men are. They want to attract women. Men are the ones who go out and seek the opposite sex. Women attract, men seek. That's pretty much how our gender dichotomy has worked throughout the majority of human history, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if this is the woman you're interested in, then this is the woman you're interested in. And that's kind of how it functions on social media or offline.
I don't.
You did she answer the question? I don't think she did.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
What's your take on reversing gender roles?
Okay, so in terms of reframing gender roles,
are you for strict gender roles?
Does it bother you if men are submissive to women? I guess is the question.
I find it odd. I find it evolutionarily kind of nonsensical.
Isn't simping kind of being submissive to women? I feel like it is.
I would agree that it is in a way.
I feel like simping is the worst. Yeah.
I think simping's pretty gay.
If you can
use that terminology.
If you can lick them abs, boys, get in there and lick them, but don't simp.
But the problem with simping is putting yourself at a non-dominant position of woman. That's putting yourself at a submissive position.
Well, simping is, I mean, we joke about simping on the show, but like to actually codify simping, to talk about it realistically, the issue is not a man being submissive to a woman, so he's a simp. The issue is a man being submissive and paying a woman who he has no chance of ever actually being in a relationship with.
Right.
Well, that's all parasocial stuff, right? That's all. That's a lot.
Yes.
So there's a lot of psychology that goes into that I've explained extensively, I think, before. But to reiterate, human beings did not evolve to be able to understand how the fuck the internet works, right? So what happens is you're basically seeing these. To put it in evolutionary perspective, it's a like mating ritual happening in a digital format, right? Where you're putting the thing.
Oh no!
What?
You don't agree that that's what's happening here?
I lost my internet for a second. I don't know if you
Oh
heard
shoot!
Me. No, go ahead.
Sorry.
It just dropped out for a second.
No, I think that's okay. So what I think is happening is that it's still a mating ritual where it's like you put your earning, you put your value as a male in front of the woman in some way or the other, and then you say, whether it be money or whatever, and hope that the female will take this submission of your value and will say, oh, okay, you are the high value male and therefore I will mate with you. However, that's not how this actually works in functionality, but the human brain is not developed to understand the difference between these two things. We're still functioning on basic evolutionary principle. The reality is that we have no idea how to deal with this modern way of dealing with intersex relations between the two sexes. It's completely foreign to the human psychological pathology.
Right, but to me, that's what's so hilarious about using terms like natural law and natural order, is that human society is so divorced from what is natural that so many of our problems that we face, our psychological problems, are because of that, because we didn't evolve to live in this type of society. So trying to appeal to this nature argument doesn't even make sense, unless you're talking about we're going to go out there in the woods and start hunting again.
Yes, in the particular climate in which we exist, we are dealing with human psychology remains the same. That's where this gets fucked, right? The psychology remains the same because it takes a very long time for evolution to happen, but technology advances very quickly. So we have men and women engaging in the same stuff they would do in any other circumstance without technology, but technology is facilitating behaviors that are in a different way.
I feel like if anyone was against strong, like, prescriptive gender roles, it would be you, Aydin.
No, I am against strong prescriptive gender roles inherent in terms of like saying certain people of certain genders need or must by nature or by nurture behave in a certain way. However, evolution does play a role here.
You're a libertarian. All you talk about is freedom.
No, but she has probably the same position that I have. It sounds like, which is that, if you let everyone alone, most people are going to probably fall along the spectrum of standard gender roles.
Right.
But there's always going to be outliers.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean that society should have a prescriptive gender norm forcing people to behave in a specific way.
Yes, precisely.
But that's what AA is advocating here. How is he not?
That is what he's advocating for. Yeah.
He's saying, you got to be the man. Stop making her be the man.
Yeah. Right. See, it's something along the lines of most people will end up acting like masculine men and feminine women, and that's just how it's going to be. No matter how much the people on the left cry about it, that is just it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that people who, for whatever reason, don't find it comfortable or fulfilling to act that way should be excluded from society.
I agree.
They shouldn't be just cast out into the bush.
Who cares? Why is it bad?
But
if some guy says, hey, for my feelings, the way I was born, okay, because it's really what we're talking about here generally, is if some guy says, I want to be a stay-at-home dad and raise the kids, and I want my six-pack ab bodybuilding wife to go out there and to make money, and be more domineering, and I'm be more submissive to her. So fucking let them. I don't give a. Who cares? Let
yeah,
them
I don't
do
care
what they
either.
want.
Neither do I.
Honestly, I don't think any of us care.
Let 'em go
honestly,
out there.
So.
Well, I think this is just a fundamental difference in morals, where AA presumably sees this as a massive societal problem, and we're just like, well, whatever.
Yeah, he says in the chat, it needs to be the norm. Look at 2021, you maniacs. You have to make a causal argument on how the abandoning of gender roles, which we did 30, 40 years ago already, has resulted in the lag of what we're seeing today. Because I agree, like there's some crazy shit going on with gender right now, but I think it's more likely a product of like the internet and technology than the abandoning of traditional gender roles, which we did long before we ever invented the internet.
The abandoning of gender roles has not been positive on Western society, by the way. Like men and women can't get along at all.
The libertarian here is going to be, now we're fucking...
Well, hang on. Just because I'm a libertarian doesn't mean I can't recognize excellent trends in society.
Okay.
And the reality is that there's been I think can we please all agree that there has been a breakdown between the sexes?
Yes.
I don't. What do you mean by that?
By that, I mean the incredible increases in divorce rates, the fact that men and women seem to not be able to get along on any kind of ability on any level, that women don't want to raise children with the father of their children. The divorce rates and single motherhood rates have skyrocketed over the last 20 to 30 years.
Okay, so if we agree that that's a problem, what's the fix? Like going back to traditional gender roles, like it's madness.
I'm not saying it's necessarily the fix, but certainly the current gestalt is not working out right for the family. And we do know that families, in terms of childhood rearing, is better. Having a 2-parent household, a mother and a father, is very healthy for children. Yeah. We know that. There's pretty hard data on that. Okay. Right. So why are we engaging in this kind of idea that we should that's somehow wrong at this point? Why are we engaging in that kind of?
Well, I think it's economic issues. I don't think it's the fucking gender roles.
Well, here's the question. Here's the question. Okay, what's better, to have a society where women aren't working? Okay, so they're not going to get divorced from their husbands because they have no financial security, so they continue to live in a marriage that they, maybe they hate and it's totally loveless. And obviously the kid is going to pick up on this and going to learn from this. Is that better than a society where the parents just get divorced?
Well,
and I don't know if it is better.
I agree that it's potentially a question, but up until the last 20 or 30 years, the fact of the matter is women didn't have to work in order to take care of a family, right? That was not the case up until about 30 years ago, where women were required to enter the workplace, at which point it made sense for what a woman's work was. And she could engage in any of her, individual hobbies or activities, or academic interests, whatever.
You said required to enter the workplace. What do you mean?
In order to fund the current modern family, for the majority of families, it's pretty much required for both partners, both man and woman, to work to be able to fund the existence and livelihood of their children. I just want to make
the distinction that it was an economic reality and not
it is an economic thing, yes.
People weren't forcing them to work.
Well, it's an economic reality because we've shifted away from left-wing economics that we lived under from the 1940s.
Yeah, like I said, I would say it's the economic issues. I wouldn't say it's the gender roles.
But let's women have always worked in their own way. That's what I want to be clear about. Like, women have always worked, but it's been different in terms of forcing women to enter the workplace in the same way. Now, also what we've seen, if you look at large scale demographic data, we have seen a massive increase in depression rates among women at the exact same time as they are forced to enter the workplace. Sure. Not being able to their work being primarily taking care of children and family rearing.
Yeah, I'm sure when men are forced into the workforce, they don't get depressed at all.
Of course. But okay, here's the question then.
I remember when I got drafted for Vietnam, that's when I went out and fucking celebrated.
Oh, it's the best. It's the best, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. I was totally so excited, man. I didn't get any depression about being torn away from my family and going to fight in a jungle and kill people I don't even know. No, that didn't depress me.
Why do you think even now the feminists want to fight back against drafting?
Right.
Interesting, right? They want all this equality, but you don't want to be drafted, do you?
Well, here's what I think the problem is, okay? And what you're saying is probably true to some degree, which is that I think everyone here would agree that we would ideally want a society where when it comes to, prescriptive gender norms, that people just did whatever they fucking wanted to do. And that society is not really pressuring people to live under traditional gender norms. And it's not really pressuring people to subvert gender norms. Okay. And the issue is, and I assume this is academic Aydin's position, even though he doesn't make it in the video, is that you can't live in that society. That society is always going to be, or the culture is always going to be pushing some kind of gender prescription. And that the problem is that once, women start subverting the gender norms, then the culture is going to just keep pushing that further and further until, they deconstruct everything about gender. And to me, saying that, well, the solution to that is to give the fuck up on liberalism and to go back in time, that's the quitter attitude. That's the dumb attitude. We can never go back, ever. You can only go forward. And I think we can build a future together where we say, look, listen, most people are probably going to fall naturally along gender norms. We do need to have positive masculine role models for boys and positive feminine role models for girls, but there's nothing wrong for also having positive male and female role models that subvert those gender norms. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with building society that says, listen, when it comes to your gender norms, gender rules, you do whatever the fuck you want. Who cares? Okay,
yeah,
that's
I agree.
Your business.
I agree completely with that. Yeah.
Right. And
building families, though, that has to factor into the equation.
Yeah,
that's
but building a family, listen, building a family, you can have a submissive male and a domineering female, or more dominant female, because domineering has like a negative connotation. You can have a more submissive male and a more dominant female, and they can have a fucking totally perfectly healthy family. Okay, 2-parent household.
Sure.
I mean, gender norms don't weigh into
that. I think academic agent would say, no, that's marriage is going to fall apart, obviously.
Well, I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
Well, I do think you do need, I think within any relationship, it can be gay, it can be straight, whatever. People do tend to fall into roles.
Complementary roles, yes.
Yes. And that's when you try to destroy the existence of roles and say, like, no, there shouldn't be people who fall into one role or the other. For example, if you're raising children, I'm sorry, there's going to be one parent whose primary role is going to be to have to take care of those children. It could be male or female, but women are kind of inherent via biology, more set up to be the primary caregiver for children. And I know that like upsets people, but women, I'm not saying that every woman is perfectly a mother inherent as she's made, but women give birth to children. Children suckle on them.
Of course.
They inherently have more of a connection to them, right? So that women are more prone towards the caregiver role within society.
Terrible mothers exist, though.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Fucking exist in way too big a number.
It's been my experience, because I've known a number of gay and lesbian people at this point. The most successful relationships are the ones where they have complementary roles.
True. I'd say that's for all relationships. Yeah.
Yeah. But when you see like in a lesbian relationship, you see one person who's traditionally feminine and one person who's traditionally masculine, and then they work out. It seems kind of obvious in retrospect, right?
Yes.
You guys are all punting on the central question, though.
Okay, I'm not punting at all.
I'll give you my central question.
Nobody's answering the question.
Lesbians,
young men
talk about
behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women is the downfall, the total Armageddon of.
Listen, I answered that question. I said I don't give a fuck.
We have our guests have
same.
If young boys want to behave like quote traditional feminine women, I don't give a fuck. That's totally fine. Okay. The issue isn't the individual behavior. The issue is society pushing a specific behavior. That's the actual issue here.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
I think AA would argue that society is pushing that behavior because of this anime stuff. I mean, that's the pipeline.
Society might be pushing that stuff, but you can rail against that aspect, that cultural aspect, without attacking the individual and saying, well, you don't have a private life, you don't have a private sex life, you know, everything is part of the culture, you're not allowed to do whatever you want in your privacy of your own bedroom, blah blah blah. Like, that's, you're going with the fucking completely ass backwards direction at that point.
Aydin?
No, I think it's probably correct in that things are progressing in a certain way, but you have to understand that there are inherent natural proclivities of the sexes and to engage in certain roles. You know, even if we go back to, like, you know, caveman times, right? We go back to evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology.
We understand that, though. It's about society enforcing societal norms.
Well, in terms of society enforcing societal norms, I think you do have to look at evolutionary psychology in terms of understanding what is most beneficial towards children, in which case, or towards the family.
So if we could determine, if we could do little experiments and determine evolutionarily that this was going to produce more working families that stayed together longer, you'd be like, yes, codified into law, signed, sealed, and delivered. These are the behaviors people will need to have so we can crank out as many babies as possible.
No, dude, I'm a libertarian. I don't care what people do.
Well, see, that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking. I keep asking, but
Adam, not... you know this. I don't care what people do personally, but in terms of, but you can still say, I don't care what people do personally and still identify a sociological problem and say this is probably not a good thing for it to be reproduced in mass.
It makes it a sociological problem because it ends up in broken families, kids.
It's not the only thing,
single
but
parents.
there's lots of it.
Yeah.
It's not the only thing. There's a multitude of variables here that are going to end up resulting in broken families. But having women take on a more quote unquote masculine role and a more a breadwinner role where she's not involved with the raising of the child as directly, that is going to have a negative impact, I believe.
Okay.
But no, I wouldn't stop people from doing shit. Holy fuck. You know who I am, man.
Yeah. Shall we continue?
So, well, I guess that's, if you don't mind, if you don't mind me jumping in a bit.
No,
I think that's really what it boils down to, because Aydin, I think everything that you said earlier when you listed off all the various problems is completely true. But I don't think AA's solution does anything to alleviate any of that.
What is AA's solution? I don't think he has a solution in here. He's like, shame the boys into being more masculine.
AA's solution just seems to be revolting against the modern world, and I don't think that's going to help anybody. When Sargon talks about, he says we can't go back, we can only go forward. And if there's going to be a conservative position, it has to be a new conservative position, not an old traditionalism that has been exhausted. I think he's correct about that.
Well, I also look, society is, you're in a bit of a prisoner's dilemma because you have to look out in the environment and see what everyone else is doing. Like if you're in a situation where everybody's lying, stealing and cheating, if you act like an honest citizen, you're going to get fucked in that scenario. Like that's not the course of action. I would say, yes, it is the right course of action. But if everyone's playing a completely different game, telling people to shut up and be honest is just going to make them an easy target.
I want to say one thing before we get back to the video, because we've been off the video for a very long time, which is fun though. Yeah, no, it's a good conversation. But it's interesting because we watched the Second Thought video and he's kind of like, he's living in this delusion that like, oh, you know, if only the politicians would speak and enact far leftist policies, and all these people would come out and vote, and we could have our glorious leftist revolution. And it's funny because that was basically, we were talking about earlier, the Blair White, Lauren Witzke debate. That was Lauren and John Doyle's exact position. They're saying, if only Trump and the Republicans came out as ultra Tradcon conservatives and became, anti-LGBT, and, we went back to the 1950s. All these conservative voters would just come out in droves and vote them back in the power.
They wouldn't. And by the way, that previous video, was hilarious. It was one of the funniest things I've ever fucking seen. So thank you guys for covering that, because that was, and I just to give my post hoc opinion on that, since I was like reading in the chat, that guy, for my post hoc opinion, he is projecting to a degree that I have really never before seen.
Yes,
the kind of projection, and that is true projection, when you absolutely accuse your enemy of everything you are doing. And I think he's upset. That guy is truly upset because he doesn't have the power that he wants to control people, while pretending to care about democracy, which is such an absurdist claim.
Yep.
Sorry, side. I had to give my shit on that one.
Okay.
Holy crap, that was crazy.
See,
sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I think if we really want to dig down deep on this, the problem with AA's position, and I've seen some of his stuff now, and he even has a reading list, and I've decided to actually to try and read some of Evola.
Don't waste your time.
It's not very good fucking writing.
It's all a bunch of tired old shit, man. From stuff that should have been retired forever ago.
But I think like the core problem with his position is that he basically views liberals and socialists as being the same thing, which is the inverse of the leftist position, because they view liberals and fascists as being
exactly.
Right.
That's hilarious.
He's very he's in a very strange position where he I don't think anyone who could possibly agree with him.
And do you remember what I said in the beginning of the stream? Sitch's law of inversion. Okay,
we have a new law.
If one side says something, makes some statement about a behavior, about the direction the country's going, then the other side makes the exact same statement but inverted, they're both wrong. Okay, that's
very
Sitch's
true.
law.
Very true.
Is that a law?
It's a new law.
Now. That's the new law. Sitch's law of inversion.
Sounds pretty good.
Everyone's reading because I'm ribbing AA. Come on, guys. Come on. I'm not allowed to make fun of
Adam has a love hate relationship with academic age.
No. I'm giving him a hard time. There are tons of things on his reading list that I'm sure are great, but there is a lot of stuff that's just like, when people are, sometimes you have to go out of your way to find some ancient wisdom in some books. Sometimes it's just a bunch of tired old nonsense, and I feel like a lot of stuff I read that people recommend me that's like 50, 100 years old, it's like, give me the 1,000 years old, because if something's stuck around for 1,000 years, it's good, right?
I do kind of, just real quick, I hate that argument, and I understand where you're coming from, Adam, completely. Like, if it's stuck around for 1,000 years, it maybe has some validity. But I get criticized all the time for citing studies from like the 1970s. I rarely do that, by the way. But if I like put one study that's from like pre-1995, people will say, well, it doesn't matter anymore. That's stupid. Those data, that science isn't real anymore. Right. And it's this bizarre belief within a lot of people, I think, right now, that it's something that isn't modern.
But we're not talking about data, though. I'm talking.
No, I know, but philosophy is the precursor to data in many ways. So philosophy is people making observations, and trying to understand the world, and that's the precursor to modern science. And in many ways, in terms of what we mean by post-positivism and positivist scientific inquiry.
Do you know about the replicability?
Let's move on, please, God.
Yeah, let's move on. I agree. Let's move on.
Just saying, don't get wrapped up in how old something is and whether or not it's valid or not. It's valid or not based on your perspective.
Only get wrapped up in age when it comes to the age of consent.
Yes.
This isn't some one-off response. This is a cultural phenomenon big enough to be a meme. But it should be clear that the tomboy abs is a gateway to fantasies of complete gender reversal. This young man...
So what? Why is that a problem?
Yeah, let people have their fantasies, right?
Why is that a problem?
See, I think this is just going to be a difference in fundamental morals, because...
Yes, I think you're
because Aydin, you pointed out all these things on a society-wide level that are completely true. And then yet you have to balance that with, is that more important than people's freedom to do what they like in private?
No, it's not. Freedom. Okay, freedom is the most important principle. Therefore, I don't care if people lick someone else's abs. I don't care. If they're both consenting adults and doing it, I don't care how many abs you lick. God damn.
And it would just seem that on AA's point that freedom is not so important for this kind of
He's
thing,
an authoritarian. Of course he doesn't care about freedom. What are you talking about?
I think that's unfair. I think it's unfair to call
It's
him
not. Listen to the end of the video.
Well, he's not American.
Listen to the end of the video and tell me you don't think he's an authoritarian.
Here in America, we believe in a little thing called freedom.
Yeah, see, I've seen the video too, and a few times he says things like
totally fucking authoritarian, dude.
Like your freedom to lick abs is not more important than he says that a few times, something like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's way at the top. He aims for the top of the political compass chart. The very tippy top.
Mm-hmm. I will to try and I guess I'm not even steel manning, but to try to explicate. I think A's argument is not that it's moral or immoral or that morality even matters, but it's like, what does this do for society in general? Is this a good or bad thing for society?
I mean, he never really articulates that. He just says, the end of the world, fucking destroying society. Yeah, he never comes out and talks about. He doesn't talk about like the family destruction or anything like that.
Well, this video comes off as like he made this video for his audience.
Yeah.
That has all the same presuppositions that he has. So he can just make a lot of like vague general statements that you're like, if you're not his audience, you're like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't even know what he's referencing. Yeah, and he's not making a strong argument in any sort of direction here.
Wants to be in the position of a teenage girl serving a bigger and more masculine man.
Listen, I want to address this because Septicai Sushi makes an interesting point that we should dive into. Septicon Sushi says, what's wrong with SJW's gender swapping comics? They're doing it by force. They're fucking literally forcing it on people the same way AA in this video is fucking forcing people not to do it.
Right.
Like the audience does not want the gender swap comics. The reason why manga is so big is because they have traditional gender roles. That's why I'm fucking this is what AA is saying is insane. People are turning to manga because they want traditional gender roles, okay? Some whack nut on the internet wants to reverse gender roles. He's into that, but he's a very small audience.
Right.
So in American comics are trying to force what this very small audience wants onto the entire mainstream as if it's going to change their minds about what they want. They're doing it by force. It's authoritarianism.
Yes. And the issue with the gender swap comics too, it's not just that the comics are gender swapped. It's that they're gender swapped and then they insert like so much nonsensical woke politics into the comic beyond the gender swap too.
That's the big issue. Like comics are a form of a disengagement from reality, right? You want to have a fun time when you read a comic book.
Hell yes.
And then they bring you into this freaking politic, which people are trying to escape. And that's the whole reason why this woke politics stuff in Marvel and DC, and particularly in Marvel, is ruining their industry. And they're trying to say, and for 4 years now, they've tried to pretend like it hasn't been the case, but it is the case.
Dude, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. The thing that I can't remember the name of the comic writer who said it, but
it's probably Mark Wade.
How fucking authoritarian is that? How fucking authoritarian is that? It's madness.
To be fair, saying if you don't like it, don't buy my comic book, that's not inherent authoritarian. But the problem is that when they take over the entire industry and say, and they make it so there's nothing else that you can buy, now it's authoritarian. If you want to publish this is such a bizarre thing, right? And Adam, you have to know this. And both of you have to know this, I guess, to some degree.
But your job is literally to sell books.
That's it. But I mean,
your job is literally to sell books.
There have been, quote, woke, left-leaning fucking publishers for years. Who publishes Icon and Rocket?
Kelly Sue DeConnick, that's the name of the writer. Sorry.
Kelly Sue is insane. But so like Milestone Comics was a publisher that was created by Black people, to make Milestone Comics, which is Icon and Rocket. Those are their two big characters that were their breakout characters. Then you also have like a ton of minor comic publishers who allow people to publish whatever they want. And all of a sudden, it's not okay that you can publish whatever you want. It's that we have to make a certain political message be mainstream.
Yeah.
We can't allow people to just publish it within their own small publications. Now we have to push this narrative in our mainstream publications. We can't just allow people to say what they want within their own publications. It's absurdist.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I was talking about when we were saying the difference between saying someone can engage in whatever gender role they want or whatever, and you have comics or movies or television shows that are pushing some specific type of gender role and saying this is the way things should be. And if the comics are not only showing, because I don't have a problem with, look at like action movies in the 80s. Okay, you had like Sarah Connor, Terminator. You had Ripley from Alien. I mean, so you had women that were engaged in the hero protagonist action movie, but none of them felt like fake female characters.
Totally.
And then on top of it, it wasn't like every masculine or every male character was evil or wrong in that show. Like that was something that was very weird, and I don't know if it was intentional, but it felt intentional in WandaVision, was that every masculine male character was a bad guy and was evil.
Yes.
And I was like, that's when you're pushing some kind of gender norm politics bullshit on me. And I don't want it in either direction. I don't want it either.
It's a demonization of men is what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's also just the added point. There's also the added point that if you want to go out and make your High Guardian spice or whatever other garbage you want to make, that's fine.
Yeah, totally.
But it's a complete other level when you start taking over old
Yeah,
properties.
she's
and
the writer
now
on
claiming...
Aquaman. It's like,
yeah.
Sorry, I shit all over your fucking franchise. The character that you love since you were 6 years old. You don't like it? Fuck off.
Hold on, wait. You liked Aquaman since you were 6 years old?
You fell in love with
Aquaman was your pick, Adam?
You fell in love with the wrong character.
No. Dev, I am an unironic Aquaman fan. I was an Aquaman fan since before the film, so it's been a very weird, wild roller coaster for me. Particularly considering that, like 10 years ago, I would get made fun of all the time. Be like, Aquaman's the biggest, stupidest fuck ever. And then the Aquaman movie, fucking they made fun of him all over the internet. Then fucking Jason Momoa makes a movie with as Aquaman, and all of a sudden it's like Aquaman's cool. I feel like I feel very lost.
Aydin is the original Aquaman hipster. Okay, she liked him
loved
before
Aquaman
he was
for
cool.
years.
All right.
I feel so weird because I used to defend Aquaman on the internet. Now where we are,
Aquaman has toxic masculinity. He needs to do reparations for his fucking toxic masculinity for 20 years. You don't realize this. If you don't like that, don't buy the fucking book, okay? We're in the reparations.
So toxic, it literally infects the fucking ocean, by the way.
I thought your husband
like
was Daredevil.
He is, but I like actually like so I have like a husbando tier list. So Daredevil's at the top, but like Aquaman's at the second level. He's right down there with like Jason Todd. Like those are like my like second tier.
Jason Todd. Wow, that's a choice. Okay.
I
love
Jason.
Jason
I just gotta
Todd.
know. I have to know.
And Roy Harper.
Comparatively on your tier list, where is Garrus?
Okay, wait, no. These are different tier lists of where
we're competing them now. We're competing them now. We're fighting them together.
No, I put them in different. The video games and comics are different things.
Wait a minute. Mary
Garrus
fuck
versus
kill.
Daredevil.
We're gonna have to do it. Mary
No,
fuck
don't
kill.
do it. Okay, Mary fuck kill.
Garrus, Daredevil. Which one?
Garrus, Daredevil, and Aquaman. Mary fuck kill.
Well, in that situation, I kill Aquaman, although it depends on which Aquaman it is, but I still kill Aquaman, even though I like a lot of different Aquamans. Because also, by the way, people who don't know a lot about comics, there's multiple different Aquamans.
No, he's dead.
Okay, so Aquaman's dead.
All of them are
dead. Is going to be Garrus, and then Mary Daredevil.
Daredevil wins. He's
every
still
time.
the number one.
Matt Murdock, my blind husbando. Hey, he's a lawyer. He makes good money. Just saying.
That's true. Well, no, but I thought he was like works for like pro bono and for like chickens.
He does work pro bono for Nelson and Murdoch is a really shitty law firm. So.
He is abdicating his responsibility as a man and asking the woman to be the man in his place. In other words, he is verbalizing his desire to be feminine, to become a woman. Now, because it's 2021 and people are...
I don't care. I don't care.
This fucking image.
Extra specially stupid in this day and age, I'm going to get another reply to ensure that you really get it. I'm going to bash you over the head. Remember I mentioned Conan and his sledgehammer? This video is me wielding Conan's sledgehammer, okay? So let's look at this one. Here, Nikki responds to the picture of the masculine woman with a degenerate anime meme of what appears to be a schoolgirl squirting milk from their genitals.
Are you sure it's milk?
Nikki imagines himself as a schoolgirl with a penis exploding at the sight of a strong woman.
I'm sorry, just the descriptions are too funny. I'm sorry. I love you, Abe.
The end of civilization is here. Someone has posted a picture of an anime girl shooting milk from her imaginary penis. Oh my god!
You know how back in the 90s you would see these public service announcements, and they try to make it real serious about just how bad weed is.
Yes.
How it'll destroy your life if you even have one weed.
Same tone of voice.
Exact same thing.
If you have one weed, you're literally going to those are really funny videos where they're like, you have one of the weeds and then you end up like shooting up heroin the next day.
Listen,
and then you die.
If you post one degenerate meme of an anime schoolgirl coming buckets, looking at a tomboy abs, that's just the downfall of society right there. Okay, we're all going straight into the gutter. This is the gutter right here.
This is such a concocted narrative. Just to like trigger.
Do you think he's joking? I think maybe he's joking about this.
He's not. He's totally serious.
No.
But this is where the fourth cope. This guy Nikki, he probably thinks that the tomboy abs girl is hot. Okay, but he's being incredibly hyperbolic for the sake of comedy.
Yes,
because
it's comedy gold.
He's trying to be funny.
Yeah.
Okay, relax. Oh my god, that part of the comedy is that you have a schoolgirl shooting cum. That's the joke, because it's like, okay, you take something that doesn't
It's very
make
funny
sense.
when she does that. It's very funny.
You take something that's nonsensical. That's the joke. That's part of the joke, buddy.
Okay. The whole chat is saying that we just don't understand what he's saying, and
I do. I literally spelled his argument out like 5 times.
I don't think so. Like
maybe I don't know.
Aydin, I think it was you and I. We talked privately at one point about the difference between like your normal libertarian who just wants to own property and own guns and be able to do whatever they want, and then the paleo libertarians who are fucking insane.
Yes.
I think we had that conversation.
Hold on. Let me interrupt you because you've triggered me. Okay. Yes, triggered me. Okay. So I said that his argument, and we posted his fucking his thing he said in the chat.
You want to see it again? I got it right here.
About how the issue isn't the tomboy abs. Okay. The issue is that there's this subversion and reversal of gender roles. Okay. I understand that. We've literally been talking about that for like 3 fucking hours. Okay. If that's not his argument, then he's welcome to come on stream and tell us what the fuck his argument is.
He's too scared,
if that's not his
man.
argument, I don't know what the fuck his argument is.
I don't believe the mic.
Actually, I don't think he's scared. I think he honestly is either asleep or whatever.
If that's not his argument, what I just said about this, the danger of the reversal of gender norms and gender roles leading to the degradation of society. If that's not his argument, I don't know what the fuck his argument is. No one knows what the fuck his argument is except him, and he can come on and explain it. And if he's not going to, then fuck him. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, then, unfortunately, then we're all gonna have to speculate about his argument, which.
See, I've noticed with a lot of people who have, it's not the perfect word, but who have more extremist arguments. Mm-hmm. When you understand them, but you disagree with them, especially on some kind of kind of foundational level, they like to say you don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Everyone does that.
Everyone says that. Yeah.
You're so right. You're so right. And the reason for that is because, especially with people that have extreme ideologies, they're so wrapped up in their own world that they forget that everyone has a very different view of the world in them.
Yes.
And so they think like, oh, if you don't agree with me, it must just be because you don't understand. It must be because either A, you're evil, or B, you just don't understand my position. It's like, no, I understand your position. I just think it's fucking stupid and wrong.
Do you know why they do that, Sitch? it's because they engage in that exact same type of stuff against other people. Usually, they know for a fact that they intentionally misrepresent other people's opinions and ideas, and then when they get caught, not always, not always. Well, not always. No, well, I agree. Well, not always, but oftentimes when you hear that kind of defense, it's that they know that they themselves can be taken out of context, because everyone can be taken out of context. Some people can be taken in context and be found to have insane opinions. But if you just use the context kind of argument, and there is a difference. There are arguments that are made in context, and there are arguments that are made outside of context. But if you want to use just, hang on, I was just saying that for this or that XYZ reason, it's useful whenever it is useful.
They have a set of axioms that you have to buy into to buy their argument. Like for them, it just seems, obvious that we're on, civilizational decline here, and that we're all going to end up in the toilet.
It's the end of the American Empire, Adam.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't necessarily buy into that. I want to know, what your argument is. I want to see some numbers and stuff like that. But when you look at the numbers,
look at the leftist people, that's exactly what they do. It's the same kind of argument. It's like, you're taking me out of context, right?
Or they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you don't agree with me? You should have to go read some more Marx."
Yes, exactly.
Read the bread book, shit like that. And it's like, well, no, I have read some of that stuff, and I still don't agree with you, Because...
I think it's less maliciousness and more just ego. People are so egotistical and they're so up in their own world. It's hard for them to conceive that people have completely radically different worldviews than them, and that they can completely understand what they're saying and just think like, no, you're just totally fucking, I just don't agree with you at all. And here's the second thing too. I can understand, okay, generally when someone makes a video, they have like a couple or one central point that we're going to refer to. But in this video, he has all these other smaller points, okay? So we're going to pause the video and we're going to address all the extra smaller points that he's bringing up too. You don't get a free pass on your smaller points. You don't get to say, oh, I said a bunch of shit, but I ignore all that and just concentrate on my one specific larger point that I want you to focus on.
Well, now he's saying like the 10,000 years of tradition. He has like 10,000 years of tradition. I mean, wasn't the Greek Empire like playing with gender
10,000
norms?
Years of tradition compared to hundreds of thousands of years of evolution?
Yeah.
Well,
I have no idea what he's talking about, because we've had civilizations that were I mean, is it the Greeks that were super gay? Like they had, like, I mean, we've had, we've had
pederasty.
Yeah,
there are a lot of femboys in Greece.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Jeez.
If you look at the written text, it is also written in a particularly girlish way. I'm so horny right now. Let's do some more.
Someone's going to clip that.
I know. We got to get that clipped. I'm so horny right now.
Don't be rude, but someone's going to do it.
We're going to do it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we're definitely going to clip that. Are you
That's going to be the intro to every video.
I'm so horny right now.
Okay.
Particularly girlish way. I'm so horny right now.
Wait.
Let's do some
Make it your donation sound.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes. Please.
Oh, that is brilliant.
This looks like traditional gender roles here. What's he upset about?
Adam,
this?
why don't we have like, are those annoying? I don't know.
They're way annoying. Yeah, we shut them off.
Yeah, like when I watch someone on Twitch, they have the donation sounds.
It's so bad. Yeah.
Because otherwise we would have had like what's his name? Dude. For like a million years we would have had that be the sound.
What was that guy's name? Isn't this traditional gender roles here? This next one that he's.
Wait, Adam, what was the guy's name? I'm totally.
One species.
One species.
How can you not remember that? I just.
Dude. Sarganinios.
Fucking guy.
I just noticed that One Species took down his pro Jordan Peterson video. So I uploaded it because I had a copy of it. So I put it on my secret channel. It's an amazing video. How did that guy lose his mind? Oh my god!
I don't know.
He was totally on.
Donald Trump was elected. That's how he lost.
A lot of people lost their mind over Donald Trump.
He was totally on Jordan Peterson's side. He just totally like takes down.
It's Trump derangement syndrome. Some people just lost, and by the way, people went that way about Biden too. They just went nuts.
Yeah,
that's what happened to Second Thought. When Trump won the election, his brain melted.
Yeah,
so many people like Wosley
TDS.
was like that. Mundane Matt, all these guys did that stuff.
TDS, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the real problem, eh? You need to make a video about the TDS. What's this? This is like some memes on Twitter.
I mean, Trump wasn't exactly the champion of social conservative.
TDS eviscerated.
I know.
I don't know.
That's a ridiculous thing. Like Trump wasn't some insane social conservative. That's what I found so bizarre about it. It's like Trump had a whole bunch of wives.
Yeah.
The guy is cheating on his pregnant wife with a porn star. That's not exactly.
Yeah, he's not exactly trad. But you know,
not exactly the height of moral Tradcon.
No, he's kind of a scumbag. But you know, whatever.
Hold on. This is bullshit here. AA's talking some bullshit in the chat here. AA says these idiots have declared traditional gender roles an extreme ideology. Bullshit. Fake news. Fake fucking news. Okay.
Yeah, when I said extreme ideology, I wasn't actually referring to specifically the gender role part of it, but rather the wider narrative.
I am totally in favor. Listen, we're
the
all in
authoritarian
favor
aspect of implementing such a policy.
We are all in
the
favor.
Ebola stuff and etc. Yeah,
we are all in favor of traditional gender roles. People select traditional gender roles on the norm. That's like what they normally do.
That's why they're traditional gender.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Unlike the idiot feminist and gender queer theorists who think that humans are magical blank slates.
Yes, we are not those people. You're arguing with the wrong people.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I think that.
Well, we don't believe in this nonsense that the patriarchy was constructed, by society, and that people are blank slates, and that all humans are born as these like blank cookie cutters, and society pushes these horrible gender roles on them. I don't think anyone here believes any of that nonsense.
No.
We're just all on the side of people should fucking choose. And if people get to choose, so most people will naturally fall along what we call standard traditional normative gender roles. But you shouldn't penalize people for not following in that fucking category.
Yes, the 5-10% that doesn't, you shouldn't throw them off of rooftops. Well, but they should fucking be part of society.
To be even more clear, there's very few people. Okay, if we're to take masculine behaviors and feminine behaviors, and we're supposed to put them on some kind of bimodal spectrum or something. Okay, there's not a man who's like embodies every single masculine trait, and it's not a woman that embodies every single feminine trait. There's people they'll have like a grouping, I have like majority of things of some traits that can be masculine, but then they're also going to have some traits that are going to be feminine. But it's a very stupid way to look at this.
Right. And I think we can, just to be really clear, we can agree that there is masculine and feminine, and that part of it is based on biology, right? I think we can agree on that, in that males and females are genetically different, and therefore your predisposition towards one or the other can be based on your biology. However, it could be based on sociology and other different things. But for the vast majority of people, right, whether or not you are masculine or feminine is based on your DNA. I think that's something that even AA would agree with, and I know he would agree with, and that's kind of part of the problem, right?
What's going on?
Is that there's this idea that
what's going on in this picture? This picture looks traditional gender roles to me. I mean, why is he complaining about this picture?
I was like, a guy is posting it.
Sorry,
I have to jump in here.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in here, but my headphones are finally dying, so I think I have to go.
Oh,
see you later.
Sorry, Dev. Nice to talk to you, by the way. Hey, Dev.
Listen, I'll be back next time if you
go
want.
simp for your
No,
girlfriends.
we're not inviting you back again for half a show. What are you talking about?
Dev invite me on.
Yeah.
Sometime.
Yeah.
Aydin closes it out with us. Aydin's not just.
Well, she fell asleep last time, so that's not.
That's true. You didn't even say goodbye.
I literally fell asleep.
What?
I got so
We're
tired.
not inviting either of you back. What are you talking
about? That's not nice. Invite me and Deb, and we'll both fall asleep.
There you go. No, but see, Aydin fought. Okay, it took the grasp of sleep to wrestle her away from the show. Okay, she fought tooth and nail.
I really did fight.
Come on, we got to get into this video, man. We got to.
Let's get into the video. Sorry.
Go.
Hey, Dev, thank you. It's nice to talk to you.
Take care, Dev.
See you later.
Next time, eh? See you later.
Bye-bye.
We'll see about next
Here's
time.
a Japanese.
Oh, don't be
girl
rude. Dad's a good
posted
boy.
as the.
I got that from Mahler. Mahler always
really?
insults people after they leave. It's great.
Dude, I fell asleep on Mahler's show too, so don't,
Did you?
don't feel like it's
I
too-
saw Doomer
Yes.
in the chat. Doomer was on EFAP yesterday. What? That's
Really?
awesome.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I did see him on EFAP.
You know why he was on EFAP? Because
Why?
I
'Cause of-
spammed Mahler's DMs and said, "You better put Doomer on, motherfucker."
Yo, dude, I can't stay up too late on shows. I just fall asleep.
That's cool.
But-
if you have to go, that's fine. I was just giving Dev a hard
No, I
time.
don't. I stay up tonight.
Tell me
First of
about
all,
the traditional gender roles here, because that looks like
Yeah,
a
I'll tell you
female to me and a dude's ab. So what's the
Now,
problem
I
here?
appreciate this gender role we're seeing right
Yeah.
here.
What's going on here? How is
He's
this
It's a
a
nice,
thing?
it's a very good gender role.
First of all, she's probably underage. Okay. Secondly, secondly, women should not be that amorous. Women should not be that horny.
Oh, is that the problem?
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying.
Version of gender role.
This is in the privacy of her own computer, though.
She's in the privacy of her computer.
She's
like,
probably
also,
the
what
public library, Adam. That's
You
probably
would
not even
see-
her laptop.
you would see books in the
library's
background.
laptop,
Bruh.
okay?
No,
God
she's
damn it.
she's in the diversity study lounge, so this is
I see.
okay.
Point of view character from the male Twitter user licking the tomboy abs.
I would look at tomboy
This
abs, to be
is
honest.
the complete inversion of Laura Mulvey's male gaze. This is the female gaze internalized by young men. Here's another.
Oh, okay. So they're saying
why
the
can't the female gaze?
is bad.
Yeah, I don't understand this. What's the issue?
The female
Why can't
gaze,
there-
that's
I
a
know what the
problem.
issue
The
is.
female gaze is okay,
Listen.
but the male gaze is actually toxic. That's the
I
way
agree
it's-
that
yeah.
that's the issue within society is that like the male gaze is wrong, but the female gaze is fine. Like let's
That's
not
why we're
pretend like
turning to
women-
manga.
Let's not pretend like women don't objectify men. They do it all the time.
Yes, they do.
It's because he's associating abs as being a masculine trait. Therefore, if you're a man who is attracted to abs, this masculine trait, and you want to take this submissive trait, which he's labeled as feminine, which I think is the real problem here, then that means you're subverting these or you're reversing the gender roles.
Both of these are fine, by the way. Like a man being attracted to a sexy woman, fine. The male gaze, such as it is as defined, is fine. I don't see the issue. The female gaze is fine. People are sexually attracted to one another. Wowee. What a revolutionary idea.
But what I'm saying is his problem is that a man is engaged in the female gaze. That's his issue.
Oh, okay.
If it was an anime boy licking some giant titties on the screen, he probably wouldn't give a shit. But the issue here too, that's weird to this is that saying that being submissive is a naturally feminine trait. To me is like, oh, that's when you're starting to get into like the realms of like, what exactly are you advocating for? Are women supposed to just do whatever the fuck men say? I don't fucking agree with that. I think you can have quote traditional gender roles without saying that the woman just has to do whatever the fucking man says.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how that comes into this particular issue.
Yeah.
Variant here, the man imagines himself as a young anime girl with a fucking ponytail poking their tongue out trying to lick the toned stomach of a muscular woman. This is why the terrorists hate us.
This is why the terrorists win, by the way.
This
to
is
be
why
honest.
terrorists hate us. They're on Twitter. They're on Twitter looking on our anime memes. This is why they hate us.
You guys have to admit this is why the terrorists win. It's because of this anime image.
The terrorist
Remember-
won? I don't know about
Remember-
that. Citation
Yeah.
needed.
In the year
No,
2000,
they win using these kinds of imagery, Adam. You know that.
remember in the year 2000 when we had Twitter and Al Qaeda was scrolling on Twitter and they said, "Look at all this degenerate anime femboy. We should probably, ram a plane into the Twin Towers in America."
If they
Remember
had a
that?
time machine, why were they worried about 9/11?
That's right.
It's literally anime femboys and femgirls. That's what calls 9/11.
Imagine like a leftist going on poll on 4chan.
Oh no, they
And going
die.
through
They
like
do go there and then they get
Yeah.
fucking BTFO'd and it's so funny.
But like imagine like a leftist making a video on poll on 4chan and they're going through like the pictures and reply like, "Here we can see the conservative right-wing fascist imagines himself as a Pepe frog. Now, what does this say about the individual society? Like going like this, like going on these extreme interpretations of the joke images that people are replying to something with.
Yeah, why is AA sucking up to the terrorists anyway? Why does he care? I want the terrorists to hate us. Fuck them.
Fuck the terrorists.
True.
Yeah, why do you want terrorists?
Yeah, why are you trying to make the terrorists like us? I don't get it.
Shouldn't they hate us? Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah.
That means we're right. That means we're morally on the right side here, doesn't it?
Exactly. That means we're winning. They should hate us. I want them to hate our guts.
We're not. I mean, here in America, Sitch, we don't believe in appeasement. All right.
Tell me, Sitch. Tell me this.
Yes.
If you can kick the terrorist ass, right,
mm-hmm.
and you can do it with your female soldiers with
oh my god
super fucking ripped abs.
Yes.
Who's winning? Who's really winning?
I want the
very nice
tomboy soldier to just stomp all over the terrorists.
Yeah,
just to add insult to injury. Yes.
Totally.
Yes.
Now, do you want that image in that video to be uploaded to Pornhub?
Our fucking women beat them.
No, I want this image of the tongues to be plastered on the front of every drone and every missile that crashes into some terrorist asshole somewhere. That's what I want.
Oh my god!
I think that's what we should do.
I was asking if you want the female soldier stepping on the jihadi.
Oh, to be like a porn video? No, I don't get on.
But it's kind of fucked.
I want every fighter jet to have like, you know how like they used to draw like the little like hot pinup girls on like the sides of the airplanes.
Oh yeah, they draw their anime waifus now.
Yeah, like the
now they're gonna draw the
pinups. Yeah.
now they're gonna draw the waifus.
I want the entire jet to just be like a giant painting of like a tomboy like buff like a hot like feminine woman, just so that when they get like blown the fuck out by it, it's just like extra insulting because it's like an anime girl like destroying them.
Actually, I think that would be kind of based if they had like a big buff anime waifu and she's like flexing on the side of the plane.
They should be anime girls of all strides. You got the tough tomboys, you got like the curvy milfs, you got the lollies. Just have like the whole every jet, every piece of military equipment should be covered with anime girls. Just so like when it comes to kill you, it's like really pisses you off because you're getting killed by like an anime girl.
You just get pissed off because you've been killed by a weeaboo.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, what is it? The most popular mobile game is that I forget what it's called. That weird game with like the anime girls.
Raid Shadow Legends. Sorry.
No, it's like the anime girls are like the fighter jets and the battleships.
Oh, Genshin Impact.
I don't know what it's called, but whatever. Yeah, that's what I want. That let's do that. Let's do that in real life. Okay, that should be America's new. If I'm president, vote for me. My platform: anime girls on all military hardware. Okay, that's my platform.
Now,
hold on. I got a picture.
While I don't
know.
Picture what?
It might be China. I looked up a picture of an anime on aircraft. I mean, I think it's
like they do have as my dream.
I don't know.
Anime on aircraft. There's actually like a whole series. I can't remember the second. I can't remember the name of it.
I found a picture.
But there's a whole fucking series that's about like anime girls as. Oh wowee! There you go.
There you go. See, look, but that looks like, is that in Japan?
I don't know. That's what I was going to say. They're coming for us. Knows what's up. we better run.
Yeah, like fuck that helicopter's coming for you. You know shit's getting real. Okay.
Batake.
Yeah, we better.
I can only read the hiragana. I can't read the fucking kanji because I'm an idiot.
Well, fuck, kanji is like the dumbest idea. Okay, let's
okay. We can talk. Do you want to talk about how dumb of an idea kanji is? It's stupid as fuck.
Yes.
And it makes it impossible for me to fucking read Japanese. So
right.
Fun. Thank you.
Pictographic languages, stupid. Okay. There's a reason we threw those out like 1,000.
There's a reason.
Ago,
yes. Why? By the way, even the Japanese also have not pictographic languages, right. And why they have their own style phoneme, of writing.
The normal phoneme alphabet, like the rest of the fucking world. Yeah.
Yes, because fucking pictographs are hard, and I only know 2 of the kanji. Well, actually 3 in this picture, and it makes me sad.
There you go.
These can't be real. There's a lot on anime fighter jets.
No, they're real. They're totally real, dude.
They're real, and they're spectacular, Adam.
This one looks like Tifa. They have Tiff on a jet.
That's what we need. More J cup titty big bitches.
Yes.
To promote whatever. Big
my
planes.
Watch out.
and
You're
stuff.
going to give AA a heart attack here, please.
She's
don't.
going to have her. It should be a plane with like 2 big rockets on either side. And
Yeah, right out of the boobs.
Yes, this is genius. This is genius.
I want to see a single comment defending this shit, and I will delete them if I see them.
What? AA deleting your comments?
The comments.
I don't know if you get more authoritarian than deleting comments.
That's right.
Anti-free speech.
Right.
I cannot blame the young men and the young women who are the victims of this. Yes, it is true that male and female traits are biologically rooted, but there is some slack there which culture picks up, and whatever slack is there, our culture is pushing to breaking point, inducing problems of internal identity on young and impressionable men and women who live dazed and confused by all of this, addicted to porn and this sort of gender-bending nonsense on a daily basis. I'm led to believe that the likes of Count Dankula and others have tried to normalise and defend all of this. This isn't something that should be defended. It's ultimately...
When you're going against Count Dankula,
I
think that's a good
know.
indication that you're on the wrong side of the
He's
issue.
the nicest guy in the world. What did he do? I mean, he's just a comedian. He's trying to entertain you guys.
He's a comedy show.
He's degenerate. He's a degenerate.
He is a degenerate. Yeah.
Defending
he likes,
freedom. Oh, how awful. How
dare he,
terrible.
yeah.
Yes.
I do understand where AA is coming from with this, but like, this is not probably who you want to attack.
Well, no, I'm
I would
listening
say.
carefully. Okay, I've watched this video multiple times.
Carefully.
What like he's just saying that they're addicted to this stuff that
to porn, yeah. And by the way, do I think
porn
that
addiction is
it's real?
Yeah,
it's super real. It's a
is
huge
it a
problem within the
though?
West.
I mean,
I think it probably is a problem within the West that hasn't even been, well, Adam, the fact that you don't even know it's a problem, it is the issue,
I don't.
right?
But that's
how
unrelated.
are you defining addiction?
Wait.
I'm addicted to food. I'm addicted to water.
Well, hold on. Porn addiction is unrelated to gender roles in our society.
Yes,
Totally.
exactly.
Yes.
Completely unrelated. It's a separate issue.
There are women who are
Great
addicted
point.
to porn.
That's why I like you, Sitch. You're the smart one. Keep it up.
Yes. There
You're
are
welcome.
women. Yeah, it's no. Yeah, I agree. There's no sex prescription for who is addicted to porn, but there are people who are addicted to porn, and it can be debilitating for some people.
Right.
Like
Sure,
there are some people who they cannot stop looking at porn. They spend their whole fucking day doing it.
Yeah, but we're not
But
talking.
here's
This
the
is not
issue.
new.
Yeah,
Okay.
The issue.
Here's the issue that's kind of relative to or related to this, which is that. So yes, there are some people that are addicted to porn, and that is an issue. Okay, but does that mean because some people are taking this to a bad level, does that mean that porn should be outlawed?
Yeah, handle
Does that-
your
Of
shit, Fabius.
Does that mean
handle your shit?
That our society should be saying that masturbation is wrong? You should only be having sex with a woman that you're going to get married to?
I would say academic agent brings someone up in the chat that's correct, is that and this is true, is that excessive porn consumption does tend to reprogram parts of the brain. These are things that don't get brought up very often in terms of other types of concerns about pornography. It changes the way that you do perceive things. And by the way, like as someone
why
who,
we can't talk about that?
why?
Because this is Sitch and Adams law. Okay.
Okay.
Is that whenever we have a political debate, one side will try to point to the extremists of the other side.
That's Adam's law, by the way. Notice.
I thought Adam's law was the straw man one.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Never mind.
I know your law is better than you do. But
you do.
That one side of the political debate will point to the extreme element of the other side, and they'll try to paint the entire movement with that
as that
brush.
extreme, yeah.
But
let me
This
just
is
finish.
exactly what he's
why-
saying. Yeah, go
This
ahead.
is why so often you'll have like liberals who will defend socialists unknowingly, because they're not necessarily defending the socialists, they're defending themselves and their team from the attack of the other side, from the right. And so since this is the behavior that we're all engaged in, we can't have a nuanced discussion where we say, yes, this thing has a problem, because as soon as you say that, you have the extreme elements that come out and they want to instantly ban it, or they want to destroy it, or they want to remove it completely. They want to have like a nuanced compromise situation here to deal with the problems of porn addiction.
Yeah.
You're completely correct. And it's a really big, it's a concern. Whereas that like there are issues with porn addiction that I'm concerned with.
I mean, I don't like
porn addiction.
I think it's the amount of time spent looking at porn.
But there are, I could see conservative, conservative Catholics though going, if you beat off once a month, you have a fucking porn addiction.
Well,
okay?
But let's say according to like, psychologists or something.
That's not what's being measured here, Adam. It's like people who say like, I cannot stop looking at porn.
Yes.
There are people who will tell you that directly because they can't, because that is a problem that they have.
But is it
so
like,
it is an addiction?
How many people have that though? That's the thing. I'm like, we're talking about things that
3 to 6% according to this study.
3 to 6% of men have a porn addiction.
But not men, just people.
Mild porn addiction, yeah. And let's
you have a mild porn addiction. Listen, you can't call an addiction mild.
She didn't say.
Yeah.
What?
I thought, didn't Aydin just say she has a mild porn addiction?
No.
That's not an addiction, Aydin.
I mean, she does, but she didn't say that.
Aydin.
I do have a mild.
You can't. Okay, so now she's come clean here. Aydin.
I'm trying to have a meme here, but okay,
addiction does not mean mild. That's a jumbo shrimp. Okay, it's a contradictory statement. Addiction means that it's more than it means it's a problem beyond mild. Okay.
Yes.
It means I can't leave my house without.
This is a very interesting way that this conversation has.
That's like saying I have a mild heroin addiction. Okay. I have just a mild heroin addiction.
I never actually said I had a porn addiction, but it got turned into not only I have a porn addiction, but that porn addictions are bad within about 45 seconds. Okay. Yeah. So are porn addictions bad, Adam?
Well, if it's mild, it's not really an addiction. So, Aydin,
now mild or not matters. We just gave
I just said if it's mild, it's not an addiction.
It's definitionally bad.
You can't call it an addiction if it's mild. I'm just saying, like you either have an addiction or not.
So porn addiction is bad. Okay.
Yes. Right. Yes. Mild crack addiction is not a thing.
Okay, let's get off the mild thing.
Okay.
Just if you are addicted and you can't stop yourself from doing this thing, then this is a bad thing.
I agree. 3 to 6% have that. And AA is talking like it's 50% of men.
No, but 3 to 6% is a significant portion of people.
It is, but it's not the downfall of Western society.
No, that's not what I'm saying either.
Look up how many men are alcoholics, Sitch. I'm curious.
Well,
it's probably like 20%.
Alcoholics. Yeah. But just because one thing is bad for you doesn't mean that we shouldn't be concerned about something else is bad for you. That's
no, I agree.
Kind of an oxymoron.
The argument that AA is making is this is like the downfall of Western civilization. That's the argument he's making. That's the only thing he said in this.
Can we admit that because one thing is bad does not mean another thing is bad? They can both be bad for society at a societal level. And I think that one of the things that is just as bad about a porn addiction as there is about alcohol addiction is that porn addiction prevents some men from interacting with women.
No, I agree. It's horrible.
It's a good thing. Who wants to interact with women?
Yeah, they are gay.
MGTOW motherfuckers are coming out.
Yeah.
Sitch is going his own way. SIGTOW, baby.
I think we can admit though that there's it's not a good thing for society for men to be removed from the sexual marketplace because they are addicted to pornography.
Listen,
well,
it's not going to help this stuff.
Okay, I'm not going to be a simp. All right, interacting with a woman, trying to go on dates with her, trying to get her to like you by being nice to her. These are all simp beta male behavior.
Yeah.
Okay, why would I ever engage in that? Yeah, this is super.
The alpha male stays home and whacks it all week.
Look, being nice to girls is the ultimate beta male gay behavior. Let's be real here, okay? I should just come out there and say, "You have my child," and they should just open their legs, and then we can just be done with it. And then they get me.
If she doesn't, holy fuck, she's a fucking
she's
bitch.
A degenerate. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a subverter. Yeah. But see, women aren't like that. So why would I bring myself to their level to like simp for them and talk to them and have conversations with females? Oh.
Females are the worst, dude.
They are.
No, they're
female.
They're the
human
best.
females.
What are you talking Let's get back to this video. Come on.
Go ahead.
Maybe
Yeah,
an argument will appear and we'll all be overjoyed.
Maybe.
Civilizational prospects. It is quite literally training men to think of themselves as women, to ape the behaviors of women. And when the barbarian does invade, can we be sure that these men will shake it all off and fight, or will they drop to their knees with their tongue hanging out? This tomboy...
Who are the barbarians exactly? That's my question here.
Sounds very vaguely racist there. What's going on?
Well, no, but I'm wondering, in our world of nuclear war, okay, whom exactly is going to invade America?
It's a Chinese, and I have a picture of her right here in front of her helicopter.
Well, was the Chinese military going to land on the U.S. shores, and then all the beta males from Twitter are going to get on their knees and lick their abs? Like, what is the world here that we're crafting?
This girl looks like she might have some pretty cute abs. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, even if every single male who voted Democrat, okay, became the most degenerate tomboy, ab-licking beta male, submissive, peg me in the ass cuck, you still have 50% of the country that's going to be the
very
military,
true.
right?
Very true. You still got a 50-50 chance. Come
you
on
still
now.
got 50% of the country that's going to fight. But I don't, this argument that who are these barbarians? What is this fear exactly?
He's saying this is going to be all men, and I don't see that. That's so ridiculous.
No. Well,
but do you see how like men get really demoralized by this? Where they think like
this meme, or by what?
No. But like this kind of narrative, which is that men have to act and behave a certain way.
Sure.
And women don't. Women don't have any, like, that's where these people are coming from, right? That is that their disconcerting belief is that women don't have any kind of prescriptive behavior. They can act however they want. They can be fat, they can be thin, they can be unhealthy. And men are given these very tight prescriptive behaviors that they're supposed to adhere to.
Yeah. Totally.
And that to men seems really demoralizing, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and also, like, no, I think that's definitely true. But like, where does this train end? Okay. Like, so if we drag everyone back to 1950s gender roles, right? Leave it to Beaver gender roles. Okay. So then you have the guy from like the feudal age pops up, and he looks at the guy who's, wearing a suit and tie and going to his job, and he calls him a wussy beta male because he's not wearing his full plate armor, fighting for the glory of the empire on horseback. Like, where does this end? Can't you just keep looking back and saying the previous generation would look at the next generation and call them weak and beta males? Like, this is just the way society appears to be going.
If only we had the Jesse Lee Peterson.
I love Jesse Lee Peterson.
He's hilarious.
We have a couple $20 super chats that are relevant. So
okay. Abby Muhammad for 219 sexy sexes.
Whoa.
Says
nice Swedish krona.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait. WTF is up with femboys. Can't I have bussy in peace? AA, why are you against femboy bussy? It's literally so good. There you go.
Yeah, someone likes it.
Oh, wait a minute. Here, I'm so pissed. Oh, fuck.
What?
CT want us to show Dev that art before he left. Oh, well,
that's okay.
Next time. Fuck. I got sidetracked in that conversation. It went forever. I'm sorry, CT. She made this hilarious picture of Dev.
Oh, okay.
John Smith for $4.99 says Dev is lying. Attack on Titan has literally the worst ending of any anime ever. Don't even bother with it. Thank you.
It sure
Thank
does.
You. Oh, thank you, John. Thank you, Aydin. You're protecting me from Dev's terrible takes.
What?
He said I should watch Attack on Titan.
You should watch it, but don't watch the end. It sucks.
Okay. Kostraz Nego for 29 for 20 Canadian says I grew up in 90s Poland with pretty solid gender roles. Plenty of stupid, ubiquitous idiocy from teenage boys towards pretty girls. The only new thing here is the internet.
True. Very true. I want to read Dupe or Die. Dupe or Die for $20. If an army of
Dupe or
tomboys
Die.
invaded, I'd be the first on ab-licking duty, to be honest.
There you go. See, that's how the barbarians win. Not if they're a bunch of men. If they're a bunch of hot tomboy Amazon women, then maybe I'd agree with academic agent. Then you got
hang on. Who here would disagree amongst us? Who would disagree that if you get invaded by hot tomboy women, and
that's
they
a
say,
win. That's not an invasion.
and they say lick my
that's
abs,
immigration.
weakling," I think all of us would be like, okay.
That's not an invasion. That's a win-win situation.
Yeah, we all win.
Then we all win. Right. There you go. Nails for 20 euros says, you can't change biology. It's pretty hard coded. Look at Russia. Look at comic books and manga. The super chat is too short to go into detail. Aydin class is best class. There you go. Duper Dot for another $20 says, no, he doesn't just understand how flaming hot ripped women are. I feel sorry he'll never understand the light of tomboy ads. Praise be. Praise be. There you go. Duper Dot. Big fan. William Kurt for $20 says, what AA doesn't seem to understand is that what he's critiquing is not porn, but a pervasive hermetic sexual occultism. I don't even know what that means.
Well, I think I might agree that,
hermetic sexual occultism. I don't even know what that means.
They are turning gender ideology into a kind of religious cult. I do believe that's happening. So
Yes, and that's very
but occultism
unhealthy.
Means like magic, doesn't it?
Right.
Well, it is magic. It is magic. Like,
did you read the whole super chat? I don't want to.
I did not read the whole super chat. People mock him getting mad at anime porn because it's hearsay toward that occultism. I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, William. Pastafarian Priest for $20 says, question, what are your sanctity degradation foundations? I think that may be the split here. It's height, time, ADAD.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure ours are like 1,000 times lower than academic agents. So
academic agent sees this and the disgust is off the charts, and we see this and we're like, that looks fun.
Libertarian pill.
That's
unfortunate.
Right. The Butter Handful for $20 says, from personal experience, porn is addictive. I wasn't warned young enough. It has hurt my sex life in the past. It wasn't the porn's fault. It's the same as any other addiction. I wasn't happy. Authoritarians can get bent. Yeah, no, it's definitely something. Well, the issue here, and this issue with a lot of society, is that technology, as you said, Aydin, is always outpacing, is always the fastest thing that's outpacing the rest of society. And so culture always needs to constantly try to play this catch-up game.
Yep.
And so in our future, part of sex education will probably be talking to kids about porn and porn addiction.
It really should be.
Right, and it should be, and it will be. It's just that since internet porn is still relatively new for our society, people don't really know how to like deal with it yet.
Well, this is the thing that I despise about this video, because yes, it is a serious issue. It is something that we need to warn people about. But this finger wagging type of way is not the way to do it. It's totally not the way to win people over.
Nope.
Rubbish is just the tip of a much deeper iceberg that infiltrates Zoomer culture at every level, especially in porn, but also in all of the other degenerate forms,
But here's what I want to know. Academic agent, how much porn did you watch to do research for your videos?
Yeah.
Okay. For research purposes only, how much porn did you watch? Okay. You can tell me. You can tell.
The forums, the anime, the 4chan, all of the gamer spaces, and so on and so forth. This sort of thing is just the everyday life. Another cope that somebody gave me is, don't react to something.
I'm going to be 100% real with you guys. You might not like this. Okay.
Good.
Playing video games is not masculine.
It's not.
I'm sorry.
Really?
Playing video games is not a masculine.
What about
behavior.
Carmageddon?
Nope. You're pretending. You're pretending
pretend.
to enact. Yeah, pretending to enact change in the world. It's not a masculine behavior, guys.
It's there's no video games are fine, but it is not a replacement for masculinity.
Man,
masculinity is.
It's not even saying. I'm saying
black pill.
It's not masculine. Playing a video game is not a masculine
But
behavior at all.
There are people who perceive it that way, right?
So black.
There are people who
right
perceive that playing a video game and going in and hijacking someone in GTA is engaging in some kind of pseudo-masculine behavior, and it is a manifestation of that, but it's not actually masculine.
No.
It's a
What
performative
about
masculinity.
what about if I
Exactly.
play a video game with
Exactly.
a naked girl sitting on my lap?
Nope.
That doesn't change things?
No. Oh, you're saying if you have an actual naked girl sitting on your lap.
A real life naked girl.
Maybe that will change things. I don't
Okay.
know. Maybe that's a little different.
The win.
There you go. That's what you guys, if you want your video game playing to be the height of alpha masculineness, just make sure you have a naked girl servicing you the entire time.
Get your
you're
girlfriend.
playing.
Make sure
There you go.
Make sure your girlfriend has fun while you're playing video games.
Thing on Twitter. Let me tell you something. Twitter is real life. It's
Oh,
more
wait a minute.
real.
I know.
And it
I know.
affects
I
real.
know. Gotta pause that one. What?
Twitter is real life, dude.
The anime, the 4chan, all of the gamer spaces, and so on and so forth. This sort of thing is just the everyday life. Another cope that somebody gave me is, don't react to something on Twitter. Let me tell you something. Twitter is real life. It's more real, and it affects real life more than anybody expects. How can anybody have lived through the past 3 or 4 years?
Okay, maybe this is the problem. Academic agent thinks Twitter is real life. Maybe this suddenly this video is suddenly starting to make sense here. Okay. If Twitter was real life, America would be a socialist country.
So one thing that I was mentioning in the chat before I got in here, but I want to reiterate, is that Twitter is a product of de-individuation. And there's something in particular called the social identity model of de-individuation effect, or SIDE model. And SIDE model predicts that when people are placed into a de-individuated space, aka Twitter, they become hyper-polarized and hyper-partisanshipized. So what you experience on Twitter is people expressing basically social identities, political identities, and not their own personal identity. Yeah. So it's all it's performative and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
This is not how people actually feel, and they get away with being able to express themselves this way because they are part of a group, not because of their personal identity or belief. And it is fucked up, but that's the way it is.
I wonder what would happen if you took this image out and did like a man on the street with it and just showed it to people. Hey, what do you think of this? What's your take on this anime thing?
10% of Twitter accounts create 80% of all tweets.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Pareto.
But you want my man on the street respond? Go ahead, sorry.
10%.
10%.
Okay. No, not even close. 10%. You know who's in that 10%? James Lindsay. He's always fucking tweeting. Okay.
Yeah.
10% of Twitter accounts create 80% of all the tweets. Okay. That's not representative of the population.
No, it's not. But what you were saying, Adam, about like if you take this into the real world and do this,
like a man on the street, I think people would be like, "That's weird. What is it?" Like
you would probably find somewhat similar. You would find dissimilar results from this, but you would find somewhat similar results because it still applies to the de-individuation effect. The de-individuation effect is the anonymity effect, wherein when people think that they are pseudo-anonymous or anonymous, they will react in ways towards stimuli that they would not react normally. People lie all the time. People lie constantly. But when people believe that they are anonymous, they are disinhibited. So they're more likely to give you beliefs and opinions and reactions that they would not give.
Anonymity would change things. You're right. It wouldn't be a good thing. It wouldn't be
right.
You wouldn't learn anything.
They'll tell you like shit they don't necessarily believe just because they don't care because they're
they'd
anonymous.
be like, "Oh, that's weird," and like in reality, they beat off to it like 30 minutes ago.
Right. Or just as and as I said earlier, just people intentionally act incredibly hyperbolic on these platforms.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, intentionally because they think it's funny. And it is funny to some degree.
Yes.
And not think that Twitter is real life. Of course it is. This is what young men are spending their time doing. Don't give me that. Cope. No, it's hard to blame anyone.
That's a weird argument. I mean, is World of Warcraft real life? Because young men spent their time playing World of Warcraft. Like, it's a strange argument.
It is real life.
Twitter's not real life.
Well, there's data on that, but yeah. It is real life to people who perceive it as being real life. So
right, yeah, but that's the problem. There's the handful of people that think it's real life, and then there's everybody else.
Well, and if everybody's engaged in a different, this is my real life, but it's one person's on Twitter, one person's in World of Warcraft, one person's obsessed with 40K, one person's like into bowling, one person's like, there's a like
one person has a job and a family.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that adds up to the downfall of Western civilization, you know, a stain on natural law. I don't get this. I really don't get it.
Because natural law ended in 1950, Adam.
Yeah.
That's what you don't understand, okay? Even though God talked to human beings 2,000 years ago, when God had the vision of the perfect society, it was the 1950s, okay?
There were all these different fandoms. If 90% of society was focused on tomboy abs, we'd be having a conversation.
Then maybe I'd agree with you.
I would be like, something weird is happening.
Yeah.
Is there like an invasion of the body snatchers?
Are they putting something in the water?
Here?
What's going on here? Like, yeah.
More like invasion of the booby snatchers, am I right?
Yeah, exactly.
Of the ball snatchers, because they're making all the men effeminate.
right. Oh.
Terrible.
Particularly on an individual level, because the cultural messaging they've been getting since the 1990s has trended in this direction to greater or lesser extremes. Mm-hmm. Let me read
that phrase is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Greater to lesser extreme. I'm thinking like growing up in the 90s.
Yeah, I know.
90s, 2000s and 2010s. I'm like, I don't really recall any of this like woke shit. I mean, yeah, there were like the strong, independent woman, you know, characters to some extent, but like this like woke shit, this is all like the last 4 or 5 years. Like, I don't know what you're talking.
It's most of the last 6 years. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, this is recent.
However, it had I do think he's correct in that the build up to it doesn't just appear. Things like this do not just appear without background. So there is some background behind it. And if you go into the literature for CRT, for example, or for feminist literature, absolutely it goes back 30, 40 years. You can absolutely find the basis for the stuff.
Sure, but he's talking about like decades. He was specifically talking about like our culture is like pushing this and that.
Right, but
I don't agree.
The literary and academic basis is actually quite established at this point.
Of course. But that's the way, this is the way that societies change, is that you always have extremists 24/7 trying to pull society in their direction at all times, constantly. And then what happens is some event occurs in society that allows those extremists to suddenly gain ground. And so I think the wrong way to think about this is too many people think like, oh, this is when the extremists started pulling. It's like, no. They're always there. It's just something happened that allowed them to kind of slip in at the moment. And what's happening right now is that because of the housing crash and because of other issues, people are just, they're fed up with American society. They think the American dream is dead and they want to overturn the system. And we're seeing this on both the left and the right. It's just manifesting in a slightly different way.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree.
Read some of the lyrics of a song that I grew up with, Girls and Boys.
Oh, we had to skip this because I don't want to get copyrighted.
What happened? Oh, he
plays some piece of a song, yeah.
Why? Why would he do that?
Yeah. It's okay. We'll skip.
Now, what is the traditional answer to all of this? Let's see what Julius Evola says.
Look, one of these books from 10,000 years ago. Let's pull out this old-timey book. Oh, get the dust off here.
This doesn't explain. He's saying, what's the solution? He says, explain why is the problem.
Right.
What the problem is. Except that the only problem is that when the barbarians show up, whatever that means, that our men are going to be too feminized to fight back. Which, if you think if our culture is so shitty, then why would you want them to fight back? Don't you want to be whatever the culture of the barbarians are? They seem to have their gender patriarchy norms in check.
What is different than, how is it any different if Vosh goes to Google and says, you know, I need an argument in favor of worker co-ops. Here, let me see what's on Wikipedia. And and academic agents saying, society's falling apart because of these, the decline in traditional gender roles. Here, let me Google all of history to find a quote from some fucking moron, so I can, cherry pick history to prove my argument.
To be fair, I'm sure he had the quote lined up way before. I don't think he needed.
But he's just like cherry picking history to make his argument. It's the exact same thing.
I agree, but people have to cite things at some point. We do have to.
No, you don't. Like he's gonna
really.
Adam, you're like the citation king. You're always like, I read this book. So,
Yeah, Adam. Like, I'm not to be rude, but like, we have to have.
So, but I'm making a cherry picking argument here, and you're basically saying sooner or later somebody has to cherry pick.
Well, I think you're being a little too. I think you're being unfair here. Okay.
Well, I would say that like, is he cherry picking? Potentially, yes, but like
he's totally cherry picking.
I actually agree. I agree with you, but my point is that like people have to cite other scholars, other citations,
sure,
and that's what he's doing here. Is he's trying to say that it's not just
but he's ignoring all the scholars that disagree with him.
Well, first of all, let's listen to the quote.
Let's listen.
Okay. Because I'm more inclined to think this isn't really cherry picking. It's just he has some idea, and then this guy worded it in a way that he likes, and so he's just still using this guy's. Okay, that's not really.
Well, how is this an argument? I mean,
it's not. There's no arguments here. Adam.
Some
there's no
guy
arguments in this video.
a long time ago said this. How cool is that? It's
I know.
It's a devastating argument because this dude 50 years ago said it.
This video is devoid of arguments. There's no arguments in this video. This is the preacher preaching to the choir. Okay.
He's reading from the scripture. He's about to read from the scripture. Okay?
He's not citing data here, Aydin. He's not like he didn't do a study.
But no, I'm well aware, but I'm saying that I do appreciate when people are able to bring in some kind of.
I don't, because I feel like it's an appeal to authority. That's like, who the fuck is this guy?
But I would rather someone bring in some kind of historical relevancy rather than just make shit up on the fly. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's adds a false sense of authority to it that it doesn't deserve.
That's the point.
I agree that I actually totally agree with you, but that's why they do it.
Let's see.
It's the modern world.
We know that every traditional civilization is based.
Look at that guy. This guy's a fucking boomer. Look at him. They didn't even have color photography when this picture was taken.
I mean, does that guy really look like the embodiment of masculinity? Look.
All I'm saying is,
that guy looks like I could take that guy in a fight. Look at him. That guy looks like
the thing that I'm saying is, where did this guy get this information from? I'm thinking maybe he prayed. God told him.
Okay, I'll tell you where. He took his hand and he reached deep in his gut.
I know.
Okay, he shoved it right up into his gut and he wiggled around and then he grabbed something and he pulled it out and he smelled it. And, okay, this is what I want.
We know that every traditional civilization is based on the will to order and give form. Okay.
On the will to order and give form, and that the traditional law is not oriented toward what is unqualified, equal, and indefinite, or, in other words, toward that impersonal mix in which the various parts of the whole become promiscuously or atomically similar, but rather intends these parts to be themselves, and to express as perfectly as possible their own typical nature.
Okay. If you replace this picture with a postmodernist, I'm not seeing much difference here, Sitch.
I might be a low IQ degenerate. Okay? I don't know what the fuck.
I understand what he's saying. He's basically saying that he's saying that different things have an implied nature. They have there are things that are distinct.
Okay.
That's where we're at now. That's basically all he's saying.
Things are distinct.
Right.
All right. Yes. Sure. Okay.
Therefore, particularly with regard to the genders, man and woman are two different types. Those who are born as men must realize themselves as men. While
these are just assertions. This is just assertions.
So
it's a guy a long time ago made these assertions, and therefore that adds validity to this, right?
Well, I'm sorry, but biologically we know that excuse me, okay, we know there are biological genders. There are two sexes, correct?
Right.
Yes.
And there are extreme aberrations that are outside of that.
That word is problematic, Aydin.
I can't use the word. Well, I don't know. What's the right word? There's extreme differences.
Weirdos. That's what we say.
By the way, aberration and difference means the same thing.
Joke.
So
joke.
I know,
please.
but it's absurdist. It's absurdist that I have to like change my language. And aberration, I would think, would be like a non-harmful kind of terminology to use.
I don't know. I played a lot of fantasy games, and when the monster is called an aberration, it's usually a bad thing.
Come on, I'm having trouble remembering. This
I'm
is
not saying that. I'm not saying abnormal
or
a violation against reality, but I'm just saying, like, for the most part,
I understand statistical yeah.
We have to get through. We have to get through the postmodernist stuff. Okay,
just,
I'm barely able to remember what's happening here. Okay, he's
like,
he's
for the
saying
most part,
that he's asserting that civilization functions by having things that are distinct, and now he's making the connection that the genders are a part of that distinction, but he's not really making any kind of causal argument between. Like, where's the societal collapse come in? I guess he's saying that we lose the order.
Let's continue. I guess.
Let's listen to the whole quote, and then I want to hear what Aydin was going to say, and then I'll say something.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Those who are born as women must realize themselves as women, overcoming any mixture and promiscuity of vocations. Even in regard to the supernatural vocation, man and woman must both have their own distinctive paths to follow, which cannot be altered without them turning into contradictory and inorganic ways of being.
So just just assertion, just blind assertion, just fucking assertion. What does inorganic even mean? Fuck. Assertions. Nonsense,
I can respond.
I assume unnatural, but
go ahead.
Yeah, I could respond. It's the thing I was talking about earlier, where there are proclivities towards men and men and women are let's be real that they are oriented towards.
Right.
So women are not predestined, but they are predisposed towards child rearing. Men are more predisposed towards carrying in a different way, which is let's say carrying towards tribe by gathering meat or something, at protecting the tribe via militaristic action. These are things that we know that cannot be argued, I believe, without denying the reality of human evolutionary biology and history. So what he's saying here is not actually controversial, I believe. Well, men and women do have predispositions evolutionarily.
Here's where I think the problem is. Okay. Because first of all, I mean, I agree with completely that, and we've talked about this many times, and I'm actually working a video about this, that the leftists, specifically the socialists, are engaged in a form of science denial or denialism, where they pretend like humans are blank slates and that there's no sexual differences.
The tabula rasa stuff's really fucked up, dude.
Right, that there's no sexual differences in human beings beyond their genitalia, which is not even remotely true. Men and women are predisposed to specific types of behaviors biologically. Okay, that's the way it is. So we have to acknowledge this reality.
May I provide a really quick just addendum? A woman's body literally produces different chemicals after she has produced a child.
Right.
In order to, it's oxytocin, immense amounts of oxytocin that are produced within a woman's body that is excreted through breast milk to increase pair bonding between her and her child.
Right. And as
men produce any type of skin-to-skin contact, by the way.
Men get we have oxytocin. Men have oxytocin.
Yes. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying any type of skin-to-skin contact by 5 seconds, it produces an oxytocin reaction. However, the amount that is produced between mother and child via breast milk excretion is so much more than can possibly be imagined and excreted via skin-to-skin contact that it's clear that this is a different thing from normal pair bonding. Does that make sense?
No, completely. And I've always said this many times. What emotions are a form of chemical motivation. Okay, because we have to remember that our cognitive big brain evolved to serve our animal brain. And so, all these chemicals that are running around our body are influencing and even controlling our thought process. And we all know this because we've all experienced this. We've all been horny before, and it completely changes your thought process. You'll do things that are it's like being drunk. People will do things that they wouldn't do naturally because they're horny, because they have a bunch of chemicals running around their brain that's changing their behavior. Okay. But the but in all this, what this guy is saying is really bizarre. And he's not saying what you're saying, Aydin.
No,
he's not saying that men and women are predisposed to certain behaviors.
No.
He's saying that men and women have separate paths,
Yeah.
and that they should remain separate, and that they shouldn't mix or alter whatsoever. That's what this quote is saying. And the weird thing about this is that since he's labeling it in the beginning as like, we have these distinctive qualities of men and women, is that he's literally falling into the idiotic trap that all the leftists use to make with the idiotic trans argument, which is that when you say there's only two genders, and then they say, can you define what it means to be a man? And then you rattle off a bunch of things, and they say, but wait a minute, does that mean that if a man loses his testicles in an accident, he ceases to be a man? Or does that mean if a man doesn't have some trait you described that he ceases to be a man? And this is an absurd fucking argument. And the reason it's an absurd fucking argument is because that's not how language works. That's not how any concept in human reality works. You cannot say, here's a definition of a door and give a definition of a door that will apply to every single fucking door in existence. That's not how
it would be like okay, so like for example, let me try to give you a concrete example, right? So by the way, I don't have an issue. Go ahead. Sorry.
My little rant here.
Yes, go ahead.
The way concepts work and the way language works is that we have, people have a general sense of something. We have a general sense of what a door means and what a door looks like. We have a general sense of the kinds of traits that exist in men and women. They're not going to apply to every single fucking person that exists because that's not the way reality works. There you go. That was the end of my rant.
Oh, no, you're completely correct. So, for example, if you've heard, at sometimes when I talk to you guys, you hear a loud, like, banging noise. So I have a door over here. It used to have a lock on it, right? Like the thing that comes out of it to the little metal piece that causes the door. I don't know what this is called. I'm not a doorsmith, but do you know what I mean? Like it used to have that. However, one time I was sitting in this room and the door got stuck. It got totally stuck. And my husband had to come downstairs and literally kick the door in and broke the lock out of the door because it got stuck. So is the door now less of a door because it lacks that lock piece? That's the question. I think it's still a door. I can still close it and prevent sound from excluding from my room. But is it a door? Is it not a door? It's the same kind of question when we talk about specifically. Asking the question about reproductive capacity. You know, is a woman less of a woman because she can't reproduce? Well, no, the door can't close. Does that make it less of it? It's still a door just because it can't be closed.
These conversations are just pointless. I
know they're pointless, but it's an interesting.
They're not pointless. They're way more in depth than anything this video gets into.
Well, the whole point of this is just traditional gender roles. He's basically asserting that we have to have traditional gender roles.
But this is like this is like a fucking joke, okay? Because it's funny because this is like the same critique that I heard of the Orthodox Jews from other Jews, okay? You are not the Hasidic Jews. You know, you see the Hasidic Jews, they wear like the suits and they have the big black furry hats and all that shit. You know why they look like that? Because this form of Judaism started in Russia, where people wore that shit because it was fucking cold. Okay, that's why they wore it. So this idea of like we have to go back to tradition is a never-ending train. Where does the tradition stop? There's always more tradition in the past that's always completely different than whatever the tradition you're applying to now. So you have to make a real argument about why it's better. You can't just appeal to a tradition that will continue to go on forever in the past. You have to make an actual logical argument here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can find quotes like this from the past that endorse fucking cannibalism. It doesn't mean it's good.
Sure, or slavery, or a million other
right,
or whatever.
But this is just cherry picking history. It sounds like you all are in total agreement with me now. I put my flag down on cherry picking history.
Well, sure. I'm not going to fight the cherry picking claim. But
already, Evola rules out the prospect of the manly woman or the girly man.
Oh, he just ruled it out, did he? Oh, Well, thank God this guy came along with the fucking ring of Gaijis and explained to us how society should function.
I don't think, by the way, this quote does. I don't believe that this particular quote does extinguish the capacity for those types of people to exist.
Well, not exist, but prescriptively that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
I don't think it. I actually don't think it doesn't either.
Okay.
If a woman could be masculine in some natures, she could have her 6-pack abs and still be a mother, right?
Oh God, you're
you
just,
should be-
you're
I don't know,
just
when
arguing
says-
definitions. It's like Sitch's law. It's insane.
Well, wait. When someone says man and women both have their own distinctive paths, which cannot be altered without turning into contradictory or inorganic ways of being, that seems like pretty stringent.
Yes.
Well, hang on. If the woman has reproduced, she has produced children, and yet she has a 6-pack ab, which is what has been discussed in this video in this context. There's nothing that predisposes or prevents a woman from having a 6-pack abs within that particular line of reasoning, I would believe.
This is the quote you pull out when you want your wife to get back in the kitchen and fix dinner. I'm telling you, that's exactly
I don't think it
what
even
it is.
does that.
You point to the inorganic ways part here.
Well, if you don't think if you're not reading it that way, I mean, that's fine, I guess.
I mean,
I
I
think
could
that's
say,
the
like,
way. That's the way academic agent is reading it, I think.
Well, perhaps, but I would say that like a woman can there are many ways that women can be. And by the way, even traditional women, right? No, hang on. A woman who's a traditional woman could be a big, large lass, right? She could be a big, babushka, and she could be a mother.
A babushka.
Yeah,
What's
you have a babushka.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a babushka
Really?
is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that like a fat
Really?
girl or something?
She could be a big babushka, or she could be a hot mom. Either way, these are things that I think academic agent disagrees with my reading. But my point is that motherhood or fatherhood or fulfilling the societal and genetic gender role is not also necessarily tied to how one manifests and presents that gender role.
Why add this? Why even add this to the video? What is this postmodernist gobbledygook?
To add, it's
for
what you
the
said, is to
argument?
add appeal to authority.
Yeah, that's what I want to get that out there. This is fucking propaganda.
I mean, look at
right
that guy.
Here.
That guy is the epitome and paradigm of masculinity. Look
This screams. Look, this dead person had some wisdom in there. Look, he's got a tie on. Obviously, you should believe.
Is he like
him.
missing an eye, or is it like what's going on?
He's got like a cybernetic eye here. Yeah, come on.
As contradictory and
hold on. J-Mac.
I know, I saw that.
$200. Thank you so much,
Coming
Daddy J-Mac. Here, let's engage in some subversive gender roles here. Daddy J-Mac. Daddy J-Mac. Don't worry, J-Mac. We will not lick your abs. Okay, don't worry. I mean, I won't. I can't speak for Adam, but.
There will be no ab licking going on with J-Mac. Just so
sorry I missed today's show, but I had to stop by to give you your weekly allowance. Excited to listen to this one later. Going fly fishing tomorrow, so send good vibes so I can catch a bigger one. S-Class and A-Team are both my special.
Fly fishing is fun. Very fun.
Good luck. We wish you the best, J-Mac. Enjoy.
God, I haven't been fly fishing in forever.
I've never been fly fishing.
Really? Oh. It's like an art
fun,
form. Yeah. It's totally an art.
Yeah.
What even is fly fish?
Well, you gotta like do this thing.
You gotta flick your thing.
Yeah, and you gotta basically.
I flick my thing quite often.
I know. I just guessed, based on your reticence towards AA's.
Listen, wow, listen. I'll not stand for this. Not stand for this kind of
as
slander,
long as it's a mild addiction, you're safe. Sitch.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, okay. What actually is fly fishing? I've actually only been fishing once in my life.
First of all, AA is upset with us, and I'm upset because I thought I was trying to be
upset.
Why do you?
I thought we were trying to be, because I thought we were trying to be reasonable.
Look, this video is completely unreasonable.
Okay, so here's how fly fishing works. Yes. It's like you have a really, really long rod, essentially. Mm-hmm. And well, the rod itself, but the rod itself is not long, but the you send it out way far.
The line?
You basically tap the water with a lure that the fish bite at.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know how fishing works. Okay.
No, normal fishing, you throw it out there and you let it sink in, right? Fly fishing, you're like trying to bounce this thing off of the surface of the water, and you're catching fish that feed at the surface. It's like it's a lot more difficult. I fly fished for like 5-10 minutes because I was like, this is ridiculous. I'm never going to be able to do this.
So basically,
it's like a workout. You're like,
so let me understand.
I got to keep this thing bouncing off of the surface.
You send your line out really far, and you have to do it like every fucking 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, it's like
you're working
fishing.
your ass off.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I understand this. Okay. Normal fishing, you put the little food or the bait on the lure, and you drop in the water.
You go sit there and you drink booze.
And you sit there and you drink your booze, okay?
Yeah.
Fly fishing is where you kind of act like the lure is like a stone that you're skipping, and you're kind of like flicking it across the surface of the water.
Not really. Well, kind of. I mean, you're trying to like tap it like you would. You know how a whip, you're trying to snap the whip on somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're skipping a stone.
Your sexy abs, you're trying to get the whip tail right on the sexy abs, right on the end of the sexy abs.
Fly fishing or whipping?
Whipping.
Yeah.
Fly fishing is like that, but on the surface of the water.
Yes, and it works. The fish are very attracted to your masculine muscles. They're very attracted to it.
Okay.
It was weird when I was a kid. My minor aside, I caught a whole bunch of like massive I caught when I was like 9 years old. I caught like a 10-pound bass, and I didn't know what to do with it. And then I just wanted to let it go. And
fly fishing, you caught a 10-pound bass?
Not fly fishing, but regular fishing. Yeah. And I didn't know what to do with it. I felt very upset because I was like, oh cool, it's a nice
cut
fish.
Its head off and you eat it.
No, I didn't want to eat it. It made me upset.
Fishing. Wait, fishing is a masculine behavior, Aydin. How dare you subvert the gender roles?
Like, I absolutely go crabbing, and I pull up my crab trap and I eat all those crabs.
You need to stop. This is masculine behavior. Okay, you are destroying our culture by engaging in this tomboyish.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, right. I've engaged in a masculine behavior. I forgot.
You are. I mean, look, you're talking about science and numbers and studies, and you're fishing and crabbing.
By the way, like women, like how are we supposed to know numbers? Hilarious.
Women don't like numbers. Okay.
Women are not allowed to use numbers. J-Mac comes in for $5 and says you're trying to imitate the flying insects that hit the surface of the water.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was basically trying to say.
Fishing, it all makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, see, I thought fly fishing was like, in the Super Mario levels where like all the fish are constantly flying at you. I thought it was like that, and you just tried to like grab them out of the air.
I didn't know that was the point of fly fishing. I've seen people do it.
Well, someone didn't teach you good enough then. You probably had a woman teacher.
No, that was my stepdad.
Oh,
yeah, but see, since he was a stepdad, that means he's naturally not masculine.
Exactly, exactly.
No, I think it was that he didn't really have a genetic investment in her, so she was like, "I'm just going to lie to her about how to fly
Look at all
fish.
These truths that are being spake right now.
I know.
He's like, I'm going to tell my full blood son how to really fly fish, but I'll tell the girl, yeah, you just throw it in.
I'm bothered. I typed in fly fishing on the Google machine. And on the third row of pictures, there's a chick with some nice tatas out there.
What?
Putting them right in frame as she holds the fish she caught fly fishing.
I need
she has some nice tatas.
Some research.
This is subverting our gender roles, okay?
According
I
to
will
that,
say real quick.
Contradictory or inorganic ways of being are deadly towards society.
Right, exactly. How inorganic.
My stepdad did actually tell me that he didn't teach me how to do it right. He put the wrong. No, he put the wrong types of weights and
you don't
what do you call
have weights,
them?
Yeah.
No, the weight when I would go fishing with him, he put not with fly fishing but regular fishing. He put the wrong type of weight and the wrong type of bait on, and I had a giant pink plastic worm on my
you can't
lure.
fly fish with that.
No, but I had a regular fishing.
Don't call it normal fishing.
And he got super fucking butthurt because he intentionally fucked up my fucking line. And then I caught a whole bunch. I caught like a fucking 5 or 6 pound bass. He got really mad about it. So, haha.
Take that.
Sounds like there was a little child abuse going on this trip.
Take that, patriarchy.
Seems like I don't know if I condone this child abuse.
The Observing Otaku for $20. Thank you. Says, hey, I'd rather whack it to porn than contort myself into a mold that I ultimately won't like, and eventually go to a pre-divorce party, parentheses marriage, and it ending in failure at my expense. Also, thoughts on JVP on Peter Pan syndrome. I think I agree with the first part, and I also Peter Pan syndrome is a thing that is
Peter Pan syndrome is a thing, and the other thing that I just want to throw in here that people aren't aware of is perpetual victimhood orientation.
Right.
And I think that it's something that hasn't been studied yet. It's something that's only been studied within a Middle Eastern context. Something that needs to be studied within this context, because I think we're going to find a lot of it within the West. Perpetual victimhood orientation. Yeah.
See, I do think the Peter Pan syndrome is I'm sure part of that is because of porn. I'm sure part of it is because of hookup culture. Part of it is because our society is so involved in entertainment and the million entertainment options. And part of it is what I said earlier, which is our society does seem to have a dearth of strong, positive, masculine male role models for people to look up to.
Well,
yeah, I think you're right. In terms of it's multiplicitous in terms of the reason why.
Sure. Well, any widespread social phenomenon is going to be, multiple reasons for it. But
in terms of the marriage market being fucked, which was part of the super chat, this is my difference with academic agent, because we're in kind of a game of prisoner's dilemma here. If the entire culture is fucked, like telling men, hey, you need to nut up and act like men, is not going to help the situation that there's not really any decent marriageable women out there, which is the problem I think that needs to be considered.
More women of decency.
Well,
amazing.
Let me bring it up again here, but I'm pretty sure.
I just like that you used the word decent.
Well, I'm pretty sure he says, listen, the issue is young men behaving like teenage girls in front of masculine women. Like, how's that solve the fucked up marriage market?
It doesn't, but he is, I think, describing a real world phenomenon.
Yeah.
Well, it's a real world phenomenon. The question is should we be telling people what kind of gender roles should we be enforcing gender norms on people?
I only bring it up, and I want to make this point because of the super chat. The super chat makes the argument that porn is the solution, not the problem. No. The problem is the fucked up marriage market.
No, porn is only contributing to the problem. Porn's not helping. And I don't have a problem with porn, by the way.
Do you
but he's not saying, wait, hold on. He didn't say porn is the solution. He said, I'd rather whack it to porn than force myself into some mold of behavior that I don't want to be. Okay.
In which case, don't force yourself. Yeah, don't force yourself into some.
Continue on. No, you only read half of it. Continue about the part where the marriage market is fucked
then
up.
Eventually go to a pre-divorce party marriage. And
there you go. Exactly.
But that's
which basically says there's no fucking good women out there. I'm just going to stay home and whack it.
But no, this is what we were talking about earlier.
Nut up and act like Hey, listen, nut up and act like a man is not going to change the fact that there's no fucking good, decent women out there.
I don't agree with this character.
Agree with that, Adam?
Okay.
What's that?
You think there's no decent women out in the world for people to be in relationships with?
It depends upon the person's situation. Obviously, we're all in different situations.
Well, hang on, yeah, okay.
I think there are a lot of men who are demoralized by the marriage market. I mean, you can see that shit.
Okay, I think there's a problem where people go to like Tinder or other places that are basically meant for people to fuck. And they think they're going to get some sort of relationship out of, which maybe some people do, but that's not really the place you go to look for a marriage.
Okay.
Material. All right. Maybe I think that's a bigger issue here.
So you go to someplace else and you don't have any luck, and you go to someplace else and you don't have any luck, and you go to someplace else and you don't have any luck.
Go to christiansingles.com.
When do you come to the realization that, it's just the marriage market is fucked? There's nobody out there for me. I'm demoralized.
Well, then guess what?
That's really depressing, dude. I don't think that's accurate either.
This is the real. This is what's so insidious about this stupid ass video, because people have real problems. Listen, Aydin is just coming to the realization that that other men are in this situation. Yes, it is demoralizing.
No, I'm well aware that men are in this situation, but I think
you're like, oh, saying, it's so sad. Yeah, of course it's sad. It's terrible.
Well, of course it's sad, but I don't think
you know what the answer for those. You know what the answer for those men is? Nut up, fucking act like a man. That's not the answer that's gonna help though. That's just
it
like
won't
kind
help
of
because
demoralizing.
It's not a good answer for those men.
Wagging.
It's not going to help those men. Mm-hmm. That's an answer that will not help them.
It's going to piss them off.
No, it will piss them off, but it also won't help them. That's the problem with that kind of answer.
Well, what is the answer?
The answer is to change society, and unfortunately,
gender roles. Okay,
that's the stuff. The answer. What'd you say, Sitch?
Traditional gender roles is obviously the answer. Okay, women need to be women again. They need to be decent women. They got to put on the petticoats and their long skirts.
Put on my petticoat and
yes, they need to have chaperones whenever they go on dates. This is the solution. That's why this is a weird. I don't know. I think you're totally off base when you're like, "There's not decent women around." I'm very
well. You're swimming in offers, Sitch. Okay.
Now,
have some empathy for the guys who aren't swimming in offers.
First of all, I'm not swimming in women, so I don't know what you think happens in my personal life. Okay, but secondly, when you say a decent woman, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking. When I hear that, I think you mean someone of a human.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. By the way,
you don't know what a decent woman is.
I don't know what it means to you. No, I don't.
Wants to have an actual relationship with someone and not want to fuck and not just want to have sex. That's what I think when you say decent women. And there's tons of women that want to have relationships with guys. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, this is a weird thing. Now, according to what you're saying, look, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but if you keep striking out and you're going to different places, and I think that's really the issue. I don't think people are going to different places. I think that's the thing. People are not seeking out many different places to try to find relationships. Because we're all so isolated now. Everyone wants to stay at home and be on the internet and, live apart from each other. Yeah. And it's going to be hard to find a functioning relationship if that's your situation. I agree.
There's this crack house downtown that I usually go to.
Okay. Duperda for $20 says, what do you mean hyperbole? Tomboy ads are life. Born to lick. World is a washboard. 3 million unlicked six-pack abs. There you go. Duperda, big.
I can't believe you don't.
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm dying to hear.
We don't subscribe to traditional gender roles, Aydin. You're allowed to speak whenever you want.
Well, I don't ascribe to traditional gender roles either, but I think that this kind of I know we're being fucking meaning around here.
Yes.
But like Adam, I'm actually kind of confused and I actually don't know what you want from women or what you think women should do in order to be able to, and not just women, but men, I guess, in that same kind of position.
Well,
in order to
I'm happily married, Aydin. So, I mean, it's not really a question for me. I think men in general, want someone who will love them and have their back and not be screwing around or dating a bunch of other guys on the side or using them until they can find a better guy or lying to them or deceiving them. Those are kind of good things.
You've described all like normal relationship stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I would say that like, are there women who would say like, no, that's a deal breaker for me? Yeah, there's a couple of them, but they're psycho and you don't want to deal with those women anyway.
Right. But what I'm saying is and I haven't done this because I'm off the market, guys. I'm happily married here.
I think all of us are off the market.
Adam is hinting. He's like, stop sending me love letters.
But I've seen guys out there, and I've talked to friends that are in situations where they're like, man, there's just fucking, it's just not a good place to be. Like as far as women that would be a good investment for a long-term relationship. So I say to myself, oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah. But the answer when somebody says that is not, well, maybe you should be more masculine. Okay. Like, how do you?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
How do you fucking respond to that? Maybe you should go back to traditional gender. I am a traditional gender role. I'm still striking out here. So I'm just saying, I have empathy for guys like that, and it seems like I don't know if AA's philosophy here is really taking that into consideration. I mean, I had a little back and forth with him on Twitter, and I articulated some of this, but he didn't really respond. He started like arguing with somebody else.
Well, I obviously have empathy for men who are in that position. Because
what's your take on incels? What's your take on guys who just can't...
Oh my god, we gotta finish this video, please.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
Like Aydin, let's have a 2-hour conversation.
Aydin is having like
problem. Okay, like come on.
Aydin is having like a realization she's never considered before.
Why are you prescribing that this way?
What the fuck?
Well, I felt like she was like, this is the first time she's ever like thought about that.
I did not get that.
No, I've been a men's rights activist for the last 5 years.
What is a men's rights activist?
Of trying to say that men are people who get fucked in modern situations in terms of the West in the way that women absolutely can't even comprehend.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, that's why I've been a men's rights activist for 5 years.
Yeah. Don't be an asshole.
Those guys that are lucky enough to actually get married.
Yeah.
No, it's men who are. Let's go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Don't ascribe. Let's try not to ascribe each other our positions. We'll leave that.
If you
to
make me cry,
Aydin,
I'm
gonna make you cry. That's my goal, Adam. It's my fucking goal in life now is to make you cry. Is to make you cry.
We're talking about.
Oh, I'm gonna help.
Boys don't cry. Don't.
Let's see. Let's see if we make Adam
I know
cry.
some things that'll make Adam cry.
But I do think AA actually likes The Cure, so he probably knows the song "Boys Don't Cry."
I love The Cure. What the fuck?
Christopher Myers for $20 says, my brother has officially become a married man this evening. Just got back from the reception. Bless you all. Thank you so much. And we hope your brother has a wonderful marriage.
Congrats, man. That's awesome.
People are saying I'm in attack mode. I really don't feel like I'm in attack mode.
You feel like you're in attack mode. You sound like you're in attack mode.
I'm not in attack mode.
Like we haven't even disagreed on anything yet, Adam.
I don't feel like we have.
I know.
I feel like we do agree. So I
still feel like
we agree on all of it.
I know. Adam's just. I think Adam's a misogynist. I think that's what's happening.
One
here.
comment. Aydin
he hears a strong, independent woman like Aydin, and he just gets very upset.
I dig strong, independent women. The thing is, she said that's the way she said that's sad. It made me think like she's never really thought about that.
I think
before.
You read way too much into a
I
single.
could be wrong. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong.
You are wrong.
Yeah.
I think you're 100% wrong. Electric Elephant.
Let's watch this fucking video.
For 20, Aussie Buck says, modern women aren't masculine beyond superficially. Feminists wanted authority/empowerment, but kept hypo-agency and did not ask women to be self-sacrificial, dutiful, protective. The other side of masculinity. That is very true.
It is also very true.
Yeah.
We need to be very kind of clear about like what modern women's rights entails in terms of what are the rights that women were given. It's a lot. Okay.
And I think that's kind of what I've always pointed at is like the irony of a lot of feminism is that it seemed like certain brands of feminists just wanted women to behave like men. Basically.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Yes, because I always thought like, okay, if you're really a feminist, then what you should be seeking for is that society should hold up stereotypical or whatever feminine traits up as being as valuable as masculine traits. That's what I thought a feminist should be, but that's not really what a lot of feminists are. So it's very interesting. Punish Chris for $20. Says it's evolution. Our needs that created those gender roles have been met, and as such, those gender roles are relic of the past and dying off. Just look at the rat utopia experiment. The roles won't come back till societal collapses.
We are not in a rat utopia experiment yet. That's all I'm saying.
Yet. I sort of agree with that. I sort of disagree with that. I don't think it's necessarily that the gender roles are a relic of the past and are dying off. It's just that, well,
there's not enough heroin in here to be in the rat experiment.
I don't know. I had to think about that.
Wait, heroin?
Yeah.
There was no heroin in the rat experiment. What do you mean?
I thought they gave them whatever they wanted.
I thought it was food. I don't think they gave them like
food. It was food. Yeah.
No just cocaine.
Food. No coke. I don't.
No.
Does that even have the same effect on a rat? So like a person, they probably just die. Like. Anyway,
we're halfway through this video.
Yes.
Self-actualization in the traditional concept is about realizing yourself as your own gender. Men must realize themselves as men, and women must realize themselves as women. Now, what does that mean exactly? Evola continues.
I've already considered...
Wait, how can you... Like, okay. It is true.
I thought we were watching the video.
Well, hold on. Because it is true that self-actualization historically has a lot to do with, like, it always generally has to do with finding your place in the world. And often that is conceptualized as, like, you know, if you're living in a society that has gender roles, it's finding your place in your gender role or whatever, right? But the problem I have with these arguments is that idea of what it means to be a man is constantly changing.
Hell yes.
Okay? So you
Very
can't
true.
really make
Very
this like
true.
appeal to like nature argument. For example, like we would consider farming as like a masculine thing, right? Like, oh, God, the farmer is providing for his family, is working in the earth, blah, blah, blah. That's a very masculine thing to do. But if you were going off of like a hunter-gatherer society, they could be like, farming is fucking feminine.
Yeah.
You're scrounging around the dirt like a gathering female. Like, this is pussy behavior. What a man does. Man doesn't like deal with like dainty flowers and plants. A man picks up their spear or their little stick thing that I forget the name of that they throw, and they go out and they find the mammoth and they fucking murder it. Like, that's what it means to be a man. What kind of chick ass wussy beta male shit is it to go and like dig plants in the ground? What is this pussy shit?
What a bitch.
Right. So that's
beta.
Beta. So that's my problem with these kind of arguments. When I say like the tradition train just goes on forever and it never ends.
Yeah, very true.
The way of being that corresponds eminently to man. I've also discussed the two main paths of approach to the value of being a principle to oneself, namely action and contemplation. Thus, the warrior, the hero, and the ascetic represent the two fundamental types of pure virility. In symmetry with these types, there are also two types available to the feminine nature. A woman realizes herself as such and even rises to the same level reached by a man as warrior and ascetic only as lover and mother. These are...
Wait, this is like insane.
Yeah, only as lover and mother.
Crazy.
Gotta get back in that fucking kitchen, bitch.
Well, hold on. So, because there's I don't know why he didn't put up the second page of.
I know we're not able to read along with
yeah,
this one.
I couldn't read the second page, so.
Yeah,
but
so
mother
wait,
or
so what he's
lover,
saying,
barefoot and pregnant. He's coming out as barefoot and pregnant.
If I'm understanding this correctly, he's saying the two paths that are available to men is either the path of the warrior or the path of the ascetic.
No, I thought warrior was the aesthetic.
Well,
and
not
women
necessarily.
I didn't catch it.
Let's
I
go
wish
back.
he would have. Yeah. What are the two paths for
I'm
men?
gonna have to listen to this again because it's kind of confusing.
Mother
the
and
ascetic
lover.
paths of approach to...
Evola continues.
Did you notice that social scientist wasn't on that list, Aydin? Too bad for
notice.
you.
Oh,
I've already considered the way of being that
dang it.
corresponds eminently to man. I've also discussed the
What
two
am I
main
supposed
paths of
to do
approach to the
now?
value of being a principle to oneself, namely action and contemplation. Thus, the warrior, the hero, and the ascetic represent the two...
The warrior, the hero, and the aesthetic.
Wait, hold on a second.
...fundamental types of pure virility. In symmetry with these types, there are also two types available to the feminine nature.
Okay, this is fucking hilarious.
Mother and lover, you guys.
Wait, listen.
Wait,
He said, this is hilarious. This is super key, okay? He said the two paths of like, self-actualization for being a perfect man or whatever is either the path of action or the path of contemplation, okay?
Okay.
And he's got the warrior and the aesthetician, or the aesthetician, the guy that works on your nails. Okay. So why do you think this guy who's not a warrior
picked being an academic as one of the path to success for
geez.
men.
Why would that be an option?
The men have two successful paths.
Right.
One is to be the alpha male warrior, and one just happens to coincide to be the thing that I am, the
Yes.
contemplator.
Excellent
Okay?
point. Excellent
Come on.
point. Yeah.
Give me this is
Excellent
like
point.
this is like the Greek philosopher saying we all need to be ruled by the philosopher kings. Okay,
God,
it's like,
I would
give me a
love, I would
fucking
love to
break.
see the fucking anime ab bitch just slap this guy around.
Like, come on.
I want to see him fucking dunk on this guy right and left.
Like, if I'm appealing to like the nature and talking about being a macho man Randy Savage here, I do not think of like the monk who sits alone in their fucking hovel contemplating the nature of existence, and God is not. That's not a masculine behavior in my eyes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, but it's not like a gendered masculine behavior.
Mother or lover, Aydin? Which one are you picking? I'm curious. You only have two paths.
Right? Yeah. What does that even mean?
What the fuck kind of question is that?
Oh, I guess technically you could be both. You could succeed at both.
Why are women not allowed to contemplate things?
Contemplation is off the list, Sitch. Don't offer it to
That's
her.
only for men. Only men are allowed to
She
think.
will be contemplating for the rest of the live stream.
All right.
Okay.
All
Don't
right.
open
Okay.
it up.
So Adam, here's father or boyfriend. Figure it out.
But that's not for dudes, man. We got warrior.
I'm just giving you the equal and opposite kind of question. What the fuck?
Sorry. Look,
father or boyfriend, what do you choose?
Look, the video says right here, inorganic ways of being, okay? Okay, it's right there in black and white. We don't want a contradiction going on here.
You know, you're correct. I can't contradict science like that.
That's right.
Fucking facts and logic. Sit down.
Nature. A woman realizes herself as such and even rises to the same level reached by a man as warrior and ascetic only as lover and mother. These are bipartitions of the same ideal strain. Just as there is an active heroism, there's also a passive heroism. There is a heroism of absolute affirmation and a heroism of absolute dedication.
Dude, that's so awesome. Yeah,
this is so
folding my underwear
pathetic.
is your act of heroism, okay?
Yes. Listen, he's like, listen. He's like, listen, ladies, don't feel bad. Completely dedicating yourself and being subservient to a man is an act of heroism.
It is.
Okay.
It's important. When I fold a man's underwear, it makes me feel like a saint.
It does. You're a hero.
I actually, you know, I go into the heavens because I have a.
It's better than sex.
Yes, it is. Folding underwear.
This is so good.
Vacation. They can both be luminous.
And now I was gonna say, Aydin starts folding her husband's underwear, and she
I do.
She's like, you know what I need to do? I need to lick some abs right now.
Bliss.
Well, when I fold my husband's underwear, I do have a natural desire to lick a woman's abs. But after I've licked her abs, then
inorganic behavior.
After I have so I fold my husband's underwear and then I lick a woman's abs and then I go up and I ascend into heaven.
Oh wow,
that's how it works.
I didn't know.
That's not how you guys. That's not your guys like. That's not how you guys. That's not your daily like routine.
No, I didn't realize that easy to
Weird.
get into heaven. All you have to do is start folding underwear, and suddenly Jesus opens the gates.
Well, you have to fold the underwear and then lick the lady's abs.
Oh, I see. See. That's my problem. I always licked that lady's abs first, and then
you fucked it up, dude. You fucked it up.
That's why I keep ending up in hell. I was doing this in reverse order.
See,
okay.
It's so simple.
I'm glad we had this conversation. Okay.
And produce plenty of fruits as far as overcoming human limitations and achieving liberation are concerned, when they are lived with purity and in the sense of an offering. This differentiation of the heroic strain determines the distinctive character of the paths of fulfillment available to men and women. In the case of women, the actions of the warrior and of the ascetic who affirm themselves in a life that is beyond life, the former through pure action and the latter through pure detachment, correspond to the act of the woman totally giving of herself and being entirely for another being, whether he is the loved one.
What the fuck? Wait, this is like insane. Academic, how could you fucking
You supported this. You were all
some weird
yeah,
shit,
exactly.
dude.
You were like all on his side. Remember, Aydin? No, I don't want to be mean to him. He will shut the fuck up and get in the kitchen. That's what he thinks.
This guy's like, well, first of all, there's a couple things here. First of all, this gives off like serious incel vibes. Okay, what I mean by that is he's like, the two paths of a man is either to be the ultra Chad who gets all the ladies, or to just be the MGTOW detached from all ladies and just say, I don't want sex at all. So
by the way, Adam, it was already confirmed that I already went to heaven. So
that's true. That's true.
I can do whatever I want.
Well, good for you, winning.
This feels like someone who is mad at evolution and mad that sex and reproduction is such a prime motivation for human behavior. And they're kind of like saying, they're kind of saying seriously what I said as a joke. Like, women should either be throwing themselves at you, and if they're not, then you just cut yourself off from them completely. You become the deep-minded, contemplator.
Hey, I'm sneaking a snack, but I want to respond to this.
No, I think it's true.
Chitachi in the chat says, "Oh God, why do Sitch and Adam view motherhood as lesser valued? I do not.
We don't.
I do
we
not.
Don't.
Like,
No.
I do think being a mother is heroic and all that stuff. Like, in the context of what he's saying that's the only path for women, which how can you get more authoritarian than that?
It's worse. It's worse than that. Okay. Because what he just said is that the path for enlightenment or whatever for men is to go beyond themselves, via being this warrior of action or being this deep thinker. But the path of enlightenment for women is instead to be subservient to someone else.
Yes.
Is to give up themselves entirely for the purpose of another conscious being. Okay. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, it is. But he seems to have some kind of like external belief, I guess.
We are this is a little like mansplaining-ish, because I can see where that can bring someone utter bliss is just, sacrificing for their children. A lot of people are into that.
Okay. Lots of mothers and fathers are totally on board with making sacrifices for their children.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's totally natural.
It is
That's
heroic
totally
and valuable.
And it is heroic and valuable. My problem, if he had said that the role of the man and woman is to reproduce and to, sacrifice themselves from their child, we'd be having a different conversation.
Right.
That's not what he said.
No, he did. He said husband.
Yes. He said the man gets to live the life of adventure and or of intellectual stimulation, and the woman has to be the servant.
Yeah.
It's the juxtaposition of these two roles that I have such a big problem with. Okay. There's nothing wrong with being a mother. There's nothing wrong with giving yourself up to someone else, but demanding that women do this, be this subservient servant role, to give themselves up, to not be able to have their own passions or dreams to follow, but that men have all this options available to them, is fucked. That's what I'm responding to.
And bad for society, I would say.
Yes,
categorically bad for society.
Type of the lover, the aphrodisiac woman, or the son, the type of the mother, the Demetrian woman, finding in this dedication the meaning of her own life, her own joy, and her own justification. This is what bhakti or fides, which constitute the normal and natural way of participation of the traditional woman, really mean, both in the order of form and even beyond.
Also, it's funny because so much of this talk is about like trying to create stable, healthy, monogamous relationships. Saying that women derive all their pleasure, or should, from the rearing of their children, but that men should be detached from all that, that does not create stable, monogamous, healthy relationships or families. Okay.
Depends
the fathers
upon the
have to be the fathers should be invested in their fucking children too. Like, what is this?
Should be. I mean, it depends on the situation.
No, it doesn't. If you want to have a healthy family, we talk about, and Aydin brought this up earlier, we've talked about this a bunch, having a 2-parent household. You want to have a healthy 2-parent household. You want both parents to be invested and give a fuck about their children.
Yeah, but I saw a video of a guy who had basically like 2 moms, because he had a mom and a nanny, and the nanny basically completely took care of him, and he had virtually no relationship with his dad, but it's still, I mean, He had two parents, basically.
Okay, bearing. Well, first of all, I think there is importance in having like a masculine parent and a feminine parent, regardless of whether that's
you don't know how masculine the nanny was.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
She could have
I'm just saying,
amazing abs.
I'm just saying, for the Tradcons who generally talk about the importance of family, this prescription is not creating good family bonds whatsoever.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. It's saying the man can do whatever the fuck he wants, and the woman just has to do everything else.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Which created a power differential that probably facilitated a lot of these divorces.
Right. And this does not lead to good child rearing whatsoever.
Hang on. I have to ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
You think that the conservative issue is what created the vast majority of divorces within the United States?
I'm saying that the power differential where the husband can basically act indiscriminately probably pushed the males towards doing stuff that was fucking wrong, or obviously.
I completely disagree with that. I completely disagree.
Okay.
As someone who has been a product of that relationship, no, it was basically that women chose and decided that it was within their best interest to be able to gain money and power, and power is related through this from their husbands by divorcing them. And
it doesn't change. It doesn't change the power imbalance. The power imbalance has just shifted from the man to the woman.
So
the power imbalance is the problem.
Well, no,
but you understand that there is a power imbalance, and at this point within the parental environment, it is in favor of women.
I agree, and
100%.
I think but I'm saying that the power imbalance is the problem.
Okay.
I think let me know if this is what you're saying, Adam. I interpret what you're saying as that the power imbalance of the sort of old traditional gender norms, or at least what this guy's prescribing, because I don't even think this doesn't even fit in with quote unquote traditional gender norms that I think of. But if that men had all the power to basically do whatever they want in a relationship, that power imbalance, and women were subservient, that power imbalance is what led to women wanting to be like, I need to be financially independent. I need to be independent in the first place.
Well, also power imbalances lead to people doing things like they're incentivized to basically, look, I can cheat and nothing's going to become of it. I can be a total dick and nothing's going to become of it. That kind of perpetuates that kind of behavior. Just because it's shifted to women who are doing the same thing, who are like, oh, I can fucking leave you and take all your money. The power imbalance is the issue.
Yeah. But I don't understand why. Okay, so we agree that there is a power imbalance.
Yes.
Within the system of having control of, or if you want, however you want to describe it, the ability to take care of children. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking about children. I'm just talking about relationships in general.
But that's where the real issue here does end up devolving eventually, right? Are women or men or whoever who is in charge of the progeny?
Let's move on. What do you think?
Well,
unless you want to make a point, Aydin, go ahead.
Okay, my current point is that like women are totally in charge of progeny.
Sure.
I know, and the power imbalance is bad. Like it's hold on. The power imbalance before resulted in marriages, but it didn't result in happy marriages. So we tried something different, and now the power imbalance for women is resulting in no marriages. So
instead, they're allowed to just have the control over reproduction without any kind of.
Well, that's nature gave them that. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, that's absurdist. It takes two to tango, dude.
Right.
True, but the man can always dip out.
What's the point? I mean, I'm sure you know the various mating strategies. I mean, I've made videos about the various mating strategies. So men have 2 mating strategies, women have 1. Nature made it that way.
Okay, yes, I agree, but within American society, we basically have the position wherein women are given the capacity to control all of reproductive rights.
What I mean, we're agreeing. Everyone's will give me a hard time saying that I'm being attacked.
No, I don't.
Like, how are we disagreeing here? I mean,
I actually don't know. I don't know how we're disagreeing, but
I think
there's a power imbalance.
I understand. Okay, the disagreement came from a original misunderstanding. Adam's original point was only that the gender power imbalance is what led women to be motivated to seek power on their own in the first place.
Yeah.
That was his original point.
Okay.
Like, how would you like to be trapped in a marriage where the guy was cheating on you, like in your face, telling you what to do, not giving you any money, like
smacking you around?
Yeah, indiscriminately, and there's no recourse.
Well, that stuff happens currently, so.
Sure, but there is a recourse.
There is a
recourse. You can get divorced.
Yeah.
I'm wrong, I guess.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I mean, do you disagree that power imbalance is what led women to want to be empowered in the first place, or to be individualized?
No, it's more complicated. There's a bunch of different issues that would cause women to want to be quote unquote liberated in the first place.
They're power hungry witches.
Right, of course, yeah.
Of course.
We just wanted to like do some like fucking Wicca shit on
you.
They
want to control you. They do. Yeah. They want to spank your bottom when you're bad.
Obviously.
Spank me, mommy. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I feminizing myself?
I mean, beta.
How Jesse Peterson's gonna come in here and call you beta.
That was an excellent impersonation, man. That was fucking.
It was really good. It was really good.
I'm very good at my impersonation.
I thought Jesse Lee Peterson jumped in the stream.
Well, here's a question.
We're never going to get through this video if you ask that question.
I know.
Sorry, let's go through it.
I think V or Def brought this up in their videos about this, which is that, academic agent has a big problem with like the feminization, the man licking the female tomboy abs. But
did V steal someone's copper?
Let him finish, Aiden.
Wait, sorry. Okay, I got you. Yeah. No, so but and they said, well, I mean, do you have a problem with like men lusting over boobs, right? Because isn't that a form of infantilization? You're like, oh, you want mommy, that's why you like the boobs. You want to go back to being a little boy.
We all want mommy's big vampire titties.
Right. But
Resident
why is that
Evil
not
proved
a problem?
this.
Why is that not demasculizing? You literally want to return to an infant state. How's that not beta behavior?
I don't know. Women also want to have big vampire titties. I don't know.
Sure, because they want.
I don't have an answer to this question.
Women had mommies too, right?
No, women are raised in a fucking lab.
Oh, okay. I knew it. I knew we'd get to the bottom of this. I knew you guys were.
We're raised in test tubes, dude.
I knew it.
When it is lived in a radical and impersonal way. To realize oneself in an increasingly resolute way according to these two distinct and unmistakable directions. To reduce in a woman all that is masculine, and in a man everything that is feminine. And to strive to implement the archetypes of the absolute man and of the absolute woman. This was the traditional law concerning the sexes, according to their different planes of existence.
Evelyn suggests that men and women won't ever truly find themselves, so to speak, unless they adopt either the path of absolute affirmation, that's being a warrior, a man of action, as a man, or a lover, that is giving herself over entirely to a man as a woman. And the other path is the path of absolute dedication. That's being an ascetic, essentially one who transcends and overcomes sensual pleasures as a man, or a mother that is giving herself entirely to the child as a woman.
So where is AA wrong here?
What do you mean? Where is it? This is insane. You think
from his reaction to what he just read, right?
Well, no, he's right in that. He's right in.
He's just paraphrasing what the guy said. Yeah, exactly. Right. This fucking avatar of genius here.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he's in his response to what he read. This is a rational response.
Yes. Well, he's correctly.
He's just summarizing it. Yeah.
Summarizing it.
Yeah. So
again, it's just, to me, it's hilarious that it's like, oh, the path to righteousness is to be this awesome warrior or to be a deep thinker. Now, I just happen to be a deep thinker. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm so glad that you pointed that out.
So funny.
For the liberal mind to understand in all of this is that those paths represent ultimate freedom in self-actualization for any of us. And everything else, all of the other temptations in life, which modernity throws our way and sells to us as freedom, is a trap. Now, when I say the liberal mind, I don't just mean
Here's our base disagreement. Okay, I believe people. Maybe this is my libertarianish coming out. Okay, I believe.
Oh,
people,
no, how dare you?
I know. I believe people should be, as long as they're not fucking over other people, should be generally free to choose the life path that they want. To generally be free to do the things they want, and that includes finding self-actualization and finding enlightenment. Okay. It's people's decision whether they even want to go down that path in the first place. It's not your decision to say, I know what's best
it's AA's decision.
I know what's
Sitch.
right for you.
Shut up.
Of course.
It's his decision. He's taking it from you.
That's why this is crazy. That's why this is authoritarian.
I
know what's best for you. I know how to self-actualize you. You shut up.
Yeah.
You follow this. This is what's your self-actualization. It's like, fuck you.
Well,
it's my choice.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that kind of perspective, but
that's how I'm.
You're on AA side now. What do you?
No, I'm just saying I did not perceive that kind of message from this. So,
what do you mean? What do you think he's saying? Do you think this guy is okay with a woman becoming a doctor?
I don't know.
What?
When you say this guy, do you mean the guy on the screen?
Yes, the guy on the screen.
Oh no, he's not.
Yeah, okay.
For sure.
So, but AA is basically summarizing everything that he said. Do you think we could infer that AA agrees with this guy that he selected from all of history to quote in his video at length?
It would be like trying to take like the positions of some scientists that I cite and
let us know. AA, are you cool with women becoming doctors or attorneys or veterinarians or astronauts or like if a woman
philosophers?
If a woman decides, maybe I don't want like this is the thing, and I want to be clear about this because if women want to become mothers and are only interested in family life and that's their ultimate goal, fucking knock yourself out.
Right.
I would be making a video just as vicious, denying that the feminists are belittling motherhood and forcing you got to be a career woman on people. Okay. I don't think either one should be forced on people.
Right.
So, but that's why the whole idea behind this video was which side is more insane here? Because I'm surrounded by fucking insane people. You've got the guy in the communist video that's like, you're not going to feel any kind of self-actualization unless you adopt every leftist principle and become a fucking socialist. And
well,
then
you
you've
can't
got
understand
AA here saying you're not going to achieve any kind of happiness in life unless you adopt these traditional gender roles. It's like everybody's selling me something here.
Well, of course they're selling you something. Why are they selling women something? Because women are the people who control reproduction. So of course, both sides of the political side of the political aisle want to control women's reproductive capacity because that's how they control the memes of production.
Was that a joke?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's a little suspicious to me when someone's like, the woman's role is to be subservient to the man.
I know.
Okay, well, I think we know what's happening here. I think somebody wants, someone is having bad love life situation.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, but it's not necessarily as black and white.
Look, all these people in the chat are like AA strawman stream. AA, like, what the fuck?
We welcome them to come on and to unstrawman himself. But
what are we getting wrong here? What AA is like? What message is AA trying to deliver in this video?
AA chose to put up this fucking crazy man. Okay, this crazy authoritarian Tradcon women shouldn't be allowed to think guy. women should be subservient to men. That was his decision. Okay, I didn't force him to put on this fucking quote.
Yeah, I don't understand. How are we strawmanning AA? What are we getting wrong here?
I guess we'll never know.
Democrat voter. I mean,
if AA wants to talk to us at some point in the future, the door will always be open. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if he thinks we were strawmanning him, the door is open.
Look, Adam hates happy women.
I mean, that is true, but
well,
that's a different issue.
It seems pretty true to me.
Yes. That is true.
Can't deny.
Aydin has superior knowledge.
Something like that. I mean, me, you, all of us.
Yes.
Me, you, and everyone watching this constantly defaults to thinking in a liberal way, because these are the waters in which we swim. This is how we've all been socialized.
See, I fucking hate this too. I totally hate this. It's like,
I mean, sure, that's true, but that's a good thing. The liberal waters we've swam in have created the most successful, best society the world has ever produced.
Yeah, but we've been thrown a lot of shit at us that we've said, no, fuck you. We make up our own minds, you fucking idiot. Fuck you. Huh? Like this whole idea that this thinking is just you because you've been indoctrinated by culture. Dude, sign up with the SJWs. That's their fucking argument.
Well, that is true.
Yes, I've had look, listen. I'm reading about Austrian economics. I'm reading about MMT. I can make up my own fucking mind, okay? Don't tell me that you only believe liberal things because these are the waters you're swimming in. Get fucked. Get fucked. Seriously. How fucking condescending is that? Get fucked, okay? Like I am allowed to decide if I think society would be better structured where women could only be in the fucking kitchen, okay? I'm allowed to make that decision. The feminists didn't tell me I had to believe that. I studied, I read different things, and I thought this is a better way to structure society. I disagree with you, okay? Because I've read other people other than this fucking moron that you picked a tweet from. Picked a quote from history, okay? Am I strawmanning here, Sitch? How am I strawmanning?
You're not. That's not strawman because that is what he is. Well, first of all, I do agree to some extent, okay? That obviously, if your culture is mired in something, that's the direction most people are going to go.
There are, certain people are going to believe that, but it's not just everybody.
But you can't dismiss it. That is the woke SJW Marxist argument, is that the culture is so oppressive, so overwhelming that people are just stuck in it. They can't think for themselves. And it's funny because, as Dev said, the argument whenever you disagree with them is always, well, you need to read more Marx, or you need to read more of insert academic. Okay.
Oh, what a fucking insufferable goddamn fucking argument. It's always the argument. Sure. You just haven't read enough.
Right. And this is sort of not exactly the same argument, but it's kind of in the same ballpark of that argument. Like, oh, you just need to read more non-liberal and liberal in terms of liberalism. You need to read some anti-liberalism thinkers. Okay. Then you'll understand. Then your natural biological moral intuitions will feel justified, basically. That's really what's happening here.
I don't know. They're saying Steelman AA's argument, but I mean AA's argument is
20 times.
AA's argument is that society is on the verge of collapse. I mean, how do we what?
AA's argument is that subverting and reversing gender roles
has led us to a near societal collapse. Okay, I look out my window,
or will lead to some societal harm.
And I look out my window, and I just don't see the near fucking societal collapse. And where I do see it potentially, I don't see it as a product of subverting gender roles.
Adam, your state is gonna be on fire. Okay, and that's because all the firemen are really fire women.
Man, this is so weird.
I think it will actually turn into a kind of porno.
When
the firefighters show up, they'll be like, "Hey,
is this your
looks like
Aydin?
You know this will happen."
Shows up and says, "Hey."
The fire women show up. Let's not be sexist.
That's
pretty
hot.
Sexist here, Sitch. The fire women show up, it's in California because, you wouldn't want to be sexist.
Listen,
the fire women show up. It's going to be pretty nice.
When I'm passing out to carbon monoxide poisoning or whatever it is, when your house is burning down, okay? When I'm passing out, if I have an option between a giant buff man to pick me up and carry me tenderly, lovingly in his arms, or a giant buff tomboy, hot as fuck woman to do that, I'm gonna go with the chick.
Yeah, there we go. Back to the point.
I want the tomboy lady to pick me up and sweep me off.
A big tomboy lady is gonna pick you up, Sitch. She's gonna carry you out of the fire.
Oh yes. See, because when the guy does it, I'm gonna be honest, it feels a little gay.
That's gay. To be honest,
I don't know.
You. Let's be honest. Would you rather burn alive?
Mm-hmm.
Are we ever gonna get through this video? Just so
because otherwise, like
fantasizing right now about the.
I'm just saying, like, okay, so you have an option. Okay, you have 3 options. You can die.
Yes.
In a fire.
Yes.
A man he's big and hairy and he smells like sweat. He's gonna come and pull you out of the fire.
I want to die. I'm going with death right now.
Or a sexy lady with abs like this. She comes and pull you out of the fire.
Oh, that's the choice.
This conversation has gone full degenerate now. Okay? We were talking.
Adam, you don't want some.
Adam, what would you do? What would you prefer?
Tomboy.
I want to answer. I want to answer this question. In the chat, someone has said Adam is living in California and can't see the collapse. This is so bizarre because this argument should tell you something, okay? You guys are being sold this fucking California is about to fall in the ocean lie, okay?
Yes.
I can take you plenty of places in California where it's very nice, where we have excellent weather and things are going swimmingly, okay? The idea that California is on the verge of fucking collapse is...
well, the issue, the problem is people don't know their history. They don't know that 20 years ago, everyone was saying the same thing.
Yeah,
30
years
Empire's
ago,
on
50
decline.
years ago.
It's about to collapse.
Yes.
And then 20 years before that, they were saying, oh, the American Empire's on decline. It's about to collapse. And then 20 years before that, they're saying, oh, the American Empire's on decline. Like, this is just this is what happens.
Yes.
This is the psychology, okay? Every generation, there's going to be the people who look back to the past and think things were better then, and they're going to feel like we're towards the decline. So you have this perpetual fear that we're always on the edge of decline.
I mean, we got in a little bit of this when Sargon came on, because I think the problem is really the enforcement mechanism. It's like, even if we could come up with the perfect way to structure society, you can't force it on people. And just AA here is basically saying,
let me get out my Bible and thump it.
This is not going to work. This is not going to make things better. There are legitimate problems that we need to deal with that Sitch and I both agree with, but this is just fucking not going to help.
And if you want to be like pragmatic about it, okay, let's be pragmatic. Let's be pragmatically cultured about this, okay? If the Republican Party, the whole Republican Party came out with this position, we're going back to Tradcon gobbledygook, okay? You know what that would do? That would be the biggest windfall for woke SJWs.
Oh, hell yeah.
Of reality.
Oh, yeah.
They'd be
love that
celebrating.
Shit. They'd love that
They've
shit.
been trying to mischaracterize all of you as that anyway. They'd be like, look, we were right all along. They'd come on our stream and go, Big Joel would be on our stream going, Sitch and Adam, see, I told you. You didn't believe me.
Right.
Yes.
See, this is what's so funny, because whenever we criticize the right for crying wolf about socialism for decades, and so then once the socialists actually show up, everyone's kind of tired of it and they're immune to it, and they say, no, you understand, they were right, you fools, they were always right. It's like, no, that would be the same thing as like saying, oh, if this Tradcon shit becomes mainstream Republican Party in 20 years, that'd be like Big Joel coming on saying, see, I was right, they really were fascists, Sitch and Adam, that's the way they always were.
Well, of course. That's the fucking argument, right?
Yes, it's the same argument.
Right.
It's foolish.
The second that we were born, we default to thinking of Evola's traditional edict here as being overly austere and constrictive in its prescriptions, and therefore we immediately try to find exceptions or counters or
dumb.
way to justify having a more enlightened or modern view of the matter. Jonathan Bowden once commented on this tendency to try to find the liberal cope. Let's just listen to him for a moment.
I think the point to make about vanguardism is
this fucking player right here. Yeah. Talk to me about your wife's fucking personal trainer.
Whenever anything happens, people in other groups and people in other vanguards and liberal humanists in our own group, because the previous speaker said quite truthfully that it is indigenous liberals who are our real enemy. Indigenous liberals are always the enemy. Liberalism within ourselves is always the enemy.
Oh, I just love this fucking schlub. This is like one of the most beta male Napoleon Dynamite looking motherfuckers ever.
Yeah.
He's like, we need to go back to traditional masculine gender roles. Like, okay, you first, buddy.
Yeah, all you guys in the chat that are saying we're straw manning AA. I want you to fucking
look at this guy.
I want you to listen very closely to this guy's dating advice because you're gonna need it.
Yeah, like looks like this is like the Jordan Peterson clean your room first, bucko. Okay, before you try to clean the world, clean your room. Before you start whining about traditional masculine gender roles, fucking don't look like this, motherfucker. Okay.
In fairness to this poor guy, I mean, this video is probably from 40 years ago.
This guy is saying that liberalism is evil, not liberals, liberalism.
Well,
Fuck this guy.
I'm just saying
fuck him hard in the ass.
I'm just saying
this
that
is the
because
guy
look,
that the prisoners would throw around and bang because they think he's a chick. Like, give me a break here.
I'm just saying that, look, this video was filmed in 4:3, okay? 30 years ago when this video was made, this might have been the fashion, okay?
I don't want some fucking beta male motherfucker telling me what's up about we need to return to masculine times, okay? And that liberalism is evil. Bitch, if it wasn't for liberalism, this fucking guy would have got murdered and all of his property stolen by some buff Chad warlord. Okay?
Totally. Genghis Khan would have had his way with this guy.
Yeah, exactly.
There's definitely
Genghis Khan would have taken his wife and his mom.
And him.
Yeah, probably. But there's definitely like some stuff going on here in terms of like how you determine who gets what, right?
Yes.
Well, I was so put off by this whole video that I didn't really listen to what he was saying. Can you get me up to speed, Sitch? What did I miss?
Yeah, determine the Genghis Khan style way of deciding who gets what.
Well, okay, we'll go back.
No, we can't. We have to get through this.
No, Adam, we're not going to get the super chats today. We're going to have a Tuesday stream. Okay, I'm resigned.
Really?
To
I'm supposed to go to the studio on Tuesday. Come on.
Well,
I'm supposed to. I'm trying to self-actualize.
I'm not trying to do anything. Sorry.
I do my contemplation at the studio. Okay, that's open to men, but not. Women.
I do my contemplation, receiving money and reading super chats.
I guess we're doing super chats then. Okay.
The liberal cope. Let's just.
Do you get up at 6 a.m.? Because that's when we're gonna do them.
Oh, fuck no.
Let's listen to him for a moment.
I think the point to make about vanguardism is whenever anything happens, people in other groups and people in other vanguards and liberal humanists in our own group, because the previous speaker said quite truthfully that it is indigenous liberals who are our real enemy. Indigenous liberals are always the enemy.
So he said vanguardism. Okay.
I don't know what that is, but.
Well, so my understanding is that's generally like the socialist thing.
Yeah, it's part of this particular group's, I think, ideology as well.
Well, we hate vanguards then too.
Yeah.
Well, no. Yeah. Well, vanguardism, in the context of theory of Leninist revolutionary struggle, vanguardism involves a strategy whereby the most class-conscious and politically advanced sections of the proletariat or working class, described as the revolutionary vanguard, form organizations in order to draw large sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And
he said that liberals, the vanguard people say that liberals are the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Liberalism within ourselves is always the enemy. It exists even in people who regard themselves as radical to a certain extent. We've had liberalism in an uninterrupted way for centuries. Russia's never known a liberal regime.
So liberal is the enemy, liberalism is the enemy, liberalism within yourself is the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Whether one likes it or not, the politics of contemporary Russia have a lot to do with the fact that they've never known a period of liberalism. You could argue that since the restoration of the monarchy, in the 1600s, we've known nothing but various forms of liberalism, most of which linked to various elements of the Protestant religion during that time. But until about the 1950s or 60s, most forms of Protestantism retained residual, illiberal and patriotic ideas, as for a period they did in a very sectarian way in Northern Ireland. So all views have their liberal side. Even hardliners have their liberal side, which they have to guard against, and guard against chipping away at them. Liberalism also feeds on indifference, and indifference to the future, and indifference to the generations that are coming in the future.
Did you hear that? Liberalism within ourselves is always the enemy.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
We're not strawmanning shit, motherfucker.
Yeah, what the
I don't know what
fuck?
to tell you. Well, what was PSA Sitch's main contention with critical race theory whenever he talked to a CRT advocate?
Mm-hmm.
What was the thing that Sitch repeatedly said? He said, I don't like CRT because it's anti-liberalism.
Mm-hmm.
And look at where we are now. The horseshoe.
The horseshoe is real,
The
guys.
horseshoe is come back.
Look at
We're
that.
anti-liberalism again, but just from the right.
Yeah.
Liberalism also feeds on indifference. Indifference to the future and indifference to the generations that are coming in the future.
That's fucking bullshit. That's total bullshit.
I also like this picture. Does anyone look more scared to fire a gun their entire life?
Isn't that guy?
Oh, look at that.
I like
He's
how
like,
did A put this together. That's a nice little Jackson Pollock you got going
That's
back
right.
there.
That's right.
A loves his modern art.
Mhm.
Look at the liberalism is indifferent to the future, indifferent to future generations. Is that based on what?
No.
I'm not
Liberalism
indifferent to
feeds
future
on
generations.
indifference.
Dude, this whole conversation we've been having about like problems people have. The dating market problem, the fucking housing problems, like all we talk about is fucking problems. Yeah.
If liberalism led to indifference of the future, liberal societies would have collapsed long ago.
Yeah, this is nonsense.
Liberalism
Complete
is on the
nonsense.
basis of how we survive in the future together.
Is this AA? Is this AA's face reveal here? I'm curious.
No, this is the guy that we were just watching.
Oh, that was him? That's him?
Yes,
Oh.
that's him.
Oh, okay. I guess the gun does make him look like more of a Chad, but
That's it. Look at the way he looks like he's like scared when he pulls the trigger. It's gonna smack him in the
know.
face or something.
And this is what I scratch on these little issues of degeneracy in the culture now and again, like I'm doing in this video. There's always a contingent in the audience who'd rather I didn't look, who'd rather I didn't care. Why do you care about this academic agent, they'll say? Why do you care if some silly Zoomers want to lick the abs of masculine women? I care because I care about future generations.
oh, the children. The
Think
children.
of the children.
Oh, this is insanity because the whole reason why we disagree with you is because we care about the fucking children and future generations as well.
Mm-hmm.
We all care about the goddamn children, okay?
Yep.
So lame.
Care because I care about this current generation.
Yeah, we don't care about the current generation at all. No. Who fuck them? Who cares? We're getting rid of anime because it's what's good for them.
This is not a healthy place for our people to be in. And you should care. And when you try to fob me off and get me not to care...
Who's trying to get him not to care? What?
Whether you know it or not, you're working for the interests of the enemy. Because, you know, the enemy want this to happen.
The famous they. Don't you love it? The enemy. The famous they. Them.
You gotta be
Those
cautious.
people.
You gotta be cautious when people start saying, the enemy.
Yeah, I know.
The enemy is all around us.
The enemy is from within. It's the liberalism, guys.
It's more
Enemies in
pliable,
the shadows.
easier to manipulate. If you have a generation of confused, girlish men, and a generation of even more confused, mannish women, constantly locked in a battle against their true natures. It is satanic. And when you cope and try to...
So here's the thing. Maybe here's another different. Well, obviously you have satanic, so this is we've already reached peak religious craziness here. Absolutely. But putting that aside, putting all the religious nonsense aside, coming from someone who does believe in God, I don't believe that you could socially condition people out of their biological behaviors.
That's why you got to take it away. You got to make the anime illegal.
But that's why this is why I'm not worried about this, and I think this argument is silly. You can't. I don't think it's possible. I don't think you can condition people away to just ignore their biological impulses. It's not possible. It's not possible. It's not something that happens at all. What we do is we sublimate people's biological impulses into socially acceptable behaviors like team sports and playing video games. But you can't erase them and you can't invert them. Okay? You can have a bunch of college kids be confused about finding themselves, but guess what happens when they're out of college? They bounce right back. Okay. This is why maybe this is the difference here. I don't think this is possible. That's why I'm not concerned about it.
Yeah.
To ward off and explain away this shit.
And to be clear, that's why I think liberalism is such a fantastic system, and why capitalism is a fantastic system, is that it doesn't try to erase or change human behavior. It tries to work with it to produce a better society.
Incentives.
And that's the goal. Yes.
Incentives. Yeah.
Right.
Against the guard of the right, you're doing the bidding of the regime. You're acting as an apologist for their inversion of tradition. You're acting as Satan's little helper.
Yeah, you're Satan's little helper, Sitch.
Satan.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, that's pretty tough charges here.
Oh my God.
And this shit right here.
So wait, if we're going back to like Bible times, I mean, the traditional gender roles in the Bible are very different than the traditional gender roles that Tradcons are advocating for right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
where's my slave wife?
Where's my slave wife? Yeah, exactly. They fucking had literally polygamy was okay in the Bible.
I think polygamy is part of the problem. I think we're living in an environment that's we're de facto polygynous right now, and I think that's what's causing the issue.
Are we going to go back to are we going back to dowries? I'm selling my daughter off for like a bunch of goats.
Yeah. I guess
to the guy, in the next mountain range over. Like, what are we doing here?
Careful. I don't want to straw man AA. He's probably.
We can straw man because we're Satan's
I
little
saw one of the
helper,
best lines I'd seen.
What?
We're Satan's little helper, Aydin. Okay, we're the demonic presence.
I contest that claim.
What do you mean? You're a dirty atheist. Okay, you're automatically demonic.
I don't believe in Satan, so I'm able to contest that claim very well.
That's exactly what Satan would say, Adam.
Yeah. I am only helping. The only person I'm going to help is this woman with the 6-pack abs.
And you're going to help lick the abs.
Beautiful rack.
For a while in my Telegram group earlier from Ananon.
Look at this.
And
how fucking weird is it to be? I mean, we've talked before. I met Academic Agent as a fan of Jonathan Haidt and moral psychology. And Jonathan Haidt's last book, The Coddling of the American Mind, talks about the 3 great untruths. And one of them is life is a battle between good and evil people. Now, look at this here. What is this fucking thing he's put on the screen?
How could Academic Agent, he needs to turn in his Haidt card. Okay, you cannot.
No, exactly, dude.
You cannot be a fan of Jonathan Haidt and then go run off on this video.
Yeah, look at this. We hate the left because they enforce an evil morality, not because they enforce morality.
That's what everyone fucking says.
Look, life.
Everyone says.
This is the great untruth. This is the great untruth. Academic Agent, who has academic in his name, is out here peddling something that's like, this is what is hurting people. The name of the book is literally The Coddling of the American Mind. It's about how young people are being fucked over by these 3 great untruths. And here you have him peddling one of them.
But the problem is that there's some people who, when you say that and you frame that as the leftists, and you say, oh, the leftists think that everyone on the right is evil, and that blah 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 blah. They don't understand conservative morality structure. They all nod and go, yeah. But then when you do the inverse of this and say, well, you have these people, these Tradcon, some other people like Academic Agent who think everyone on the left is evil. They go, well, maybe he's got a point. It's like, come on.
Not only that, I've heard so many people say this to me, and I've been sticking up for it. I'm probably not going to stick up for it anymore, but so many people say to me, they're like, the difference between the left and the right is, you know, the right just disagrees with the left, but they don't hate them. It's the left. They disagree and they hate the right. They hate their guts, right?
No, that's
look at this right here.
Look under the tweet replies to any like back in the day. Look at the tweet replies to any Trump thread. Okay, when the conservatives, the pro-Trump people are talking, you can't tell me they don't hate the left.
I can't believe this charge. This charge keeps coming up in the chat. More straw manning. How the fuck? Like, what the fuck is the straw man here?
There's no straw man here whatsoever.
Look. Is he not saying that the left is evil in this here? Am I?
That is what he's saying. That's not a straw
man.
He's literally on
the left because they enforce an evil morality.
Adam, listen.
Because they enforce morality.
Okay. You have some Academic Agent fans.
Yeah, what's going on? They're triggering the shit out of me.
Don't let them trigger you because they're engaged in a form of gaslighting.
This is gaslighting. Hugely
You have
gaslighting.
literally a quote on the screen saying that the left is evil, and then it's like, well, that's a straw man.
It's his argument.
It's on the screen.
It's
I don't understand what happened. I don't know. This is crazy.
Let me see if I can straw man Academic Agent's argument here. His argument is that he hates the left because they enforce an evil morality.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, that's his argument, right? Did I straw man?
I think you nailed it. No, wait. Maybe he just put the quote up there. I mean, he doesn't agree with it. He just put it up there for us to read and to digest.
Let's see. I don't know. He hasn't read it yet.
Thinking like this is how you must crush libertine and libertarian pushback on all these moral sorts of questions.
There you go. For all our libertarian fans out there, get fucked, according to Academic Agent.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. We have to crush you.
Crushed.
Get crushed, libertarians.
He said, we hate the left because they enforce an evil morality, not because they enforce morality. Yes. 1,000 times yes or no.
He just said 1,000 times yes. Okay,
I guess that's not a strong.
Correct. And morality must be enforced because, as you may see eventually from my speech at the recent event, if it's ever uploaded.
Oh God, Sargon, upload that fucking thing. Upload it now. What are you waiting for? Please, Sargon, I beg you. I guess. I heard he was doing an event with Sargon, a live event.
Oh, okay.
And in this, he's basically saying, you'll hear in my speech at that event. Oh God, please. Oh, Sargon. I'm DMing Sargon right now. Please, Sargon, upload this.
Sargon, I'll lick your abs. Just put the video.
Sargon is probably doing AA a favor. Sargon was probably the whole time like, what the fuck is happening here? Yeah.
Culture is downstream from law. And this culture
is downstream from law. Did you hear that? You know what that means?
Isn't it the inverse?
No, he just said culture is downstream from law. That means we make the laws and you fucking live by them.
Isn't it the reverse?
No, but
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
He's saying, as you may see eventually from my speech at the recent event, if it's ever uploaded, culture is downstream from law. And this culture is downstream from a law which categorically cannot distinguish between men and women.
Right.
So,
he's saying you lay down the law and the culture is fucking...
This is hilarious. The horseshoe here is like off the charts. Okay. This is literally Ibram X. Kendi's argument.
Really? Oh, fascinating. Do tell.
Because he was talking, it was I think it was when he was talking to Ezra Klein. And he was saying, most people think that the culture is what creates the law. Mm-hmm. But actually, it's the law that creates the culture.
He did
and he has
say
this
that.
And he has this whole argument about how people not being racist was because the law didn't let them be racist, basically. So I just think it's hilarious that Ibram X. Kendi and Academic Age, the horseshoe is complete, are literally making the same fucking argument that we need to have prescriptive moral law forced upon society in order to direct the culture in whatever way we want. So there you go.
I think Aydin finally passed out.
No, Aydin fell asleep. Yes. It's okay. That's okay. But and the second part of what he said is very interesting too.
Is downstream from law. And this culture is downstream from a law which categorically cannot distinguish between men and women.
So he says our culture is from a law that cannot distinguish between man and women. Okay. I don't think he's talking about trans issues. I think he's talking about normative gender roles. So it sounds, you could throw your straw mans and maybe Academic Agent can reply. So let me know. Sounds like he's saying he wants normative traditional gender roles embedded in the law of our country. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, I mean, we would have, I mean, I don't like the playing around with the definitions of man and woman legally. That bugs the shit out of me. But
we don't. But
I can't go to war. This person's insane. I can't fucking this is not going to help that in that fight, and that's the fight I care about. So, yeah, this is a crazy person. You can't. Yeah, but this is
right. But we don't. But to say that if that's what he's saying, that's crazy to say that we should have normative gender roles embedded in our law. So. Is
women
against
can't
the law
own property. It used to be that
for a
way.
woman to own property and to get an education and to get a job. And
I don't want to be accused of straw manning. Well, I'm being accused of straw manning like crazy.
It sounds a little crazy.
I mean,
considering
you could just
all
ask AA, are you in favor of women owning property? But he might. I don't know.
I don't know. We should ask him. I want to have a conversation.
Now you want to have
him
on?
Video. Yeah, I want to have him on because this video is fucking crazy.
That's insane.
And I want to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah. Okay. I'll moderate the debate. You know me, world's best.
Please, you're gonna be triggered as fucking at the debate. You're not gonna.
I'm already triggered. I've been triggered like 10 times.
I know.
Come on.
I know you.
Let's polish this thing off.
Yes. Polish it off like we polish those abs off.
Those sexy abs.
Those sexy tomboy abs.
Look at that.
It's so funny because, like, looking at that panel, I would not describe this woman as a tomboy anyway.
No way. Yeah. No. She's hot.
Level. A law which actually punishes attempts to conform to or to enforce traditional views on genders, such as Evela's.
See, I'm not fucking straw manning shit.
Yeah, I guess.
Listen to what he just fucking said.
But this is the trick though, because he's saying, he's making it out like the left is making traditional gender roles illegal. That's the way he's making it out.
Sure.
And if the left was literally doing that, that
would be fucking insane. Yes. Right.
Totally. Yeah.
His attempts to conform, which categorically cannot distinguish between men and women at a legal level. A law which actually punishes attempts to conform to or to enforce traditional views on.
So there's a switcheroo here. There's a big switcheroo here that he maybe didn't catch. Okay, because first he says a law that seeks to punish people that at first he says conform to traditional gender roles. Which, first of all, I don't know what's going on in the UK. In America, there's no law that women don't go to jail for being housewives in America. I don't know what the fuck law he's talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. But then the switch here, and this is important, he switches the word conform to enforce. Says the law, you get in trouble with the law if you try to enforce traditional gender roles. What does that mean? I mean, yeah, that's true. If you discriminate against women on the basis of they're women, that's illegal. Is that what he's referring to? Because I don't know what other law he'd be talking about.
Yeah.
That's not I don't see how that's even that seems to be a fair assessment of what he's saying. Like, that's not strong. Listen again.
A law which actually punishes attempts to conform to or to enforce traditional views on gender, such as Evelers.
A law.
Which one was Eveler?
He was the first guy.
Okay, I thought so.
Who said the crazy shit about the warrior, you know, and the mother. Okay. So he said the law goes against people who try to enforce traditional gender roles, like the guy who said that all women have to be subservient to men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's true. And I agree with that. That's fucking crazy. The law should do that. The law should not let men treat women like slaves or servants. I agree with that. Yeah. That's what we call abuse. Okay.
It's not a private matter. It's not something that's just up to individuals and all that other shit that you're going to give me. It's my business and it's yours if you care about your civilization.
This is the John Doyle argument.
This is
from that
worse than
insane
AOC
fucking debate.
Saying you have 12 years to live. Fucking pass my Green New Deal or die.
Well, no, this is John Doyle literally said this in the insane debate.
Oh, I remember.
He said,
yeah,
he said there's no such thing as private. What you do in your house affects
society.
Okay,
yeah.
Fuck that. Fuck that shit.
And just before I made this video, some little dipshit on Twitter wrote this. He said, "What's wrong with womanly abs? This is how conservatives lose the younger generation. You are the Puritan of our time."
True.
Well, let me just tell you this.
True.
If I was in charge, the regime would force you to stop being such a... I'm aware that Susan...
This is so crazy, man. He should...
Wait a minute. This is like peak beta male impotent behavior. If I was in charge, well, guess what? You're not. You're not fucking in charge. You're not king of shit, okay? You're a guy like us on the internet making fucking videos.
Yeah.
And when someone provides a point, an actual point, you're like, well, you understand that your position is basically going to turn everyone against your movement. It's not an actual logical response to then say, yes, but if I was king of the universe.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, guess what? You're not fucking king of the universe.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what you want.
If I was king of the universe, I would violently dispatch with you. Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
You sound like a crazy person.
Remember when the scree against the woke shit was that they were so anti-free speech and anti-free idea.
Yeah.
And they wanted to tell everyone what to do.
Yeah.
And that they were the new Puritans.
Yeah.
Oh, here we are.
Here's the old Puritans.
We have the old Puritans are still around. So there you go.
They're not going anywhere.
Nope.
What happened to facts and logic? What happened to persuasion? This is force. Like, no, if I was in charge, I would force you. Yeah. This is the kind of attitude that gets people thrown off of rooftops.
Yep.
Is listening. But if you are a young man watching this who wants your girlfriend...
Subscribe to my Patreon. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Buy my lecture series. Yep. I'll teach you where the punctuation goes some of the time.
To be a man and who wants... That Susan is listening. But if you are a young man watching this who wants your girlfriend to be a man and who wants to act like a teenage girl in the safety of her bulging biceps, you don't belong on the right. The correct place for you is to be marching with Antifa against the natural order of things.
Stop laughing. I can't hear what he's saying. I know, it's hysterical. It's hysterical.
There's so much wrong with what he just fucking said.
They're already going to be, if that's what they want, they're already marching with Antifa.
Well, no, wait,
it's like, what the fuck?
Okay. So basically he's saying that that any man that wants to be, take a more submissive role to his girlfriend or wife is not allowed in the Republican Party. Okay. Which That's a lot of men. Okay. Now he's conceptualizing this as like the most extreme version, oh, you're going to be, swaddled by your buff tomboy girlfriend or whatever. There's lots of men we all know who are very pussy whipped. So basically, Academic Agent is throwing all pussy whipped men out of the Republican Party, which I don't think you'll ever win another election if that's what we're doing.
Yeah. I wonder how Nikki Haley's husband feels about this.
Right. Secondly, this has literally nothing to do with Antifa. At all.
Yeah.
At all. Nothing to this gender role stuff has nothing to fucking do.
Yeah.
With Antifa. And Antifa has nothing to do. What does Antifa have to do with the natural fucking order?
Yeah.
What I don't even know what that means. What is the natural order that Antifa is rallying? I mean, Antifa
anarchism.
is fucking right. And you know what? Here's the thing. Anarchism is the natural order.
I know. That's what I was going to say. They're closer to the natural order than you are.
That's the problem. That's the natural fucking order of things.
Natural
fucking
order
chaos.
sucks.
Yes, the natural order is terrible.
That's why we built civilization.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, to get away from nature, where all the creepy crawlies were.
It's so funny because like everything that basically so much of our civilization is structured in unnatural ways. And so when people just start talking about the natural order, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
John Murphy says AA is a Brit, not an American. Brits don't know what a conservative is. Well, maybe there's some miscommunication.
But I'm assuming he's talking about America when he's bringing up Antifa. Or is Antifa big in the UK? I thought that was just an American thing.
Come on, let's get through the rest of this insanity.
Okay.
We're so close.
We're so close.
Get out of here.
Now available.
There we go.
And then it's like
at the Academic Agency. Sharpen your analytical mind and your argument.
Sharpen your analytical
What is
mind.
logic? Well, I don't know. There wasn't much logic in this fucking video.
Sharpen your analytical mind.
Argumentation skills.
There wasn't much analysis of this fucking video.
He's saying sharpen your argumentation skills too.
No.
Yeah.
Where was the argument?
Learn how to cherry pick from all of history.
This video was the preacher standing up at the pulpit saying, "Let me deliver a sermon to you masses." Okay, that's what this video was. Yeah. Which, I mean, look, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. It's just funny when it's contrasted with this.
Foundations
outro.
of logic.
Woo! Okay, super chats. Here we go.
Adam's like really like, oh, I gotta.
No. If you want to,
I really gotta.
No, I'm fine. What do you want to take a break? We've never taken a break before.
Wait.
Let's ask Aydin.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Subscribe and
sign up now for a free preview lecture.
Be sure to like this video and subscribe. And if you really like my content, maybe consider joining the channel or donating or maybe even buy a mug. Be sure to like this video and subscribe.
Okay. Let me look at the traditional masculine.
Oh.
So first of all,
Batman. Batman.
We have Batman. So we have the fantasy of reading superhero comics. And I hate to be I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. Liking superheroes, not a traditionally masculine gender role behavior. Okay.
Really?
That's generally what beta male and nerds did. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. As someone who really likes superhero stuff, I hate to be the guy, but not very masculine. You know what else isn't very masculine is playing video games like Metal Gear Solid and using Metal Gear Solid iconography in your avatar like he does on his little mug there.
Oh, really?
Not exactly.
That's Metal Gear Solid?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
Not exactly the most.
I mean, I'm out in the real world doing real things, so I don't play a lot of video games. I don't have
Adam's out in the real world
shit.
painting. You know, very masculine.
I get up at 6 a.m. and work all day. I like to work.
Wasn't Academic Agent's avatar like Frank Sinatra for a long time, or was that someone else?
No, it's some other actor, but it's some actor.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I do not know what Academic Agent looks like, so.
Right. No, I'm just thinking like, I just think it's funny because it's like, well, is being a singer, is that like a masculine, traditionally masculine thing? To sing?
Yeah.
To sing songs? I don't know. It doesn't seem very masculine to me.
I bet Academic Agent really loves karaoke. I think that's what he does in his free time.
I bet. I bet.
Yeah.
Zoomers are coomers. There you go.
Wow. I'm so glad we watched that together, Sitch.
Yeah,
I feel
me
like
too.
we've grown. Our friendship has really blossomed here. We've suffered through hard times together. Yes. Yeah.
Duper Doff for another $20. Thanks so much, Duper. Duper is very on the tomboy abs train. Okay. Duper's all on board. Says they just don't know the true value of tomboy abs, of tomboy abs sweat like us patricians. Keep on doing Satan's work and lick on those abs.
Yeah. I hope you're not. Resist. We don't want to see you in Antifa, Duper, okay?
That's right, Duper. Duper, please, whatever you do, resist. Resist the siren call of Antifa.
There is a category of liking abs and not joining Antifa that we want you to stay in.
What's the name of, oh my God, Ben Garrison? He's not dead, right? He got COVID or something.
Well, he didn't die.
Oh my God,
oh my God, you're back.
Because I'm about to fucking fall asleep. I've been trying to fall asleep.
She's like, God, I just need to say
That's fine.
something.
You can go to
it's
sleep,
like way over there.
It's 5:30 in the morning.
Go to sleep.
I know. It's crazy.
Well,
I have
I've
to
been
get up
trying
in
not to.
30 minutes.
Oh, good job. Well, I don't, but I'm going to fall asleep anyway. So, good night.
It's
Good
not.
night.
It's only 9 p.m. in California, so we're good. Night, night.
Thanks for coming on, Aydin. No, Ben Garrison's not dead. Yes, he is COVID. I was gonna say that's good because we need the Ben Garrison picture of like the guy licking the tomboy abs and then the pipeline leading to Antifa. We need that Ben Garrison picture.
Single player Carl for $2 says, think you're thinking of Sinatra Says, Adam. It is Sitch, and he is.
That was me, but
Says,
yes, that is who I'm thinking. You're right. I'm thinking Sinatra Says. Yeah.
Which I don't know if
correct. Thank you.
Sinatra Says would ever make a video this insane. I always thought
I don't
Sinatra
know.
Says.
I don't follow his content, so
I always thought Sinatra Says was just like a guy who liked Trump. He didn't seem like he was crazy Tradcon or anything.
The Tradcon, yeah. I don't know anything about him. Punish Chris for $20 says long-term subverting gender roles can and will affect the trajectory of human civilization. What academic agent is arguing is something like, quote, motherhood should be revered, a sought-after goal, not you must be a mother. I'm an anarchist, by the way. So if academic agent was only arguing that motherhood should be revered, we would have literally zero disagreement.
We would fucking be on board. We'd be like, raw. We totally agree. Yes.
Right. That's not what he's saying.
Yeah.
He's not saying that. He's saying it's must be. That's why he read that stupid fucking quote from that guy and then said that we need to have our law create our culture. And it's a bad thing that you can't use our law to enforce these strict gender norms, and that our law actually punishes people for enforcing strict gender norms. Okay. That's what he said, guys. That's what he said. He's in favor of enforcing these strict gender norms. If it was just, we need to revere motherhood, no issue, no problem there. That's totally fine.
We revere motherhood. Yeah.
We revere motherhood. Here at the Sitch and Adam Show, we revere motherhood.
Yeah.
And fatherhood. Fatherhood doesn't get enough credit. We revere good, positive, masculine fatherhood, male role models for the children.
We do. We love
the
them.
Boys. Okay.
Yes.
Asian expat.
Boy Scouts should be mandatory.
There you go. There you go. Asian expat for $69. Thank you so much, Asian. Says, Adam, I'm reading Human Action. Happy face.
Yeah. I'm supposed to talk to Asian expat on Thursday about. Well, he was saying he wanted to review my Vosh debate. He wanted to talk about the Vosh debate. So
the one you did like a million years ago?
I invited him on. Yeah, the Vosh debate from forever ago. So
yes,
I was like, okay, cool. But Human Action is the Mises book, which I have read as well. If you really want to bore yourself to tears, read that book.
WM Quinn for $20 says, Aydin, what's your opinion on psychopaths, and would you live in that world? For me, yes. I guess we'll have to ask her that next time.
Live in what world? The psychopath.
The psychopaths world, yes.
Yeah.
Zachary Plays for $20 says, feminism was just another market. It was a market to manipulate women into the workforce and to shape the culture more and more into a way to destroy Western values. Reference the Macy conferences. I could not disagree with this any more than I think humanly possible. That's not the way this works, okay? There was no cabal of evil Western civilization destroyers that said,
okay, how are we going to destroy Western civilization? I know. We're going to come up with this thing called feminism, and we're going to get women in the workplace, and that's going to do this, and that's going to do this, and it's going to create this super long roller coaster snowball effect all the way down the line. It's going to destroy Western civilization. That's not how anything happens.
Yeah.
At all, whatsoever.
Maybe I'm uniquely situated to see this in my daily life very often, but I mean, since I'm in like Hollywood, where you have a bunch of super motivated people like moving here from all over the United States to get into the film industry, like go-getter career types. I mean, you just see a shitload of women that are motivated by career. That's what they want to do. Nobody fucking hypnotized them and said, listen, you know, you will give up motherhood. Like they fucking are, they want to join the workforce. They want to be players. They want to move up the ranks. They want to be successful. They want to be able to tell the bitches back home, fuck you, I'm a star, bitch. How is this? I just don't understand who tricked women into wanting to be able to tell the bitches back home, fuck off, I'm better than you. Like, look at Anna Kasparian. She's better than all of us, right? That's the goal. That's why these women get into careers. They want to be able to say, I'm better than you. I succeeded. Don't you, is this like crazy or something? Like, I don't understand how people can believe this. Like all women ever aspired to do was be mothers. Yeah, sure. There are plenty of women who do. That's all they want to do. And God bless them. God bless them. Let them live their dream. But how can you say, and those other women who want to move to Hollywood and become a fucking producer for Steven Spielberg, okay? How do you tell those women, no, fuck off, go be pregnant?
Adam, those women only want to do that because they've been tricked and manipulated by the evil conspiracy to destroy Western civilization through a 100-year process of granting women equal rights.
Oh God, if you think that.
Also, who's doing this? Who exactly is it? Is it the locust men? Is it the lizard people? Like, who's behind this ploy to destroy Western civilization?
So I guess it's just a disagreement because people seem to think that if feminism wasn't a thing, that women would not engage in this behavior. They would not move all the way across the country to become a fucking player. And
they were doing it in the 20s. As soon as film existed, women were trying to become famous actresses, famous singers, famous entertainers.
Right. So, but do you buy into that whole idea that it's just like
that's
feminist indoctrination is what made them desire to be? Because I mean, I'm against the whole.
Well, actually, no. Hold on. So, I'm sure there are some people who are indoctrinated by their parents to think that they want to live a specific way, and then maybe when they're an adult, especially when they start, getting to the child age, they might have the nasty wake-up call and be like, wait a minute, is this really what I want? I definitely think that's possible. I just don't think that's indicative of like the culture as the mainstream. I don't think it's indicative of most people's behaviors, most people's experience of the world.
I do disagree with the left wholeheartedly when they want to demonize motherhood and they want to say, if you're not a career woman, you're a piece of shit. Like, I fucking hate that because it's the same exact thing.
Right.
It's the same.
But the inverse of that is just as terrible too.
Yes, but that's the thing. How can you say one way is like nefarious hypnotism from feminists, and I mean the other way is just normal mother nature? It's like, I don't know. It's just
the conspiracy.
We're not
okay.
We're not going to agree. We're obviously.
I'm very triggered right now. I'm super triggered.
The chat
So
is
triggered.
triggering me a bit too because
not the chat.
Fucking, what?
Doomer Politics for $5 says A team reigns supreme. Sitch sucks.
I know. I saw that. I was like,
Last
baller.
time I ever do Doomer
That's
a
fucking,
favor.
That's fucking.
Who got you on
all the
EFAP?
way.
Look at this. I get Doomer on EFAP.
It is
not
true.
Adam.
It is true.
And this is the thanks
I
get?
apologize for
Holy
Doomer's
shit.
insolent behavior.
Wow.
I
Look,
will.
listen.
A team will discipline Doomer for you. You don't have
Now
to.
I know Doomer's a leftist because he's got no fucking loyalty, motherfucker.
A team.
Look at
this is an
this.
internal A team matter.
Look
don't
at
you?
this
we'll,
fucking
we'll take
guy.
care of this.
Fuck you, Doomer. Get fucked. Last time I ever helped you. Jeez.
I was
Jeez.
I was
All
making
right,
some
wow.
solid points. He got a little exuberant there.
Okay. Jeez. Get out of here.
I got to
Wow.
admit, I did jump for joy at the Sitch sucks. I feel horrible, but I did.
Wow.
I was
Crazy.
I did warm my heart, but
Yeah, I bet it did, motherfucker.
I feel
bet it
bad.
did.
I do.
Mm.
I Sitch, I want you to know I do feel bad about it. Okay.
You should feel bad. You should feel bad.
I was like, why do I feel so? Oh, this is so good. Anyway, I can't. There's so many people in the chat that are against us, and I'm dying. It's so weird because I'm dying to know the argument. I mean, I guess they're just been swayed by I guess I do know the arguments, and the arguments are, feminism has hypnotized people into being NPCs, and all these career women are just
Yeah, I mean, you have to
NPCs.
understand. There's a lot of people who are academic agent
Fans? Oh, and they're just trying to trigger us?
or they don't want to believe that the guy that they like is advocating for this crazy
Yeah.
shit.
Who's basically
you know-
Hitler.
Listen, I get it. It's rough.
Yeah.
Okay, it's rough, but
Yes.
but that's the reality of the situation. I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes people have real shitty takes, and this is a real shitty take from academic agent. Prescriptive gender norms. All right. All right. Anyways, let's get into the super chats.
How are you feeling? Do you want to? I don't know. Where are we at? We're like, I guess, yeah, we got plenty of time.
We got 3.5 hours out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't know. You sounded like you wanted to do a Tuesday stream.
Oh, I just didn't think we were gonna finish in time. So, but we'll see.
This
We'll
is
see.
why it's tough for us to invite guests on, because when we invite guests on, we end up going longer.
Right.
And the guests end up leaving, and then we're here to do the dirty work.
Well, it seemed like most people. I mean, look, it depends because it seemed like most people were on board with us doing super chats a separate day.
Yes.
So I mean, if you want to make that
I'm
a regular
not sure.
thing, I'm
not
fine
sure
with
if it is, but
yeah.
I gotta pee so bad.
You go pee. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna pee sitting down just for
You-
academic agent.
You
Just
pee
to-
sitting
just
down.
to fuck with him.
Connect to your inner femininity.
No,
all right?
I'm not gonna do that. I'm just kidding.
Real, just actually don't squat. Really get into being a chick. Okay.
Oh my god.
Pop a squat, Adam.
That's awful.
Diogenes for $5. Thanks so much. Diogenes says, yes, my favorite part of the show. Screaming late into the void and expecting that to do something. But look, it makes you feel better. Okay. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about doing things to make ourselves feel emotionally better. Who cares about actual results, right? And results don't matter. All that matters is our perception of reality. That's all that matters, guys. If you don't know that, you're living in a fantasy world. Sashman for 70 Zardoses says, hey now, I need some free will, my dudes. Been losing my morals over my communist cousin, constantly arguing that the vaccine mandates and passports are good. Wow. By the way, I got a good mic and I may start doing videos. Oh, cool. Definitely. See how it goes. And you do, Sashman, gets whatever 70 Zardos equivalent of in US dollars is amount of free will. Let's see. Daily Dose for $5 says, wrench me up, coach. I'm ready to ban all the 12-month subscribers. S-Class is the best class.
I'm back.
Halloween demolishes Crimbo. A-Team loves Star Wars visions. True.
Sounds awful.
True.
I was thinking about something, and now I can't remember what it was.
You were thinking about how good your squatting piss was.
No, I stood up the whole time, just so you guys know.
Okay.
I was thinking about how the idea that mothering children is not happening enough and society's going to collapse because of that. Isn't the argument that these kids are too overmothered, the helicopter parenting? Like, it'd be better off if we didn't fucking, like, if we dropped them in a field and didn't mother them too much?
Oh my God, that's a great point.
I know. I was like, what the fuck?
That's a hilarious point. I didn't even think you're right.
Yeah.
The criticism is that parents right now are too overbearing, too helicoptering, too controlling of their children's lives, and not letting them, giving them the freedom to explore themselves. And yet the same people are complaining that women need to be these mothers that are doting on their children hand and foot. So there you go.
Which one is it? I feel a contradiction is somewhere out there.
Yep. Derek Jones for $10 says, I finally took the moral foundations test and I scored highest on care and lowest on loyalty. Well, there you go. There you go.
Wow.
Very left wing of you.
Yeah. Sounds like a good progressive.
S class is best class. There you go. I don't know how I feel about those two things being paired next to each other, but I take S class accepts all comers.
Where I have it right here, moral foundations, the care harm of progressives is low on loyalty and high on care harm right there. Most sacred value, care for the victims of the oppressed. But I mean, I like having, if you called yourself a progressive and you were in our audience, I think that's great. I think that's totally great.
Yeah, definitely. Is getting pegged gay? I would lean on the yes, more towards the yes than the no. Yeah. I'm gonna say. Even if, I don't know. It seems pretty gay. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with this?
Oh no, I'm with you. It seems pretty.
Okay.
I don't know.
Actually, no. Let me change something here. Okay. Now, I want to be 100% clear here. I don't like ass stuff. Okay.
Have you been?
I don't want anyone I don't want anyone going to my butt.
How many times have you been pegged?
No, hold on. I don't want anyone going in my butt, and I don't want to go into a girl's butt either. I don't like butt stuff. That's where you poop. Okay, it's gross. That's where my sanctity degradation line starts to crop up when we start talking about poop and butt stuff. Okay, it's gross. I don't want anything to do with that stuff.
Is it a fetish?
It is a fetish. Some people really get off on the anal stuff. Okay. But what I was going to say is, that being said, I could possibly understand someone who wants their girlfriend to, touch their prostate or whatever, because it's supposed to be so good. I'll never know.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll never know. And I'm fine never knowing. Okay. I'm fine with not ever knowing that. But I think a guy, if they want some girl to finger their butthole and touch their prostate, I don't think that that's necessarily gay. But getting pegged is different. Because that's a woman or a man. I guess a guy. I guess it has to be
so fascinating that you're making this distinction.
I just thought about it while I was saying. But
no, it's great. I love it. You're going into great detail here.
A woman is putting on a fake penis and fucking you in the ass. That's that's really gay. Okay? Yeah. That's super gay. So I'm changing my stance. Yes, getting pegged is very gay. And if that's what you're into, I don't have a problem with that. If you want to be gay, you want to be bisexual, go for it. But it is what it is. Okay.
So even if it's a prosthetic penis, it's still gay.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
If your girlfriend if you want your girlfriend to put a prosthetic penis in your mouth and you pretend you're sucking it.
Oh my God. I know. Oh, stop it.
It's pretty bisexual. It's pretty gay, pretty bisexual. Okay.
Stop it. Stop. I think we might be super straights.
I like how Adam gets so offended and triggered by all this stuff.
I brought up this comic. Yeah.
Yes. This wonderful comic.
Yes.
By David Aragon.
Yeah. Dr. Diddler was complaining about me not bringing up the art, so take that.
Okay. The comic. Oh, and this was commissioned by Gartham. Okay. It says the comic is called Democracy at the Sitch and Adam House.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Doomer Politics wearing the Tradcon girl outfit. I love it. And there's little Adam. There's little Adam. Little schoolboy Adam. And there's Papa Sitch.
With the glasses.
Papa Sitch. And the newspaper is called the Laserville Post. And the headline says, Demon Mama arrested over education neglect.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
And the next panel, Adam says, Dad, I think I should be able to vote.
Mm-hmm.
And then Papa Sitch puts the paper down like
he
what's
doesn't
his face
put it
from
down.
No Country for Old Men.
He just leans over.
Like, yeah, and says, fuck off and die.
Gasp.
And then Doomer goes, gasp, and drops the plate he was cleaning. And Adam drops his little lunchbox in shock.
Who's
and
on
Sitch
my
goes right
lunchbox?
back to reading the newspaper.
Yeah, you inconsiderate person.
Fuck off and die. We talked about this. This was in reference to Tim Pool. How do you talk to your children? Well, you tell them to fuck off and die.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Now it's immortalized in a comic. It's so great.
This is wonderful. Fuck off and die.
Who's on? Is that Ant-Man on my lunch pail? Who's on my
No,
lunch
that's David Aragon.
Mm-hmm.
Has a comic that he does.
Oh, nice.
About a superhero team, and that's one of the superheroes.
Awesome. Totally awesome.
Yes. So thank you, David. It's wonderful.
I like
it's
it.
a wonderful comic, yes. Thank you, Garthen, for commissioning this.
Yeah.
Fuck off and you need to take that panel, the fuck off and die Sitch panel. You have to keep that on standby for streaming. Okay.
Yeah. I could see you using
die.
that on Twitter quite often too.
Oh my God, you're right.
That's a perfect Twitter.
Fuck off and die.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might get in trouble.
Oh yes, yeah, you are advocating violence.
Sitch, fuck off and die. There you go. I'm saving it.
You could put it in a video game. Put a little tag underneath it.
In a video game. You're right. That's what it should say.
Just add it in. It'll be good.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's funny. So, academic agent says,
I've witnessed one of the most embarrassing displays I've ever seen on YouTube tonight.
Really?
Coming from the guy who we asked to come on and pussied out.
I feel like, yeah, very beta. To go to Twitter. Listen,
Wow.
Big Joel. Big Joel. He doesn't really seem like a big guy to me. Okay. Big Joel had the common decency not to go to Twitter and talk
That's
a
not
bunch
true.
of smack.
What do you mean? He totally went to Twitter and talked shit. You're fucking insane. I
Did
know what you're
he?
talking about. Yes,
Oh,
of course he did.
I missed
But
it all.
that's not what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say, look, academic agent, you have to talk to us. Because you know who did talk to us?
Oh, Big Joel. I
Big
know.
Joel, the paradigm of masculine behavior, talked to us.
Yeah.
Okay. An academic agent's not going to talk to us? Wow. I don't know. I don't know how that looks. Buddy.
Yeah.
I don't know how that looks.
Very strange. We're living in like an alternate reality here.
I only saw this because someone tagged me. Because he said, Adam and Sitch tried to get through a single page of Evola, wondered why I was quoting an old book, called it postmodernism, and generally behaved like children. The cringiest stuff I've ever seen, or I've seen in some time. And someone said, you should school Adam and Sitch in a debate. Yes, please, academic agents, school us in a debate, please.
Is this the same academic agent that only uses half Milton Friedman quotes to like make his argument when the Milton Friedman quote is actually directly opposite of the argument he's trying to make? Is this that academic agent?
It is.
The one who claims he knows about economics and only knows terrible half quotes?
It's the same one. It's the same one. So there you go, academic agent. The door is open. The door is open. Contact me or Adam on Twitter. We will set something up. We want to get to the bottom of your video. It's going to be hilarious when we talk about all the things we talked about, and he agrees at least with our characterization of his position, and we'll see how much we're strawmanning him.
We're not.
I know. Doesn't matter. The Rig Show.
Spoiler
The Rig
alert.
Show for $5 says making the Rigs Gang. This team is the Tradcon democracy-hating, hierarchy-loving, right-to-life endorsement party, getting 0% votes. Let's go.
Oh, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly. There you go. This picture, and I'm pissed at myself because we have to show this to Dev. CT drew this picture. This was commissioned by Dr. Diddler. And this was, even though it's kind of mean, this was the welcome to the Dev Club. Welcome to the D Club. You got Dev is like sitting there in his underwear, drooling apparently.
Yeah, he's a little wall-eyed too. What's going
He's a
on?
little
in
wall-eyed,
this
and
picture?
he's got the Sitch and Adam plushies and a rock. So, maybe it's better that we didn't show that. This is a little mean, CT. This is a little mean picture.
Yeah, what's going on here?
I mean, I think it's hilarious, but it's a little bit.
You can't belittle our guests like this. They won't want to come back.
Yeah, I mean, we can, you know. It's a comedy show. It's a comedy show.
Yeah. God, that does the heavy lifting for us, doesn't it?
CT said, yeah, academic agent is taking the role of the woman and pussying out.
Oh, yeah. True.
Oof. Oh, God damn.
Yeah.
Brutal.
We can't really have academic agent on because I think women shouldn't debate. I don't want academic agent to get in trouble.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, if you disagree with a $15 minimum wage, then you're not a real liberal. Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Not a real leftist. Yes. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-Team's favorite food is fairy bread and squeals every time Taylor Swift posts some vapid comment on Twitter.
I do get mad about vapid comments on Twitter, so.
Is it true that you like fairy bread? Because that's fucking disgusting.
I don't know what fairy bread is.
So fairy bread is this disgusting thing that Australians do. Where they take white bread and they put butter on the white bread and then they put sprinkles on it. And then they eat it.
Like candy sprinkles?
Yeah, like ice cream sprinkles.
Yeah, I'm not into fairy
White bread with butter and sprinkles on it. Oh.
Not into it.
Oh,
no, not true.
God.
Fake news.
That is disgusting.
Fakety fake news.
That is so foul.
It is. It's terrible.
Oh. Adam, AA has to ask his boyfriend for permission to debate you too.
That's
all right.
okay.
Well, once he's done asking his boyfriend, he can talk to us. All right. Dr. Diller for $2 says Mark Wahlberg was falsely accused. I still don't get this meme, Dr. Diller. He said this last week.
Mark Wahlberg was falsely accused of being cool.
Is he? Yeah, I don't even know what this is referencing. There's another CT picture. This was commissioned by Kat Branchman. And we have, I like it. We have, there I am on the computer, and there's Adam like walking in like the possessed girl from The Ring. He's like like arching
ceiling?
Well, no, you're like arching, you're like walking on your hands backwards,
okay.
and you're like, and then you like come up with your devious plan.
Oh.
And the devious plan is to put a Tim Bool beanie on me.
Oh, it worked too. Look, in the last.
That's right. It has
panel.
mind control properties.
Yeah, it's complicated all over the place.
It's complicated. I like your face in the last panel.
Yeah, I'm doing the anime face.
That little face.
I'm so
It's
excited.
cool. I love this. Is a cool picture.
A rare Sitch smiling photo.
I know, right?
Very cool.
It's creepy. I don't like the Sitch smile.
Yeah.
It's bad. Mithram 6 for 100. Kazark says lots of conservatives were hiding behind libertarian label because it allowed them to be against the Obama government without having to reveal their own autocratic tendencies. Most of them are now mask off, though. Interesting. I didn't think about maybe. That never occurred to me. But that's possible.
It's just about freedom. We just don't want our freedom restricted here. We want to restrict your freedom.
Well, I wonder too if a lot of conservatives were hiding behind the label libertarian when they were fighting the SJW stuff, saying, oh, "Of course, for free speech, they're the Puritans, we're libertarian, blah blah blah," and then it's like, "Whoa, actually, we're Tradcons, surprise." So maybe that's going on. Maybe. Sean for $10 says, A team forever. Sitch is the S after TDS. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, Adam, other than the young people voting thing. There we go.
Nice. Most of my policy proposals people are for, but the young people voting is just a bridge too far for them. Not open-minded enough yet. I'll get them sooner or later.
Hex Adesimal says, don't trash talk my childhood snack, you Elias prick. All I had in Russia for snacks was white bread with butter and sugar on top.
You know,
wait. If like you're in some situation where that's all you can get, okay, I'm not gonna begrudge you that. Okay. But if you make the choice, if you have the choice for anything and you choose that, I'm gonna begrudge you a little bit.
I'll do you one better though, Sitch, because if we were raised, that sounds like the yummiest snack in the world for like a 3-year-old. Like a 3-year-old be all over the fucking sugar.
For a 3-year-old, sure, but like,
well, if we would have been raised on that stuff, we'd be loving it too. We'd be like, oh yeah, very bread.
I don't buy that.
Do you like Twinkies?
Not really.
Oh, really? Twinkies are fucking delicious, man.
No, but I had a very weird candy experience.
What about Zingers?
Because I didn't like chocolate for until I was like in middle school or high school. Yeah, I didn't like chocolate for a long time.
I'm allergic to chocolate, but I still eat it.
Really? That's awful.
Yeah, I know.
That
I
sucks.
can't. I got to be careful. There's like a upper limit. If I eat too much, I get a migraine. It's awful. Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't even know you could be allergic to chocolate.
Yeah.
Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, seconded, check out 3 homos and a pussy. Oh, that was is that Kava's
Kava
podcast,
sent me a
3
link
homos
too.
and a pussy.
I'll check it out.
It's a good title. That's a good title for a stream.
Yeah. I'm surprised it didn't get taken down.
I'm sure it's demonetized. Wolfsbane for $4.99 says, hey, Adam, what do you think of California's new law on kids being able to hide sex changes and abortions without parents' knowledge and consent?
Fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Is that really a law?
That's pretty crazy. Is that what? I hadn't heard about that.
Yeah.
Well, I knew that was the
insane.
thing with abortions. I have less of a problem with that with abortions depending on the age. But the sex change thing, that's like pretty crazy.
Can you imagine if Abigail Schreier, the woman that wrote the book that's critical of all of the trans stuff that's going on, can you imagine if she came out with a video like this or did a talk that was in line with this academic agent thing? Can you imagine how that would just fucking completely
destroy her career, her position, her validity?
Destroy her career, her credibility, her all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's my problem with James Lindsay. He's apparently decided that he wants to destroy his credibility on Twitter by acting like a buffoon half the time, which is sad because I think he's such a fantastic resource for like anti-woke academic literature and understanding.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, it's funny because the left is really trying to destroy Christopher Rufo's career, but Christopher Rufo's not doing the kind of shit that James Lindsay's doing. Christopher Rufo is very much, I'd say, maintaining his credibility, but yeah.
Okay, I found the bill.
Ready
Says
to terrify me.
The bill prohibits insurance companies from revealing to the policyholder the sensitive services of anyone on their policy, including minor children, even though the policy owner is financially responsible for the services. These sensitive services include abortions, sexual assault treatment, drug abuse, mental health treatment, cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, and sex change operations.
Oh, that's evil.
In California, minors can consent to all these sensitive treatments except for sex change surgeries after the age of 12 under certain conditions. So I think that law is totally fucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can go on
right.
hormone blockers.
Well, no, not beyond that. Beyond that, if you're on your parents' policy for health insurance and they're paying for it, they have a right to know what they're paying for. Okay, this is totally fucking crazy. Yeah, that was a terrible law. Jeez.
And also,
garbage.
It's just the
garbage law. Oh my god. That's super fucked.
It's so weird that the people who are skeptical of capitalism are the same people that are all caught up in this gender ideology, which allows doctors to make a crap ton of money off of all these all of these surgeries, which would be elective in a normal world, but are now based on some mental issue.
And like some of these, I don't even understand why people on the left would be pushing for the sexual assault treatment, drug abuse, and mental health treatment. Why would you not want your parents to know if you were, have some issue with drugs or sexual assault or mental health? That's something your parents should fucking know about.
Yeah.
So they could help you, presumably. Like, geez, what the fuck? This law is crazy. That's totally fucked. Anyways.
Well, I think they go into it under the assumption that so like one of the parents is the sexual assaulter, right? Which I know is fucking.
I mean, that happened, but I mean, that doesn't mean that you should make it illegal for insurance companies to report this. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, they should fucking report it to the police and arrest the parents.
Right. If they think it's, I don't know how the insurance company wouldn't have the information. I mean, that usually is up to the hospital, the doctor to make that distinction. But.
Yeah, crazy.
EC90 for £5 says, do you think there's anything significant that happened between 2016 and 2021 that would change AA's political opinions? I'm sure lots have happened that changed his opinion. I mean, I don't know. I don't follow him regularly, so I don't know what his positions were back then compared to now. So, but I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of people's politics changed drastically over the last 6 years. So
the thing that bothers me is that, like, the societal collapse stuff, I say, well, what are we talking about here? Let's have some examples of this societal collapse. And it's the response is kind of just, oh my God, just look around. It's like, what? How's that an argument? I'm supposed to look on like, yeah, there's insane people on Twitter.
Look around, Adam. Look around.
I can
open your eyes.
I can watch an Ibram X Kendi clip on Twitter, and yeah, I'm there with you. Society's gonna fucking collapse.
It's so funny that Ibram X Kendi's over here like, look around. There's white nationalists around every corner. Society's gonna collapse into racist fascism, and then like Academic Agent is like, look around. There's socialist and I don't know, anti-gender normative people around every corner. Society is going to collapse. It's like, okay, only one of you can be even remotely in the ballpark of being right here. And you're both fucking wrong. And
Ibram X Kendi just got $625,000 fucking grant. So what is he complaining about?
There you go. Input latency for $2 says, got here late, 2 times speed to the rescue. A team, by the way. There you go.
Yeah.
Denny Cat for 5 Aussie says, all forms of government are bad, but monarchy is better than democracy.
Monarchy is better than democracy. Was that pragmatic culture? Or?
No, this is Denny Cat.
Oh,
this is pragmatic culture's cat.
Read Dictator's
Read the book
Handbook.
Democracy: The God That Failed by Hans Hermann Hoppe. There you go.
I'll check.
If democracy has failed, I'm not really sure what world we're living in. It doesn't feel like we're living in a failed world, but I feel like monarchy led us to, a failed world of shittiness.
Yeah. No, monarchy was a huge success.
Yeah. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
Monarchists had the iPhone.
They did. Yeah.
No, they didn't.
Remember when serfs all aspired to own a home?
One of these days when I'm working, I'm going to put Why Nations Fail on, and I'm going to start cranking out some bookmarks, because there's one story in there where the guy invented just this huge time-saving device, and the queen, the monarch, said, no, we're not doing that.
Wasn't it some kind of had to do with sewing, I thought?
Yeah, it was some automatic weaver or something like that.
Right.
All their clothes were made by people fucking sitting at home and weaving by hand. And she was like, nah, we'll just keep him sitting at home weaving by hand.
This is going to hurt the economy too much.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just...
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So if you subtract however long she suppressed that from, you could have had YouTube in like 1980.
Yep.
Right?
Right. I think it's interesting that like people that are worried about the left being authoritarian and taking over will then turn around and say, but we need a monarchy. It's like, why don't you think you don't think there can't be a leftist monarchy? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Because there can be.
Yeah.
There definitely can be.
What happens if that monarch becomes, is introduced to Judith Butler and really likes her?
Yeah. What do you do then? You're kind of fucked, huh? Crafty Hergok for $2 says, bull if I bow down to insert opposing party. There you go. Don't bow down to any party.
Mm-hmm.
William Kurt for $5 says, yes, this is literally the inversion of Mohlberg's argument, although Mohlberg makes a serious case for it. I would disagree, but let me change that.
What is the
the ratchet effect thing?
Yes.
Mohlberg is more correct. Because as society progresses, things change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this is where I think Mohlberg gets wrong. Okay. Of course, if you have one group of people that their idea is that we need to conserve tradition forever, and you have one group of people that says we need to progress and change. Okay. Of course, in the span of history, the progress and change people will always win out for two reasons. First of all, because you ignore the huge spans of time where things didn't change. Okay. And second, because the world is always changing. The environment is always changing. Technology is always changing. And the culture and society has to change to meet the demands of the environment, of technology, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, the changed group is always going to eventually win out in the end.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think that's some like grand realization of the nature of the universe or anything, but
yeah. Mohlberg, does he miss the changes that we had to backtrack on? Because I mean, prohibition is the one I'm always throwing around.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But people are like, prohibition wasn't a progressive policy.
Yeah,
it was. It's totally a progressive policy.
Sean for $2 says, skip my super chat. No, I didn't, Sean. I'm sorry. We only read the $20 super chats at first. Or if it's a famous person that we like. Or another YouTuber, or, something funny.
Is Actual Justice Warrior famous? I didn't know that.
He's famous in my eyes. Okay.
We do like Sean.
Yes. Oh, but Sean is not Actual Justice Warrior. This is a guy named Sean.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different person.
Right, but the one that you read was Sean. I remember.
Yeah, that's not Actual Justice Warrior Sean. It's just a guy named Sean.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, but the Actual Justice Warrior super chat you read was Sean.
Was Actual Justice Warrior, yes.
Yeah.
William Kurt for $5 says, the analogy of people watching two different movies is very apt here. Both sides don't even conceive the facts in the same way. True.
Yes, 100%.
True.
Finally, someone on our side, Sitch.
Everyone's on our side, Adam.
No, everyone was against us.
No, you're wrong. Everyone's on our side. All these super chats are on our side.
I'm going back to just being a yes man. I can't handle the chat being like super against us.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's fine.
They did
Don't
not
worry.
like.
You be the yes man. I'll be the fighter. Okay?
I just want to be a yes man.
You
I
say
want
this.
people to like me.
Nah, you say this, but deep inside, Adam's motivational goal is to tell people that they're wrong. Okay, that's his primary characteristic.
I don't even know what Academic Agent's argument was. It's like ridiculous.
The Butter Ample for $5 says, if the government shuts down while I'm demobilizing, I'm noosing myself in a video game.
Oh, please.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
We don't want that to happen.
Mm-hmm. Are you in the military? Butter Ample? I didn't know that. Cool.
Hmm.
Glib Facsimile for $5 says, taxation is extortion. Okay, Club. There you go. There you go.
Chitachi says, Adam, you give us too much free will. Now we're thinking for ourselves. No, that's bad. Stop doing that.
See, that's the problem. Adam was giving you the free will cut with like fairy bread. Okay, that's the problem. Adam's been cutting his free will with fairy bread this whole time. Now you guys are all hopped up on sugar.
Please stop thinking for yourselves. That's what we're here for.
That's right. We're going to take a page out of Academic Aydin's book and say, stop thinking for yourself, stop making your own choices, okay, and just listen to what we prescribe.
According to Academic Agent, what you believe is thinking for yourself is actually just listening to left-wing policies and following along.
That's the indoctrination, not even a left-wing. That's the indoctrination of liberalism, okay?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yes, if you desire freedom, if you want to make your own choices, okay?
Right.
That's the liberal left gaslighting you.
Derek Drummond for $5 says, if someone draws a sexy Sitch Chan ranting about raising the debt ceiling, I might reconsider my position.
I think I might be able to do that.
I mean, truer words have not been said. You know, that's how you get anyone to follow your politics. Just be hot.
Oh,
Adam knows all about that.
We should do some sexy anime girls that are like, lift the debt ceiling already. We'll have everyone turn around in no time.
That's right. That's right.
We know how to do it.
Speaking of sexy Sitch chans.
Well, did I miss some art?
CT drew a sexy Sitch chan.
Really?
Yes.
I'll have to check my DMs and see if I can pull it up. Oh, look at that.
Don't put up that don't put up that stupid that last picture. It's garbage.
What do you mean?
That stupid meme.
Okay.
That garbage meme. Don't put that up.
I like it.
Put up the sexy Sitch chan one.
We're curating now.
Oh,
you don't like that?
No.
Who put? Is that Danimal? God, Danimal knows what it.
No.
Danimal, kick him in the nuts. Why don't you? Jeez.
I don't. We here at Sitch and we don't appreciate straw man. Okay, we're not doing the straw man.
Oh man.
Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, I'm in favor of burning this down the system and its culture pragmatically. There you go.
I wonder how Pragmatic Culture is doing in the family and kids department. Are you married yet, Pragmatic Culture?
I don't know. He's got to raise his own little monarch.
Do you have a serious relationship with a man or woman? You know, whatever floats your boat.
Trashman for $5 says, as an American, I'm against immigration. So Wisconsin doesn't have the population density of California. Also, I don't like spending or debt ceiling raising. Well, you cannot like spending, but that has nothing to do with raising the debt ceiling. I thought this triggers me. When we had the debt ceiling fight like 4 years ago, I could have swore to God that everyone learned about the debt ceiling. I thought it was just talked about nonstop, incessantly on the news. I assumed that just all trickled down, that everyone understood what the debt ceiling was. But I guess I was living in a fucking fantasy world.
Nobody wants to understand the debt ceiling.
Look at this. Look at Mad Robot, who has donated to us in the past for $5. I appreciate that. But Mad Robot literally doesn't fucking understand the debt ceiling. He says, Sitch is saying the Democrats should spend infinity dollars and Republicans should just let them. There should be no debt ceiling. Trillions for everyone. Okay. How the fuck are we living in the year 2021 and people don't know what the fuck the debt ceiling is? You're sitting in front of a device that contains the entire collection of human fucking knowledge. And you can't Google what the fuck the debt ceiling is. The debt ceiling has nothing to do with what you just said, okay? Nothing to do with it. All the debt ceiling says is that the government can pay off what they budget for. If you want to complain, I don't know how more to say this. If you want to complain about the government spending, the time to do that is when they pass the fucking budget. Okay? The government doesn't get to pass the budget. And then when the bill rolls around, say, oh, we're not going to pay for this budget that we passed last fucking year.
Yeah.
Which is, as you said, another issue that's totally being ignored is that this is Trump's budget from the previous year. This isn't Biden's budget. The Republicans are refusing to pay for their own fucking budget.
Yeah.
That they passed last year.
They're basically saying, we have a max on our credit card bill, so we can't pay for dinner tonight. Why the fuck did you order dinner tonight?
That's not what they're saying. That's even worse. They're saying, we've maxed out our credit card bills, and we don't ever intend to pay them off.
Right.
Suckers. Why should we have to pay off our credit card? Why should I, as an American, have to pay off my credit card bill? Why don't we just have debt forgiveness for everyone? That's what you guys are advocating for with debt ceiling. You're saying, I don't think I should have to pay off my bills. I think I should just have magical debt forgiveness.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I'm for the magical debt forgiveness.
Right. Of course you are.
Well, I am.
I do like, Danimal made this meme is pretty funny. It says, old man yells at abs. And he's got a academic agent yelling at the abs.
I still can't believe that's a real honest to goodness woman.
Yes. The debt ceiling has everything to do with femboys and the apocalypse. True. That is true. That's very true.
Not true.
That's true.
Not true. The debt ceiling is the debt level is a garbage.
So look, someone in the chat said, I'm fine with the whole system collapsing. If that's your position, that you think that the entire US economy should collapse, then you're right. You should be against raising the debt ceiling. At least you know what you're in favor of. Okay.
Yeah.
At least you know what you're in favor of.
There'll be no more Sitch and Adam show as soon as that happens.
No. You know why? Because all these little US dollars you're sending in will be fucking worthless.
What? I mean, in all honesty, what would happen? I mean, I've played out
no one knows what would happen.
I've played out what would happen if we paid off the debt. Like, we could literally pay off the debt just by turning as our T-bills came due, turning them into currency. So, I mean, I understand
Well, but
what
hold on a second. Paying off the debt and raising the debt ceiling.
Two different things.
Two different things that are not actually related to each other.
I understand that. I'm only saying that I sleep a lot better at night knowing that the debt is such a bullshit fucking
I
issue.
Understand that, but I don't even want to get into that because I know that so many people are so emotionally involved in the concept of the US debt that's the ratchet. You're trying to move a rock about on what the US debt entails because they've basically been lied to.
They don't
for their whole
understand
life.
it. I know exactly
about what the US debt entails.
Right.
But I don't even want to even confuse that argument with the debt ceiling because they're completely unrelated. Nothing.
But if they don't raise the debt ceiling, though, checks will stop going out, right?
It's more than that. It's not just that checks will stop going out. The reason America has so much power, one of the reasons, is because people trust that the US dollar is a stable currency. Okay? Everyone in the world loves US dollars. If the US defaults on its debt, that means it's defaulting on all the T-bills. That means it's defaulting on all its investments, which means no one's going to want to invest in the country of fucking America.
Right. Yeah, no. It's like you've hired this super high power attorney who totally has his shit together, is completely on your case, always doing the right thing. You're like, yes, I'm in a solid position. And then court day comes along and he shows up, half dressed with coke hanging out of his nose. And you're like, suddenly I don't feel as secure with this attorney any longer.
Well, it's like,
I think maybe I should look for other representation.
And maybe it's because people don't understand how this works. America has this amazing magical ability, okay? Called T-bills.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Fucking people are dying for them.
People are dying to give their money to the government. Okay. Yeah. In return, the government's going to give them a T-bill, and then that's going to mature over some period of time to give some minor amount of interest. Okay. That's a good thing because basically that's people paying the government for nothing.
Yeah.
They're paying the government
to print a piece of paper.
To print a piece of paper. Yeah. Okay. And banks are doing this every fucking day. The whole world is doing this every fucking day. And so we have the golden goose here. And you're like, I want to kill this golden goose.
Yeah. This
I want
golden
to
goose
take the
makes
golden
me
goose
nervous.
and murder him because I don't like that my neighbor, the libtard, also enjoys the golden goose that's helping me survive. Okay. That's what this is. This is like, I don't like liberals, so I want to destroy my entire country. That's basically what not raising the debt ceiling is.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
It's pretty
so
amazing
baffling.
that, like, Chinese exporters, like, they got a big old load of steel and we can buy that steel from them just by printing up a bunch of dollars. Like, here, take this paper and give us that huge boat of steel. How is that not? I mean, talk about a golden goose situation. Like, this is better than the Indians and the beads thing.
Yeah,
we're getting all these natural resources. Once you dig into this stuff, you're like, oh man, we need to keep this going. We need to keep this gravy train going.
Eating mayo out of a jar for $5 says, finally, I'm off the hook. It's the dumbest thing. Take that debt ceiling. There you go. Not raising the debt ceiling is dumber than eating mayo out of a jar. And that's saying a lot because that's pretty fucking disgusting.
See, this is what, oh yeah, totally. Don't eat mayo out of the jar. It's so weird because everyone just thinks that take is so insane because they're just on the thinking that they've been indoctrinated with. It's just not remotely how things work. Yeah.
EC90 for £10 says, pay the check for the meal by giving an IOU that says in 20 years, I will pay you the same amount at an annual 3% inflation rate and will bomb you if you disagree. USA. Well, that's true, except for the bombing part, because most of the debt is owed to ourselves. So we're not really going to bomb ourselves, but yeah, exactly. Why would you want to kill that golden goose? No Coach Foe for $5 says, no, not raising the debt ceiling does not mean default. Our tax revenues are well above what is needed to service the debt. Call me a traitor. I'm not calling, I mean, it's not a traitor. You're wrong. I don't know what to tell you. You're just factually incorrect. That's not true. That is not true.
So this is also the servicing the debt stuff is like, I mean, do you realize we just print more money to what do you mean by servicing the debt?
You cannot confuse MMT with this issue because people will just get too triggered by it. JD Daily for $1. Thank you, JD. Capital Smith for £5 says Trump will run so he can exact his revenge on Twitter and get his account back. Maybe. That's so possible. Good. That's definitely possible.
That's definitely in the mix.
Yes, that could be.
That's definitely in the mix.
CT says this is a possible Sitch Chan redesign. Look at that. Look at those big old mommy milkers. Pretty hot. I like it. I like it. I like the little Sitch tie too. It's got kind of an Edward Scissorhands vibe going on.
It does. Yeah.
A Very Dead Horse for $4.99 says Sitch Kamala is less popular and more hated than any VP in recent history. I mean, we had one shoot a guy for fuck's sakes. Oh yeah, I do not think Kamala. I don't even think Kamala is going to win the primary in 2024. So yeah, no, Kamala is not a well-liked candidate. I agree with that. Sean for $5 says, Adam, please defend me. Sitch skipped me twice now. Adam, why didn't you defend him?
I'm like, come on, I was in the fight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I didn't even notice the super chat. Sometimes I have to look away from the chat, guys, because there's so much hate in the chat. So much raw hate. Calling me a dum-dum. Calling me an idiot. Calling me terrible takes.
Not Coach Foe for another $10 says, one thing I learned watching this channel is that Sitch's prognostications are typically terrible. There you go. My prognostications.
Look, you're getting overturning the hate actually in super chats.
That's true, but that's good. I'm all on board with people paying to tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Overturning Roe would do nothing more than hand the issue back to the states. Oh, my poor coach, or not coach, my poor not coach. If you honestly think that overturning Roe would not be the issue that Democrats run on in the next election, I don't know what to tell you. That is the most obvious political strategy they will go for, and it will benefit them greatly.
I mean, they're already running on it. I swear.
I know they already do run on it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I swear I've seen ads on YouTube that are like, the Republicans are trying to make abortion illegal.
Yep.
Give to the Democratic Party right now before you die. Yeah.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, hey, Adam, if I do shrooms, will I stop fearing death?
According to that book, you will. Yeah.
It could go either direction. I'll be honest with you. It could go either direction. You might not. I don't know. I'm not gonna take a strong stance on that one.
The Butter Anvil did say he was in the military.
Yeah. The Cappy Robot for £2 says, who would you play in Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl? That's a good question. I don't even know who's the lineup. I'll have to look that up.
What is that?
So it's a Nickelodeon made a Super Smash Brothers like ripoff with Nickelodeon characters. Yep. Let's see. Why the fuck is April O'Neil in this game? Are you kidding me? We got Aang, Avatar Ong, April O'Neil, Cat Dog, Danny Phantom, Helga, Korra, Leonardo, Ninja Turtle, Lincoln Loud, another Loud House character, Michelangelo, Nigel Thornberry, Oblina, from Real Monsters. I'd play Ickis, but it doesn't look like he's available. Patrick Star, Powdered Toast Man, that's a good one. Ren Hoek, Reptar, Sandy Cheek, SpongeBob, Stimpy J Cat, Toph, and of course, why do you even ask? Because obviously the answer is Invader fucking Zim. Obviously, that's who I'm going to play. Come on. Easy question. Zim all the way.
The Invader Zim, you're going to play that character?
Yes. Wolf Spain for $4.99 says it's called luxury beliefs. As a form of status, rich kids switch from materials to ideas at the detriment of the poor. Look how crazy and rich I am. Interesting.
Yeah, I saw that Jordan Peterson talk. I did, and I followed that guy on Twitter. He had a lot of really interesting things to say. They talked about the marriage market situation being fucked up by dating apps and shit like that. That's the argument that I pitched it at Academic Agent on Twitter, and then a bunch of leftards came in.
So to be clear, luxury beliefs are ideas and opinions that confer status on rich people at very little cost, while taking a toll on the lower class.
Yeah, did you? I guess you didn't watch.
I didn't see that, Jordan Peterson. Yeah. No, that's a great idea, and it's very true. One of the example that this article gives is that all family structures are equal.
Yeah.
Poly. Right.
Yeah. Gotta be polygamous.
True.
Gotta have like 10 boyfriends. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I like that. Luxury beliefs. It's a good term.
You know what 10 boyfriends do? They all say, "Oh yeah, I don't care that you're screwing all these other guys here." But they're not gonna marry you, right? They're gonna be like, "Yeah, I think this is just, a sex thing." Do you disagree?
No, I don't disagree.
Yeah, okay.
I don't disagree. 95 Keat for $5 says, if America defaults, the world defaults, and they all know it. That's maybe. The government has no incentive to actually get rid of debt, give us money, or both poor. I would think so. I mean, I think you're right. I think if Republicans actually were afraid that the Democrats wouldn't bail them out, then they wouldn't do it. I think you're right. I don't think they'd actually go through with it if they thought it would materialize. But to me, that just makes it all more pathetic. All more pathetic. Cano for $5 says, "Great content, boys. I found you, Adam, on E621." That was that porn thing that Dan Hole linked the other day, and I've been hooked ever since. By the way, oh God, talk about degeneracy. By the way, cumflation is greater than Emperor Egg. Kiss emoji. There you go.
Am I being? Do I have a Me Too going on here in this chat?
You might. I'm not exactly sure, but you might. XSL for $2 says, "Maxed out credit cards. Just ask for more credit." Bad analogy.
Totally.
Bad analogy.
Do you understand the difference between the currency issuer and the currency user?
I know. No is the answer to that question. Comic here for $5 says, "What if there are two ratchets, one that's socially moving left and one that is economically moving right? Or what if it's a two-way ratchet?" Well, if it's a two-way ratchet, it's not a ratchet by definition.
What is economically moving right?
I mean, I don't think that's what's happening either. That would be like if we're moving socially to the left with all the woke progressive shit, but economically we're still moving to the right, like the neoliberalism, which I don't think that's happening. Edgar, friendly civics teacher for £10 says, "Adam, we've all enjoyed your tempestuous relationship with the populist label. With your dedication to truth and dislike it engenders become what you were born to be, an unpopulist."
An unpopulist.
That's true. Adam is one day he's going to become an unpopulist.
Sounds cool. What's an unpopulist?
I don't know.
Sounds
the opposite of a populist, I guess.
Yeah, Sitch won't let me become a populist. He's a big buzzkill on that. He's really, being against that and all.
Okay. There was Sammy G made a picture for the plushies. I don't think we put it up last week.
Oh yeah, I'll grab it. It looks super cool.
I put it in the DMs.
I remember that.
And someone also made a fantastic meme too that we have to show.
You guys have to. I mean, like I said, plushies are up to you. You get them or don't get them. You don't have to
get them.
Well, I mean, I don't want to force them onto you.
I don't want to force you. Get the plushies.
I'm just telling you that you have 2 days to get plushies.
Listen.
And they're gone forever. You'll never get another opportunity to get these plushies again.
It says it right here. PSA Sitch has confirmed that with each purchase of a plush, you will obtain 300 units of free will. 300 units of free will.
Really? What's 8
That's
times
true.
300? Because I got...
That's true. 300 units.
I got
That's
incoming.
Totally true.
Oh, wait. No, I think I have incoming 4 plushies.
That's a lot of free will.
Yeah.
It's a lot of free will. So get it. Get that free will bargain while you can, guys.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. I had envisioned shooting a Sitch plushie out of a cannon and seeing if I could hit the back wall of in my backyard.
Do you have access to a cannon?
And get some stuffing to fly out of that thing. No, I was going to make one.
I see.
I was going to make like a potato cannon.
I see.
It looks like perfect size. I had envisioned.
Be warned, if you destroy your plushie, you lose the free will. It actually negates 100%, 200% of the free will that you gain. You actually lose an extra amount. Okay.
I was going to use the free will to destroy the plushie.
No. You actually lose 600 units of free will per destroyed plushie.
It takes a lot of free will to destroy something you spent, $25 on.
That's true. That is true.
So I'm telling you, I need the free will to be able to do it.
William Kurt for $5 says, fascism is when the government does stuff, according to some. like that. Yeah, because the socialists always say like socialism is when the government does stuff. Exactly. Fascist. That's a good counter. Fascism is when the government does stuff.
Yeah, like oppressing women.
William Icebane for $10 says, quote, Democrats aren't pro-crime. Meanwhile, the months of, quote, peaceful protests in Democrat cities at every establishment Dem just happened to look the other way. It's not because they're pro-crime. It's because they're pro-pushing the narrative that Trump is racist.
Right.
That's why. They're not pro-crime. They want to heighten the narrative. All the BLM stuff. This was all because Democrats were running on a strategy of saying Donald Trump is a racist and he wants to make the country racist. And examples of this are all the times the cops shooting the innocent black peoples. Okay.
What about when
That's
they
why
shoot
they
the
were
innocent white people?
No one cares.
Like Tony Timpa.
Well, he wasn't shot. He was killed because the cop put his byway on him, like with Floyd. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So that makes it different.
We don't care when white people
Tony
get killed by the police.
by a cop?
Yes.
Did the cop go to jail?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I told you that video of the cop knocks on the guy's door. The guy, I think is white, opens the door, and he's like, "Oh, he didn't know it was the police." And he's like, "I have a gun in my other hand." And they say, "Okay." And so he opens the door fully, and he's got a gun in his other hand, and he starts to lower and put it on the ground. And one of the cops just fucking shoots him.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought he was going to shoot me.
It's like he literally told them what he was doing.
Yeah.
He still gets shot. Yeah. No, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Should be on CNN.
Stock for $2 says, seriously, get Dev on. Your wish is our command.
We did, and he left immediately. What was up with that?
I know. He came on for 5 minutes.
Cucked out.
And then cucked out because his girlfriend.
He had to go simp. What a simp.
He actually sent us a super chat to apologize for his simping. I'll read it.
Did he really?
Yes.
Hilarious.
As you are required to do. Okay. I think all guests should have to pay us to be on here. I think that's the new. I think that's what we should start doing, like a new thing. Our guests have to pay us. Okay.
That's hilarious.
Yes. Short Fat Otaku for 5 Canadian says, thanks for having me on. Girlfriend duty calls. I will be back again. Remember, D Club, no scrub. It's funny. I like that though. D Club, no scrub.
D Club, no scrub. Is it so? Yes. The D Club doesn't shower? Is that what's happening? D Club comes out anti-showering. Fascinating. I had no idea.
Put up the last 2 pictures, by the way, too. Cinema Sleuth for $5 says, Sitch, why don't you like Rocky Horror Picture Show? Depending on your answer, I may not feel inclined to switch to A-Team. First, I mean, I'm assuming Adam hates Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I love Rocky Horror.
It's a musical.
I know, but it's
not even a musical. It's like a fucking opera, isn't it?
Yeah, but you get to go hang out with the girls late at night. It's great. Come on. Obviously, you know if there's going to be hanging out with girls involved. I'm all over it.
I mean, that is true. Most of the time, I mean, the only reason I've ever watched it was because I was dating someone who really loved it. Okay.
Hell yeah.
That is true. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I've been to Rocky Horror with like 5 different girls, man. I love Rocky Horror.
The girls love Rocky Horror Picture Show.
I'm all about Rocky Horror.
I just think it's fucking boring. I think it's really boring.
It is totally boring.
Yeah, there's like no fucking plot. There's barely a story. The only story exists in like literally the last 5 minutes of the fucking movie.
I'm just going to hold hands with my girlfriend.
Do you even know what the story of Rocky Horror Picture Show is?
No, I'm making out in the back row. What are you talking about?
The plot is
try not to pay attention to the movie.
What's his name? The clown from It, whose name is escaping me. Who was Frankenfurter? What's that guy's name? That brilliant, wonderful actor.
I think he passed away recently, too.
Did.
I think it's like Adam or something cool like that.
No.
I think so.
He was the voice of
Tim
the bad
Curry.
guy. Tim Curry, thank you. He was a wonderful, wonderful actor, Tim Curry.
Amazing.
Great actor.
Yeah.
Yes. Voice of the bad guy in Mighty Max. Skullmaster.
Tim Curry is love.
Voice of the bad guy in what was it, Evergully? What was it, the little where he's like the evil toxic sludge guy?
Who cares?
Nexus.
We're talking about Rocky Horror.
Anyway, Rocky Horror Picture Show. No, the plot is that he's an alien who was sent to Earth to like take over the planet, but then decided he just liked to have sex or something.
Sounds like a good plot to me.
That's the plot of Rocky Horror. Yeah, would not figure that out except for the last second. It's just boring. That's my answer. I just think it's boring.
Having sex is boring. You heard it here first.
I don't like there's so little context for almost all the musical numbers in it. It's just basically like a person walks into a creepy mansion and they have music numbers. And you're like, okay.
But Susan Sarandon is in like lingerie and stuff.
I need context. My stories need context. Okay. And there's no context in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Lucifer the Doorman for 5 Canadian says, Adam saving the chat 1010. There you go.
Oh, I saved the chat?
Apparently you saved the chat.
Nice. That's what I wanted to hear. Got a lot of hate today. It was very oppressive.
Winnie the Poo-Tang for $5 says, I hope there isn't a shortage of honey rations in the New World Order. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll have plenty of honey in the New World Order. Don't worry.
Honey the Poo-Tang. Winnie the Poo-Tang is
Winnie
a
the
great
Poo-Tang.
name. Yeah.
Contrast. Look at Contrast for 5 Aussie bucks. Says, point of personal privilege. Zimzer zippity doodah. Thank you, Contrast. Says, Sitch, please review who your Patreon subscribers are. I should do that because I haven't made a video in like a million years. And complete your Bad Watchman video. Be a squall. That's true.
Man, you should just close that Patreon account. I would feel so guilty.
I should. There's not many people that still part of it, but I should close.
Yeah. Well, no, it's up to you, obviously, but I don't like the guilt level for. I don't know what your Patreon's up to, but
it's not very high.
Yeah, if it's not very high and the guilt level is very high, that's an unsustainable situation.
Well, everyone that gives to it watches the stream, so it's not like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Yeah. So who cares? You guys, if you want a video, unsubscribe from the Patreon because it ain't coming.
I'm seriously, there's seriously videos that exist. Okay. There are videos coming.
You might want to cut your losses on that Patreon.
No. There are videos coming. So Sammy G drew this. This is another Sitch Chan, another wonderful Sitch Chan picture she did. This is the thank you for reaching the funding goal for the plushes.
Look at that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Someone tells Sammy that Sitchy doesn't have those beautiful limbo rings.
I thought you were going to say breast, but I mean, those are both true. But we can dream, right?
I know. That's what I like it. It's your best self.
Canadian Dropout for 20 Canadian. Oh, I missed this one. It says, I started Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, and it got me thinking about order and chaos. Do you think there's much balance in the political sphere? Do you view the left right as chaos/order? Love you guys.
Yes. I think that's what Jordan Peterson meant by the order chaos dynamic that he set up in the two books.
Well, hold on a second, because this is some of the problem that he ran into is that when you use the phrase order and chaos, and he didn't.
One is good and one is bad. Yes.
Yeah. Chaos definitely obviously has the negative connotation and order obviously has the positive connotation. And so to map that onto politics is a little bit problematic. I think what would be more apt would be order versus change.
Yeah.
Would probably be. Or not even order. I would say orthodoxy versus progress or progressiveness, maybe.
I don't have it in here, but I have my political spectrums out. And my exercise was to put together political spectrums that were like that. That were two opposing things that you wanted or two dangerous things that you didn't want. So on the political spectrum for personal freedom versus social cohesion, I have anarchy at the far left, liberty, balance, order, oppression. So I have anarchy at the far left and oppression on the far right.
Well, here's the issue here too. Authoritarianism is extreme order, and can be left or right. Okay. You have the fascist right-wing authoritarian government. That's very orderly.
Yeah.
You have the one-party communist Russia, secret police disappearing in the night. That's also extreme order.
Yeah.
That's on the left. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, just putting order and chaos on a left-right wing dichotomy, that doesn't make sense necessarily to do it that way.
China is extreme order, and they're disappearing Uyghurs in the middle of the night because they cause problems.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They're troublemakers. That's what everybody says. They're going to ruin the order, so we need to disappear them. That's why it's oppression. Like order tips into oppression relatively easily, the same way liberty tips into anarchy relatively easily.
Yes. Right. True.
Yeah.
Chris Jones for $5 says, hopefully you already got correct on this, but overturning Roe v. Wade just means states will set abortion laws. It wouldn't outlaw abortions. Oh no, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is that if they overturn Roe v. Wade, that would just be the hot button issue for Democrats to win the next election on, because they're going to push for it to be a federal law to make it legal.
Yeah. Well, and you don't know what kind of craziness. I mean, the reason why we got Roe versus Wade is because you started having all these back alley abortions that were
it's
like.
But to be clear, Roe v. Wade wasn't. Congress never passed a law. Maybe people don't know this. Congress didn't pass a law that said abortions are legal.
Right.
Okay, that never existed. That never happened yet. What happened was they basically, Roe v. Wade was the court saying that Congress doesn't have to make a law to say that abortions are legal because it's already, within the right to privacy, blah, 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 blah. Whatever legalese they, give for their argument. So if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, all that means is that the Democrats, the federal government will say, well, we want to pass legislation that makes it federally legal in all states. Okay, that's what will happen. Maybe people don't know that there was no federal law for abortion yet.
Right.
So
the politicians don't want to deal. They don't want to go on the record making, because then
the Democrats would love to do this.
They're going to be called baby killers. They don't want to do that.
The Democrats would love nothing more than for this court to overturn Roe v. Wade. That would be the biggest political gift in their lifetime.
Maybe. I'm not so certain of it.
They will instantly win the 2024. No matter who is running, it won't matter. They could run Joe Biden could die in office. They could stuff his corpse and mount it on a platform, and he will still win if Roe v. Wade is overturned.
Wheel it around on a dolly.
Okay? They could drag him around on a fucking dolly, and they won't even pretend that he's alive. It won't
One
be
hand up in the air like
they
Disney,
will say,
like Walt Disney.
They'll say,
vision for the country.
We are running the dead corpse of Joe Biden. And they will staple to his chest something that says, I will pass a federal law making abortion legal federally in the entire country. And that will win the election. Okay.
I saw a thing on, I didn't, maybe I saw it, maybe I listened to it, but they were talking, I think I listened to it, on the news about the Texas abortion ban. And they said something that startled me. They said, women are flooding out of the states to get their abortions. And I thought, what? Like, I'm just, I guess I'm not really paying attention, but flooding? Like, abortions are that common? There's no such thing as birth control?
I don't know. Yeah, but did they give you a number?
No, they didn't. That's why I was like, flooding?
Well, sure. But I mean, so obviously the news is biased, so obviously they're going to slant things in a direction. So
yeah, but when you say, what number does your head randomize when someone says flooding? You think like
tens of thousands.
I know
of
tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Which is, I mean, maybe they are. I don't know how many people get abortions, daily in a giant state like
evidently,
Texas.
it's like 10,000 a day in Texas are getting.
People need to use some condoms. People need to chill. Okay?
What is the population of Texas that 10,000 women a day need an abortion?
I mean, it's Isn't that the second or third most populous state?
Yeah, but
so it's a lot of people, millions and millions and millions of people.
There's such a thing called birth control.
That's true. That's true. There is. Kostraznego for 10 Canadian says, thank you for holding the line on enlightened centrism. It's a hard cross to bear. Thank you. Me and Adam, we do it.
It was.
We hold up this cross. We will hold up this cross. Whip us harder. Hit us more, but we will bear your sins of tribalism, your sins of political punditry. We, few good men, will bear this cross.
Academic Agent was very rude in the chat.
That's fine. Let him be. We are very rude to him, so it's.
I was doing my best. Okay. Man, I was doing.
We were pretty rude to him.
I was doing great. So. God, I was like, this has got to be triggering him so bad.
Oh, it was. He was very triggered. That's why he ran away to Twitter. He was very triggered.
I didn't even see the tweets. I think I have him muted now.
That's funny. Don't worry, I'll tweet him. I'll say, look, Academic Agent, we'll be happy to talk to you in person whenever you like. Okay.
Should I bring up those lying half of Milton Friedman quotes?
No.
Too much.
No. You should bring up that meme that someone did.
Someone did a meme? I'm all over it. I love
Tim Curry's
memes.
alive? I thought Tim Curry died.
Yeah, Tim Curry is not.
He's still alive. Wonderful.
Is he really?
I think he's in bad health situation now. He's in like a wheelchair or something.
Really?
Yes. He's paralyzed. He had a massive stroke in 2012. Oh, that's terrible.
Ouch.
That's sad. Now I'm sad.
Maybe a rumor went around that he died, and then people were like, "No, he's still alive." Because maybe we had one of those.
Maybe this is the Mandela effect. I think in my Bearstein universe, Tim Curry died.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I've switched over to the Bearstein universe, Tim Curry is still alive. Okay. I think that's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, I'm fucking grabbing the meme.
The car meme.
Stop riding me.
The car meme.
Yeah, the car meme.
That Okraz did, yeah.
I'm saving it right now.
It's a great second thought Hassan meme. Yes.
It looks awesome. Is there any more super chats?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Rodney Ironcock. Rodney Ironcock. $5 says, I can't be sure. Rodney Ironcock. I can't be sure, but I've heard the claim made that bourgeoisie was intended to be a dog whistle, or the bourgeoisie was intended to be a dog whistle for Jewish bankers and industrialists. I don't know. I don't know.
I used bourgeoisie for somebody.
Yes.
For this guy in the meme, actually.
That's right.
Since we're socialists, we can't own cars. I guess we're supposed to walk everywhere.
Oh, sorry.
That's
what
okay.
Did you say? Since we're socialists, we can't own cars. I guess we're supposed to walk everywhere.
I know.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, Okraz.
That's some great Photoshop.
Yes.
Excellent.
Or OC Kraz. I'm not sure exactly how to say the name.
Look at this. The chat's being mean to me.
Yeah, stop being mean to me. Guys, stop being mean to Adam. He just wants his nuggies, okay? He wants his warm cocoa and his nuggies.
I do have some panda waiting for me.
Oh, my God. I actually have Chinese food, too, so fuck off. It's not panda, but it is Chinese food. I got some nice bourbon chicken. The figure 13 for 8. Aussie says, it still boggles my mind how socialists can't claim the Democrats aren't left-wing when everything they do lines up with left-wing policy. I know, it's baffling.
The Democrats aren't left-wing. They're conservative, guys. You have two conservative parties here. Let me tell you how it works.
Geoff Shots for $10 says, there's actually a book from the 70s called The Jesus Factor that posits that all nuclear weapons are faked. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know about this.
Are fake?
Yes.
Oh.
Wow. The Jesus Factor.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is like this is like a fictional book, is a conspiracy theory thriller that based on the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The fictional premises is during the development of nuclear weapons, they will only detonate if stationary in a gravitational field, making their use as airdrop bombs impossible. There you go. There you go. The destruction was actually caused by an earthquake. That's silly. That's silly.
Nagasaki was taken out by an earthquake. I had no idea.
Yep, there you go.
That is pretty fascinating.
Rodney Ironcock for $5 says Vosh actually has sort of argued for slavery. He said it would be morally neutral to own slaves under slavery because if he didn't, someone else would. You're right. We watched that clip.
That's
I forgot about that. I forgot about that. We did. We watched that clip. I totally forgot about that. That was crazy.
Whatever you do, just don't straw man Bosch, okay?
Punish Chris for 1337 for elite amount of money. Says leftist, quote, it's okay to go against your principles if you are conforming to a power structure. Also leftist, why is no Dems getting anything I want done?
Oh, I guess you're right. That is a contradiction, isn't it?
That's true. That's funny.
Yeah. Suck it. They're going against their voters.
Yep. Zara Richards, I read that one. Brain for $5 says academic agent wasn't just crying about masculine women. He was crying about women who are clearly just athletes and the alpha class to his clear delta status.
Oh my God. Wow. Isn't delta
funny.
worse than beta?
It's below beta to be a delta. Oh my God. Are you an omega male? Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, hey, academic agent, cope, seethe, and dilate. There you go.
Wow. I guess the chat was mean to him too.
See, yeah.
Go get him, guys.
Chat was pretty mean to AA too. I think you were. I saw lots of people shitting all over AA.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
I know you weren't. Yep.
But that's good to hear. That makes me feel good.
Yep. Brain for $2 says athletic Chads want athletic Betties, no fatties. Yeah, I was gonna bring that up and I forgot. Like, I see tons of people who post pictures of their themselves on Instagram or Twitter or whatever, and it's like a buff-looking guy and a buff-looking girl, and they go to the gym together.
Yeah.
Like, is this like, are they not masculine because their girlfriend's like buff too?
You know, they got to get in a little competition. They're like, oh my God, someone's going to lure him away from me. Oh, someone's going to lure her away from me.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I see that all the time. Yeah. Yep.
Stay fit. Yeah.
Xander Dawson for $5 says, bro made a whole ass video because Bulwark posted abs on the timeline. I don't think it's the tomboy appreciators who are coping, man. True. Akilan Narayanaswamy for $5 says, muscular women are like fascism. I prefer it to the other extreme. There you go.
Oh my God.
That's funny. Lars Alfie for $5 says, there's nothing ironic about tomboy love here. I love my partner to take the lead and let me worry about one less thing. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. You want a woman in the bedroom who knows what she wants, okay? You don't want to play the fucking guessing game with a fucking bashful Betty. Okay, fuck that.
Bashful Betty? Is that a
bashful
Betty? Is that
Betty?
like a Reddit term or something? That's it.
It might well be. I just made it up right now.
That's good. Yeah, you don't want a bashful Betty.
No.
You want to
unless you break her.
You want a smashful Stacy. That's what you
There
want.
you go. There you go. No bashful Betty's, smashful Stacy's. I agree. I like that. Junebug for $5 says, wow, those abs are kind of hot. Also milkers. All right. I know, right? What's up?
Jeez.
What's up? I know. Stug for $2 says, imagine if Hisoka were in Kill la Kill. Oh, that's terrible.
Really?
Yeah, I don't want him in Kill la Kill wearing some like half naked outfit. Hisoka is the clown from Hunter x Hunter. I don't know if you got far enough to see this character. He was in like the 3rd or 2nd episode.
In Hunter x Hunter, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I didn't get there.
Yep.
Too much sand.
I don't like sand.
I'm super sensitive.
It's rough, coarse, and gets everywhere.
I'm super sensitive to color.
Yep.
If I don't like the colors in an anime, I'm not into it.
I see. John Smith. I read that. That was the Ignore Devs Attack on Titan stuff. X Hammer X13 Thor for $5 says Academic Agent is a pompous, bloated hater of anime because he's insecure about how more traditional gender roles anime project than the West. S class is the best class.
Yeah, that's my argument. And I felt like I was on firm ground there. I really did, but
that's true. That's true.
I did ask him on Twitter. I said, listen, where does harem anime fit in this? And I tagged him with some pictures of like a guy with like 5 girls.
Right.
And he was like, guys, they all look, that guy looks like one of the girls.
Whatever you do, do not draw a picture of Academic Agent Chan. Okay.
Oh my God.
Whatever you do, do not tag Academic Agent and draw a picture of Academic Agent Chan. Okay.
Yeah.
Do not do that. Whatever you do, do not do
Academic Agent Chan has to have like ripped abs. And then Academic Agent has to be like a fat, dumpy dude.
Academic Agent Chan is going to be a tomboy Amazonian warrior with gigantic tits, but like rippling six-pack abs.
Go.
Yes. Frothing at the mouth about the degeneracy of the West.
Oh my God. Can he have sock puppets for hands?
So I have this idea for a spin-off comic. I've actually written one of the scripts already.
Really? Oh my God, you're kidding me.
That is, it takes place in a universe where all YouTubers are like
Sitch
schoolgirls.
Our Chans.
Are schoolgirls going to a Japanese high school together.
I love it.
Yeah, and there you go. And we could have all the characters. Oh my God. Imagine how amazing it would be. It's like, oh, here comes fucking, Bible thumping Academic Agent Chan.
Oh my.
Comes in the room to complain about the degeneracy on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, that is like the perfect comic.
I love it.
We're going to do that.
Yeah. Lots of boobs, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's
going to be nothing but hot boobs.
Yes.
Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $2 says Tenga says Gurren Lagann is greater than Kill la Kill. Oh, no. Fake. Wrong. Untrue.
Gurren Lagann?
No. Gurren Lagann is not better.
Gurren Lagann?
No.
It sounds very homosexual.
First of all, well, hold on. Gurren Lagann has the best character of all anime, which is Kamina, but it is not superior than Kill la Kill. I disagree. Because they kill off the best character in all anime. And you can't do that. You're not allowed to do that.
Gurren Lagann.
Yeah. You would like it. You would like it, at least until Kamina dies, you would love it. It's hilarious. If you want to talk about like hilariously positive masculine role models, Kamina is like one of the best.
I've seen this. Yeah, the thing about doing this S-class covers, like I've seen every single anime character.
Seen all the anime girls. Pragmatic Culture for $5 says explaining natural law is a whole long ass philosophical discussion. It goes back well before liberalism, as I thought. May I come on and explain it?
No.
Maybe next time.
We do not want to know about natural law. We only subscribe to unnatural law.
True. Zero Richards for $5 says this man child made an anti-femboy video. Click, can I pay money to get on that stream? Oh, did he? I'll have to check that one out. Or maybe that's the video he never made yet. The anti-femboy trans anime pipeline thing.
He said he do a stream. I saw him complain in the chat about how he did do a stream, but you said you watched.
I know on Twitter
like
he said on Twitter you said.
Do you have a short?
Where is there a video I can reference? Right. He said there wasn't, so I'm assuming he didn't make the video. So. The moron pill for €5 says academic agent spent today playing S&M clips over techno music. Traditionalist credentials revoked. There you go.
Did he? He did that in the stream. He does like techno music. No, he does. He likes techno music.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Techno music is degenerate. I'm surprised he likes it.
I think he likes industrial music too.
He likes Sandstorm. Rodney Ironcock for $10 says, I was raised old school by a farming family that still has functioning wells for water. So trust me when I say that, quote, traditional gender roles and, quote, natural law are nothing like these soys describe. True. True.
Yeah. Women on the farm work, right?
Women on the farm work very hard.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They work very hard. That's why this whole thing is just so silly.
God, I know.
Overseer's Logs for $2 says, do women with guns scare academic agent? It's a good question.
Women can have guns?
Yeah, right. Wait a minute. Is Doomer in the chat? I saw someone at him. Doomer.
Doomer is in the chat, yeah.
Doomer. I don't know if you heard this, Doomer. I can't fucking believe you. I cannot believe that
Sitch can't take a joke. Sitch is
I cannot believe, Doomer. After I get you on EFAP by annoying Mahler, you turn around and you say that S-Class sucks. I can't believe. Look at the backstab here.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at this. Look, I'm never going to help Doomer again. No, Adam. We're never helping Doomer again. I banish him to the Shadow Realm. Banished forever. How dare he? You
got Doomer. Sitch has feelings kind of like a woman, so you can't you can't say Sitch sucks in the chat, okay?
After doing all this to get him to enact his dream,
yeah.
Okay. Doomer was like a little boy dying of cancer. He's
like, seen forever. Look, he's shoving it in your face.
He's like, Sitch, I'm a dying boy of cancer.
He's rubbing your face.
I need to make a wish foundation. Sitch, can you make a wish for me? And I was like, what do you want, little Doomer boy? And I'm stroking his little head, and I'm like, what do you want? What do you want for Sitch to do? And he's like, I want you. I would do anything. I'd be so happy if you could just get me on EFAP. And I'm like, I'll see what I can do. And I get him on EFAP. I go to him and I'm like, you put this fucking boy on.
Sitch is apparently my husband.
And then Doomer's like, oh, thank you, Sitch, for making my wish come true. Now, fuck you. And he turns around, he spits in my face. And I'm just standing like a fucking idiot. Like, wow, I helped this guy and he just spits in my fucking face.
That is true. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything about the EFAP.
Crazy. Jeez. We know Doomer Politics is a giant leftist because he's got no fucking loyalty. Zero in loyalty foundation right there.
Betrayal. Okay. Immediate
big
betrayal.
Big zero. Big goose egg, okay?
Yeah.
Terrible.
He'll get over it.
I'll never get over it. Never. You know what you said about how like injustice. You know how you said, Adam, you're like, Sitch, injustice sits with a man for decades. Injustice creates a man's entire backstory and rules a man's life for 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, this is that injustice, Adam, right now. This is Sitch's origin story.
This isn't. No. Sometimes women just need a good cry, and a few buckets later, it's like it never happened. I think that's one of these situations.
Wow. All right. Okay.
Oh my God. It's Doomer. So funny.
I appreciate you, Sitch. But Adam comes first. That's right. I know that when you're blowing Adam, he comes first. I know how it goes, Doomer. I know how it goes.
Why do you have to be such a degenerate? Okay.
You're the one that's calling me a woman. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I guess you're right. Okay.
Listen, Adam. If Doomer wants to blow you first, that's fine. I don't want sloppy seconds. Okay. I don't want that.
Maybe I took it too far, and now you're taking it way too far. Way too far.
If you ever take it too far, I'm gonna take it further. I don't know. I don't know.
CT says Sitch's villain arc starts here. Look at this.
It's true. It's true. God.
I'm
blocking
laughing.
Doomer.
I'm laughing so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Don't block him. Give him a wrench. What are you talking about? Doomer needs a wrench.
Oh, someone else made fan art.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see it till just now.
I better get it. Where?
Yeah, let me put it up.
How come they didn't at me? They didn't think I was going to last. Oh, look at
Lucky
that.
Danny. Luck Danny made this. So I'll talk about it when you put it up.
I love this image.
Yeah, it's great.
It reminds me of America.
Stug for $5 says, quote, I don't have sex with women because they have sex with men and that's gay as fuck. There you go.
What?
There you go. That's apparently from the Pornhub comment section.
Really?
There you go. The Butter Anvil for $2. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, Butter Anvil team goes down on the ladies. There you go.
Really? Good for
there
you.
Go.
Yeah.
Butter Anvil. Good for you.
Women like that. Just so
they do. They do. Oh, you did tag me. I just didn't see it. Oh, because it was while I was streaming. That's why. Luck Danny. I did this picture. Says, as a person who salutes the great flag of the USA, I present to you saluting PSA Sitch. That's right. There you go. There's your saluting PSA Sitch.
I do like
that's
it.
me. Every time American flag donates to the stream, that's what's going. That's what's happening. You might not see it. That's what's happening. That was terrible.
I don't even know what American song that was, but it was an American. That's an American song, right?
There you go.
That's the Star Spangled Banner.
That is not the Star Spangled.
Close enough.
I forget. Because I used that in a video. I actually had to find the name of that song.
Do 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 do. I should learn that on the harmonica, huh?
You should. You should.
Close. Look, I'm
on the
genius.
chat says, why are so many women gay? That's right. So many women have sex with men, and that's just gay. So many women are gay.
Yeah.
Diogenes for $5 says, academic agent for that old Roman standard. You can fuck whatever you want, another man, a goat, a tree, but you must be on top. A God commands it.
What? Really?
There you go.
That's all it takes?
That's all it takes.
Yeah. Wow.
Like there's like this weird idea. I forget what country it is. They have like a bunch of like lady boys who are basically, I don't even think they're trans. I don't know if they're like guys dressed in drag or if they're actually trans women with dicks. But they have a bunch of like lady boys. And they're like, oh, if a lady boy sucks your dick, that's not gay. But if you suck their dick, that's gay. And I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
Yeah.
Stars and Stripes Forever. That's the name of the song. Thank you.
That's really pushing it, I think.
That's pushing it.
Yes.
Brain for $2 says, nobody here even has a chance with that athlete. That is true. That is true.
That athlete woman?
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's probably true. Bjorn Kazark for $5 says, most women don't want a sub man in their life, so they don't want one in bed. Your partner's impression of you isn't compartmentalized to the bedroom. I mean, that's true. It's not compartmentalized to the bedroom. But I'm just saying, I've known lots of people who have I've known people that have very similar behaviors in the bedroom. And I know people have like wildly different behaviors in the bedroom, wildly different personalities in the bedroom. So
then they do.
I don't know. Than they do when you normally meet them. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And I know this because I always probe everyone I know's sex life to make them feel as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, that's weird.
I know. It's funny though.
Even just friends, or these like potential you're going to get in that bedroom?
I don't talk to strangers about their sex life. Okay.
Well, I thought it might be women that you were dating. You were like, what do you like in the bedroom in case we ever hook up?
Well, there you go. Of course, you gotta ask. What if you find out they're into some weird shit? And you're like, I gotta get out of here.
Beef patty TikTok, is that the beef? Is that the lady?
That was the lady. Yes.
Okay. Dev sent me the link.
Yes.
Because I'm convinced she's just a plastic mannequin.
No. How dare you?
Why? That picture looks
it doesn't.
3D to me.
Abdi, well, of course it's 3D because it's a person that exists in reality. So it's a 3D picture. I don't know what you're saying. The person is 3D. Abdi Muhammad for 55 sexy sexes. Women in the kitchen and femboys to secretaries to be pegged. Femboy, bussy can both work and get no cuddled. Femboys for all, bussy for all. There you go. There you go. Pjorn Kazark for $5 says there's a difference between someone remaining in a hateful marriage and someone remaining in a flawed marriage. No need for false dilemmas here. I mean, there's a difference. I don't know what I don't know what a flawed marriage is. I don't know what you mean by that, but
I feel lucky that I'm like in a good marriage, and I feel sorry for a lot of my friends who are in fucking terrible marriages. And well, and I feel sorry for people who are. I mean, I have friends that are in like just so marriages, and that's kind of painful. Yeah. I don't know. They say, millions have lived without love, but no one's lived without water. So that kind of makes you think.
No, it doesn't.
Maybe
what the fuck does that even mean?
Well, it just puts things into perspective.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Love is a luxury, Sitch. Not everyone gets it.
Okay.
You should.
I guess that's.
Super,
I
you should be super fucking thankful. You should be thanking your lucky stars.
If you find someone that you have a good relationship with, that's very true. That's very true.
Isn't Academic Agent married? I believe he is.
I believe he is.
Yeah. So that's why I just don't understand. Like I just thank my lucky stars. I'm in a fucking happy relationship. So many people suffer in terrible, horrible relationships that I feel like, yeah, you should. Like,
Doomer has now sent us the meme of what's his face? The I don't want this, I want this meme. He's got Sitch. He doesn't want Sitch, but he wants Adam lasering him in the junk.
Isn't this a lot of Academic Agent kind of like judging people for their relationship?
See, Doomer, A-Team doesn't even care about you. He I say what you did, and he just fucking ignores you. He just straight up fucking doesn't even care.
I was ignoring you. I wasn't ignoring Doomer.
Exactly. He doesn't give a shit about you, Doomer.
I'm actually looking.
It's okay.
I'm trying to find the picture. You don't think this girl is cute? This TikTok girl?
Not really.
Oh, really?
No.
I mean, she's definitely very feminine.
I thought she looked cute from that angle. Then I was like,
Huh.
But, to each their own, right?
She's got a cute face. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Namu Zed for 10 Canadian says, kinks are better as just fantasy. Ex-girlfriend dragged me to a dungeon, and the highlight was chatting with the French-Canadian owner and assless chaps about a store that stole his paddle design. That's funny.
Wow.
That's funny. William Kurt for $10 says, Sitch, your notion of progress just assumes that the advent of certain behaviors is inherently good. Humans eat way more sugar now in the past. That doesn't make it good because we've progressed. I agree. I've literally never made that argument, ever. I don't even know how you could think I made that argument. I agree completely. Hey, Mahler. Mahler's in the chat.
Yeah, what's up, nerds?
What's up, Mahler?
What up?
Yeah, what's up, nerd? Mahler, I want you to retroactively kick Doomer from AFAP. Can you do that for me, please?
So rude.
Can you do that for me, Mahler? I pester Mahler. I pester you, Mahler, to get Doomer on, and then Doomer stabs me in the back and spits in my eye.
Doomer was a great guest.
No.
Mahler was super thankful to have him on.
No. Mahler, kick him off EFAP retroactively, okay? Delete the VOD forever. Actually just you know what? You can keep the VOD up, but just cut out whenever Doomer talks. Just add an annoying screeching bird sound effect. Okay.
You got to understand that. You got to understand that Sitch is super chapped when we have a representative from A-Team on the PFAP show.
There you go. Mahler says, "Quote A-Team, bro. I don't like labels. Doomer exposed." That's a good point. That's a good point. Look at that. Mahler comes in and just fucking shoots Doomer in the face. Classic Mahler.
What are we, some kind of suicide squad?
Thank you. See, Mahler says he's doing it. He's hacking the mainframe right now. Thank you, Mahler.
Yes, so we'll do it right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The Moron Pill for €5 says, Academic Agent, please defend S&M Techno on Academic Agent Radio. Oh, there you go. Interesting.
He had a radio show going during the stream?
I don't know. Apparently so.
I thought he said
I think he
his
had
mic
like a
didn't
different
work, so he can't come
I think
on.
he has like no. I think it's like a different channel or something where he puts up music or something. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fascinating.
Whenever Doomer talks, just add a squeaking clown horn instead. Yes. Yes. I like that. Sitch, how far are you into Konosuba? I finished it. It's great. Can't wait for the next season. Tom Harvey for $5 says, societal prescriptions don't need to be enforced by law. People can make their own choices, but they make better choices when they're informed. I agree with that. True. The expert layman for $5 says, Adam, stop trying to manufacture drama. That's Aydin's job. Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Swipe at Aydin.
Why can't why can't we both do it? I like drama. Was I trying to manufacture drama? I mean, I'm legit disappointed in Academic Agent. I mean, I don't get it. I just don't get it. So weird. Bossing people around on YouTube. Come on. That's like, it's weird, right, Sitch?
Yes.
People want to be bossed around on YouTube. I feel like it's kind of a don't boss me around zone.
Yes. True.
Yeah.
Hexadecimal says, also, Sitch, now the anger you feel is what I felt when you took my J card away. Okay, look.
What'd you do?
Okay, look.
How'd you take
I don't remember why, but I took
Mm-hmm.
Hexadecimal's Jew card away. I don't remember what he did or said that happened. I just remember that I did it. So
that's impossible. If he's Jewish, he's Jewish. You can't.
No, but I think his father is Jewish. I don't think his mother's Jewish or something. I think that's why I took it away.
Oh, well, then he's not Jewish.
Yes. Look, Hex. Listen, Hex. I will give you back your J card, okay, on a temporary basis. Okay. So I'm going to give you back your J card on a temporary basis.
You didn't take it. His dad stole it when he had sex with that non-Jewish woman.
PSA Sitch, arbiter of who is a Jew, took his J card away. Okay. And I'm giving it back on a temporary basis that you use the power responsibly. I'm going to be monitoring you, Hex. I'm going to be looking at you at the secret meetings. And if you're acting the fool, I'm going to take your card away again. Okay?
I don't think you can do that. I think it's like...
I can do that. I have been authorized by the lords of the simulation to do this.
I've heard Jewishness is passed down through the mother.
Look at this, Hex. I'm giving you back your J card, and Adam is fighting me. He's like, dude, don't do it. Don't do it, Sitch.
Well, I don't know that it's within your power. I think it's already...
Adam, you as a filthy goy have no ability in this, no word in this conversation. Okay,
I'm not making the rules up. I'm just saying from what I've heard.
Listen to the goyim over here. Okay, look, Hex. You use this power responsibly. All right.
You have to talk to the Jewish council, Sitch, to actually rewrite Jewish law. Yeah. I'm not making the law up.
I'm giving you your card back on a temporary basis. Okay?
Is it really? Tell me, am I wrong about it coming down through the mother? And
it is generally, it goes down.
Generally, or I mean,
people can convert to Judaism. So, I mean, you can have no parents that are Jewish. You can be Jewish, right? So.
Is that really a thing?
Of course. What do you mean? Of course, it's a thing.
Oh.
So there you go.
You look down on him, don't you?
I mean, a little bit.
Let's be honest.
But,
let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Look, listen.
When the converts come in, all the Jews kind of like roll their eyes and
roll their
each
eyes
other
like, okay. Like these fakers. But, it's okay. Like, everyone wants to be a hipster, okay?
All right. Now
I was
that the
Jewish
meeting's
before
officially
it was
adjourned,
cool.
let's let the converts in.
Yes. William Kurt for... Did I read this one already? No, I didn't. William Kurt for $10 says, Sitch, a fascist or a communist could say that liberalism is an old and outdated traditional model. That's true. And communism and fascism is progress. You can't appeal to progress as an abstraction. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Did I appeal to progress this way in the conversation at all?
Did we do an appeal to progress?
I don't think I did. I don't remember this at all.
Because a lot of the shit that progressives are doing right now, I don't see as progress. I completely disagree with the fact that it's progress. Yeah.
Someone in the chat says the J card is real. I used it to get free access to Auschwitz.
Oh, ouch! Do not.
Oofa.
That's
Oofa.
Yeah.
Pretty funny though. Stug for $2 says I like my women with 4.5 abs. That's right. 6 abs is too many, but 4.5, that's the right amount.
I don't know. That's weird. Like there's an ab in the middle or something.
Yeah, it's a little bottom ab, you know.
That's a fupa. That's not an ab. I got news for you.
Okay,
They
Judgy.
come in 6s.
Yes. X Hammer X13 Thor for $5 says academic agent doesn't understand anime jokes. True. Get wrecked, academic agent, from a former subscriber. S class is the best class.
Wow. That's awesome. Yeah. Former subscriber. I'm officially a former subscriber to Academic Agent.
William says you were leaning pretty heavily on progress as a thing in itself. I mean, progress is, I don't like, it's an idea. Things change, right? Generally, that's what, I mean, I guess I'll agree that progress has a positive connotation to it.
Yeah.
And it'd be better to just talk about things changing. I mean, I think things are generally changed for the better if we look at the past, for the most part. Sure.
If it's difficult because people want to argue with you over what your definition of progress is.
Of course.
But if you look at things like infant mortality rate, I feel like, can we at least agree? Can we at least agree on infant mortality rate being
sure.
some metric that we could look at?
Yep. And I see you in the chat, William. What did you mean when you said hermetic sexual occultism? Because I didn't know what you were referencing there. Lawson Harrison for $5 says GADSAT has done studies that highlight quite nicely how biology influences gender. Yeah, those are very interesting and good to look at.
So has
that's why I like
Sachs.
GADSAT a lot. Yeah, for that.
Leonard Sachs wrote a book called Why Gender Matters. We talk about all the time on the show. I've interviewed Leonard Sachs. The interview's on my Think Club channel. I feel like, I mean, we're kind of in the department where, biological sex has an influence on gender. That's not really what we're having a conversation about, though, right?
Through the Wormhole for 499 says, imagine thinking Japan isn't one of the most conservative advanced societies in the world, and anime isn't in fact conservative degeneracy. Well, it's funny because Japan is very socially conservative on some levels, but they're also like super degenerate on other levels too. It's like very bizarre because they're kind of like all over the place.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, they have all the problems with the birth rate right now too. The birth rate's super low. So it's interesting because
their
they have very
one-child policy was just a fucking disaster. That's why the
China.
birth rate is so. Oh, Japan. Yeah.
Talking about Japan. Yeah, Japan's very socially conservative in a lot of ways, but also not socially conservative in other ways.
Right.
So yeah, they don't fit into a neat box, but
Japan is having
interesting.
birth rate issues as well.
They're having a lot. They're having issues
What's
with birth
the
rates. They're
issue
having issues with people not dating and just being in fucking relationships with each other.
Not getting down. Not realizing that dating is supposed to lead to sexual intercourse.
Yeah. maybe that's it. Jab Slant for $2 says, what y'all's favorite long man video? And A team is gay team. Oh, that's easy. My favorite long man video is the one that I'm on. Those are my favorite ones.
Well, my favorite video is the one that I'm on, that Sitch leaves early and I stay and hang out with everyone. And everyone
favorite
talks
one
about how cool I am compared to Sitch because Sitch had to go home and simp.
My favorite long man video is the one I argued about the prequels being stupid for like 8 hours. That's my favorite one.
I don't know, because
that's my favorite one.
I think other people had their way with you on that one.
What are you talking about?
Well,
Me and Glib destroyed in that conversation.
You kind of. I thought you lost that debate.
What are you talking? Did you listen to this? Oh my god, we fucking annihilated.
Well, you changed your position though.
No, I didn't. Oh no,
okay.
I changed later. I changed my position. The position we were not debating whether the sequels were better or worse than the prequels. We were debating whether the prequels are bad or not.
Oh, okay.
So
they are bad. That's objectively true.
I
should have known. Sitch is not going to get in a debate.
You think I was going to get
a question that he can't win?
You think I'm going to get an 8-hour debate about whether the sequels are better or worse than the prequels?
That's
a dumb conversation.
Yeah,
it's a stupid conversation.
But yes,
which
the prequels,
dog shit sandwich tastes slightly better?
Right.
Well, let me taste this shit sandwich.
It is much easier to argue that it just is dog shit.
Yes, that is a dog shit sandwich.
I don't know, but Mahler has a bunch of really good videos. His video on the Snyder Cut is really amazing. His takedown of Black Widow is fucking epic. Yeah.
Yeah, Mahler's non-stream videos are great. That is true.
Yeah.
They are fantastic and hilarious. William Kurt says, hermetic as in arcane and obscure by design, occultism in the sense of being pseudo-religious, hence arguing against something like pornography can be like arguing against a type of religious worldview. Oh, I understand. Yeah, I can understand that. I understand that.
What is it? What did all that mean?
He's saying that like people are so into porn, it's like it's become its own like religious cult almost. Like the idea of what porn is in modern society.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to like the Avian like awards or whatever, I've never been, but it seems like the type of person that would go to something like that. I think that's just a little much. I don't know.
Adam says having been there. So
no, I haven't been, but didn't I think Glink did a video where he went, and I was like. I was like, okay.
That's true. He did go.
So my whole understanding of them is from that Glink video. And I was watching that Glink video and I thought, that is kind of a strange subculture, but okay. Would you do something like that? Do you think you would go to
Fuck no.
Yeah, exactly. Me neither. I would like if Glink said, hey, Adam, I want you to go to this, you'd be my cameraman. I'd be like, get another cameraman. I'd be like, no, thank you.
Well, I mean, he's been doing it for like a video, doing it for content.
Doing it you want to do it. There we go. So Sitch would go if he had an excuse.
Would I do it
he
for
could
content?
Be the cameraman.
If I'm gonna make a video with Glink or someone, of course I would go. That'd be fun. But I wouldn't go to like go. But, I mean, I don't care if people do that. Whatever. I think it's just weird. I thought you were doing the whole I don't want to belong to any club that would accept me as one of its members thing. But
you thought that's what I was saying?
I thought that's what you're doing.
I would feel uncomfortable going to something like that.
I see.
I'm assuming you would feel uncomfortable too, and that's why you're saying you wouldn't go.
I wouldn't feel uncomfortable unless I had a context for being there.
Right. Like your girlfriend was a porn star or something. And
well, no,
that
would be a whole nother.
You got to
level.
come to Sitch, please.
Jesus.
If you don't come,
if I don't come,
I might have to have sex with everyone there.
There you go. Nobody clipped Adam saying, please Sitch, if you don't come, I might have to have sex with everyone there. Nobody clipped that. Okay.
Why do you do that? We're talking about
Astolfo SMG in the chat right now. Whatever you do not make a video.
Oh my God.
Do not make a video with Adam begging me to come, please. Whatever you do.
Astolfo is so S-class. He's so up your ass S-class.
Whatever you do, don't clip that.
Well, I'll make sure not to play.
Karis Mole for $5 says the series you're thinking about is Can Cole. Oh my God, there's like a million of them. Apade Aslane. Oh, I think it was Aslane. That's someone that looks familiar to me. Girls Frontline Strike Witches and Henkei Shoujo. Apparently, there's a bunch of these fucking things about like anime girls being military vehicles. Andrew Clark for Joy says it's the Kantai collection, Battleship Girls. Maybe.
Battleship Girls sounds.
Maybe.
That's not traditional gender roles.
That is not traditional gender roles, no.
Watch out.
Ginger Miss Prime for $8 says it's really hard to study the effects of porn on men because so many watch it. It's impossible to get a control.
I know. I saw that.
Love you guys. That's funny.
They can't get a control group because there's they can't find one guy who does it. They're like, oh shit.
Get Academic Agent and his crew of men. I'm sure they claim to not watch porn.
Wouldn't it be fascinating if they tried to do that and Academic Agent was like, well, actually,
let me turn off my BBC cuck porn that I was watching.
Oh my god.
Listen, this is a comedy
show. Do you
show.
think Academic Agent is into cuck porn? You think that's his thing?
No, I'm just joking. I would
Maybe. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to be honest.
You know, see, if cuck porn became normalized, okay.
Oh my god. Yeah,
then I would agree with Academic Agent. Then I'm like, I think we do have some societal
something is happening here.
Something is happening here. Yeah. Okay. Then I'd be like, he might be onto something.
Strange one-offs, or you can pretty much dismiss them as just some sort of mental issue.
Right. Adherent of Lady Columbia for $5 says, funny, Academic Agent went up against Dank since him and Louis Levon had an entire debate on if lolly should be legal. Really?
What is
Academic
that?
Agent and Louis Levon had a debate on whether lolly should be legal. I'm assuming Academic Agent took the position that it shouldn't be. I'm imagining
Did they debate each other or debate as partners?
I assume they debated each other.
What is this thing that they're talking about? Just so I can visualize it in my head, or should I not visualize
what is
it?
What thing? Lolly?
Yeah.
Lolly is underage girl like cartoon porn.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't
like Lolita.
I don't want to visualize it.
I know.
Yeah.
A very poor choice of words.
I am all in favor of making that illegal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know actually about that. I don't think you should make cartoon porn illegal. I don't think any drawing should be illegal. I think people can draw whatever the fuck they want.
Even if it's underage though? I mean,
it's a drawing.
Oh, that's you gotta
I think that's the slippery slope to like blasphemy laws. You can't draw Allah, you know. I don't
think so.
I think people can draw whatever the fuck they want. It's a cartoon.
I don't care. Nah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't be done.
Dank was anti-lolly. Really interesting.
Yeah, I'm with Dank.
Oh no, Lewis and Dank debated it. Really, I'm shocked. I would have thought Dank would have.
Academic Agent was pro.
No. Lewis, I guess, was pro, and Dank was anti, which was surprising.
But didn't they say Academic Agent was involved in this? I thought they did.
No, they were saying it's funny that AA went up against Dank when Dank had the position of being against lolly. So interesting. Sam Barnes for $4.99 says $4.99 for you. Thank you, Sam. Don't spend it all in one place. We won't. And don't spend your 5 free units of free will all in one place either, Sam. Gerbil Assassin for $1. Thank you very much, Gerbil Assassin.
Gerbil Assassin? Is that is he a gerbil that assassinates people, or is he a person that assassinates?
He's an assassin who's a gerbil. Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Fascinating.
Gerbil Assassin for another $5 says it seems that more and more is expected from men, and less is expected from men. It seems that more and more is expected from men, and less is expected from men, and that does feel very demoralizing. Demoralizing and confusing. Sure.
Yeah.
Wolfsbane for $4.99 says porn addiction is a definite problem in my life I'm working on. Being exposed to it at an early age, around 14, even when I'm not horny, I can't stop. Yeah, that's definitely an issue that people deal with. True.
Yeah, how do you fight that?
I don't know.
I mean, it's as bad as cigarettes. I mean, cigarettes is the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
any
sure
addiction
it is a
is
literal
bad.
biological addiction. Yeah.
If you have an addiction, that's bad. Addiction is just bad. Totally bad. Yeah.
Gabbles for 20 knock says Club Penguin is real life. academic agent, beautiful and stunning.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Cloud Penguin is real life. That's true. That's true. Pastafarian Priest for $4.99 says, I just retook the Moral Foundation test and I got 3% on Sanctity Degradation. I feel like this AA video isn't for me. LOL.
That's very low.
I feel like you're probably correct. If it's that low, that academic agent video was not for you. Lemon Drop for $5. Lemon Drop for $10 says, well, I'm still A team for purposes of the stream. That's interesting. I don't know what that means. Doomer's position on voting is a lot better than Adam's. Ooh. Voters who don't understand reality will vote for whoever can sell them the best narrative. They could be a simple test to vote based on statistical questions and not on information that can be biased. However, this test should be available to anyone who wants to take it, including 12-year-olds, if they can show they understand what they're voting for.
Is academic agent making the test on what reality is, or
No.
is second thought making the test? I'm curious, just because it's like, I just feel like very few people actually can see reality.
You can make the test, Adam. You'll be the test maker. Okay.
Oh, great. Great. I can't wait to see the chat when I make the test. That's not true. What are you talking about?
Lord, this is interesting. Lord Cullivar's Butter Mpreg.
Is that
For
Cullivar?
I don't know. No, it's not. It's not Cullivar. It's Lord Cullivar's Butter Mpreg. Okay. Says, I was watching some good Jeff Bezos ASMR, but then I had a sudden urge to learn more about the 2008 housing market crash. Otherwise, I might have to leave S class. That's funny.
Yeah.
I actually just sent someone Jeff Bezos ASMR. That's a joke.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Sounds great.
I didn't either. We were talking about something and it just randomly came up and I said, is this a thing? I typed in Amazon ASMR, but I didn't get that type of Amazon. I got a lot of the other type of Amazon.
Amazon women?
Yes.
Doing ASMR?
Yes.
Wow.
Which, as academic agent will say, is obviously degenerate.
Yeah.
The official S class for $2 says, I might be dumb. I might have bad takes on the critically acclaimed movie Rubber. That's right. This is the official S class here. Okay. I might not be able to open my Soylent bottle without my mom's help.
Sometimes she helps me with the soy milk.
And I might not have great political takes. There you go. I've never had Soylent, though I am somewhat curious as to what it tastes like.
Soy milk?
Soylent.
I've never had Soylent either. Yeah. That's
Soylent
like
is
a different product, right?
Soylent is the it's like this meal replacement shake that's made from mostly soy. And it has like this weird cult following of people who swear by it.
But I have had soy milk and it's delicious.
Well, of course I've had soy milk, yeah. Soy is not really good for you. You shouldn't really be consuming it in mass quantities anyway. So
well, I only drink it 3 times a day.
There you go. You gotta switch to oat milk, buddy.
Oat milk.
I think you want hemp milk, considering, but
maybe. No, I don't drink a lot. Occasionally I'll have soy milk, but I told you
occasionally 3 times a day you drink soy milk.
I drink half and half 3 times a day, but you were the one saying half and half has got
chemicals in it,
which it doesn't. I went and read the label right afterwards, and it says organic milk and organic cream. That's
I'm sure you can buy organic half and half.
Yeah,
it's just that. But I'm thinking like when you go to like the restaurant and they have the little creamers on the table, and you look at the ingredients, there's a bunch of garbage in there.
Yeah. Well, don't get the non-dairy creamer, okay?
Sure.
It's garbage.
That's true. So maybe I was thinking of that instead of having that.
Get the organic half and half. You'll love it. Right. It's so delicious.
Unless, of course, you're lactose intolerant like me, which you don't drink the half and half, because then you'll shit yourself.
Right. Oh, that sucks.
The Butter Anvil for $3 says, oh, look, I did a Streamlabs. I'm less than a week from leaving this hellscape. And so I'll be back where I belong with the snow and the trees and my guns and my expensive ass PC. I'm nearing the end of my giant video, but my laptop can play.
Sweet.
For another 369, they continue saying the last 3 Assassin's Creed games. Luckily, my new PC will be able to, and I can finish strong. I'm truly proud of what I'm making, and even if it bombs, I'll be proud of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Butter was working on a video or something, so keep on keeping on. And that's a good attitude to have.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time on Social Justice Detective, and it didn't really do like hefty numbers, but I fucking love that thing.
Yep.
Like it's a journey. It really is.
It's a journey. Never give up, never surrender. To infinity and beyond. CMC Advanced for $5 says, don't listen to these crazy people. S-Class isn't the best class. It's obviously best class. There you go. S-Class isn't just best class. It's obviously best class. S-Class is Chuck Norris walking into a room and roundhouse kicking bread tubers square in the balls. A-Team is spending an hour huffing Vosh's blood farts.
Oh my God. You had to go there.
Woof. I mean, that's objectively true, but woof.
Roundhouse kicks are pretty badass. You got to teach me how to do those. I'm sick of huffing Vosh's blood farts.
You know, that's actually funny. I remember in Aikido, we were like trying different kicks at one point, and there was some kick that I could do like instantly perfectly.
What is a blood fart? Just so I know.
Oh, you don't want to know?
Yeah. Roundhouse kicks. Go ahead.
And it was weird because everyone was like, Sitch, why can you do this kick perfectly from offset? And I'm like, I don't know. I could just do this perfect kick. It was like it was like a front round donkey kick. I have some weird name for it. And I never understood it. And then years later, I found out from like my foot doctor that the reason I could do that kick perfectly is because my leg, like goes into my right foot at like a weird angle. So it's actually like goes in a twisted, crooked angle.
Whoa.
Like the leg bone doesn't go straight into the foot bone normally. And it doesn't like affect me. I've never noticed it. I walk totally fine. But that weird like curvature of my leg allowed me to do the perfect roundhouse kick. So there you go.
Wow. Now bread tubers are eating your shoe leather.
That's right. Sitch, born the roundhouse kick, the front donkey roundhouse kick, bread tubers in the nuts.
I would step in dog shit before I roundhouse kicked them just to give them a little
taste, that's a good idea. Just to give them
smell.
Yeah, that's a good
extra
idea.
Flavor of the kick.
Yeah.
Here
that's
you go.
Right. I like that. That's
enjoy this.
Utter nonsense for 420 pushes back saying S-Class sings flat and sharp at the same time during court-mandated choir practice and doesn't raise the debt ceiling when the check comes. A-Team does pro bono legal work to defend Corn Pop, who is a good dude. That's right. Thank you, Corn Pop. Dr. Diddler for $1 says, I'll post what I have for timestamps after the stream, but it keeps buffering on me, so I'll have to finish doing that after the stream is over. Oh, that wasn't happening for everyone.
I did see some F's in the chat, but I didn't know what they were for.
Did the stream die?
Oh, this was a long time ago.
Oh, maybe the stream died for a second.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for another $3 says, Rags and Mahler calculated Amazing Atheist Patreon in response to him posting a video titled The Wealthy Elite Laugh at You Daily. Yeah. They determined that he makes a minimum of about $330,000 a year, putting him at the top 5% of earners in the U.S.
Wow, that's some serious cash.
That is some serious cash.
I saw Destiny shared that video, a screenshot of that video with his Patreon. So Destiny was like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, the hypocrisy just bugs people.
It is funny, all these leftist socialists hide their Patreons. It's a good point. It's a good point. Utter nonsense for $1 says, fellas, is it gay to eat women out? We're gonna have to ask. Remember, we have to add that to the list. That's gonna be a question we ask academic agent. Is it gay for men to eat out women?
Now, if
is it submissive?
If women eat out other women, now that there's
that's
an argument.
Gay.
There's an argument to be made.
That's by definition gay. But is it degenerate for men to go down on women? I'm curious to hear the answer to that question.
Well, those are two different things, though. Whether or not it's gay or degenerate.
Sure.
I'm sure academic agent, there's a whole host of things that you wouldn't describe as gay that he would call degenerate.
Sure. Coomer Philosophy for $3 says, high-speed internet pornography will be the smoking of Generation Z. I think when you start out young with ultra high-speed internet, you will know what I'm talking about. I was exposed when I was 9, and I was born in the 2000s. Stay away from that poison.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's interesting. I mean, back in my day when we looked up at porn, you had to like click on 10 pictures because it took 5 minutes per picture to load. And the picture of porn would like load in one line of bits at a time. And it was fucking awful. So I don't have that experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in a porn-free environment when I was 9 years old, which...
there you go.
You really can't... I mean, you really can't... How do you quantify that? Maybe we are completely fucking people up.
Maybe.
I don't know. But academic agents video didn't...
It wasn't really about porn.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was about gender roles. Yeah.
I mean, if we were...
You went off on a whole rant about porn. I don't remember why, but...
If we were talking about how porn is destroying young minds, I mean, we're probably in agreement.
Maybe.
I would love to see him pull out some stats and not some crusty old dude from 100 years ago.
I've got a book for you. It's called the Bible, Adam.
Does the Bible talk about porn?
Did you ever see the Bill Nye debate with, I think it was Kent Hovind, about like creationism?
No.
And like I think it was Kent Hovind. And Kent Hovind's response to every claim, like whenever Bill Nye would make a science claim, he'd be like, Bill, I've got a book for you. And he'd hold up the Bible.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, this is the only source I need, Bill.
I think it's Ken Ham, though. I don't think it's Ken
Oh, you're right.
Hovind.
It was Ken Ham. Yeah, you're right. It was Ken
I
Hovind.
remember a smug face with the Bible there going, right here. This is the only book I need.
I've got a book for you.
Yeah. Academic agent, I think, was an atheist, though.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he's a believer.
Interdurest. I don't know. When I was listening to his stream, I don't know. Wait, I don't think he can't be. No one who's atheist talks about satanic demonic forces. Okay. Like, come on.
Maybe he switched it up. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, he changed. He was an enlightened centrist, and now
maybe he progressed. Maybe he's found the Lord.
We call this regression.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
He's a regressive right.
CT says, Adam, when me and Sitch come to visit next time, will you take us fly fishing? We'll hate it in like 15 minutes and it'll be a short trip. Please.
No.
That is pretty accurate.
Fishing, yeah.
That is pretty accurate.
Trying to think what I would take you guys to do, though.
We got to go to
I'd drop you off at like the park and say,
the trampoline park. I have to go to the trampoline park.
Sure. I'd say,
and
go
fight.
have fun.
They have like
guys.
a gladiator pit. No. We have to fight. Whoever wins that will determine whether S class or A team is the true victor. Okay.
When's your flight home? I'll pick you up when you're.
I'll drive you to the airport on the way out. There you go.
Oh my god.
There you
That's
go.
So hilarious.
We're staying at your house. I don't know what you're talking about. We're crashing your house.
Yeah.
We're gonna sleep in your bed. We're gonna cuddle up next to you and your wife.
Maybe. I don't know.
Have a big sleepover
see.
party.
We
It'll
can
be
talk
fun.
about it.
Be fun.
We can discuss it. I did the first time you came out. I did talk to my wife about letting you stay here, and we were both like, "Let's meet him first. Let's make sure he's not crazy."
That's fair. That's fair.
But I think now, if you wanted to come out, of course you could stay here. Yeah.
I don't want to stay at your fucking house. Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want you to, but you could stay here.
Okay.
We have a tent. We set you up in the tent in the backyard.
I'm only staying at your house if I can sleep in your bed with you and your wife.
Actually, you know what? I'll just pull the spare car out and we'll pull the car up in the backyard. And
I want to be
in the car.
I want to be the big spoon. Okay, you can be the medium spoon. And your wife can be the small spoon.
Why you gotta make it weird? You gotta. Now I agree with academic agent. It's fine. What is up with this degeneracy? I said you could sleep in the car in the backyard, and you're like, I want to be the spoon. No,
I want to be the big spoon. Okay.
No.
Listen, I'm the big spoon. Okay, you can be the
No.
medium spoon.
No.
Look, I respect your marriage. You can be the medium spoon, and your wife can be the little spoon. Okay?
Invitation revoked. Revoked.
Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy.
Invitation.
Just talk about
revoked.
spooning, and suddenly he's all
set you up.
uppity.
We'll set you up at the Holiday Inn down
Suddenly
the street
he's-
where the shooting was.
Okay. Wow. Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. I think I actually stayed at that Holiday Inn. CT for another $1 says, I'll be serious for a second. Adam, what you're describing as a decent woman comes down to loyalty. There's something men and women struggle to find when dating. Finding friends that are loyal is rare because most people just aren't. People suck. LOL.
Yeah, no. I completely agree. Yeah, I completely. Yeah, and I wonder, I mean, that's a situation that, I mean, listen, I've had plenty of friends that have just been fuckers, that have been completely psychopaths, steal from you, lie to you, cheat you in any possible way. I've encountered those people, but thankfully there were small in number. Now I wonder, just like maybe you're encountering those people more often, more regularly. Maybe that's the norm, and the honest, trustworthy individual, especially, I mean, in a situation where you're on YouTube. I think people on YouTube fuck you over more than they don't. I think the rarity is the people who just
I mean, that hasn't been
honest
my
and-
experience, but I don't have like,
Yeah.
I mean, you're the only person I have any sort of like financial relationship with on YouTube.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know,
totally.
like, I don't know who else would fuck me over potentially. But.
Yes, we haven't been in that. I haven't had a financial situation with other people.
Or
that's
do you
for
just
sure.
mean like, you know, you're nice to someone and they stab you in the back like Doomer Politics? Because then I'd agree with you.
Well, I think Doomer Politics is joking, but yes, in that kind of situation where it's the same thing. but if
I guess
they're
you're right, Adam.
serious,
I was
yeah.
gonna try to argue with you, but I think you're right. I think Doomer has blackpilled me on this.
Doomer's just joking.
Can't
around.
trust them YouTubers.
You
Can't
haven't
trust them
had people that you. I mean, like One Species is like the perfect example.
You were
Like,
not friends with One Species, though.
well, I was kind of cool with him. and-
Oh.
yeah.
Well, I wasn't friends with them. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
But you got lucky with me. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. No, I
The
did-
hesitant.
No,
Yeah.
no. I was thinking about. I was trying to think. Maybe my perception is wrong here, but I often feel like I'm cool with people, and then the next thing you know, I'm like, oh, that person hates my guts for some weird reason. I don't know.
That's true. That does seem to happen.
It's
to you.
very high school. Yeah.
I think the issue and why this probably doesn't occur to me is because I'm so antisocial that I generally don't seek out friendships or relationships. People like if I interact with people, it's because they're seeking me out. And so I think you seek out interacting with people, and so you seek out some
really.
relationship
I
where you're
mean,
kind of like friendly with someone, and then they turn around and fuck you, and you're like, what the hell?
Not really. I mean, I'm
No?
not really.
Okay.
I mean, I think maybe people are seeking out you and you're turning them away, and people are seeking out me and I'm just going with it. That's probably more
I see. Maybe,
realistically
maybe.
what's going on.
That's what's happening.
I mean, if people, I respond to messages and stuff like that. I don't know that you respond to messages. So
Sometimes.
yeah,
Sometimes.
depends.
Dr. Diller for $2 says that dude has such a problem with liberalism because he's easily outcompeted. I can see why he wants traditional gender roles because the less choice women have, the more likely he is to finally be able to touch one without the police beating. Ouch.
Oh my god.
I mean, for the record, that's a good insult. But for the record, he is married, I believe. I think has a child. So, but I do
Right.
like the insult. I do like the insult.
Well, you don't know how often he beats her, though.
That's true. That's true. Gotta keep him in
We
line.
should ask him. That would be the good question to ask.
How?
when he
That's the
comes
first
on.
question. Academic agent,
Do
how
you
often
still-
do you beat your wife?
We want to know for science.
Yes, how often?
Yeah.
As long as it's the width of your thumb, right? If this guy doesn't stop trashing liberalism, I'm going to give him a wedgie. His only defense will be that rape whistle he carries around in a fanny pack. Dr. Diller for another $1 coming out strong again says, curious how academic agent would respond if someone more masculine than him told him to fuck off. Would he just have to shake his fist in impotent rage? Sounds like he needs a wedgie too.
He would say, if I had the power, I would hit you back, but obviously you're bigger than me.
So I'm not going to, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Utter Nonsense for $1 says, academic agent's voice makes me want to give him a wedgie. I like that.
I wonder, I know nothing about academic agent, though. I wonder, is he like 7 feet tall? Is he like, does he go to the gym?
I don't think so.
Is he like 4'7"?
I think he's a hobbit, actually. I think he's an actual hobbit. That's my guess.
I mean, I don't know anything about
Mr. Frodo, let me talk to you about strict gender rules as I carry you up Mount of Doom.
Yeah.
I wonder, how does academic agent feel about Lord of the Rings? Did Sam and Frodo have like a stereotypically masculine relationship? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a little gay. I mean, it was beautiful. Don't get me wrong.
I want to help you, Mr. Frodo. I will be your legs.
I may not be able to carry the ring, Frodo, but I can carry you.
Yeah, totally.
That was a Chad move when Sam picks up Frodo and carries him. Total Chad move. Yes.
Now, when they went to spend the weekend at a bed and breakfast after that,
I mean, it was Chad, just in a different kind of Chad move. Oh, Mr. Frodo, let me carry the ring for you. Oh, throw it into my Mount Doom, Frodo.
Oh my God. Oh.
It's a comedy show.
Degeneracy. I know.
Vosh licks knobs. That's interesting. Vosh licks knobs. Doorknobs with a K for $1. Says Sitch, you claim to believe in God, or at least a God. That's weird that you say claim, but okay. Do you believe in an afterlife, and how do you define neoliberalism? That's an interesting combination of questions. Yes, I do believe in God. Yes, I do believe in an afterlife. And yes, I also do believe in reincarnation. There you go. How do I define neoliberalism as the way it's actually defined, which is that it is someone who believes in a market solutions for everything and believes in laissez-faire capitalism and is anti-government regulation, because that's actually what the word neoliberal means. Dr. Diller for $3 says, we've seen people convince themselves that they're one of the 60 billion genders and that the earth is flat and that America's racist, but I just can't understand how someone like women with abs, likes women with abs or some women not wanting a family. It's not possible.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, I know. It's crazy.
Seems like something like I wouldn't even call this a fetish. This is so milk toast.
I know.
I'm realizing, because academic agent said something about publishing a speech he gave, so we'll get to see him in the speech, right? Unless
maybe.
What are they going to blur his face out and like do the?
Or it could just be audio only.
I guess so.
CT for $1 says, so what do you guys want to be in? What do you guys want to be in Halloween art this year? I usually pick the costumes, but you guys can this year if you want. Doesn't have to be a couple's costume, favorite movie monster, anything really. Huh. I'll think about it. I don't know. I mean, you can make me Kamina. You can always make me Kamina. That's an easy choice.
What's that? Is that good?
Kamina is the main character from Gurren Lagann. The guy with the big sunglasses.
Oh, okay.
This is the drill. You like Gurren Lagann has a lot of like phallic imagery. It's all about drilling. You're gonna make your drill very big. Your big drill, and you're gonna drill the enemies away. Yes.
Sounds very something I'm not that into.
Okay. No, you would like it at first. It's very hilarious.
Well, if it's jokey, I like that.
Yes. And it's got a hot chick in it and a bikini.
I see.
So
yeah.
There you go.
I like that girl.
Utter Nonsense for $3. Oh, what costume do you want, Adam?
For Gurren Lagann?
No, for Halloween art.
Halloween art. I don't know. I'm a Hufflepuff. I have my Halloween costume.
You're going to be a weasel?
I'm not sure furry is really
No?
what I was thinking.
He'd be a Harry Potter Hufflepuff. That's boring.
It is?
You're just a guy in like a fucking sweater vest. Like, come on, it's not like a costume.
That's cool though.
Okay, Jesus.
What
Christ.
do you want me to be like RoboCop or something?
This is like Jeff Winger. You're like, oh, he just shows up to like the Halloween party. Is like, I'm the soccer player in like a suit. I'm Beckham. It's like you just want to be cool, you know. You just want to actually dress in a costume.
True. Yeah.
Okay, Jeff.
I do like to be cool. I don't like to.
Jeff.
I don't want to scare anyone with my
Jeff
costume.
Winger over here. Utter Nonsense for $3 says, Sitch and Adam, I need advice for starting a YouTube political channel. I want to do some debunking videos on police shootings from a centrist, center-left perspective. Maybe I'll make a 2008 housing crash video too.
Do it.
This would be my advice. Well, here's my two pieces of advice. First of all, it's difficult, and you're gonna have to you probably won't be, no, it's possible, but you probably won't be the lucky person that goes viral immediately, and you're probably going to have to just grind out videos for a long time before you get traction.
Yeah.
At least that's what I had to do. Maybe you'll be lucky.
We had to do it. Yeah, we both did.
Yeah. The second thing I would give advice is you should have two types of videos. You should have your passion project videos that you're working on, and you should also have the chasing the dragon of current events videos that you're working on.
Or anything that'll go viral, like movie reviews or.
Right.
Yeah.
But usually, if you're going to talk about politics, it's current events is what gets you noticed. Doing some video on current events. Generally, that's what gets traction. I've noticed. So it's unfortunate because oftentimes you don't really want to make content on that. And it's also difficult because you have to just shit out content super quick. But that's unfortunately the way YouTube seems to function. CT for $1 says, okay, first of all, Tim Curry is alive. You guys are faking it.
Thank goodness.
Second, the Rocky Horror Picture Show does have a plot. Two versions accidentally join an orgy run by a mad scientist who wants a special someone to satisfy his incredibly sexual appetite. Oh my God. And third, women and misfits love that movie because Tim Curry is a fucking god. That man is 50 times more manly than academic agent could ever hope to be. And Tim did it in a corset and 5-inch heels. And it's a movie for misfits when they weren't accepted.
Yep.
There you go. There you go.
Doesn't he really? It's a boyfriend and girlfriend. He's trying to have sex with both of them, right?
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
So there is like a real cuck situation going on.
Electric Elephant for 5 Aussie bucks says the lack of enforcement roles isn't the issue. The feminist queer theory are enforcing anti-traditional roles is the problem. Soft normalizing liberalism is best. That's what I'm saying. If you want to push back, if all academic agent was doing, well, I think tomboy abs is not the way to do it. But if he's trying to push back against anti-traditional gender roles, I don't really have a problem with that. I think pushing back against people that are trying to destroy traditional gender roles is fine. Yeah. I don't think tomboy abs is necessarily the attack on traditional gender roles that he thinks it is. But to me, that's a strange vector of attack in my estimation. But
ContraPoints came out, and I guess in the last canceling was semi against some of the confusion that's going on around sexual orientation.
She took kind of a super bullshit stance.
Okay,
it, though.
You obviously know more about it than me.
Well, I saw the tweet that she put out. That's all I saw.
Yeah,
and because she was kind of like taking the soft, she didn't want to call people with all the 100 non-binary genders bullshitters.
Yeah, I know.
Right, that's a bullshit position. Come on.
I read the executive summary. Okay, it was like 4 pages long. But the gist of it was, I mean, there was some controversy over this stuff is getting kind of confusing. Right? I mean,
it is. Yeah.
I don't get it. I so don't get it. It's like, okay.
CT says that in the movie he does have sex with both of them. There you go.
I thought so. Yeah.
Oh, I don't remember. I blocked that out of my mind. Lars Alfie for $2 says, let me go down to the girlfriend tree and find a girlfriend. It's easy.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay.
You got to find the right tree, and you got to just shake it hard enough. You got to shake it hard enough till the right girlfriend falls out.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming you've I don't know. It's just. I feel sorry for people.
I didn't shake the tree. I chopped it down. I just scooped up all the girls that fell out.
Yeah. Very cool.
William Kurt for $5 says, the old dude in the photograph is Julius Evola. He is an insane, mystic, fascist occultist.
Really?
Super influential in fascist circles. Wow.
Really?
So is Academic Agent going full fash on us?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here?
I mean, he did make a video talking about how socialists were fascists. So now I guess he's just saying, okay, we're all fascists.
So let me read now. Let me be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Wikipedia, very biased. Okay. But this is the Wikipedia headline. Julius Evola was an Italian philosopher, poet, and painter whose esoteric worldview featured anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and the occult. He has been described as a fascist intellectual, a radical traditionalist, an anti-egalitarian, an anti-liberal, anti-democrat, anti-popular, and as the, quote, leading philosopher of Europe's neo-fascist movement. Wow.
Do you still want to debate Academic Agent on this stuff? I mean, how are we even taking this guy seriously?
It would be hilarious. It'd be funny. So there you go, guys. I wish I had known about this before.
Yeah, we should have
I should have done research on this guy. Wow. There you go. Is this who we're quoting?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stoffel says he was friends with Himmler. Is that for real?
Oh my God. Is that fucking true? Jesus Christ.
Why is Academic Agent?
Oh no. Evola admired SS head Heinrich Himmler, whom he once met. Autobiographical remarks by Evola allude to him having worked for the I can't read this because it's German, the Nazi SS intelligence agency.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, at least we know he's not cherry picking now. Right?
Hey guys, are we still strawmanning Academic Agent? I don't know. You let us know.
Yeah. He's not cherry picking. He's like, I know right where to go.
Oh, are we still strawmanning Academic Agent? Fucking quoting some fucking fascist Nazi sympathizer? Jesus fucking Christ. Please tell me how we're strawmanning Academic Agent.
Yeah.
We weren't even remotely hard enough on him. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I bet Julius Evola is all about seeing Kyle. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
wow.
Shit.
Jeez. The butter anvil for fun. Thank you, William, for pointing that out.
Yeah, thanks
Didn't know
for the
any
tip.
of that. Yes. The butter anvil for $5 says, watching chat is confusing today. Are a bunch of traditionalist conservatives in the Sitch and Adam audience, or did AA bring people with him? It's way less nuts normally. I think he brought people with him.
Yeah.
People with him.
They were doing a good job of trolling me, but I figure it's good content anyway. But I
That's
was getting
true.
triggered. They were like, oh, fucking, the straw man thing. It's like, what are we getting wrong here? How are we straw manning?
And Trophic in the chat says, you're letting your biases make your argument, Sitch. About what? A fascist? I don't.
Yeah.
Name a single philosopher that wasn't controversial.
What? Look, the thing
Please,
is,
God, wait a minute. Please, God, and Trophic, please tell me you're joking. Please, fucking God, tell me you're joking. Someone can't point to a literal fucking fascist and be like, wow, this guy's a fucking fascist. Why are you
Listen.
quoting him? And then say, Sitch, name a philosopher that wasn't controversial. I can think of lots of philosophers that weren't fucking Nazis and fascists that you can quote. Okay, like come on, are you fucking joking me right now? Are you fucking for real?
We are so golden here, though. We are so protected, Sitch, because we made our arguments against him, not knowing he was a fucking Nazi.
No,
Okay,
he was a fucking fascist.
yes, we completely addressed the arguments in such good faith because we were like, we don't know who this fucking crazy guy is. Yeah. We didn't like his arguments. Now that we know he's a literal Nazi.
And Trophic says, you're like, quote, I'm Jewish, therefore, literally your argument. Whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah, I didn't hear you make that argument.
When we were talking about Julius Evola, when did I mention that I was Jewish at any point in this conversation?
Yeah, I don't remember that being a part of any of it.
I
remember you revoking
Someone's projecting a little bit of anti-Semitism, Entrophic. Holy shit.
I remember you revoking some J cards. I don't remember you
I was revoking.
Waving any around.
Astolfo says Entrophic is a white nationalist, and he said it earlier. Is this true, Entrophic?
Oh, really?
Because that's hilarious. I've had many a white nationalists and alt-writers literally try to gaslight me about what's his fucking name, Nick Fuentes. So they're very on board with the whole gaslighting thing. Instead of actually making arguments, you're just calling people Nazis. I was literally. Are you a white nationalist, Entrophic? Just let me know. Just let me know. That's very funny. That's hilarious.
Wow.
I'm not even a fan of Evola and traditionalism, but your response was brainlet tier. Well, are you saying that the Wikipedia article is wrong? It could be. It
could definitely be.
It calls Lauren Southern a white nationalist, and when I check the sources, it's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't think Lauren Southern is anywhere remotely like white nationalist.
But I don't know when the guy is super popular among fascists, and this is like well known. He's known as being a fascist philosopher. I don't know. I don't know.
Doomer's just fucking hilarious.
Trophic says, yes, I'm a white nationalist, and this is one of my favorite podcasts. Interesting. Okay. There you go. Look at that. We're building bridges. We're building bridges, even to the white nationalists.
I'm skeptical. I'm super skeptical.
A little skeptical. I've seen Entrophic. I've seen his name pop up in chat a lot.
Oh, really?
There you go. We're building bridges. Even though you're trying to gaslight me, it's okay. It's okay.
We're just trying to steer you away from the Pootie pipeline, okay?
That's right. That's right.
You're getting too close to the drain.
Yes.
Come back. Come back here. I have some ContraPoints articles I'd like to share with you.
That's right. That's right. Sitch and I'm confirmed. White nationalists love the show. There you go. No one tell Big Joel this, okay?
I know.
Tell Big Joel this. I'm glad this didn't come out in our Big Joel conversation.
I hope Big Joel is not listening to this episode, right?
Wait a minute. Evola wrote the intro to the second edition of the Protocols of the Elder of Zion. Oh my God. Are you fucking serious? Wait a minute.
What's going on here? This is so
Is this
crazy.
Fucking true? Wait a minute. Is this true? Julius, let me look this up. Julius Evola. I'm not seeing this come up. Okay, well, if you have some evidence of that, send that to me on Twitter. I am super curious about that. He also wrote a book called 3 Aspects of the Jewish Problem. Oh my God, is this true? 3. Oh no. Oh no.
Ouch.
3 Aspects of the Jewish Problem by Julius Evola. Originally published in 1936, in these notes, we intend to look into the real factors according to which an anti-Semitic attitude can be consolidated. It is said that there is present time at Jewish peril, particularly perceptible in the financial field. I don't even understand what this fucking summary is saying. There you go. 3 Aspects of the Jewish Problem. Yeah, I don't know, guys. That's a little iffy. Someone writes a book called 3 Aspects of the Jewish Problem. I don't know. It's a little iffy. Liffy.
Yeah. Yeah. Very strange. Interesting source. Do you think academic agents selected this source specifically for the anti-Semitism, or do you think that it was an accident? I'm just curious. Maybe we should put that on the list of questions to ask.
I don't know. We'll ask him about this.
Are you still in full debate mode here?
Yeah.
Maybe he can bring in Nick Fuentes and we can double debate.
Bring in whoever he wants. That's a little sus. Maybe that's why Sargon was like, I'm not the same as Academic. He immediately was like, no, I'm not the same. So, yeah, it's a little sus.
Oh, you're right.
Guys.
Yeah, Sargon was definitely like, no, we have very different beliefs.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
The protocol. If someone has like a reference to him writing the introduction to the protocols of Elder of Zion, yeah. I would like to see that, because that would be the 100% like, oh, okay, it's just literally fucking anti-Semitic piece of shit. But
what? I'm just so curious about this thing too. I'm thinking about that. Like, he did a speech or something, and he's like, if they ever posted online, and supposedly it was a speech at some event. Yeah, I'm super curious. This seems like there might be some drama here, some hidden drama going
on. Let's see, where were we? You're not going to convince anyone with actual. You know what? You're right. Right now at 3:20 a.m., I am not really interested in trying to convince anti-Semitic racists to not be anti-Semitic racists. You caught me. That's true.
Well, I don't think
I'm not going to be persuasive to racists at 3:20.
I don't think you can really change people's minds anyway. People have to change their own minds, which I've said many, many times. So
right.
But it is.
Sitch pretends to believe in liberalism and freedom, but once he said, if white nationalists ever became a large minority, we need to do something about it. Yeah. If any group becomes an ethnic nationalist and gains power in America, we need to do something about them. What the fuck are you talking about? Sitch doesn't talk about doing something to BLM, only to us. Wow. Can you fucking imagine? Claiming to be a fan of the show for years, listening to us, and come up with this shit take.
Yeah. We've talked about BLM many times.
Wow.
We did a stream when BLM was riding right down the street from my house. What are you talking about?
You honestly think that I don't have I've literally ranted. Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Every time critical race theory comes out, I go on a big rant about how it's promoting black nationalism. Yeah. And that's a big problem. Are you really so dense?
Yeah, we called out black
is chewing the lead paint chips of Julius Evola's butt tube, broadened your brain so fucking much that when I talk about CRT being terrible because it's advocating for black nationalism, that you think that in your mind that I'm somehow in favor of black nationalism, that I'm not going to fight back against racial nationalism on any front?
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with you? How fucking dumb are you? How can you say that you're a fan of the show and not know this?
It's gaslighting. They're not fans.
I know.
Of the show.
100% gaslighting. You literally claim violent action should be taken against white nationalists. If white nationalists rise up violently, of course there should be. What the fuck are you talking about?
If any
race nationalist party in America starts to gain a popularity, that's going to be a big fucking problem for our future. Yeah. You're right.
But we always talk against political violence. I mean, you were against Richard Spencer getting fucking punched in the face.
I literally made you're so full of shit, dude.
I know.
You're so full of shit, Entropic. one of the first fucking videos I ever made was me calling out bread tubers, who was this pre-bread tube, so calling out the SJWs celebrating Richard Spencer being punched in the face.
Yeah. Random acts of violence are fucking evil.
Jesus. Holy shit.
Yes.
Holy shit, dude. When did you advocate violence against BLM? Oh my God. Holy shit. Well,
violence against BLM. What? When did you advocate violence against anyone?
I didn't. That's why he's mad.
Yeah.
He's mad that I didn't advocate violence against BLM. I advocated for violence against. I didn't advocate for violence, but I advocated for the police to stop fucking rioters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Arrest those people.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Are you getting triggered? I feel like maybe you're getting
super triggered. Yeah.
But it's okay. So unusual, and I'm enjoying it so much.
It's okay. I'm not going to be triggered.
I'm not triggered at all, but you rarely get triggered.
I'm not going to be triggered. You know what? You know what?
You can't fight the triggering.
Listen,
what are you talking about?
Listen, if you want to be
it's
a
impossible.
White nationalist and listen to the show, that's fine. My arms are open. Okay. But when you're like fucking insane and you're like, Sitch, you were advocating that white people should not collectivize, and you're totally fine with black people collectivizing. And I'm going to say that you are because you never advocated for violence against Black Lives fucking Matter. You know what? I don't need that anymore. I don't need to see that stupidity on my channel. Okay. I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it. And I won't ever see it again because it's gone.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
It's gone. Yes. Anyways, moving on. Lord Tennyson's pipe for $2 says, chat, reject Evola, embrace the Buddha Dharma. There you go. Jav Tondes for $2 says, how drunk are you, Aydin? Jeez. Aydin was not drunk at all. How dare you?
She might have been a little tipsy.
Okay, maybe she was a little drunk.
I thought maybe she
was a little. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, if you need a divorce, contact Crozier Law, an equal parenting divorce firm. Select an attorney is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. There you go.
Oh, man.
There you go.
So sad.
Fedekagis for $5 says, I'm behind, but Sitch's Japanese teacher must have taught him wrong on purpose as a joke. Did I say some Japanese word very shittily? There you go. There you go. You have to fight racial nationalists because they're psychotic blood cults. You can't reason with a blood cult. I mean, maybe.
Who's a blood cult?
You're saying racial nationalists.
Oh. What's a blood fart? Because I never heard that before. I'm super
It's
curious.
when you fart and blood comes out at it. It's not a very complicated concept.
I mean, this is if you're farting and blood is coming out, I say see a doctor. I don't know about you. I would get that checked out.
That's true.
I would make sure that I didn't have internal bleeding going on. Yeah, you might want to make an appointment. Maybe call 911.
Diogenes for $10 says, do y'all follow people back on Twitter? If so, I'm still Diogenes with the same profile pic. A-Team surprises the fans with a Thursday call-in stream, and S-Class is too good for fan service. Sad.
Yeah.
That's right.
Asian expat is actually going to be on my Thursday stream.
Oh,
so
look at that.
Talking to Asian expat.
Look at that.
I think he's coming on to critique my Vosh debate. And to sneak attack me with MMT. But that's okay. I don't mind. It'll be fun anyway.
Filthy Casual for $10 says, read The Righteous Mind. Thanks for the recommendation, Adam. Keep up the mostly good work, even though I think you guys have some atrocious takes. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the whole idea is that it's okay to have atrocious takes.
Right.
Yeah.
True.
Don't do political violence.
Don't do political violence.
Have your atrocious takes, but don't do political violence.
And I think I'm going to start applying the Scott Adams rule. Okay. You can disagree with
No, you can't. Like Scott Adams takes it way too far.
He bans way too many people. Yeah. But what I would say is, I don't have a problem with people disagreeing with us. I have a problem with people telling us what we think and they're like fucking so wrong.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, don't straw man me.
It is triggering. I must admit, I wanted to ban about 30 people in the chat tonight. But I resisted. I resisted.
That's right.
I'm
That's
super
good.
susceptible. This is the
good.
thing. I probably shouldn't say this, but I'll say it anyway. Like
Yes.
calling me an idiot, calling me a dum-dum, all that stuff doesn't affect me at all. I don't think I'm that smart anyway. So, so that stuff, easy. I can take that stuff. But when you start calling me a straw manner, that fucking gets under my skin. It really does.
Right.
Because it's like it's basically saying so many people do that. And it's so infuriating to see people do it. Because you're like, oh, their argument is so simple. How do you not get this? Like, you have to go out of your way to not understand what this person is saying. So, but that's the way I look at straw manning. When they say, hey, you know, they're basically saying you're too dumb to understand what they're saying. And I just am like, no, it's so simple what they're saying. Anyway.
True.
Anyway.
Stug for $2
Mr.
says,
Strawman Adam. Fuck you.
Banned. No, just go. Stug for $2 says, who's the worst Greek god? My vote is for Ares. I think that's the correct answer. Ares is the shittiest of all Greek gods.
Greek gods?
Yes.
How do you know all of them, though?
Well, like the main ones. Like the main group. I mean, there's like hundreds if you're going to go through all of them. But
I was like, I don't know.
Ares is Ares sucks. Ares was like the ultimate bitch because he would go and he'd try to get all involved in wars and think he was a badass. But as soon as if he ever got hit, if he ever got damaged, he would run back home to mom crying.
What about Narcissus? I mean, he just
Ares is worse. Ares is worse.
He just looks at himself and he doesn't even have superpowers.
No,
he's just a vain little piece of shit.
That's pretty bad too. I don't know if he was a god. I think he was like a lesser god. I don't know if they count.
Oh.
I'm saying from like from the Pantheon, 13 or 12 or however many there were. Stuart Kinney for 2 Aussie bucks says the dislikes on the stream. Why is there so much? Cause academic agent and his fans floated in.
Yeah.
They were mad. But it's okay. Jav Tondes for $5 says, imagine having literal poop squads, the largest tent city in North America, needles everywhere, and thinking everything is fine. There you go, Adam. There you go. California sucks. Fuck you.
I don't get it.
Whoa. Ares is really good at Hades. Ares is like one of the shittiest gods in Hades and Tumor. What are you, crazy? No wonder you're A-team. You don't even know which gods to choose in fucking Hades. Ares sucks. Jeez, come on.
I never even played Hades.
Yeah. Adams doesn't even play Hades. Wow, look at that.
I need to play.
See, now I understand why Doomer has such shit takes. He doesn't even know how to play Hades correctly. Jeez.
There's a correct way to play.
There's a very correct way to play it, okay? Well, look, if they're dislike bombing us, make sure that you slam the like button. Make sure everyone here got to fight back against the dislike haters.
I don't even know what the dislike level is. How do you see
I don't know either. I wasn't even looking, but I can't actually see it from the screen I'm at anyway.
Yeah,
so
I can't see it either. I hope it's high. I like a lot of dislikes. That's how you know the stream is good.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
I can't believe that many people like academic agent.
Wait a minute. Well, it's not that many people. He just has his core audience and he brings them in. He says on his Discord, like, oh, Sitch is making Sitch and I are making mean videos about me. Come dislike your videos. And they do.
Do they have girlfriends? I'm curious.
Doomer, what weapon do you put Hades on? Exactly. Explain to me what do you actually use? You put on your cast, you put on the dash, you put on a weapon. What do you do with that shitty Ares boon? Okay. Tell me what you do with the shitty Ares boon. Okay. The Doom buffs are garbage.
If actual Justice Warrior was doing his job, we would have 1,000 likes on this video.
No, that's right. We need our hype man here. Doom is like a terrible fucking you guys are crazy. Doom is garbage.
This is not that bad. This is like 205 dislikes.
Yeah,
what are you
it's
talking
fine.
about?
It's totally fine.
I just dived in to take a look.
Dr. Diller says, I
205
found the
dislikes.
smoking gun about Evola. Oh, really? Well, send it to me on Twitter. I'll look at it.
Tradcon versus Socialist. Double dose of dumb. How many times do you change?
I only changed it once.
Double dose of dumb is pretty good.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's got alliteration.
I know.
Double dose of dumb. But the thing is, though, it's hard to tell because it also says featuring Short Fat Otaku and Aydin Paladin. And I don't know whether the double dose of dumb is the Tradcon versus Socialist or the Short Fat Otaku and Aydin Paladin. What am I supposed to think here?
That's funny.
You better watch out, man. Short Fat Otaku is going to think we're talking about. He's one of the doses.
No. Listen, it says Tradcon versus Socialist, double dose of dumb, featuring. I don't think you're saying. I don't think anyone can interpret like them saying they're dumb. Come on.
I don't know. Better watch out. That might be all the dislikes. Short Fat Otaku's fans came in and rated us. Double dose of dumb. I like Dev.
Doomer says he puts the Ares on the cast with Artemis now. Garbage. I mean, look, let me take it back. Ares on the cast is literally the only. You're right. That's the literal only way that the Ares has any usefulness is that you can make it on cast builds, but it's still garbage. It's still garbage compared to everything else.
Here, I'll send him the link so he can argue with you
about Hades.
No, I'm not sending the link.
3:30 in the morning. Well, look, we'll have a Hades. Here's what we'll do. It's funny because CT's actually seen me play Hades. We'll have May and Doomer will play Hades and we'll do a speed run and we'll see who does better.
Really?
Okay? He can use his shitty Ares and whatever.
Do you need a moderator? I'm an exceptionally good moderator.
You don't need a moderator for a speed run challenge.
Why?
So I admit I haven't played Hades in like half a year, so I'm gonna have to brush up before we can do our competition. But we'll do it. I challenge you, Doomer. We're gonna do a Hades speedrun off, all right?
Listen to this. We got to do it live and on my secret channel.
No, it's gonna be on this channel.
Oh, really?
PSA Sitch blows the fuck out of Doomer moron Hades speedrun.
You're gonna turn our channel into a gaming channel.
That's what
now?
we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Yeah.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Anyways, Mithram 6 for 100 Kazark says people with problem with the actionaries academic agent is channeling is the same as with leftists. They don't see people as individuals with free will, but rather as mindless drones who need to be loaded with the right software. That's true. That's accurate.
Yeah, I think I made that argument a couple times. Yeah.
The Butter Animal for $2 says, I'm now S class, Satan's helper class. There you go. There you go.
Love it.
Look at that. Doomer is accepted. Doomer's accepted. There you go. We'll make it a charity stream. No. I want all the money. What the fuck are you talking about?
Charity. Yeah, we don't do charity. Get your
We're arguing
charity.
I know. We're arguing about the video game Hades, William. That's what we're arguing about. Carrier Small for $10 says by enforcing academic agent is actually failing to follow another bit of Evola's advice paraphrased. Quote, I will make the good society. Join me if you will, otherwise leave me alone. Interesting.
Yeah.
Contrast for 5 Aussie says academic agent's avatar is the actor who does Shere Khan's voice in the Disney Jungle Book. Oh, interesting. Please get academic agent on as a guest. I will give you money in spirit through JMac. That's bizarre. I don't know what you mean by that, but we're trying. We're gonna invite him. I want to have a conversation about this terrible video he made. Sentry
will be done beforehand.
Sentry for 2 Aussie says is femboy degenerate. I mean, academic agent would obviously say yes. He would say yes. If someone wants to be a femboy, I don't care. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Mithrop Humanist for 10 Aussies says, long time lurker, first time live. Glad it was for this stream. Academic Agent is too attached to traditionalism, but I think you two are too ideologically liberal in the same way. Wish he had come on. Much love. Well, we'll have him on. We'll see. We'll see.
We're too ideologically liberal.
Whatever that means. Whatever that means.
Yeah.
Hades is not communism. Hades is a game about defying your father and becoming the most rugged individual of all time. Okay. While also relying on the help of the various Greek gods to assist you in killing your father. The classical hero's journey.
Wow. Sounds more like the classical Oedipal journey.
Well, I guess it is. You're killing your father in order to find out. Well, I can't spoil it, but there's some truth there. So I don't want to spoil it, but single player Carl for $5 says also hello for my new permanent position. Adam, haven't been able to comment since last time, but I watched live from inside my work vault.
Sweet.
There you go. Punish Chris for $10 says whole thing is dumb. Davos, WEF, I don't know what that is purposely collapsing the West to usher in a new world order of neo-feudal transhumanism under the Great Reset. And what we are arguing over, sex, race, and religion. It was funny. Someone posted a tweet of Robert Barnes. Said that someone asked like, who is the most, David Weinstein or Weinstein. I always get Albert Einstein, Weinstein, David Weinstein, Brett's brother, or Eric.
Weinstein,
I'm sorry, not David,
is
Eric.
right.
Eric, yeah. Eric, Brett's brother.
Like Einstein, but with wine.
Yes. Weinstein said, who is like the most controversial, I think he said like, who is the most controversial like thinker, but that is also like the most right about most things. And Robert Barnes replied, Alex Jones. And I'm like, I hope he's memeing. I really fucking hope he's memeing there. Yeah. I hope he's memeing there.
Really?
Yeah. I hope he was joking. Because I disagree with a lot of what Robert Barnes says, but I like him.
Robert Barnes follows me on Twitter. Sitch is super jealous about it.
I didn't even know that. How could I be jealous about
Me
something
and
I
Robert
didn't even
Barnes
know
are
about?
friends.
Did you eat dinner with him once?
Not yet, but I'm gonna DM him about it after this show.
And by eat dinner, you meant you listened to the stream with Viva and him while you were eating dinner?
No, Robert Barnes just followed me out of the blue, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I follow him because I like his stuff." But I
see.
Alex Jones. I mean, a lot of stuff I do think is. I mean, there's a range, obviously. Some of the stuff I think is obviously just completely insane, but some of it sounds insane, but I think it's probably true.
I like Alex Jones is like, it's funny to watch, but if you're saying that he's actually like prescient and that his take about the New World Order and that we're all climbing the comment to try to fight off the demonic forces of interdimensional aliens. I mean, if you think that's true, like, come on. Come on.
There is one thing that I'm working on adjusting my thinking on, which means I'm trying to change my own mind, which is very difficult to do. But I think there's one thing that people always say that I just categorically reject. I think it's not true. And that's that people are doing things as a power play because, you know, they want to have power over you. And that's something that people desire. And I always think, yeah, not everything is a power play and not everyone desires power. But I am often surprised at some people how much they really are doing things just as like a power play, just a little fucking insignificant power play. You see this on Twitter all the time. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people are super obsessed with power and they really just want somebody to fucking bend to what they say. Like they feel so powerless in their everyday lives that they're like, God, it would be great if someone would just do what I say. I don't know. I mean, this video is kind of a testament to that. Academic agent really seems like he's like, just listen. Just fucking sit down and listen to me.
Just listen. Just listen to me and my fascist philosopher.
Just sit down and fucking listen. Like he's just gonna. It doesn't work. It doesn't work in this day and age. You have to be. It's like that episode of Futurama. You have to be cunning, like a safecracker or a pickpocket.
That's right.
You can't just wag your finger at people and say, listen, if I had power, things would be different. It's laughable. People laugh in your face. Yeah, that's why you don't have power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, a lot of angry dislikes on the stream. Academic agent guns are out. There you go.
Yeah.
Doomer Politics for $5 says, Sitch got me in the kitchen. That's right. Doomer's just mad that he's my wife in that comic. I think that's what's going on here.
Yeah. Just think.
Doomer's mad. Look, Doomer, you put on your Tradcon dress and you get back in the kitchen and you're going to get at least one hit for dropping that plate. And I told our son to fuck off and die. Okay.
Yeah.
Each plate gets one slap.
You can't go breaking the dishes. Okay. Those cost money. Money doesn't
Those
grow on
cost money.
trees.
You wouldn't know that because you don't fucking work.
Sitch has to work hard all day long to earn the money to make those dishes.
I have to slave all day over a hot stream just for you to break dishes? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Slip slap. Okay.
Sitch, after a long day of being a bouncer at the strip club.
Uh-huh. That's right. In my suit and tie and my glasses. Denny Cat for $5 says, Hans Hermann Hope isn't a monarchist. He argues that anarcho-capitalism is better than both monarchy and the democracy. I'm not authoritarian. I'm an ANCAP. Oh, okay. There you go. He's an ANCAP. Gotcha. Doomer says only one slap. Oh, only one slap. Okay, 2 slaps. You want 3 slaps, Doomer? Three slaps?
3 slaps is literally experimenting with spanking. Okay.
I didn't say I'm going to slap. I'm going to say I was going to smack him on his ass. But you want 3 slaps, Doomer? Because this is the bull. Okay. Do you want the horns? Do you want the horns, Doomer?
I mean, you're experimenting.
We're doing a Breakfast Club bit for those of the young people who don't know what I'm referencing.
You're experimenting with sadomasochism if you get 3 slaps, though.
I see. I don't know. It's up to Doomer. If he wants 3 slaps, he can get 3 slaps. Okay, it's up to him. AD for $2 says, "Are you excited for Columbus Day in a week?"
Well, have I got something to tell you? Have I got something to tell you about Columbus Day?
Let me tell you about Columbus Day. I guess we are excited. Yeah.
You know what I just realized?
What?
Like this stream's gonna go down in 15 minutes.
Don't worry, we're almost done.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Doomer said 3 slaps, Daddy. 3 slaps? Okay. Do you want 4 slaps? Do you want 4 slaps, Doomer? Because I got 4 slaps for you.
Sitch confirmed BDSM. That's
First
right.
of all, since we started so late, Adam, the stream actually goes down in like, oh, you're right, 15 minutes because it's not really 12 hours. It's like 11 hours and something.
Guesstimation, yeah.
Yes, that's true.
People get mad when the super chats get cut off.
That's true.
So you gonna read or?
Okay. Jeez, I'm doing a bit with Doomer in the chat.
I know.
God.
Well, I don't know if we have time to finish off or we should just like.
We have time. Don't worry.
Okay.
We don't have that many left. Eating mayo out of the jar for $10 says, I agree we should raise the debt ceiling when we need to, but do you guys think that debt and spending is an issue? To me, it's always been climate change is the right, a party's looming threat.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's sort of an issue. I don't think it's as a big issue as everyone thinks. I think the debt ceiling should just be removed forever. It doesn't even make sense. It's stupid.
Yeah.
If you're worried about spending, then, lower the budget when you're fucking doing that.
Climate change is actually more real than the debt crisis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Max Utabi for 10 Sardoses says, what is Adam's view on the Swiss direct democracy?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know a lot about direct democracy, so.
I don't either. Sentry for 2 Aussie bucks says, if it was a bad number, media would give D number. What?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know what you're referencing, Sentry. Sorry. It's been too long. It's just Avi for 5 Aussie says, hey, Satan's helpers. Just yesterday, I did a pre-alpha test for my video game. It's not much, but it feels like progress. Awesome.
That is sweet. Yeah.
That's awesome. That is progress. Junebug for $2 says, Aydin is too smart for my dumb brain and dev. Thanks. There you go. And you spelled two wrong. It's T-O-O. But I guess that's why she's too smart for you. I say this with peace and love. Peace and love. Contrast for 2 Aussies says, don't worry, I'm fixing the Japanese birth rate. There you go. Contrast, single-handedly fixing the Japanese birth rate.
Good for you. I like that.
Okay. Sashman for 35 Zardos says, hey now, didn't check if you guys did my super earlier. Yeah, we did. Super chat earlier. LOL. Anyways, please say hashtag what? Vote sec ANC with gusto? What? Pronounced footsec. Footsec. Hashtag footsec ANC. It means fuck off ANC. What's ANC?
I don't
even know what ANC is. I know. Footsec ANC. There you go. You know what I got for Christmas this year? It was a banner year at the old Bender family. That's right. Thank you. Sebastian Service for 220 Pendos says, how to legal CP. Prohibit its production, punish those involved, ban the materials until the victim reaches majority of age. Also therapy. The victim can profit from it or permanently ban it. Pedos get substitute. Good, less abuse. That was the whole Destiny debate conversation. And I don't know, there was some idea about whether this would actually prevent sexual assault or not. And I think that was really the hinge of the argument. And I don't know if that's ever been studied. So there you go.
Yeah, I don't want to study that. Ugh.
I don't want to study that either.
Stay away.
The Butter Amble for $5 says, Sitch, do you have an argument for an afterlife? My elephant will be very receptive if you do. I have no arguments that I would ever give publicly about religion or God whatsoever. Sorry. To me, the reason I have the beliefs that I do is because of personal experiences, and that's about it.
Lots of
I've hinted that I have personal experiences that are so fucking crazy. It will blow your guys' mind. But you're not going to hear about them, at least not today. Maybe some point in the future. Maybe if I'm tired enough, maybe if I'm drunk enough, maybe if I'm high enough, one day you'll be able to pry out of me the crazy shit that I've seen.
We just have to get him high on stream is basically
That's
what
right.
he's saying.
Then you'll find out the crazy truth about the world that I know. The secrets deep inside the simulation. Dr. Diddler, who very frequently has the best super chats, said, for $2 says, Hitler was a slightly controversial philosopher.
Only slightly?
I mean, what philosopher isn't controversial, right?
Jeez.
Look, just because I'm quoting Hitler doesn't mean... Doomer Politics for $2 says, here's $1 to Adam and $1 to the other guy.
I know. That was great. Thank you,
You're getting 4 slaps tonight, Doomer. 4. You just bought yourself 4 slaps.
Stop slapping Doomer around.
I'm slap. He wants it.
He's a super chatter now.
He wants it. I slap him around and he's excited, okay? If he didn't like it, he wouldn't be wearing that.
You have to be, he's a producer. He's a partial producer of the show now. You have to.
Do you see the beanie?
Our producers.
Do you see the beanie that he's wearing? He's practically asking for it. Okay.
They're so bad.
Junebug for $5 says, I freaking knew he sounded like a Nazi. Well, there you go. Dr. Diller for very accurate. Dr. Diller for $2 says, shades of Smud Boy. Quote, culture is determined by race. Ooh, yeah. Big ouch. Big ouch.
What's that from? He says that
I'm a racist.
Did he say that in the video? I don't think he said that in the
video. He did not say that in the video. No. Apparently, is that a Smud Boy line? Did Smud Boy say that? I don't know. Maybe
is that it?
Raccoon in the Closet for $10 says, I tuned in late, but I just realized Second Thought sounds like Rags with a slightly higher pitched voice. Now I can't unhear it. Help.
Oh, yeah. He does sound a little like Rags.
Does he?
Doesn't he?
I didn't even. Oh, my God. I think you've ruined Rags for me. Thank you. Jeez.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Now I like Second Thought.
Oh, my God. Does Second Thought look like a relative?
He sounds
Adam?
just like my friend Rags. I have
Does
to.
he look like your brother, cousin?
I have to give
something?
him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
I like Rags. Come
There
on,
you
he
go.
sounds just like my buddy.
There you go. Eating Maya the Jar Fighter said for $5 says, I'm not saying climate change and debt are equal in threat. They're just both used similarly by the respective party to scare voters.
No,
Yeah,
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah, we got that. Yeah. I agree with it. I do agree with that. Yes.
Yes.
You guys didn't hear about Smudboy's crazy Twitter meltdown? No, I don't follow Smudboy. I didn't know about this. He had some crazy racist Twitter meltdown or something.
Smudboy? I've never even heard of Smudboy.
He's some guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I'm some guy.
But I'm not. That's true. But I don't know. I don't know what you're referencing. I'm unfamiliar with the meltdown. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything.
Oh, we got it? We're wrapped up? That's a wrap?
CT for $1. Hey, CT. Says, consent is unnecessary. How big is the bed, Adam? So if Sitch is the big spoon and you're the medium and Mrs. Friend is small spoon, dibs on biggest spoon.
So you guys are not
as long
as
Wormy is between me and Sitch, have to maintain our Christian
You
morals.
guys are sleeping in the fucking garage. What are you talking about?
We're sleeping in your bed with
No,
you, Adam. Okay,
no.
we're all spooning together. It's a nice, big, happy family.
Wrong-o, bucko.
Okay.
You're sleeping in the garage. We got a tent we can set up in the yard.
I see. Anyway, Dr. Diddler says he's going to send me this Bud Boy rant. So there you go. Thank you. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching the journey between the double dose of dumb, whether it be the Socialist or the Tradcons who are quoting literal fascists. Thank you all for your incredibly generous super chats. Thank you all for buying a Sitch and Adam plushie, for supporting our comic. I hope you all have a fantastic week, and we'll see you next Sunday.
Bye-bye!